Chapter 2107, Do you think I'm kidding? Thanks, said Miao Jingjing. She was very grateful to Jing Yuniao, even if she would still be deprived of her magical abilities. She accepted it. After accommodating Miao Jingjing, Leng Xiaoting said to Jing Yuniao, Mom, you can take care of her here. I have an appointment with my friends, so I need to go with Ningning. If it's too late, we won't come back here. Sure, you can go now, said Jing Yuniao. She wouldn't interfere in Leng Xiaoting's private life. After that, Leng Xiaoting walked away, holding Ji Yuning's hand. Back in the car, Ji Yuning said, Whom do you have an appointment with? Leng Xiaoting compressed his lips and replied, No one. What? Ji Yuning was surprised and didn't know what Leng Xiaoting meant. Didn't he say he had an appointment with his friend? Why did he deny it now? Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting looked at Ji Yuning unhappily. How could she be clueless about his idea? Therefore, Leng Xiaoting explained, I just want to spend some time alone with you. PFTTT. Hearing that, Ji Yuning snorted with laughter. She didn't know what he was thinking until now. Seeing the broad smile on Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting felt aroused and drove the car faster. Once Leng Xiaoting drove faster, Ji Yuning knew what he wanted. She flushed, but pretended that she knew nothing and lowered her head to play on her phone. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning remembered what had happened tonight, so she said to Leng Xiaoting, Oh, Baili Zhongshe is already aware that I'm a cultivator. I was with her, so I was forced to tell her when I fought against the evil cultivator. I trust her, so I believe she won't tell other people. Yeah, it's fine even if she tells other people. In case Ji Yuning felt guilty, Leng Xiaoting said airily. Their secret would be exposed sooner or later, and Sheng Guanyang would support them, so nobody could hurt them. After a while, Leng Xiaoting's phone rang and the caller was Song Haoyu. Leng Xiaoting frowned and displeasure flashed in his eyes, because Song Haoyu's call ruined his private time with Ji Yuning. However, Song Haoyu normally only called him for serious matters, so he had to answer it. What happened? Leng Xiaoting asked once he answered the call. There was unhappiness in his voice. Normally, Song Haoyu would be alert, but now he had no mood and asked directly, Xiaoting, you're in the capital, right? There is a tricky problem. Can you help me? Can we meet? Where? Leng Xiaoting asked. Since it was a tricky problem, he couldn't say no. My home. The house in Minghao Villa, said Song Haoyu. Sure, see you in 20 minutes, said Leng Xiaoting and hung up. Seeing that Leng Xiaoting had no intention of telling her to go back before him, Ji Yuning asked, do you need to bring me with you? Will it be inconvenient? Not at all, said Leng Xiaoting. Even if it was inconvenient, they would have a talk in the study. Ji Yuning could wait in the living room, so it wouldn't cause any trouble. Great. Since he said that, Ji Yuning agreed. 18 minutes later, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting reached Minghao Villa. It was a high-end villa area near the city center. Hearing the sound of the car outside, Song Haoyu understood that Leng Xiaoting was here, so he ran out to open the door at once. Seeing Ji Yuning with Leng Xiaoting, Song Haoyu didn't find it inappropriate and greeted her. Hi, Miss Ji Yu. Nice to see you, Mr. Song. Ji Yuning replied. Leng Xiaoting came to hold Ji Yuning's hand, then they followed Song Haoyu into the house. There were two other people in the living room. They were both Song Haoyu's teammates. Once Leng Xiaoting showed up, they respectfully called him Major General Leng. Hi, said Leng Xiaoting. They didn't know Ji Yuning, so they didn't greet her, but they still acknowledged her presence by a nod in order to show their respect. Ji Yuning also nodded at them with a smile as the reply. In the living room, Song Haoyu didn't avoid Ji Yuning and said right away, Xiaoting, the thing is that our team just went to carry out a task. However, we ran into a very strange thing. We were going to catch a first-degree fugitive, but there was an unbelievably strong person at his side. The person isn't only strong, but also has strange skills, especially his speed. He can move from meters away in the blink of an eye. He can also easily avoid our bullets. As long as it's dark, we can't find him at all. He seems to merge with the darkness at night. I think there might be people with magical skills in this world. I know people are atheists nowadays, but it's really strange. I can only talk about it with you. Other people might refuse to believe it, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't doubt it, because their abilities were beyond ordinary people's imagination. Nevertheless, they couldn't figure out who the strong person was without further investigation. It could be a cultivator or a ninja. Seeing Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning's calm faces, Song Haoyu was slightly annoyed. Do you think I'm kidding? He knew it was hard for ordinary citizens to believe in people with magical skills. After all, they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes before. No, we trust you, said Leng Xiaoting. Song Haoyu was slightly surprised. Why aren't you shocked at all? That wasn't a normal reaction. Because we've met the same thing, said Leng Xiaoting. Hearing that, Song Haoyu and the others were surprised. They had met the same thing. Does it mean people with magical skills really exist? Asked Song Haoyu. He guessed the person could be a person with magical skills, but he only felt it was possible and wasn't sure of it. After all, he was unwilling to accept it, so he was greatly surprised when he heard Leng Xiaoting's answer. I didn't believe it before I saw it myself, but I'm convinced after I did, said Leng Xiaoting. Unexpectedly, there were really people with magical skills in this world. Song Haoyu was as excited as he was scared. After all, the person he met was unbelievably strong. Did you catch the person, or did the person run away? Song Haoyu asked. Although he asked that question, he actually felt the person must have escaped because the person wasn't an ordinary guy. Chapter 2108. Leng Xiaoting helps because of the strange person. He failed to finish the task this time. Although it was impossible to win every time and they often lost at the beginning, they rarely failed during these years. Even if they made some mistakes during a task, they would succeed in the end. However, this time, he had no confidence at all. No matter how powerful they were mortals. If their enemy was really a person with magical skills, it was naturally hard to deal with. Besides, many teammates were injured. 2 of them had to rest for a few months to have a full recovery. I killed him, said Leng Xiaoting. What? That's crazy. How did you do it? Asked Song Haoyu excitedly. It was shocking that Leng Xiaoting was able to kill such a strong person who had magical skills. Relied on my abilities, said Leng Xiaoting. Hearing that, Song Haoyu didn't know what to say. Was Leng Xiaoting implying that he was better than them? Song Haoyu had to admit that he was weaker than Leng Xiaoting and he lost every time he sparred with Leng Xiaoting. However, the person had magical skills. It was very hard for mortals to deal with. Anyway, since Leng Xiaoting said he had killed the person, it must be the truth because there was no need for Leng Xiaoting to lie to them. What kind of people with magical skills have you met? Song Haoyu asked again. He wanted to know whether they had met people of the same kind. Ninjas from country R. They have the same skills as the person you just described, but I'm not sure you met a ninja from country R too. After all, there aren't only ninjas from country R who could do that in this world. We just haven't met more kinds of people with magical skills, so we know nothing about them, said Leng Xiaoting. Since Song Haoyu and the others had already found out the existence of people with magical skills, Leng Xiaoting thought he shouldn't keep it a secret from them any longer, but he couldn't tell them much about it, at least not right now. Therefore, even though there were more people with magical skills than ninjas and cultivators in this world, Leng Xiaoting only told them about ninjas. In that case, they could stay alert to country R. Ninjas from country R. Knowing that, Song Haoyu and his 2 teammates were amazed. They had definitely heard of ninjas, but they learned about ninjas from the TV and books. They couldn't believe that ninjas really existed. Are ninjas the same as they are described in the TV and books? Asked Song Haoyu. Basically the same, said Leng Xiaoting. Wow, it's amazing. Song Haoyu and the others were surprised once more. Ninjas could become invisible. This was really a fantastic world. You can deal with ninjas. Leng Xiaoting, I can't believe you're so powerful. Song Haoyu complimented and admired Leng Xiaoting more than ever. Yeah, said Leng Xiaoting. He didn't bother to be modest and looked quite serious. Song Haoyu was struck dumb for a second, then complained. Couldn't you be modest for a moment? It's the truth, Leng Xiaoting said. Song Haoyu shut his mouth. Although it was the truth, was it all right to put it so bluntly? If so, can you help us with this task? I can give you half of the reward. Song Haoyu discussed it with Leng Xiaoting. Since Leng Xiaoting was able to deal with people with magical skills, he should be able to deal with the task too. No need, just buy me a meal, said Leng Xiaoting. They were friends and it would only hurt their relationship if they talked about how to share the money. In fact, even if Song Haoyu didn't call him, he wouldn't stay on the sidelines once he knew about it. Although the fact that people with magical skills, ghosts, and monsters really existed wasn't yet exposed, Wei Lingfeng already assigned Leng Xiaoting to deal with strange things which ordinary people couldn't handle. As long as strange things appeared, he had to take the responsibility. Thank you so much. Song Haoyu was grateful for Leng Xiaoting's help, but then he said seriously, it's a very dangerous task after all, so I hope that you will be careful. I know, said Leng Xiaoting. Anyway, since he promised to help, he would handle it well. He gave Song Haoyu that answer simply to help him feel relieved and not be mentally burdened. After all, the task was assigned to him in the beginning. Song Haoyu understood that Leng Xiaoting was very stable, so he said nothing further. All right, I shouldn't keep you here any longer. My 2 teammates are seriously injured in the hospital. I need to visit them. I'll call you when we get clues, said Song Haoyu. Although they were no match for the person, they should be able to find out where he went. Seriously injured. Leng Xiaoting frowned. How serious? Song Haoyu sighed and looked upset. Their organs are wounded. It will take months for them to recover. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting turned to look at Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning immediately understood his meaning. He hoped that she could treat Song Haoyu's teammates. She agreed, so she nodded at him. She didn't know Song Haoyu's teammates, but they were soldiers and served their country. They deserved the highest respect, so Ji Yuning would help them even if they were strangers. I'll go with you, said Leng Xiaoting. He didn't tell them his purpose right now because then he would need to explain it. Song Haoyu was surprised, but didn't say no. Afterwards, they went to the military general hospital together. In the car, when Leng Xiaoting was alone with Ji Yuning, he asked her, Ningning, do you think the person they met is a cultivator or a ninja? I think it's more likely to be a ninja. Cultivators won't behave against the military. We're living in the same country after all. Well, it's not always true, but the probability is very low. Ninjas, however, are different because they're from country R. Given country R's relationship with our country, their every deed is challenging and hurting our whole country, said Ji Yuning. I agree it's more likely to be a ninja. I have the same idea as you, said Leng Xiaoting. Whether it was a cultivator or a ninja, he had already committed the crime of shielding the fugitive, so he might be sentenced the death penalty once he was caught. Oh, all of a sudden, Ji Yuning thought of something. What? Leng Xiaoting asked. I know 2 ninjas that are in the capital. I wonder if they might have something to do with this, said Ji Yuning. She suddenly remembered Karaki Akemi and Kato Toya. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting became serious. No matter what, we must spy on them. I'll tell Kay to investigate it and find out where the 2 ninjas stay, said Ji Yuning and called Kay at once. Because Kay had stopped spying on them for a long time, it took a while for him to find where they were right now. Chapter 2109, I swear I won't tell anyone. It was 10 p.m. at this moment, so there wasn't much traffic on the road and they arrived at the military general hospital within 20 minutes. After that, they went to the room of Song Haoyu's teammates. There was another teammate in the room to guard them. Once Leng Xiaoting and the others came, they told unnecessary people to go out. Only Song Haoyu, Leng Xiaoting, and Ji Yuning were left inside. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting took out a porcelain bottle with 10 power crystals in it and handed it to Song Haoyu. This medicine is very effective. Help each of them take one first. Their wounds will heal soon. Within 3 days, if 70% hasn't healed yet, take another one. They should make a full recovery in a week. This medicine is really effective for nearly all injuries and diseases, but they're very rare too. Don't use it when you're only slightly injured and ill. Use it only when you can't tolerate the pain, or you can ask me about it. In order to remove Song Haoyu's doubt, Ji Yuning gave Leng Xiaoting the power crystals before they walked inside. She let Leng Xiaoting do the job because Song Haoyu would prefer to trust him given their relationship. What? They can recover a lot in only 3 days after taking this medicine. Song Haoyu was stunned by Leng Xiaoting's words. He could barely believe his ears, but he was sure that he heard it right. Song Haoyu's 2 injured teammates were also amazed. However, is this medicine really so effective? Song Haoyu understood that Leng Xiaoting wouldn't fool him, and Song Haoyu's 2 teammates also trusted Leng Xiaoting, but they thought the effect of this medicine was too good to be true. It was indeed very hard for them to believe it. Since you believe in people with magical skills, why can't you believe in this effective medicine? Don't worry, I won't harm them. My teammates also use this medicine to recover when they're injured, said Leng Xiaoting. I trust you, I simply feel it's too unbelievable. Since Leng Xiaoting was very honest with them, Song Haoyu wouldn't doubt it again. He turned to ask his 2 injured teammates. How about you? We're willing to trust Major General Leng, Song Haoyu's 2 teammates said. They couldn't wait to heal within a week. They were soldiers and carried many responsibilities on their shoulders, so they didn't want to lie in bed for months, it would make them think they were useless. They needed to recover as soon as possible and catch the criminals. Great. Song Haoyu agreed, then took out 2 power crystals to give each of them a pill. After taking the power crystal, they felt a touch of coldness spreading through their bodies, which was quite comfortable. Within minutes, their bodies became less painful. Although they were still in pain because they were seriously injured, they could feel that they were recovering, which amazed them. Wow, both of them were too surprised to say a complete sentence. Is everything all right? Song Haoyu trusted Leng Xiaoting, but he still got nervous when he saw his teammates' reactions. They're fine. They're simply amazed by the effect of the medicine. Do you feel better now? Said Ji Yuning. Yeah. The 2 teammates replied at once, showing great excitement. Really? Hearing that, Song Haoyu was shocked. He trusted Leng Xiaoting, but was still amazed when he heard their answer with his own ears. This medicine was really effective. At this moment, Song Haoyu had no doubt at all. Although it was just the beginning and it would take time to see whether the medicine was really effective, it was enough to prove its effect when the pain was greatly released after they took it. Xiaoting, where did you get this unbelievably effective medicine? Song Haoyu asked Leng Xiaoting excitedly. If he could carry this effective medicine with him, he wouldn't be afraid of being injured in their future tasks. Although they were ready to die at any time after they joined the army, no one was willing to die if they could survive. Don't tell anyone else if I tell you, said Leng Xiaoting, staring straight at him. Sure, I promise I won't tell anyone. Song Haoyu immediately swore. In case Leng Xiaoting didn't believe him, he even raised his hand. Seeing that, Ji Yuning almost laughed out loud. Song Haoyu's 2 teammates were also amused. Song Haoyu normally was very serious, but he was like a kid right now, which was rare to see. I met a person with magical skills when I carried out a task. He gave the medicines to me. I bought some from him in case I get injured again in future tasks. This medicine is very rare, so it's quite expensive. He's only willing to sell 10 pills to me each month, said Leng Xiaoting. That was the explanation Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning agreed on in their car, because they knew that Song Haoyu would certainly ask for the source of the medicine. Leng Xiaoting had the plan to prepare some power crystals for Song Haoyu, but he couldn't give the pills to him for free every time. Obviously, they needed the medicine for a long time, so it wasn't realistic if it was free. After all, it was Ji Yuning's stuff, not Leng Xiaoting's, so he needed to make an excuse for the convenience of their deal. In the military, except for members of the Red Flame, Leng Xiaoting had the closest relationship with Song Haoyu, so he cared a lot about Song Haoyu's safety. He always had the idea of giving them some power crystals. You know, a person with magical skills. Knowing that, Song Haoyu and the others were surprised. Yeah, I met them not too long ago, said Leng Xiaoting. What kind of person with magical skills is he? Asked Song Haoyu. There were many kinds of people with magical skills. As long as they had abilities ordinary people didn't have, they were called people with magical skills. I don't know, but I'm sure he's very skilled in medicines, said Leng Xiaoting. How much is this pill? Can you help me buy some? Asked Song Haoyu. He looked at Leng Xiaoting with great anticipation, hoping that Leng Xiaoting wouldn't turn him down. Sure, but it cost 100,000 yuan a pill, said Leng Xiaoting. It was actually a very low price for friends, because Ji Yuning sold the medicine to Qi Tianlin for 1,000,000 yuan a pill. Even Situ Yi needed to pay 500,000 yuan for each pill. Most importantly, Song Haoyu and the others didn't lack money. If they didn't have much money, the price would be much lower. Ji Yuning had even given medicine to the poor for free. Chapter 2110, It's worth the price anyway. Ji Yuning only gave the poor a small amount of power crystals. She wouldn't give them too many for free. In addition, Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to give Song Haoyu 10 pills just then without asking them for money. 100,000 yuan for a single pill. Hearing that, both Song Haoyu and his teammates were shocked by the high price. However, with only 2 pills, they could be healed after being seriously injured. They didn't need to stay in the hospital for months either. In that case, the medicine was worth the price. It's a really effective medicine. The price is reasonable. Can you help me get 10 pills first? I'll transfer the money to you right now, said Song Haoyu and took out his phone at once to transfer money to Leng Xiaoting. It seemed he was afraid that Leng Xiaoting would change his mind if he was a second late. He wouldn't allow it to happen. No need to rush. I'll contact him later. Once I get the medicine, I'll give it to you, said Leng Xiaoting. Since he said he needed to buy it from another person, he couldn't give it to Song Haoyu right now. It's fine. I can give you the money first. Song Haoyu insisted on transferring the money to Leng Xiaoting right now, so Leng Xiaoting didn't stop him again. He would transfer the money to Ji Yuning afterwards. The problem was solved, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting decided to leave. Before they walked away, Leng Xiaoting said to Song Haoyu, since you believe in people with magical skills, be careful no matter if it's in your life or work from now on. If you run into them, try to avoid having conflicts with them. Protect yourself first. You can tell me and I will handle it. If you can't get through to me, contact any member in the Red Flame. They are all aware of the existence of people with magical skills. You don't need to keep it a secret from them. The members of the Red Flame were very familiar with each other's whereabouts. Wherever they went, they let the other members know in case they suddenly went missing when they were needed for an urgent task. Some of Leng Xiaoting's actions were kept secret from the other members of the Red Flame, like when he had visited the cultivation world. Sure, said Song Haoyu seriously. He knew it wasn't a joke. They could finish their tasks later, but they only had one life. In fact, he was very curious about how Leng Xiaoting dealt with people with magical skills. Even if Leng Xiaoting was stronger than him, he still felt it needed more than one's abilities. However, since Leng Xiaoting said he was able to handle it, he must be telling the truth. Therefore, Song Haoyu was curious, but he didn't ask further about that. Oh, don't spread the news out in case people panic. It doesn't often happen, so we can wait to deal with it after we run into it, said Leng Xiaoting. Of course, said Song Haoyu. After that, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning left. When they were gone, Song Haoyu was lost in thought, then called his other 2 teammates at the door to come inside. He told them to be careful and to keep it secret. His teammates also understood how serious it was, so they wouldn't tell other people. After Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning left, Ji Yuning received Kei's message. He had found out where Karaki Akemi and Kato Toya were staying right now. They were in an apartment in a residential block. During these days, Karaki Akemi and Kato Toya weren't investigating anyone nor were they doing anything abnormal. Without delay, Ji Yuning shared the information with Leng Xiaoting, who sent people to spy on them right away. Although they weren't doing anything abnormal right now, it didn't mean they had nothing to do with that ninja. They were all ninjas, so it was highly likely for them to be in the same organization. In that case, Leng Xiaoting might get unexpected clues from them. When Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were back in Mountain River Garden, they had long, passionate sex. Baili Zhongshe, on the other hand, couldn't sleep because she was thinking about Ji Yuning all the time. Since Ji Yuning was a cultivator, she must know her purpose for forming a relationship with her. Therefore, she was thinking about whether she should be honest with Ji Yuning. If she was, they could be sincere friends without estrangement. If she wasn't, there would be a hidden danger in their relationship. If it became worse, they wouldn't be able to be friends any longer. Ji Yuning already knew Bailey Zhongshe was a cultivator, but she didn't point it out and even kept on being friends with her. Ji Yuning must have been suspicious of her, but she did nothing yet and waited to see what she would do. Thinking of that, Bailey Zhongshe had a bad mood. Therefore, she decided to be honest with Ji Yuning at school the next day. The next morning, Jing Yuniao called Jing Jining and told him to go to the Sihewan. When Jing Jining arrived, he was scared to see Miao Jingjing. To his surprise, Miao Jingjing became an evil cultivator after they hadn't seen each other for a few years. However, Jing Jining understood after hearing the whole story, and he also had sympathy for Miao Jingjing and was mad at Hong Yifeng. He always knew that Hong Yifeng wasn't a good guy, but unexpectedly Hong Yifeng did such an unacceptable thing. If Tiandaozong learned of it, Hong Yifeng would surely be punished severely, but many years had passed and they lacked evidence. Therefore, even if Tiandaozong believed that Hong Yifeng had killed Miao Jingjing's husband and raped her, Hong Yifeng would only be lightly punished. Anyway, Miao Jingjing preferred to kill her enemy with her own hands instead of letting Tiandaozong do it. Accordingly, even if there was evidence, Miao Jingjing would still choose to kill him with her own hands. Jing Yuniao called Jing Jining over in order to let him know about Miao Jingjing's situation so that he could help them get Hong Yifeng out of the cultivation world. It was better that Jing Jining wasn't directly connected with this matter, or he might be affected if Hong Yifeng was punished. Jing Jining couldn't think of a good idea right now, but he agreed to do his best and led Hong Yifeng out. Chu Peihan and the others enjoyed themselves and they went back to school when it was late. They knew Ji Yuning was busy, so they didn't bother her. Ji Yuning actually wasn't very busy, but she needed to spend some private time with Leng Xiaoting, so she could only ignore her friends. After all, it was rare for her to be alone with Leng Xiaoting and Leng Xiaoting had to leave that afternoon, so she would admit that she valued her boyfriend above her friends. At 3 p.m., Leng Xiaoting left and Ji Yuning went to her company, but after an hour, she went back to school. Before Ji Yuning went back to school, she sent a message to the WeChat group for their dorm room. She asked her roommates whether they were back at school yet and invited them to share a meal at the food street nearby in the afternoon. Bailey Zhongshe and Song Miaoge just came back, but Zhang Zikai was absent. However, Zhang Zikai would arrive at just past 5 p.m., so they agreed to have a meal together. Chapter 2111. Take revenge by herself. When Bailey Zhongshe saw Ji Yuning, she felt a little uneasy. Ji Yuning understood it was because of what had happened yesterday, but she pretended that nothing had ever happened. They got along with each other as always. Bailey Zhongshe wanted to be honest with Ji Yuning, but Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai were with them, so she had to wait. Chu Peihan was back at school at 5 p.m., because she had an appointment with Shi Xiaoyu, so she didn't dine with Mu Kei and Yu Mixi. Moreover, they were a couple, so she wouldn't bother them when they were on a date. Besides, she felt a little sad seeing them showing off affection for each other, even if she was happy being single and free for the time being. Chu Peihan and Shi Xiaoyu agreed to meet in a hot pot restaurant not far from their school. November was nearly winter, so it was comparatively cold and was very suitable for hot pot. Chu Peihan arrived first and found a table in a corner. She had a lot to complain about with Shi Xiaoyu, so it was more convenient to sit in the corner where other people wouldn't hear them. Once Shi Xiaoyu arrived, Chu Peihan complained about Jin Jingshan in anger. She hadn't offended Jin Jingshan at all. She was in trouble simply because Jin Jingshan was jealous of her. Hearing that, Shi Xiaoyu was also angry. She even wanted to stop eating and ran to pay Jin Jingshan back right now. Peihan, what do you plan to do? Shi Xiaoyu asked. Beat her, but I need to do it secretly. I'm not afraid if she knows it's me, but I can't let her have evidence and witnesses, said Chu Peihan. She squinted her eyes and looked dangerous. Sure, I'm with you, said Shi Xiaoyu. Although she wasn't good at fighting and couldn't compare to Chu Peihan's level of martial arts, she was willing to support her best friend. Just help me see whether other people notice me at that time, said Chu Peihan. Fine. Chu Peihan didn't want her to beat Jin Jingshan together, so she was slightly disappointed, but she understood it was more enjoyable to take revenge by herself. 2 days had passed and Jin Jingshan still received no good news. She called, but was only told that there wasn't a good chance. Jin Jingshan was convinced. She thought those men couldn't find Chu Peihan because it was a weekend and Chu Peihan was absent. The capital was a very large city, so it wasn't easy to find someone, and those men weren't detectives after all. Some people couldn't eat when they were mad, but some could eat more in anger. Chu Peihan and Shi Xiaoyu were people who ate more when they were angry, so they ate as much food as 4 people during this meal. When they went to settle the bill, even the cashier was surprised. After the meal, they slowly walked back to school, thinking about how to get Jin Jingshan out of the crowd and to a quiet place. They needed a chance. Ji Yuning and the others also ambled back to school after having a meal. Ji Yuning was still a popular name in the news, so many schoolmates paid special attention to her along the way. Many also greeted her. On their way, they met Ni Chenyang. Once Ni Chenyang saw Ji Yuning, he walked over and greeted them. "Hi, Ji Yuning and you all. Nice to see you." "Hi, Senior Ni," said Ji Yuning. Song Miaoge and the others greeted him too. "Ji Yuning, there is a meeting held by the Chamber of Commerce at 1 p.m. tomorrow. We're going to talk about how to support poor students. Will you come?" asked Ni Chenyang. "If I'm free, I'll go. I'll do whatever I can be present," said Ji Yuning. She wouldn't hesitate to support poor students. "Great," Ni Chenyang replied with a smile. "See you then." After that, Ni Chenyang walked away. "The Chamber of Commerce is too generous. You are still students yourself," Song Miaoge complained when Ni Chenyang was gone. Although it was a good thing to support poor students, she somehow felt it was strange. "It's not a bad thing. It can help our country develop and improve our people's knowledge," said Ji Yuning. Although they could only support a certain number of poor students instead of all of them, she would do what she could do. "Ji Yuning, how much will you donate?" Zhang Zikai asked. "I don't know yet. I'll see how much other members will donate. It can't be too much nor too little. If I donate too much, it'll attract jealousy. People might say I'm doing it as a publicity stunt. If it's too little, others will criticize me for being mean," said Ji Yuning. She was the focus of public attention now, so she would become a popular topic no matter how much she donated. Hearing her words, her friends all agreed with her. It was still early, so they decided to have a walk by the lotus pond. After walking for a while, Song Miaoge wanted to use the washroom, so she pulled Zhang Zikai to go with her. Baili Zongshe then had a chance to talk with Ji Yuning in private. "Ji Yuning, I'm sorry. I actually tried to form a relationship with you for a purpose at the very beginning. I wanted to figure out why there is magical power in the medicines from Kulain, but I really have no intention of hurting you. I sincerely take you as my friend. Even if I found out the reason, I wouldn't hurt you. I just wanted to draw you over to my side and gain an advantage." Baili Zongshe didn't beat about the bush. She directly apologized and stated her purpose. "The magical power is thin nowadays, which makes cultivation even harder, so I wanted to know where the magical power in the medicines from Kulain is from. I wanted to know whether you have magical medicines or tools. Afterwards, you gave me power crystals, so I learned its pure solidified magical power. I didn't know how it's made, but I did know it must be a master who gave you the power crystals. If I could get a large amount of power crystals, it would be greatly helpful for cultivation, so that's why I'm always trying to buy a lot of power crystals from you, or directly find the master behind you and buy them from the master." Ji Yuning had no plan to bring it up, but Baili Zongshe chose to be honest with her on her own initiative, so Ji Yuning felt touched. "I know. I knew from the very beginning that you tried to form a relationship with me for the magical power in the medicines from Kulain, but I also knew that you're kind to me. That's the reason why I allowed you to be my friend, or we wouldn't have talked with each other. I have no interest in playing a cat and mouse game with other people." Chapter 2112. "Yes, I'm Qing He, so I was willing to give you power crystals afterwards. I told you someone else gave them to me because I didn't want you to focus on me." "Well, the power crystals were indeed given to me by someone else," said Ji Yuning. Even if Bai Li Zongxie knew that she was a cultivator, Ji Yuning still needed to hide her secrets. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Bai Li Zongxie also felt touched and surprised. It turned out that Ji Yuning knew everything from the very beginning, and had no intention of blaming her. As for the power crystals, Bai Li Zongxie didn't doubt Ji Yuning's words and believed that Ji Yuning got them from someone else. I know that there are many cultivators who are spying on me because of the magical power in the medicines from Kulain, but they don't have power crystals yet, said Ji Yuning. Bai Li Zongxie knew that there were many cultivators who were spying on Ji Yuning for the magical power in the medicines from Kulain. Although she couldn't notice it. When she was with Ji Yuning, she knew it was true. There were many smart people other than the Bai Li family. Because her level was low, she just couldn't sense their existence. Not every family had a good reputation like the Bai Li family, so Bai Li Zongxie suddenly became worried about Ji Yuning's safety. However, Ji Yuning's level seemed to be average, but she had outstanding abilities. Bai Li Zongxie was more sure of the guess in her mind. Ji Yuning, are you? Bai Li Zongxie stammered. She didn't know how to ask about that. She was afraid that Ji Yuning might be unhappy if she knew too much. However, it was torture for her if she couldn't get the answer. Ask me whatever you want to know. I'll tell you what I can tell. If I can't, I won't answer your questions, said Ji Yuning. Since Ji Yuning said that, Bai Li Zongxie asked her without hesitation, Ji Yuning, I have a guess. Are you Shangguan Yang's disciple, Qinghe? Hearing that, Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second. She didn't expect Bai Li Zongxie to find out. Anyway, since Bai Li Zongxie asked her that question, Bai Li Zongxie must have held the doubt for a long time. Why do you think I'm Qinghe? Ji Yuning asked instead, but she also admitted she was Qinghe in that way. Bai Li Zongxie had already found out, so Ji Yuning didn't bother to fool her again by denying it. Besides, Bai Li Zongxie already had doubts. Even if she denied it, Bai Li Zongxie might not be convinced. Although Bai Li Zongxie guessed that Ji Yuning was Qinghe, she was still amazed when she received Ji Yuning's silent affirmation. She only had that doubt, but she wasn't totally sure of it. Actually, if Ji Yuning denied it, she wouldn't be convinced. Since Ji Yuning was Qinghe, Ji Yuning must be Shangguan Yang's disciple. Knowing that, Bai Li Zongxie got excited. In that case, Ji Yuning's abilities must be better than her level. Even though other cultivators wanted to hurt Ji Yuning, it wouldn't be easy. Moreover, Ji Yuning had the help of her master and senior male apprentice. After calming down for a while, Bai Li Zongxie said, although you have two different faces and I can't see any hints of Ji Yuning from Qinghe, it should be easy for you to change your appearance since you're senior Shangguan's disciple. When Qinghe rescued me the second time, I felt she was familiar, but I couldn't remember her face at all. I was wondering whether we'd met before when we were kids, but I changed my mind. I had that doubt because you have the same level as Qinghe, but you're able to release strong magical power, and you aren't a member of the cultivation world. Anyway, I only had that doubt, and I wasn't sure of it. Yeah, I'm Qinghe, but I hope you can keep it a secret. Don't tell other people, including your older brother. I'll let him know when it's necessary, said Ji Yuning. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, said Bai Li Zongxie seriously. This time, she didn't feel guilty just because she needed to keep it a secret from Bai Li Zongyang. Actually, after talking with Ji Yuning, Bai Li Zongxie relaxed and didn't need to worry that there might be estrangement between them. Right after they finished their talk, Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai were back. They had a walk for another while, then went back to their own classes. After the evening class, Shi Xiaoyu hurriedly left the classroom to see Jin Jingshan. She needed to know whether they had a chance to pay Jin Jingshan back. Chu Peihen followed slightly farther behind. If there was a chance, she would show up. Chu Peihen was very lucky. After Jin Jingshan left the classroom, she didn't go back to the dormitory but went to the football field. Seeing that, Shi Xiaoyu sent a message to Chu Peihen at once and Chu Peihen walked to the football field too. The light on the football field was very dark and there were no surveillance cameras. Even if there were surveillance cameras, it was too dark to take clear pictures. Therefore, the football field became a good place for students to date, and it was also a good place for Chu Peihan to carry out her plan. She would quickly run away after beating Jin Jingshan, and no one would know who did it. Chu Peihan didn't want other people to know it was done by her, but she had no intention of keeping it secret from Jin Jingshan. On the contrary, she wanted Jin Jingshan to know it was done by her. She wanted to teach Jin Jingshan that she wasn't easy to bully. Jin Jingshan walked to the small woods after she reached the football field. The small woods were a better place for Chu Peihan to carry out her plan. Obviously, Jin Jingshan came here to date after the evening class was over and she didn't go back to dormitory. As soon as Jin Jingshan walked into the small woods, Chu Peihan followed her. When Jin Jingshan was alone without anyone around, Chu Peihan seized the chance. Without delay, she ran ahead and punched Jin Jingshan. As Chu Peihan punched Jin Jingshan, she said, "Jin Jingshan, I didn't offend you, but you hired a bunch of people to hurt me. This is what I'm doing to pay you back. Now, enjoy." Chu Peihan wouldn't seriously hurt Jin Jingshan, but she didn't hesitate to vent her anger on Jin Jingshan. Jin Jingshan shouted in pain the entire time. She heard Chu Peihan's words, so she knew that it was Chu Peihan. She was shocked that Chu Peihan knew it was she who hired those men. It couldn't be more obvious that those men had failed and betrayed her. Knowing that, Jin Jingshan was full of anger. She was so disappointed in those men. However, she couldn't think much about that right now. She could only hope that someone would come to help her out. Chapter 2113, Can You Defeat Her? Jin Jingshan's shout soon attracted other people's attention and some of them walked over. Chu Peihan punched Jin Jingshan with great strength, so Jin Jingshan was in a lot of pain for a short while. Then when other people came, Chu Peihan left. Therefore, Chu Peihan was already gone when they arrived. The other people knew that Jin Jingshan was punched once they saw her. Some of them gloated over her bad luck, because they believed that she must have offended other people and was paid back. Some were very kind and asked her whether she was fine and whether she needed to go to the infirmary or the hospital. Because Chu Peihan's fists fell on Jin Jingshan's body, it was hard to see the wounds. Other people didn't know whether she was seriously injured. Jin Jingshan was still in shock and couldn't think properly. She could barely hear the other people's questions. About a minute later, Jin Jingshan's boyfriend came. "Xianxia, what happened?" Jin Jingshan's boyfriend was scared, then became furious once he saw her like this. He glared at the other people and thought that they must have injured his girl. The other people knew what he was thinking, so they became mad too. One of them said, "Are you blaming us for this? We just heard her screams of pain, so we ran to see what happened. We just asked her who did it and whether she needed to go to the infirmary or the hospital. She didn't answer." Other people chimed in. Hearing that, Jin Jingshan's boyfriend realized that he had misunderstood them, but he didn't apologize. Instead, he ran to check Jin Jingshan's condition. "Xianxia, how do you feel now?" Jin Jingshan's boyfriend asked with concern. At this moment, Jin Jingshan finally came back to her senses when she heard a familiar voice. Seeing her boyfriend, she saw a straw to clutch at and burst into tears. Her boyfriend was absolutely furious when Jin Jingshan was beaten, but she was mentally unstable now, so he couldn't ask further about what had happened. He carried Jin Jingshan at once, walking towards the infirmary. When Chu Peihan had walked far away, she met Shi Xiaoyu. Shi Xiaoyu asked Chu Peihan excitedly, "How is it?" "She has to lie in bed for at least 5 days," said Chu Peihan. She was in a very good mood now after venting her anger on Jin Jingshan. Although it's Jin Jingshan who caused you trouble first and she should carry the responsibility, she might play the blame game and make things difficult for you instead. "If it really happens, feel free to let me know if you need help," said Shi Xiaoyu. Her family had some influence in the capital, so she was willing to help Chu Peihan. Thanks. In fact, even if Chu Peihan needed help, she would turn to Ji Yuning instead of Shi Xiaoyu, but she was unwilling to reject Shi Xiaoyu's kindness, so she accepted it for now. Anyway, she might not be in trouble again, unless both Jin Jingshan's parents and their school were unreasonable. After Jin Jingshan calmed down a little, she told her boyfriend that it was Chu Peihan who beat her. She didn't tell him the reason because she didn't care about the reason why Chu Peihan attacked her. Jin Jingshan's boyfriend didn't think it was Jin Jingshan who had offended Chu Peihan, causing Chu Peihan to injure her either. He also didn't ask Jin Jingshan why Chu Peihan did that to her. Instead, he couldn't wait to punch Chu Peihan right now. He was so protective of Jin Jingshan not because of love, but because of her family background. It was only because of Jin Jingshan's family background that he was willing to be together with her. Jin Jingshan's boyfriend chose to be with her because Jin Jingshan had a rich family. Although Jin Jingshan was pretty, she wasn't an outstanding beauty, while her boyfriend was very handsome. On the other hand, her boyfriend had an average family background, but had great ambition. So for a bright future, he dated a girl he disliked. "Shanshan, don't worry, I'll teach her a lesson for you," said Jin Jingshan's boyfriend angrily. "She's so strong. Can you defeat her?" Jin Jingshan said in annoyance. She wasn't insulting her boyfriend, she was just telling the truth. She had hired so many people, but still failed to hurt Chu Peihan. What could her boyfriend do? Therefore, she had to tell her parents to pay Chu Peihan back. Although it was Jin Jingshan's fault because she caused Chu Peihan trouble first, Jin Jingshan didn't think she was wrong. She was beaten, so she believed it was Chu Peihan's fault. "I'll figure out a way." Jin Jingshan's boyfriend was a little unhappy when she despised him, but Chu Peihan was a kung fu lover after all. He definitely couldn't win alone, but he could call some people to help him. Jin Jingshan didn't have any broken bones, but many bruises were left on her body. She was also in a lot of pain, so she had to stay in the hospital for treatment. Therefore, after a check at the infirmary, Jin Jingshan was sent to the hospital. Jin Jingshan's parents were informed later. Shortly after Jin Jingshan was sent to the hospital, her parents came. At this moment, the people from the infirmary were already gone, and only Jin Jingshan and her boyfriend stayed. Jin Jingshan told her parents that her boyfriend was just her schoolmate and he helped the infirmary to send her to the hospital. No one took care of her, so he stayed. Jin Jingshan's boyfriend was dissatisfied with her introduction, but didn't dare to say anything. He was from an average family after all, so he lacked confidence when he met Jin Jingshan's parents who were from high society. Jin Jingshan's parents thanked her boyfriend, then told him to leave. And he listened to them. They were just schoolmates, and he was a boy, so it wasn't appropriate for him to stay. Jin Jingshan's parents were mad after knowing that she was beaten by another schoolmate. They promised to seek justice for Jin Jingshan. Jin Jingshan's parents also asked her why Chu Peihan punched her. Jin Jingshan felt guilty for a second. Although she knew it was her fault that she had hired people to hurt Chu Peihan, she didn't think she was wrong after Chu Peihan injured her. However, she didn't dare to tell her parents the truth. As a result, Jin Jingshan said she didn't know why. Chapter 2114, Why Should I Be Jealous of Her? She refused to admit that she had hired people to hurt Chu Peihan. Although those men had already betrayed her, she didn't think Chu Peihan had evidence to prove it. Therefore, the next morning, Jin Jingshan's mother visited the Office of Student Affairs of their school. She told the head of the Office of Student Affairs that her daughter was injured by Chu Peihan from XX class. Because Chu Peihan became Professor Gu's student, she gained some fame in their school. So the head of the Office of Student Affairs naturally knew her. Chu Peihan was Professor Gu's student, but the head of the Office of Student Affairs was very mad at her rude behavior this time, so he decided to take it seriously. After that, the head of the Office of Student Affairs told the head teacher of Chu Peihan's class to bring her over. When Chu Peihan's head teacher learned that she had injured another student, she wasn't as mad as the head of the Office of Student Affairs. She knew Chu Peihan wouldn't injure other people for no reason. Someone must have offended Chu Peihan first. "Did you injure Jin Jingshan?" Chu Peihan's head teacher asked her on their way to the Office of Student Affairs, but there was no anger in her tone. Chu Peihan understood that her head teacher was a reasonable teacher and protective of her students, so she chose to be honest. "Yeah, but she hired a bunch of people trying to hurt me first. She paid 4 men to rape me and take photos to make people believe I live a life of debauchery. If I wasn't good at fighting, my scandal could be everywhere. I wouldn't be able to find a job in the entertainment industry." "What? She hired people to hurt you?" Chu Peihan's head teacher was shocked. She knew Jin Jingshan must have offended Chu Peihan, but unexpectedly it was so unacceptable. Jin Jingshan aimed to rape Chu Peihan and ruin her future. Jin Jingshan was so evil. Why didn't you tell me? I can report it to the school and let the school handle it. If you beat her right away, you will only cause yourself trouble, her head teacher said. I think it's more enjoyable to do it by myself. Don't worry, I have evidence and the Jin family won't be able to hurt me, said Chu Peihan to comfort her teacher. Do you have evidence? Her head teacher was slightly surprised. Yeah, I have the voice recording of Jin Jingshan's hiring of other people to hurt me. Please leave it to me when we arrive at the Office of Student Affairs later, said Chu Peihan. Great. Knowing that Chu Peihan had evidence and could always make decisions on her own, her head teacher was relieved. Well, what has happened between you and Jin Jingshan? Why did she do that to you? Her head teacher believed it happened for a reason. I spent no time with Jin Jingshan before. I think she must be jealous of me for becoming Professor Gu's student, said Chu Peihan. Hearing that, her head teacher agreed and didn't think it was impossible. After all, she had heard a lot of complaints about Chu Peihan because Chu Peihan was accepted by Professor Ji Yu as his student. At the Office of Student Affairs, Mrs. Jin glared at Chu Peihan and questioned her right away. Are you Chu Peihan? Yes, said Chu Peihan calmly. She wasn't afraid. At all. Did you beat my daughter, Jin Jingshan? Why did you do that? Xianxia didn't offend you, said Mrs. Jin. She didn't care whether Chu Peihan admitted it or not, and questioned her about why she beat Jin Jingshan. Mrs. Jin didn't doubt Jin Jingshan's words, so she believed her daughter was innocent. Hearing that, Chu Peihan understood that Mrs. Jin didn't know that Jin Jingshan had hired people to hurt her first. If Mrs. Jin was aware of it, but still chose to blame Chu Peihan for it, it only proved the Jin family was unusually shameless. Chu Peihan sneered and stayed calm. She said without any anxiety, Ma'am, do you have any evidence to prove that I've beaten your daughter, Jin Jingshan? My daughter told me so. Mrs. Jin said. She couldn't care less about evidence. You need evidence to prove I've beaten your daughter. Your daughter's words don't mean anything. We need proof. Do you understand? Said Chu Peihan. She didn't panic at all, which even made the head of the Office of Student Affairs doubt whether she had really done that. You, Mrs. Jin was full of anger. She knew it indeed needed evidence, but she didn't have. I believe Xianxia's words. You beat her in the small woods after the evening class was over last night. There aren't surveillance cameras. I can't get any proof, but there are surveillance cameras outside the small woods. I could see you've entered it. First, it doesn't mean anything that you believe her words. Second, it doesn't mean that I'm guilty just because I've walked into the small woods. There were a lot of people in the small woods. Are they all guilty? Didn't Jin Jingshan tell you why I beat her? Said Chu Peihan. You, in great anger, Mrs. Jin didn't know what to say. To her surprise, Chu Peihan had the gift of gab. If she didn't believe her daughter's words, she would doubt whether her daughter had really been beaten by Chu Peihan. However, she still chose to trust her daughter. Since her daughter didn't know why Chu Peihan would beat her, it must be jealousy. Chu Peihan must be jealous of her daughter for being more outstanding. Thinking of that, Mrs. Jin believed it was the truth, so she said confidently, Humph, you're simply jealous of my daughter for being so outstanding, so you beat her. What? Hearing that, Chu Peihan snorted with mockery. Even the head of the Office of Student Affairs felt it was a ridiculous reason. I'm jealous of her. Why should I be jealous of her? Am I uglier than her? Chu Peihan asked. I'm not very pretty, but I'm at least much more beautiful than Jin Jingshan. Don't tell me she's more accomplished than me. Although I'm not the best, I successfully won Professor Gu's approval and became his student. As for my family, I wasn't born in a super rich family, but I never lacked anything, so for what reason should I be jealous of Jin Jingshan? I actually have the doubt that Jin Jingshan framed me because she's jealous of me. What? You're Professor Gu's student? Hearing that, Mrs. Jin was astonished. She had heard of Professor Ji Yu because she had also tried to let Professor Ji Yu accept Jin Jingshan as his student, but was refused. Chapter 2115. I have evidence. Unexpectedly, Chu Peihan won Professor Gu's approval and was taken as his student. In that case, there was nothing Chu Peihen could be jealous of Jin Jingshan for. On the contrary, like what Chu Peihen said, Jin Jingshan could be jealous of her for becoming Professor Gu's student. However, even if it was the truth, Mrs. Jin still refused to believe that her daughter had framed Chu Peihen. Whatever, I believe Shanshan didn't lie. She told me you beat her. You must have beaten her, said Mrs. Jin. She began to play the blame game when she got anxious. If you're convinced only by words, will you believe it if I tell you your daughter has hired people to hurt me? Chu Peihen asked coldly. Impossible. My daughter is always kind. She couldn't have done such a thing. Mrs. Jin said angrily. She was furious at Chu Peihen for trying to blame Jin Jingshan. She was sure that it was slander. In Mrs. Jin's eyes, Chu Peihen was trying to defame Jin Jingshan. The head of the Office of Student Affairs was ready to open his mouth when he realized Mrs. Jin had a double standard. However, before he could say anything, Chu Peihen said, I have evidence. Hearing that, both Mrs. Jin and the head of the Office of Student Affairs were startled. They looked at Chu Peihen in surprise and couldn't believe their ears. They thought Chu Peihen might be joking. Chu Peihen, did you just say Jin Jingshan has hired people to hurt you? What exactly happened? Asked the head of the Office of Student Affairs. No, it can't be true. It's impossible. It's slander, slander. Mrs. Jin refused to believe that Jin Jingshan would do something like that. You'll know whether it's a slander, said Chu Peihen and took out her phone to play the voice recording. This girl in the photo is a student of the Capital Film Academy. Her name is Chu Peihen. I want you to rape her. Do some intimate postures with her to make people believe she lives a life of debauchery. Take photos and send them to me. Here is the deposit of 10,000 yuan. I'll give you another 10,000 yuan after it's done. Hearing that voice, everyone was shocked. Even though the head of the Office of Student Affairs and Chu Peihen's head teacher couldn't recognize Jin Jingshan's voice, Mrs. Jin couldn't be more familiar with it. She was sure the voice was Jin Jingshan. In an instant, Mrs. Jin was struck dumb. She couldn't believe those words were really said by her daughter. Her daughter really hired people to hurt Chu Peihen. However, even if the evidence was shown, Mrs. Jin was still reluctant to admit it. It's fake. Fake. It must be fake. Unfortunately, given Mrs. Jin's reaction, the head of the Office of Student Affairs and Chu Peihen's head teacher immediately realized it was Jin Jingshan's voice. If Mrs. Jin doubts it, we can call the police and let the police handle it, said the head of the Office of Student Affairs in a deep voice. He didn't expect Jin Jingshan to be so evil to even hire people to ruin Chu Peihen's reputation. If they called the police, the reputation of their school would be damaged too, so he was unwilling to do that if it was possible. He said that only to scare Mrs. Jin. Upon hearing that they were going to call the police, Mrs. Jin stopped them with a guilty conscience. She refused to admit that the voice was Jin Jingshan, but it was indeed her daughter. If they called the police, her daughter would have a skeleton in the closet, which would affect her daughter's career in the entertainment industry. Although the Jin family had some influence, Chu Peihen's teacher was Professor Ji Yu, so the Jin family wouldn't be able to get any advantages if they became enemies. Therefore, they couldn't call the police. I don't want to waste more time on it either, but Jin Jingshan and the Jin family must stop causing me trouble, said Chu Peihen. She had no intention of calling the police, at least not right now. Mrs. Jin said nothing. Actually, she already gave in because she was unwilling to make it a big problem, but she was reluctant to accept the result. What? Mrs. Jin, do you refuse? Chu Peihen asked. Tell me, did you beat my daughter? Mrs. Jin asked. She knew it was Chu Peihen. Although it was Jin Jingshan's fault that she had hired people to hurt Chu Peihen first, Mrs. Jin still wanted to know the answer. Given the current situation, the head of the Office of Student Affairs also believed that Chu Peihen had beaten Jin Jingshan, and the reason must be because Jin Jingshan had hired people to hurt her first. Anyway, he wasn't mad at Chu Peihen for beating Jin Jingshan at this moment because it was Jin Jingshan's fault. Chu Peihen only took revenge. Mrs. Jin, if you want me to admit it, show me the evidence, said Chu Peihen. She didn't admit nor deny it, but nobody could punish her without evidence. You, Mrs. Jin knew it too. Chu Peihan admitted it in silence, but she still could do nothing about it. Fine, we won't cause you more trouble, but you must delete the voice recording. She was worried that Chu Peihan might change her mind. Chu Peihan had the same worry. What if you change your mind after I delete the voice recording? Chu Peihan said. No, we won't. Mrs. Jin was a little mad and said in anger. She wasn't dumb and wouldn't mess with Professor Gu. Besides, it was Jin Jingshan's fault which caused the trouble. Mrs. Jin was angry at Jin Jingshan's terrible behavior. She knew Jin Jingshan had the temper of a typical spoiled daughter, but she was surprised that Jin Jingshan would be so bold. Chu Peihan, please don't worry. I can be the witness. I've heard the voice recording too. If they try to go back on their word, we'll punish Jin Jingshan, said the head of the Office of Student Affairs. He wasn't defending Chu Peihan, he was upholding justice. As long as Chu Peihan deleted the voice recording, the Jin family would stop investigating it. It was over then and no one gained anything unfairly. However, if the Jin family denied their agreement after Chu Peihan deleted the voice recording, it would be the Jin family's fault and he would have to do something. Mrs. Jin was furious when she heard that, but she could say nothing to argue about it. That being the case, Chu Peihan deleted the voice recording and the problem was solved. Mrs. Jin left in anger, while Chu Peihan wasn't affected, because she was well prepared when she decided to pay Jin Jingshan back by beating her. She was only surprised that it went so smoothly. After it was done, Chu Peihan sent a message to Ji Yuning on WeChat. Ji Yuning was relieved when she learned that it was settled. However, when Mrs. Jin went back to the hospital, she scolded Jin Jingshan. Chapter 2116, Nobody got money by doing nothing. Jin Jingshan was prepared to refuse to admit it, but unexpectedly there was a voice recording and it was in Chu Peihan's hands. At this moment, she didn't know what to say, and just hated Chu Peihan deeper. If it hadn't been for Chu Peihan, she wouldn't have been punished. However, nothing would have happened if she hadn't hired people to hurt Chu Peihan. The meeting of the Chamber of Commerce was held at 1 p.m. the next day, so Ji Yuning went over after she finished lunch. When she arrived at the room of the Chamber of Commerce, she naturally met Yuan Yilin. Yuan Yilin showed obvious jealousy and hatred once she saw Ji Yuning, but she soon controlled her emotions. Anyway, she was colder towards Ji Yuning than before. Other members were excited to see Ji Yuning as well. They all came to talk and greet her. After all, Ji Yuning was the most successful entrepreneur in the Chamber of Commerce. Most of the students who started up a business present here only had hundreds of thousands or over 1 million yuan in assets. There were fewer than 5 students who had over a dozen million yuan, while fewer than 3 students had over 100 million yuan. They actually mainly relied on their families to become successful. Ji Yuning, however, owned dozens of billions of yuan in assets. It was impossible for people not to admire and respect her. Some members deliberately ignored Ji Yuning because they were jealous of her and even showed disdain. However, Ji Yuning couldn't care less about them. It had nothing to do with her. If they dared to cause her trouble, she would teach them a lesson. Without surprise, a student indeed purposely made things difficult for Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, how much will you donate for the poor student this time? You're so rich with dozens of billions of yuan in wealth. I bet you'll donate a lot, right? Dozens of millions, 100 million, several hundred million yuan are merely nothing to you. This student was another deputy president of the chamber, Lu Zhengkang. Lu Zhengkang was a junior, as well as an entrepreneur with over 100 million yuan in assets among the members. In addition, Lu Zhengkang was from an influential family, so he couldn't deny that he relied on his family to become successful. However, Lu Zhengkang was very talented in business too. Lu Zhengkang liked Yuan Yilin, but never dared to confess his love for her because the Lu family was barely comparable to the Yuan family. Therefore, he acted as Yuan Yilin's helper and stood at her back. Once he learned that Yuan Yilin didn't get along with Ji Yuning, he deliberately caused Ji Yuning trouble to help Yuan Yilin vent her anger. Although he knew Ji Yuning wasn't weak in abilities and connections, it didn't mean he was scared of her, especially when he lost reason from love. In fact, it was unrequited love. Yuan Yilin was aware of Lu Zhengkeng's love for her, but she never pushed him away. Instead, she enjoyed it very much when her admirer protected and defended her. Lu Zhengkeng obviously said that to cause an argument. Ji Yuning was so rich with dozens of billions of yuan in wealth, so she must donate a lot, and dozens of million, 100 million, several hundred million yuan were merely nothing to her. He said that to embarrass Ji Yuning. If Ji Yuning didn't do that, people would think that she was mean. However, if she really donated 100 or several hundred million yuan, she would suffer a great loss. Ji Yuning had dozens of billion yuan in wealth, but it didn't mean dozens of million, 100 million, or several hundred million yuan were nothing to her. Her wealth included immovable property and money in the cash flow, so even Ji Yuning couldn't take out too much money right away. Standing at the side, Yuan Yilin became interested too. She wanted to know how Ji Yuning would handle it. Senior Lu, it's not a funny joke. I don't think we need to donate so much money. Hundreds of thousands of yuan will be enough. Another senior male student disliked Lu Zhengkeng's attitude, so he defended Ji Yuning at once. Lu Zhengkeng wasn't joking. On the contrary, he was causing an argument on purpose. They were able to become successful at a young age because they were smarter than ordinary people, so they could see that Lu Zhengkeng made things difficult for Ji Yuning due to Yuan Yilin. It wasn't a secret that Lu Zhengkeng liked Yuan Yilin, and they knew that Yuan Yilin didn't get along with Ji Yuning. Right, no matter how rich Ji Yuning is, it's her money. Why should rich people donate so much money? Another senior male defended Ji Yuning. Nearly a dozen senior male students stood out for Ji Yuning, which made Ji Yuning feel touched, while Lu Zhengkeng was displeased and grew mad. To his surprise, those people were so protective of Ji Yuning. Even Yuan Yilin was annoyed. Ji Yuning gave Lu Zhengkeng a faint smile, but it seemed cold. Senior Lu, you're also an entrepreneur, a businessman. You should know my wealth includes immovable property and the money in the cash flow. Even if I'm a boss, I can't just take as much money away from my companies as I want. Most of my properties are immovable properties, and I need to spend a lot of money on building houses, hotels, office buildings, and paying debts. I also need to pay a large amount of staff salaries, which aren't low at all. Do you think you could donate dozens of millions of yuan if you were me? After a pause, Ji Yuning continued, even if I could, why should I do that? Nobody makes money easily. It's a good thing to help the poor students, but we aren't philanthropists. We must learn to manage our wealth well before giving other people a helping hand. It's meaningless to just do it for publicity. Lu Zhengkeng was embarrassed at being criticized. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning had the gift of gab. He was surprised. No, he didn't really think today because he ached to help Yuan Yilin pay Ji Yuning back. Ji Yuning couldn't be easy to bully given her achievements today. At this moment, Ni Chenyang walked inside and said, Ji Yuning's right. Nobody makes money easily. It's a good thing to help the poor students, but we aren't philanthropists. Therefore, we must learn to manage our wealth well before giving other people a helping hand. However, if anyone wants to donate a lot of money, I'm happy to see that. When he said the last sentence, Ni Chenyang gave Lu Zhengkeng a glance. Obviously, he said that to Lu Zhengkeng. Ni Chenyang never liked Lu Zhengkeng because Lu Zhengkeng was unreasonable, especially when he jumped out to defend Yuan Yilin. No one knew whether he was really dumb and didn't know that Yuan Yilin was just taking advantage of him, or if he lost his reason due to love and was willing to be used. Chapter 2117. They hate the rich no matter what. It was his personal affair. As long as he didn't affect the Chamber of Commerce, Ni Chenyang couldn't interfere in it. However, if it affected the Chamber of Commerce, he had to do something. Ni Chenyang, what do you mean? Why did you look at me when you said that? Are you picking on me? Lu Zhengkeng turned to glare at Ni Chenyang in an instant. Lu Zhengkeng didn't like Ni Chenyang at all. Ni Chenyang was better than him in every aspect, so he was extremely jealous of Ni Chenyang. Lu Zhengkeng and Ni Chenyang knew each other when they were kids, and they were competitors ever since they were little. Therefore, Lu Zhengkeng made up his mind to surpass Ni Chenyang, but he never succeeded. Not only was he worse than Ni Chenyang, but his family was also less influential than Ni Chenyang's. If the Lu family was as influential as the Ni family, he would have chased Yuan Yilin earlier on. Unfortunately, the Lu family was only an average rich family in the capital. Then what's your meaning when you said that to Ji Yuning? Don't tell me you're just joking. No one here is an idiot, Ni Chenyang sneered. Lu Zhongkang closed his mouth and didn't know what to say. He knew no one there was an idiot, and he didn't hide his hatred towards Ji Yuning, but he was unwilling to make himself a joke before Ni Chenyang. Anyway, he thought Ni Chenyang shouldn't mind his business. All right, have a seat now. The meeting is about to begin. Seeing that Lu Zhongkang couldn't say another word, Ni Chenyang stopped arguing with them. He was reluctant to make it worse, so he changed the subject. After that, they all sat down. Although it was several minutes away from 1 p.m., they decided to begin when they were all present. After all, they could leave earlier if the meeting began earlier. Not only the capital university had the Chamber of Commerce, many universities had it, so the activity to help the poor students wasn't organized by the capital university alone. The Chamber of Commerce of each university stood out, but they went to different places to help the poor students. They didn't move together, but it was very common to run into each other when they arrived at the places to carry out their work. They had all investigated in advance where support was needed, and what kinds of students needed support. Whatever amount of donations was made in the early stage, each student could have the same amount of money, and no one would have more than anyone else. If the donations were little, then they would just help fewer places, and vice versa. Because it was public welfare, those who were sent to help the poor students worked without pay. This time, Ni Chenyang, Lu Zhongkang, and Yuan Yilin donated 500,000 yuan, while Ji Yuning donated 1 million yuan. Other people donated different amounts of money. Ji Yuning donated the most money not because she wanted to be most noticeable, but because she was the richest. They donated as students instead of owners of corporations, so Ji Yuning couldn't donate too much either, or it could cause a sensation. When the meeting was over, Ji Yuning walked away amidst the crowd, but she could feel 2 looks of hatred aimed at her back. She didn't bother to turn around because she knew they must be Lu Zhongkang and Yuan Yilin. Lu Zhongkang was embarrassed in public because of Ji Yuning today, so he took her as his opponent from now on. He was determined to pay Ji Yuning back. However, Lu Zhongkang only paid attention to the fact that he had been embarrassed because of Ji Yuning, but he ignored that he had caused Ji Yuning trouble first. If he hadn't done that, he wouldn't have been embarrassed. Selfish people only cared about themselves. In the afternoon, the Chamber of Commerce released the news of their donations on the column of their school. Most people respected Ji Yuning for her generosity. Some, however, still criticized her for only donating 1 million yuan when she was super rich. As a result, many people discussed it passionately on the forum. Ji Yuning's so rich. She has dozens of billions of yuan in wealth. How could she only donate 1 million yuan? She's so mean. Right, she should at least donate 1 or 200 million yuan. It's nothing to her anyway. Many also angrily argued over that. Why should she donate more just because she's rich? Nobody got money by doing nothing. Right, talk is cheap. Go donate if you can. If you don't donate 1 or 200 million yuan, don't criticize her here. It's a good thing to help the poor, but Ji Yuning is a businesswoman instead of a philanthropist. The bigger her corporation is, the more money she needs to run it. Do you think she can spend her money casually? Right, they're so dumb. Those people are merely haters. They simply hate the rich. They can't stand it when other people are richer than them. I agree. They just hate the rich. Luckily, most people sided with Ji Yuning. Although those people who criticized Ji Yuning weren't all idiots, they were definitely jealous of her and couldn't stand it when she became more and more successful. Reading those comments, Ji Yuning and her friends were in the canteen. Ji Yuning felt nothing, but Song Miaoge and the other girls were mad. What the fuck? Who are these people? Is 1 million yuan very little? It's a lot. There aren't many people who can donate 1 million yuan. Go donate if they can. Song Miaoge said loudly in anger and attracted a lot of attention, but she couldn't care less about it. She was full of anger now. Other people understood why she was mad. They agreed that 1 million yuan wasn't little, so they felt it was unfair for Ji Yuning. She did a good thing, but she was still criticized. Actually, outstanding people could easily arouse jealousy. Right, I can't wait to beat those people 100 times. Zhang Zikai clenched her teeth. It seemed she would beat whoever dared to say that Ji Yuning didn't donate enough money. Not enough, 10,000 times. Said Bailey Zhongshe. She thought it wasn't enough to release her anger by beating those people 100 times. Right, 10,000 times. Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai agreed right away. Seeing them so angry because of her, Ji Yuning felt touched and amused. She wasn't mad at all, but her friends were mad for her. All right, don't be so mad. See, there are a lot of people who support me. Those who strongly criticize me are simply jealous of me, said Ji Yuning to comfort them. Even if it was the truth, they still felt displeased. Ji Yuning did a good thing, but was still criticized by many people, which was unacceptable. Well, it's still very annoying, said Song Miaoge, then took a heavy bite of the meat to release her anger. Right, even strangers stood out for you. We're your good friends. We can't stay calm, said Zhang Zikai. Chapter 2118, Catch the Fugitive. Hearing that, Ji Yuning said nothing further. Her friends were full of anger now, so they wouldn't listen to whatever she said right now. Her friends would calm down after their anger went away. Seeing that everyone was defending Ji Yuning, Lu Zhongkeng angrily smashed his phone to the ground. Why were they all defending Ji Yuning? Because of that, Lu Zhongkeng hated Ji Yuning more than ever. Jin Jingshan was criticized by her mother during the day, and was criticized again by her father at night. Mrs. Jin couldn't keep it secret from Jin Jingshan's father, or her husband would blame her for handling it badly. If her husband went to visit the school in person, it would be humiliating. Although the news about Jin Jingshan didn't go abroad, the head of the Office of Student Affairs still told Professor Ji Yu. Professor Ji Yu was protective of his students, so he didn't think it was wrong that Chu Peihan had beaten Jin Jingshan. Instead, he agreed that Jin Jingshan needed to learn a lesson, and Professor Ji Yu even felt unhappy that Chu Peihan didn't tell him what Jin Jingshan had done to her. He thought they were close. Professor Ji Yu also told Chu Peihan to fight back whenever someone dared to bully her. She wasn't weak at all. And if she couldn't deal with it, she could turn to him for help. Since Chu Peihan was his student, he would take her as a member in his circle. In addition, they were on the same boat now, so they shared glory and humiliation. He didn't want other people to think his student was a coward and didn't dare to fight back when she was bullied. Chu Peihan originally was worried that Professor Ji Yu might criticize her, but now she felt relieved after hearing his words. That afternoon, Song Haoyu's people finally found out where the unusually strong person stayed. The person stayed in a residential house in the southern suburb of City C. Once Song Haoyu learned the news, he shared it with Leng Xiaoting. Without delay, Leng Xiaoting took Xu Jinshan and Chen Meng out. They arrived at City C at 8:30 p.m., which was a perfect time for them to carry out their task. After arriving at City C, Leng Xiaoting asked Song Haoyu's teammate whether the fugitive was still there. After he made sure the fugitive was still there, Leng Xiaoting went over. It was 9:30 p.m. when they arrived at the residential area in the southern district of City C, and they met Song Haoyu's people. Major General Leng, they're in the residential house right now. There should be 5 of them. 2 of them are the fugitive and the unusually strong person. Song Haoyu's teammate said to Leng Xiaoting. Because they were afraid that they would be exposed, they didn't go near and couldn't get more detailed information. Anyway, it wasn't easy for them to find this place. Great, lead the way for me, said Leng Xiaoting. Yes, sir, said the man, then he led Leng Xiaoting and the others over. They stopped about 10 meters away from the house where the fugitive stayed, because they would be discovered if they moved too close. As a result, they pointed at the house to show Leng Xiaoting when they were 10 meters away from it. How many accesses are there? Leng Xiaoting asked. There is a road in front of the house, which we ate on now, which leads in 2 directions. There is a road at the back as well, which also leads in 2 directions. 4 of you guard at the 4 exits, said Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting came with Xu Jinshan and Chen Meng, and Song Haoyu had 2 people with him too, so 4 of them could guard at the 4 exits to prevent their targets from running away. Once Leng Xiaoting took action, he wouldn't allow them to escape, but he had to be careful before he figured out who the unusually strong person was. He couldn't sense the air of cultivators right now, so the person might not be a cultivator, or they could be at a higher level than him. Anyway, Leng Xiaoting still held the idea that the person could be a ninja. No problem. 4 men acted right away. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting moved closer to the house. It was a 2-story, self-built house. It wasn't very big, with each floor occupying about 60 square meters. After moving near the house, Leng Xiaoting used his senses and sensed that there were 4 people in the living room on the first floor, and 2 on the second floor, which meant there were 6 people in the house. 3 bedrooms were on the second floor and the 2 people were talking in one of them. The 2 people must be the fugitive and the unusually strong person. The window of the room on the second floor next to the road wasn't closed. Leng Xiaoting observed that no one was around, so he flew up and entered the room. Leng Xiaoting's intrusion wasn't discovered by the fugitive or the unusually strong person. It made sense, because Leng Xiaoting wasn't immortal now. He was a cultivator at a high level, so he was able to hide his air well from mortals who couldn't sense cultivators at all. As Leng Xiaoting moved closer, he felt evil, which belonged to ninjas, so he was sure that their enemy was ninja. The door to the room where the fugitive and ninja were, was closed, but it wasn't locked. Leng Xiaoting could open the door directly from the outside and enter it. Therefore, after Leng Xiaoting walked to the door, he opened the door directly and broke in. The fugitive and ninja who were talking in the room didn't notice anyone approaching, so they didn't expect someone to come in suddenly. They thought it was a subordinate. However, just when they wanted to scold the subordinate in anger, they saw Leng Xiaoting. Because Leng Xiaoting attacked them as soon as he came in, both the fugitive and the ninja were shocked. Leng Xiaoting's major target was the fugitive, so he ran to catch him first. Leng Xiaoting directly used his magical energy, and the fugitive was just a mortal, so naturally he couldn't bear it. As a result, after a palm strike, he shot the fugitive into the air. The fugitive hit the wall, then fell to the ground, getting hurt 3 times in the end. He fainted from pain the next second. In an instant, the people downstairs were alarmed because of the sounds, so they hurried up. Without a pause, Leng Xiaoting turned to attack the ninja. The ninja had some abilities, so he didn't get hurt by Leng Xiaoting so quickly. However, the ninja was obviously no match for Leng Xiaoting. In fact, he was far worse than Leng Xiaoting, so it was extremely difficult for the ninja to fight against Leng Xiaoting, and Leng Xiaoting had complete control. The ninja was stunned by Leng Xiaoting's skills. Before long, the people downstairs came up, but they were all slapped unconscious by Leng Xiaoting when they tried to attack him. Witnessing that, the ninja was scared, but he couldn't escape now. After a few moments, Leng Xiaoting caught the ninja. Chapter 2119, hit heavily, who are you? Let me go, said the ninja, struggling hard. He spoke the local language without an accent. I'm from the military, said Leng Xiaoting coldly. Hearing that, the ninja looked anxious, because he figured out that they came for the fugitive. However, the ninja was reluctant to be caught, so he tried to cut off his connection with the fugitive and dodge the bullet. I didn't break the law. Why did you catch me? Said the ninja, believing that he was innocent. Don't you know that the man is a very important fugitive? Said Leng Xiaoting, then pointed to the unconscious fugitive on the ground. What? He's a fugitive. Hearing that, the ninja pretended to be astonished, then he said, I didn't know that. If I had known it, I wouldn't have stayed with him. The ninja seemed to be really innocent, but it was just an act. Without evidence, we won't take anyone as criminals. You were the person who rescued the fugitive, so you've already broken the law, said Leng Xiaoting, then knocked the ninja unconscious with a heavy hit. After that, Leng Xiaoting took out his phone to call Xu Jinchen. He told Xu Jinchen to inform the others to come here. Because they weren't far away, they heard the sounds in the house. So they knew Leng Xiaoting had a fight. Xu Jinchen and Chen Meng weren't surprised when they heard Leng Xiaoting finish the fight so soon, but Song Haoyu's 2 teammates were greatly surprised. After all, one of their targets was unusually strong. However, it seemed Leng Xiaoting was stronger. Xu Jinchen and the others could hear the sounds, so could other people near the house, but they were all afraid to be involved in trouble. They knew there must be a fight. Therefore, they didn't dare to come over to watch, and even locked their windows and doors, in case those violent people intruded in their places. Before long, Xu Jinchen and the others came, and Leng Xiaoting had already tied the criminals up. Wow, Major General Leng, you're so amazing. You caught them within several minutes. Right, I suddenly feel we're trash. Song Haoyu's two teammates admired Leng Xiaoting very much, and felt embarrassed too. Don't say that. Our team leader is special and different from us. If we had to carry out this task, we would probably fail too, said Xu Jinchen to comfort them. It was also the truth. Contact the local army. Escort them, Leng Xiaoting said. Sure, said Xu Jinchen and left to make a call. They needed to escort the criminals to the capital, so they needed the army's help because they didn't have a car right now, which was a problem. When Xu Jinchen went to call the army of City C, Song Haoyu's teammate also called Song Haoyu and told him the situation here. Knowing that Leng Xiaoting beat them unconscious within just a few minutes, Song Haoyu was shocked by his efficiency. Song Haoyu told his teammate to hand the phone to Leng Xiaoting because he needed to have a talk with Leng Xiaoting. What? Leng Xiaoting asked in a flat voice. He had heard Song Haoyu's conversation with his teammate. Did you really catch them within just a few minutes? Song Haoyu asked. About 2.5 minutes, said Leng Xiaoting. Knowing that, Song Haoyu drew a long breath in. Although his teammate had told him it took only several minutes, he thought it could be 7 or 8 minutes, which was already quite unbelievable, but unexpectedly Leng Xiaoting only spent less than 3 minutes on it. He was hit heavily. He originally had the idea to challenge Leng Xiaoting and was even determined to defeat Leng Xiaoting, but now he felt it was impossible. Although he had lost many times before in the competition against Leng Xiaoting, he hadn't lost too much, so he always felt he still had chances to win. Unfortunately, he now realized Leng Xiaoting was actually very gentle to him. Leng Xiaoting, you're beyond my understanding again. I won't challenge you again. I don't want to humiliate myself, said Song Haoyu, seeming regretful. He regretted challenging Leng Xiaoting before, since it was quite humiliating. Great, it's not too late for you to know that, said Leng Xiaoting seriously. He couldn't care less about Song Haoyu's pride. Song Haoyu felt hurt by Leng Xiaoting's straightforwardness. Leng Xiaoting didn't care about his feelings at all. Anyway, it was impossible for Leng Xiaoting to care about his feelings in this life. He should be grateful if Leng Xiaoting stopped embarrassing him. Oh, the two teammates of mine have indeed recovered a lot after taking your medicine. It's amazing, said Song Haoyu excitedly. He trusted Leng Xiaoting, but was still amazed after witnessing it with his own eyes. Great. Leng Xiaoting knew the effect of power crystals very well, so he wasn't surprised. After a short chat, they hung up. After the army learned the news, soldiers came in 20 minutes. Because the military base was located in the city center, it didn't take them too long. The leader was Qin Hao, a senior colonel from City C's military division. The City C military division took it very seriously once they learned Leng Xiaoting was here. Major General Leng, nice to see you. I'm Qin Hao, the political commissar of the City C military division. Qin Hao saluted Leng Xiaoting as soon as he came. Officers of a higher rank were much more powerful, and Leng Xiaoting didn't only enjoy a higher rank than Qin Hao, his family was also very influential. So none of the senior officers dared to slight him. Leng Xiaoting also saluted him and replied, nice to see you too, political commissar Qin. Qin Hao didn't know the other people, but also saluted them to exchange greetings. The others did the same thing. Political Commissar Qin, would you please send us back to the capital by a private jet? Leng Xiaoting said. No problem, we're more than willing to do that. Major General Leng, do you want to leave right now or after dawn? Qin Hao asked. Please do it now. There are too many flights during the day. We don't want to affect regular flights, said Leng Xiaoting. Sure, said Qin Hao, then went to do his job. There were exclusive private jets in the military division, and they were right at the airport. Because it was night, there were fewer flights and their travel was soon arranged. They would leave in an hour. Chapter 2120, Do You Care So Much About Me? Because it still needed more than half an hour for them to get to the airport from here, an hour was needed for them to go there and board the plane. After that, they carried out the unconscious criminals. Qin Hao didn't ask who the criminals were, because the missions that Leng Xiaoting carried out were generally confidential. He couldn't ask questions casually. Miao Jingjing stayed in the Sihewan for 2 days. There was still no news from Jing Jining, but she understood that it wasn't easy to draw Hong Yifeng out, so she waited patiently. Let alone a few days or a few months, she could afford to wait, because without Jing Jining's help, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to take revenge even after years. During these days, Miao Jingjing focused on cultivation and eating. Jing Yuniao had the same schedule. After staying with Jing Yuniao for days, Miao Jingjing learned about Jing Yuniao's level and story. Miao Jingjing was shocked by Jing Yuniao's level, because Jing Yuniao was already in the primary stage of out-of-body stage. Jing Yuniao cultivated hard to take revenge, but it required talent, abilities, and luck to become so strong. What would the Jing family's reaction be after they learned about it? Would they regret forcing a talented cultivator to be their archenemy? If the terrible tragedy hadn't happened that year, Jing Yuniao wouldn't have achieved so much today, but she wouldn't be much worse. After all, Jing Yuniao was already at a high level that year. Jing Yuniao had indeed made a mistake, but it wasn't serious enough to deprive her of her life. It was the Jing family who had no mercy. Even a monster would not hurt its own children, but the Jing family was an exception. When Leng Xiaoting and the others returned to the capital, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning, and Song Haoyu was already waiting at the airport. Leng Xiaoting handed over the fugitive to Song Haoyu, but kept that ninja. It was a ninja, so Song Haoyu wouldn't be able to handle him. Leng Xiaoting gave Song Haoyu the credit for arresting the fugitive, so that he could record it on his own merits. Something which Song Haoyu thanked him for. Then overnight, Leng Xiaoting took the ninja back to the military base to interrogate and deal with right away. Song Haoyu couldn't buy Leng Xiaoting a meal as thanks for helping him catch the fugitive right now, so he could only delay it. Leng Xiaoting had to take the ninja to the military base, while Song Haoyu had to report to his leader with the criminal. There were a lot of things for them to deal with. The ninja was caught, but they were still spying on Karaki Akemi and Kato Toya. Whether they had a relationship with the ninja or not, they had a sinister purpose. On Wednesday, at noon, Yu Mixi encountered something unpleasant. Every day, whether it was breakfast, lunch or dinner, Yu Mixi ate with Mu K, but Zhao Ran came up from time to time, which made Mu K and Yu Mixi very upset. However, she politely greeted and talked with them, so they felt it was impolite if they there showed annoyance at her. Mu K directly ignored her, and Yu Mixi responded to her lazily. No matter how stupid Zhao Ran was, she could see that they didn't like her and didn't want to see her. Zhao Ran thought to herself that it must be because Yu Mixi said something bad about her to Mu K. That was why Mu K became so indifferent to her. It seemed as if she thought that Mu K had been talkative with her. Mu K used to be nice to her, and now he indeed became cold. Therefore, Zhao Ran had an idea. After class ended at noon that day, Zhao Ran hurriedly ran away, and met Mu K before Yu Mixi came. When Mu K saw Zhao Ran, he had a premonition. Mu K, I have something to tell you. It's about Yu Mixi, Zhao Ran said, feeling a little guilty in her heart. After all, she was doing bad things. Once he heard that it was about Yu Mixi, Mu K was anxious, thinking that something had happened to Yu Mixi. He immediately asked nervously, what happened to Mixi? Seeing Mu K caring so much about Yu Mixi, Zhao Ran felt jealous, but she controlled herself upon thinking of what would happen next. She believed that Mu K would be angry with Yu Mixi. I need to show you a photo, Zhao Ran said, and immediately took out the phone and showed Mu K the photo on the phone screen. In the photo, Yu Mixi was sitting with a male student, and the male student kissed her face. Looking at the photo, Mu K frowned in anger, but it wasn't because he believed that Yu Mixi had betrayed him. Instead, he was angry that Zhao Ran dared to frame Yu Mixi in this evil way by putting Yu Mixi's face on another girl's face. She made it seem the male student was kissing Yu Mixi, which was really unkind. This photo was photoshopped. Ordinary people might not be able to see it, but Muke was good at retouching, so he could easily see it. Honestly, Zhao Ran wasn't smart enough. Even if Muke accepted this photo was real, her dirty trick could be easily exposed after he went to investigate it. Maybe Zhao Ran thought that he wouldn't do an investigation, or she might have made an agreement with the boy and would insist on saying it was Mixi. Zhao Ran, do you want to tell me that Mixi has betrayed me by showing me this photo? Muke coldly stared at Zhao Ran and angrily questioned her. Zhao Ran didn't know that Muke had already seen through it, so she thought Muke was mad because he believed Mixi had betrayed him. Therefore, Zhao Ran was pleased with her scheme. However, on the surface, she seemed disappointed. I actually didn't believe Mixi would do something like that till I witnessed it. Mixi and I are friends, but I don't want you to be deceived, so I decided to show you this photo after thinking for a long time. In the end, Zhao Ran pretended that she cared about Muke. Oh, Muke sneered and asked mockingly, really? Do you care so much about me? Yeah. Upon hearing that, Zhao Ran thought Muke finally noticed that she was a good girl. She ignored the mockery in his voice and responded shyly. Muke, actually I think you're a very good boy. I seriously don't understand why Mixi doesn't cherish you. If I were, Zhao Ran wanted to say if she were Mixi, she would definitely cherish him. However, before she could finish, Muke coldly interrupted her. Zhao Ran, I can give you another chance. Tell me honestly, what's in this photo? What? Zhao Ran realized it wasn't right, so she looked at Muke anxiously. Did Muke notice something abnormal? That was impossible. Zhao Ran refused to believe she had such bad luck, but what Muke said next pulled her back to reality. Chapter 2121, Unpleasant Humiliation. This photo is obviously photoshopped. What do you want to do by telling me that my girlfriend has betrayed me with this fake photo? Muke questioned her. He didn't care about Zhao Ran's feelings at all, because her behavior was totally unacceptable. There was no need to protect her dignity. She didn't respect herself, so no one would respect her. Muke knew why Zhao Ran did that. Zhao Ran liked him, but it was her own business. He couldn't stop her, and he could only reject her, but she tried to stir things up between him and Mixi. It annoyed him that Zhao Ran tried to humiliate Mixi. What? Zhao Ran looked shocked. To her astonishment, Muke found out that the photo was photoshopped. Obviously, Zhao Ran panicked and avoided Muke's eyes. However, even if she still refused to admit it, her reaction told everything. What did you say? I don't understand. Muke said nothing, but looked at the girl walking over from Zhao Ran's back. It was Mixi. Mixi saw them talking from afar and felt displeased. She wasn't mad at Muke, she was upset at Zhao Ran. She was aware that Muke disliked Zhao Ran and even hated Zhao Ran, so it must be Zhao Ran who tried to have a conversation with Muke. What did Zhao Ran aim to do by meeting her boyfriend in private? Anyway, seeing the annoyance on Muke's face, Mixi wondered whether Zhao Ran had confessed her affection for Muke. Thinking of that, Mixi was in a worse mood. What's wrong? Mixi came to the two of them and asked, her voice a bit cold. Hearing Mixi's voice, Zhao Ran was shocked and realized that Mixi had already arrived. She became even more panicked. Seeing that her phone was still in Muke's hands, she went over immediately to grab it for fear that the photo would be seen by Mixi. Return the phone to me, Muke avoided her. Upon seeing that, Mixi frowned and looked at Muke, showing puzzlement, wondering what he did with Zhao Ran's phone. Zhao Ran's move also caused many students around her to look at her, and they were all wondering what was going on here. Some people took a few glances and left, but some stopped to see what was going to happen next. Muke didn't intend to keep it a secret from Mixi, so he showed this photo to her. Have a look. No, Zhao Ran saw Muke handing the phone to Mixi, and immediately went to grab it, but Mixi took it first. Then Mixi looked at the picture on the phone screen and got mad in an instant. She didn't know the boy in the photo. It was even more impossible for him to kiss her, so what happened to this photo? Because she was unprofessional at Photoshop, she didn't see through it. Because of her anger and anxiety, she couldn't think calmly either. Mu K, I didn't. Yu Mixi immediately looked at Mu K, wanting to explain, for fear that Mu K might believe it was true and felt she had betrayed him. Mixi, I trust you, because this picture is photoshopped. Mu K immediately took Yu Mix's hand and said to comfort her. Photoshopped. What exactly happened? Yu Mixi was surprised when she heard that. It was Zhao Ran who came to me with this picture and said that you betrayed me, but I saw through her, Mu K said. Although it seemed a little unkind to embarrass Zhao Ran in public, Mu K couldn't stand it any longer. Zhao Ran's behavior had crossed his limits. Knowing that, everyone was astonished. What? This girl named Zhao Ran actually photoshopped an ambiguous picture of this girl with another boy, and came to tell her boyfriend that this girl had betrayed him. In an instant, people began to look at Zhao Ran with disdain and hatred. Yu Mixi was furious and glared at Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran, Yu Mixi knew what Zhao Ran's purpose was by doing that. Zhao Ran simply wanted to stir things up between her and Mu K, so she could take the opportunity to steal Mu K away. Why was Zhao Ran so confident? Why did she think Mu K would believe it? Besides, even if Zhao Ran admired Mu K, how could she damage Yu Mixi's reputation? Zhao Ran didn't dare to meet Yu Mixi's eyes. She wanted to deny it and argue with them, but she couldn't because she was full of guilt. What was worse, she was amid people's disdainful looks now. She was so humiliated that she wanted to disappear right away. Yu Mixi really wanted to give Zhao Ran a slap, but she was too mild to do that. If Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan were here, they would have already slapped Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran, delete the photo. If it happens again, don't blame me for punishing you. Yu Mixi warned, then pushed the phone into Zhao Ran's palm. She pulled Mu K away afterwards. There were so many onlookers, she didn't think that Zhao Ran would dare to not delete it. Once Mu K and Yu Mixi were gone, other students began to laugh at Zhao Ran. She's such a bitch. She's much uglier than the boy's girlfriend. Why does she think the boy will like her? Right, she has zero understanding of herself. The girl has a very good temper. If I were her, I would have slapped her. Yeah, I would teach her a serious lesson. How dare she try to ruin other people's romantic relationships? Other students kept on humiliating Zhao Ran, so Zhao Ran burst into tears and ran away. She felt greatly humiliated today. The weekend soon came. Ji Yuning didn't ask for leave this week, so she went to class until Friday. However, she only went to have classes in the morning and left at noon because she received Owen's call for help. Owen was the foreign language teacher Ji Yuning had rescued last time. Owen was now in a wilderness, being hunted and chased, in a precarious situation, and the only one he could think of to save him was Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuning and Owen didn't have much friendship, she had saved his life once before, and now he called her for help, so Ji Yuning had to do something. She knew that Owen wasn't an ordinary man, but didn't know much about his family background. Now, she became curious about it. She didn't think Owen was a bad man, so he was probably not being chased because he had done bad things. However, that was just her guess, because she didn't know Owen very well. Ji Yuning thought it was also possible for it to be because of a grudge between families. To achieve a certain benefit, Owen couldn't lie. Anyway, she just made a guess and only Owen knew the truth. It was his own business after all. Chapter 2122. Help. Owen. Ji Yuning sped on the roads in her car. In about 20 minutes, she arrived at a place near the destination. After that, she stopped the car and got out of it. If she drove too close, she might attract attention from the people who were chasing Owen. If Owen was already caught by them, they could directly kill him once they noticed her, which wasn't what she wanted. Therefore, Ji Yuning started to walk after getting out of the car. However, she didn't walk slowly. Within a short time, she reached the destination. However, she only had an approximate location of the destination, and it wasn't accurate. There were several large abandoned warehouses in this wilderness, and the place wasn't small. As a result, if she wanted to know where Owen was, she could only use her jade eyes. Without delay, Ji Yuning swept around and found that there were people inside and outside the abandoned warehouses. There were 6 young men with foreign faces. They all had guns, and were busy looking for something. Obviously, they were searching for Owen. For the time being, Ji Yuning didn't see Owen, because this place was a bit big and there was a lot of clutter. Ji Yuning's jade eyes couldn't clearly see inside and outside completely, so many parts were out of her sight. Perhaps Owen was hiding in the clutter, or he might not be in the warehouses at this moment. After all, more than 20 minutes had passed, and changes could have happened during that time. What Ji Yuning could be sure of was that Owen wasn't caught by them yet. If Owen was caught, they wouldn't be looking for him right now. Ji Yuning didn't see Owen, but she didn't choose to send him a text message. There were several concerns. First, Owen's phone must be in silent mode at this time. Even if she sent him a message, he might not be able to see it. Second, if Owen read it, he might make some movements, then be discovered by those who were chasing him and thus fall into danger. Therefore, Ji Yuning couldn't put Owen in danger and could only search for him on her own. Luckily, she had a pair of jade eyes, so it wasn't difficult for her to find Owen. Ji Yuning quickly approached the abandoned warehouses, observing everything around her, avoiding those armed men, and looking for Owen. The 6 people searching for Owen didn't notice Ji Yuning approaching. They all focused on looking for Owen. Ji Yuning approached the abandoned warehouses and looked at many places that she couldn't see before, but she still couldn't see Owen. Ji Yuning couldn't help thinking that Owen might have left. Regardless of whether Owen was still here or not, what was certain was that Owen wasn't out of danger yet, or he would have told her. Ji Yuning didn't think Owen would lie to her because it was unnecessary. There was no grudge between her and Owen. In addition, she was Owen's savior. Although it was hard to know one's real character, Ji Yuning didn't think everyone was bad. There shouldn't be many people who return kindness with ingratitude. Because Ji Yuning couldn't find Owen, she decided to kill those men first. If she didn't kill them right now, there might still be a fight after she found Owen, or they would search for Owen again in the future. Ji Yuning hoped that Owen was still alive. Because the 6 people moved separately and were far from each other, it shouldn't be a problem to kill them quietly. Ji Yuning focused on the 3 people outside the warehouses, and the one who was closest to her became her target. Like lightning, Ji Yuning moved and reached the man's side within just a few moments. Although Ji Yuning made a slight rustling sound when she flashed over, rubbing against the weeds on the ground, it was completely covered by the sound of the wind, so the man heard nothing out of the ordinary. Then, Ji Yuning found the right time and rushed towards the man. In the blink of an eye, she came to the man and slashed directly at the back of his neck with a palm edge. The man wasn't prepared at all, so he sank to the ground after a quiet moan. Ji Yuning wouldn't kill casually, especially when these people had no grudge against her, but Owen might kill them. Anyway, she didn't care about it as long as she didn't kill them. Although Ji Yuning knocked the man out with a hit, the man wasn't an ordinary person. They weren't people with magical skills, but they were unusually strong too and were good at fighting. Therefore, they were physically stronger than ordinary people. Although he was knocked unconscious now, it was very likely that he would wake up soon. Accordingly, in order to prevent him from waking up before she could find Owen and to save her time in having to deal with him, she released cold magical power into his legs to slightly freeze them. In that case, he would barely be able to walk after waking up and it couldn't be easier for Owen to kill him at that time. After it was done, Ji Yuning took his gun and broke his phone in case he called for help. Without hesitation, she continued to deal with the second man. She did the same thing to each of them. The 3 people outside were soon beaten up by Ji Yuning, then she turned to the 3 men in the warehouse. Because they walked around, the last man finally noticed what happened when Ji Yuning finished beating the 5th man down. However, he didn't see Ji Yuning, just his companion on the ground. The first idea in his mind was that it must be Owen, because he couldn't believe that there would be another person in this place. At the same time, he was also confused. He didn't understand why Owen just beat his companion unconscious instead of directly killing them. The man couldn't figure it out, so he gave it up. He already had a companion beaten unconscious. How about his other companions? Therefore, the man left his unconscious companion on the ground, planning to check on his other companions. If they were fine, he had to inform them about the situation. Because he was the last man, Ji Yuning didn't need to hide any longer and she stood out confidently. As a result, the moment the last man walked into the warehouse where Ji Yuning was, he saw Ji Yuning and was scared. To his astonishment, there was an outsider who intruded and none of them noticed. Since this girl appeared here, did she or Owen knock his companion unconscious? Although Ji Yuning was very young, the man could feel that she was very strong. If she was an ordinary girl, she wouldn't dare to come here, a remote, creepy place, let alone show up before him. Who are you? The man stared at Ji Yuning, staying alert. He spoke language Y. Chapter 2123, I can't even take care of myself now, I came to rescue Owen, said Ji Yuning in language Y as well. Where is Owen? Asked the man. He thought Ji Yuning had found Owen. Do you think I'll tell you? Ji Yuning asked him instead with obvious disdain in her voice. The man was struck dumb for a second. Since she came to help Owen, she obviously wouldn't tell him where Owen was. Did you knock my companion unconscious? Asked the man. Yeah, and now you're the only one left standing, said Ji Yuning with an evil smile on her lips. What? Knowing that, the man was shocked. He was the only one left standing. Did it mean that all of his companions were beaten by this girl? How was it possible? How could this girl quietly defeat his 5 companions? The man felt a little frightened, but he couldn't retreat in the current situation. If he retreated, he would suffer the same result as his companions. If he didn't, he might be able to win. Therefore, the man immediately shot Ji Yuning, trying to kill her before she could react. However, Ji Yuning was already prepared for his attack. Even if she wasn't prepared, she was agile enough to avoid the bullet. Without surprise, once the gun was shot, Ji Yuning quickly moved to the other side and the bullet didn't even touch her. The man was mad. He didn't expect Ji Yuning to be so agile. He didn't dare to stop and shot at Ji Yuning again, but Ji Yuning successfully avoided the bullet once more. However, dodging couldn't solve the problem forever, so Ji Yuning took 2 guns in her hands after she avoided the second bullet. And the next moment, she began to shoot at the man. At the same time, the man shot at Ji Yuning again, and Ji Yuning easily avoided the bullet. The man reacted quickly, so he was able to avoid the 2 bullets Ji Yuning shot at him. Both Ji Yuning and the man continued to fire their guns. Ji Yuning still successfully avoided the bullets, but the man wasn't so lucky. It wasn't easy to avoid 2 bullets at the same time after all. As a result, the man only avoided 1 bullet and was shot in the left arm by another. The man was shot in the arm. It was painful, but he was still able to fight back, so he shot again with the gun in his right hand. Ji Yuning did the same thing. The man still failed to hit Ji Yuning, and he avoided 1 bullet from Ji Yuning but got shot by the other. This time, he was shot in the right arm, and the man's whole hand went numb. He couldn't hold his gun anymore and it fell to the ground. The man was scared. Without caring about his numb arm, he squatted to pick up the gun at once. Unfortunately, Ji Yuning was faster than him. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yuning came to the man. When the man was about to touch the gun, Ji Yuning hooked the gun with her foot and kicked it into the air, then the gun was in her hand. Afterwards, Ji Yuning gave the man a kick on his knee. With a crack, the man's knee joint was misaligned and he fell to the ground. I won't kill you, but Owen might. Ji Yuning coldly looked at the man, then turned around and walked away. Given the man's condition, he couldn't escape, and Ji Yuning had to find Owen as soon as possible. Even if Ji Yuning didn't kill him, the man was still in despair, because Ji Yuning was right. She wouldn't kill him, but Owen might. What was worse, he felt very uncomfortable now even if he just moved a little, so don't even mention running away. Ji Yuning kept on searching for Owen, and directly called him this time, but she couldn't get through to him because there was no signal. Because of that, Ji Yuning could only rely on her jade eyes to look for him. In the end, after about 10 minutes, Ji Yuning found Owen in an underground room of a warehouse. Owen lay motionless on the ground, and was wounded, covered in blood. Ji Yuning wasn't sure whether he was still alive. Ji Yuning found the basement door. The basement door was a hidden door, which looked like a wall, but was actually a door, so ordinary people might not find it. Ji Yuning thought Owen should have opened it by accident. The door was locked from the inside and couldn't be opened. Ji Yuning didn't want to break it directly, so she knocked on it first to see if Owen was conscious and could open it. However, Owen gave her no response. Ji Yuning had already felt that Owen still had a breath of life with her senses, and it wasn't weak. He didn't respond because he passed out. Therefore, Ji Yuning directly took out a hammer from the telepathic eye space and smashed the door right away. After a while, Ji Yuning broke a hole in the stone door, which was large enough for her to reach an arm inside. Ji Yuning then put her hand inside to unlock the door and opened it. It was completely dark in the basement. Ji Yuning took out her phone, turned on the flashlight, and walked inside. The basement wasn't big, about 30 square meters, and Owen was lying in the corner. Ji Yuning came to Owen, grabbed his hand, and put her magical power into his body. Before long, Owen's pale face gradually became rosy. The injuries on his body also stopped bleeding, and he woke up. When Owen was finally conscious, he was very nervous. He opened his eyes, but once he saw Ji Yuning, he breathed a sigh of relief. You are here. Yeah, they were all knocked unconscious by me. I'll leave them to you, said Ji Yuning. Thank you, you've saved my life again. If you need me in the future, I'll do whatever I can to help. Owen thanked Ji Yuning. He could barely express his gratitude to Ji Yuning with words, so he could only thank her and make a promise. Take better care of yourself. I don't know how long before you'll be chased again. You might not be so lucky next time. Ji Yuning rolled her eyes at Owen. She didn't disdain him, but simply felt the situation he was in was very bad. Owen put on an embarrassed smile. He wasn't mad at Ji Yuning because of her words, because Ji Yuning was right. He also had no idea when those people would stop chasing him. He might not be lucky next time. He couldn't protect himself well, so it was impossible for him to help Ji Yuning. Anyway, he decided to fight back after what had happened today. He wanted to end the chase. You're right. I can barely protect myself, but I'll be more careful. It'll be over soon, said Owen. He was saying that to Ji Yuning, and to himself. Ji Yuning said nothing, and neither did Owen. They had to deal with the problem lying in front of them right now. Chapter 2124. Kill him. Owen moved his body, only to realize that his body wasn't so painful now, so he looked at Ji Yuning in surprise. What happened? He knew that his injury could heal so quickly because of Ji Yuning, but he didn't know what Ji Yuning did to him. It was too strange and unbelievable. When Ji Yuning rescued him last time, his injury healed so soon as well. Although Owen was very curious, he didn't continue to ask because he didn't know whether he should or not. After all, such magical things were generally confidential. Owen didn't ask, but Ji Yuning said, "The medicine you took is a magical medicine. It's very effective for all diseases and injuries. After taking a single pill, it can help you regain your strength quickly and the wound can slightly heal. If you have a serious injury, take 2 pills. For example, you just took 2 pills for your injury. However, you can only take 2 pills at the same time. If you take more pills, your body won't be able to bear it. It'll harm you instead. If the injury is too serious and you're dying, 1 or 2 pills might not help, but at least it can prolong your life and buy some time for treatment. Of course, for minor illnesses such as a cold or fever, there is no need to use this medicine. After all, it's really effective and quite rare." Ji Yuning had no intention of keeping her power crystals a secret. When she was in City F, she had already advertised it, but after meeting a cultivator, she kept a low profile again. Although they still found it, they didn't know many details. Listening to Ji Yuning's words, Owen was stunned. This medicine was so unbelievable. Not only could it treat any pains and injuries, but the effect was also amazing. Simply put, it was a magical medicine. If he hadn't experienced it in person, he would definitely not believe that there was such a miraculous medicine in this world, but he had already experienced it twice. Therefore, he was fully convinced. If he could carry this medicine with him, his life would be in much less danger. Ji Yuning, how many pills do you have? Can you sell some to me? Asked Owen. I don't have many. It's still available if you want fewer than 10, but it's not cheap. Well, I charge different people different amounts of money. It can be 1,000,000, 500,000, 300,000, 100,000, or even free. My relatives and friends, and those who I'm willing to help can have the medicine for free. As for people I hate and people who have grudges with me, I won't sell it to them no matter how much money they give me, Ji Yuning said. People like Qi Tianlin needed to pay 1,000,000 yuan, Situ Yi paid 500,000 yuan, people who had a normal relationship with Ji Yuning and didn't have much money paid 300,000 yuan, people like Song Haoyu paid 100,000 yuan, and those who needed treatment but had little money only needed to pay dozens of thousands of yuan. And the Tang family, the Leng family, the Zhang family, the Shu family, Chu Peihen, Song Miaoge, and other people who were close to her didn't need to pay for the medicine. People like Leng Xiaojia and Lin Liwan were her enemies. Ji Yuning didn't bother to punish Lin Liwan for what she had done to her before, but Ji Yuning wouldn't help her again after she went crazy. She treated Leng Xiaojia the same way, or Leng Xiaojia wouldn't have stayed in the hospital for so long. I can sell it to you at the price of 100,000 yuan a pill. If you agree, we can make the deal right now. The 2 pills I just gave you are free, said Ji Yuning. She asked for 100,000 yuan for each pill because she could see that Owen wasn't just an ordinary teacher. He could afford the money. And she was right. Owen wasn't just a teacher. He did teaching as a sideline, so he wouldn't hesitate to pay 100,000 yuan for a pill. His life mattered much more than money after all. In addition, the price actually wasn't high and other people needed to pay hundreds of thousands of yuan for it. Although Owen was surprised by the price, the medicine was worth it. Therefore, even if Ji Yuning wanted 500,000 yuan for a pill, he would pay for it. I need 10. I'll transfer the money to you once I'm home, said Owen without hesitation. He wanted more, but Ji Yuning said he could only buy fewer than 10, so he asked for the largest number available. Sure, I'll give it to you in the car later. Go deal with those people now, said Ji Yuning. Of course, said Owen, then he stood up. How will you handle them? Ji Yuning asked. She wasn't going to interfere in it, but she needed to give him a weapon if he planned to kill them. There was no weapon in his hands right now. I obviously need to kill them since they want me dead. Owen looked cold and had a strong desire to kill. Hearing that, Ji Yuning directly handed her gun to Owen and told him where those unconscious people were. Thanks. Owen took the gun and thanked Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't go with Owen. She left earlier and went to wait for him at the entrance of the road. Owen first met the person who was injured by Ji Yuning. He didn't pass out, but he was busy dying. Seeing that Owen showed up with a gun, the man stiffened. He knew Owen was going to kill him. It wasn't surprising, but he was still scared when he finally faced it. Why you, the man stammered. He didn't know what he could say at this moment. Should he beg Owen? Even if he did, Owen might not let him go. Did Brian Eller send you? Owen asked. Although he asked that question, he was quite sure about the answer because no one wanted him to be dead more than Brian Eller in this world. Since you already know, why did you bother to ask? The man was afraid, but he knew he was doomed to die today, so he started to mock Owen. Owen coldly smiled and raised his phone in his other hand. I need evidence. In fact, Owen didn't need this evidence to defeat Brian Eller, but he was going to compete against him publicly. He didn't fight back before, not because he didn't have the ability, but because he wasn't wanted in the family. As a result, he tolerated the humiliation. However, he didn't want to die. He was an illegitimate son of the Eller family's current patriarch, and the one who wanted him to be dead was his half-brother, Brian Eller. They had different mothers. Owen's father and mother were a couple who were in love, but his mother was born in an ordinary family, so the Eller family refused to accept her. The Eller family forced his father to marry another woman from a rich family, who was Brian Eller's mother. Chapter 2125. My father will trust me. His father was unwilling to accept it, but finally had to give in because the elders used Owen's mother to force him to marry. After his father got married, his mother left. However, after 3 years of separation, they met again, and something that shouldn't have happened happened, and he was born. For Owen, although he sympathized with his mother's original experience, he was very unhappy that after his father got married, his mother came back and had sex with him and gave birth to him, which was totally unacceptable. They gave him life, so he didn't have a position to accuse them, but he wished he wasn't born if possible in such a situation. Anyway, after his mother became pregnant, she left his father again, so he thought he only had a mother before the age of 15. It wasn't until the age of 15 that his mother was seriously ill and told him he actually had a father. At that time, he saw his father for the first time. Afterwards, his mother died, and his father took him back to the Eller family's house. At this time, his father was already the patriarch of the Eller family, so no one dared to oppose his decision anymore. Only a few people in the Eller family liked Owen. Brian Eller and his mother even regarded Owen as a thorn in the side, and they had secretly bullied and framed him many times. They didn't dare to do it publicly, because Owen's father loved him. His father even loved him more than Brian Eller, who had been raised in the Eller family for 12 years. After all, Brian Eller was the child of him and the woman he hated. It was impossible for him to like Brian. However, he didn't hate Brian and treated him well. Owen did his best to tolerate Brian Eller and his mother's bullying because he felt he wasn't wanted by the Eller family. No matter how the Eller family had treated his mother in the old days, Brian Eller and his mother were full of hatred towards Owen because he was born and taken back to the Eller family's house. His existence and their father's love for him was a great threat to Brian and Brian's mother. Without him, Brian would become the sole heir of the Eller family. However, their father wanted Owen to be the heir. Their father said he was a better successor than Brian, and he was chosen not only because their father loved him. Owen couldn't deny it, because Brian was always impulsive and self-centered. Even in the Eller family, he had many supporters. They disdained him because he was an illegitimate son, but the Eller family shared glory with him. None of them wanted to see the Eller family ruined. As a result, many members of the Eller family supported the better heir. Unfortunately, due to the guilt in his heart, Owen refused to inherit the Eller family's wealth on his own initiative. In order to convince Brian and Brian's mother, he even left country Y for Ji Yuning's country. However, they didn't stop trying to chase and kill him. When he was young, his mother forced him to practice martial arts. He was very willing to do that because he knew that only with sufficient strength would he not be easily bullied. During his childhood, his classmates laughed at him for not having a father, then bullied him and beat him. He was too weak to protect himself, and had to live a life of being bullied, so later he became stronger and they could no longer him. It was only later that he knew his mother's intentions. His mother felt that he would join the Eller family sooner or later, while his father's wife and son would absolutely not accept him and they would attack him. Therefore, he was forced to practice martial arts since he was a child so that he was able to protect himself. It was the reality, and because of his excellent fighting skills, he was able to survive many times. However, Brian had failed to kill him many times, so the killer's scent were becoming stronger. Owen was almost killed, and luckily Ji Yuning had saved him twice. Accordingly, this time, Owen was unwilling to be the prey any longer. He decided to face it. Anyway, the man panicked when Owen played the video of him admitting the mastermind was Brian. Although Brian had no intention of keeping it a secret from Owen, the Eller family's patriarch had no idea about it. If the patriarch had known, Brian would have been forbidden from doing it and he would be seriously punished and deprived of the qualification to be the heir of the Eller family. Brian didn't bother to keep it a secret that he had tried to murder Owen, but he was unwilling to leave evidence in Owen's hands, so Brian didn't think that Owen could tell on him. Besides, every time he took action, he aimed to kill Owen, so Owen couldn't tell on Brian after he died. Unfortunately, he failed to kill Owen every time. Do you think your father will trust you just by watching this video? Brian can argue that you tried to frame him and you forced me to help you with it. I can say you made me say that, or that other people tried to frame him. You don't have evidence to prove it's Brian who sent me, said the man mockingly. You're right, but your words are enough to be the evidence. Even if I can't punish him without evidence, I believe my father will trust me, said Owen. He wasn't worried about that at all. He believed his father would trust him once he told his father what had happened, but he didn't have that plan. Once he returned to the Eller family's house, it would be hard for Brian to hurt him again because there were many eyes watching them in the Eller family. Not all of them supported Brian. Owen had no interest in competing against Brian, but he was weak compared with Brian. He had to be strong to protect himself. Therefore, he kept his force in Ji Yuning's country and country Y. Although he wasn't very powerful yet, he was getting stronger. At least Brian wasn't better than him when it came to their own abilities. Hearing that, the man shut his mouth because the Eller family's patriarch indeed loved Owen very much and trusted him. All right, I don't think I should waste more time on you. You must die since you tried to kill me. Owen stopped wasting time on the man. The next second, he raised his gun, aiming at the horrified man, then shot him in the chest. After the man collapsed, Owen went to feel his pulse. He didn't leave to deal with the other men until he was sure the man was really dead. Chapter 2126, I know who you or the others were. In a coma, so Owen shot them in the heart, and left after he was sure they were all dead. Seeing Owen coming out, Ji Yuning frowned. Are you not afraid to cause trouble when you come out all bloody? Get changed and put on someone else's clothes. Hearing Ji Yuning's reminder, Owen realized it and felt a little embarrassed. Thank you for the reminder. I'll change now. He needed to change his clothes, but he could only put on those killers' clothing. Their clothes were intact except for the damage by the heart. Owen didn't mind wearing dead people's clothes. Avoiding trouble was the most important thing. Before long, Owen changed into one of the killer's clothes and came out. Because the clothes were black, the damage on the chest wasn't obvious. After that, Owen left with Ji Yuning. As for these corpses, they didn't deal with them because sooner or later they would be discovered. In order to not get involved in the trouble, Ji Yuning asked Kay to hack into the surveillance cameras of the road where she parked after driving away. Back in the car, Ji Yuning gave Owen the bottle with 10 power crystals, as well as her own bank account number. It's almost dinner time now. Ji Yuning, can we share dinner? I would like to express my gratitude to you for the time being. Owen sincerely invited. He couldn't return Ji Yuning's kindness just by buying her a meal, but he could invite her to have a meal first. No, thanks, I have an appointment. I'll take you to a convenient place for a taxi in a while. You can take a taxi and go back on your own. Ji Yuning refused. It wasn't that she really had an appointment, it was just unnecessary and inappropriate to have a meal with Owen now. Ji Yuning was now regarded as a public figure, so there were many eyes watching her. If someone who knew her saw her eating alone with a man, unnecessary trouble might be caused. Ji Yuning didn't bother to take much care of Owen. She didn't drive him home, and instead let him off at a place where it was convenient to take a taxi. Fine. Owen didn't think much about it. Since Ji Yuning had an appointment, he wouldn't force her to dine with him. Afterwards, when they arrived at a place where it was convenient to take a taxi, Ji Yuning let Owen off. Then Ji Yuning drove towards the Sihewan. Leng Xiaoting wouldn't come back today, but she was going to the Sihewan whether he was back or not because it was convenient for her to cultivate. Halfway there, Mo Qilin called Ji Yuning and Ji Yuning answered. Ji Yuning, I finally know who you are. Once the call was answered, Mo Qilin said excitedly. Hearing that, Ji Yuning frowned. Mo Qilin finally knew who she was. What did it mean? Did he know she was Qinghe? Ji Yuning only kept that identity a secret. If so, her disguise would be useless, which wasn't right. Before Ji Yuning could say a word, Mo Qilin continued, Ji Yuning, I didn't expect you to be the boss of the Shengning organization. You're so amazing. You're only 2 years older than me. You're my idol now. Knowing that, Ji Yuning instantly felt relieved. Ji Yuning, are you free now? If you are, can we share a meal together? Mo Qilin asked. He sincerely invited Ji Yuning to share a meal, but he didn't have a chance before. Ji Yuning understood Mo Qilin wanted to thank her for her help, but she didn't think it was necessary. However, she could hear the anticipation in Mo Qilin's voice, so she didn't have the heart to turn him down. In the end, Ji Yuning agreed. Mo Qilin was thrilled that Ji Yuning agreed, so he immediately told her where to meet. He booked a table in a local restaurant famous for providing specialties. It wasn't very expensive, nor was it cheap. Ji Yuning didn't care where they ate, but Mo Qilin wanted to treat her well. After hanging up the call with Ji Yuning, Mo Qilin sent Ji Yuning the number of the private room he booked in the restaurant, then he rushed out. Mo Qilin lived in a mid-range block, but it wasn't his place. It was his senior's house. His senior, Yun Jian, wasn't his master's disciple, he was his master's son. Every time Mo Qilin visited the capital, he stayed in Yun Jian's place. Yun Jian was a cultivator, but cultivators needed to live a life, so Yun Jian joined the business world. As soon as Mo Qilin walked out, he met Yun Jian, who just came home. Yun Jian looked about 30 years old, but he was actually much older than that. He was already married and was a father now. His kid was nearly 16 this year. Yun Jian, Jing Yunyao, and Jing Jining were in the same generation, but their faces aged slowly because they were at high levels. "Qilin, it's time for dinner. Where are you going?" Yun Jian asked. "I won't dine at home tonight. I have an appointment with a friend," said Mo Qilin. "Friend? Do you have friends in the capital?" Yun Jian was surprised, because Mo Qilin rarely visited the capital. He shouldn't have any friends, and Yun Jian had never heard about Mo Qilin's friends before. "Yeah, it's Ji Yuning. The girl you and my master talked about yesterday, the boss of the Shengning organization," said Mo Qilin with pride. He seemed honored to know Ji Yuning. In fact, Mo Qilin wasn't sure whether the girl named Ji Yuning his master and senior had talked about yesterday was the same Ji Yuning he knew, so he didn't tell his master and senior. In the afternoon yesterday, he and his senior left the cultivation world and visited the capital. At that time he learned that the girl named Ji Yuning they had talked about was precisely the Ji Yuning he knew. After knowing that Ji Yuning was so successful today, he was full of excitement. "What? You know Ji Yuning?" Hearing that, Yun Jian was surprised. After making sure of it, Yun Jian's eyes lit up. "How did you know each other?" I had a conflict with two people last time and Ji Yuning helped me," Mo Qilin said, then suddenly realized he shouldn't have brought it up. Mo Qilin didn't tell Yun Jian and his master that he had been in trouble, because he didn't want to worry them. It was over after all, and he was fine. "What? You had a conflict with other people? What happened? Tell me." Upon hearing that, Yun Jian was annoyed. He stopped asking about Ji Yuning and started to care more about Mo Qilin. It wasn't a big problem if Mo Qilin just had a conflict with other people, the point was that Mo Qilin needed Ji Yuning's help, which meant that he had been in a very terrible situation. Mo Qilin couldn't keep it a secret any longer, so he said, "Well, I bumped into a woman on the street. The woman claimed her stuff disappeared and accused me of stealing it. She even wanted to search me." Chapter 2127, a reminder from Mo Qilin. After a pause, Mo Qilin continued, "I didn't steal her stuff, so I wouldn't agree to let them search me. It's humiliating, so we had a fight. Because Master told me not to use magical skills on mortals, I almost lost because the two people were very good at fighting. Right as I was about to use magical skills, Ji Yuning showed up and defeated them. She saved me." "Who were the two people?" Yun Jian asked with a frown. Given his understanding of Ji Yuning, he knew it was very normal that she was able to defeat the two people when Mo Qilin was no match for them. "No idea. They simply wanted money. They apologized to me afterwards and I was fine, so I told them to leave," said Mo Qilin. He didn't know the real purpose of the two people, so he believed that they just wanted to extort money from him. After hearing Mo Qilin's account, Yun Jian said nothing further about that. "If so, take me with you. As your senior, I must thank Ji Yuning in person," said Yun Jian. Mo Qilin knew what Yun Jian was thinking, so he refused without hesitation. "No. Why? I won't hurt her." Yun Jian cocked his eyebrow. Even if Yun Jian knew that Ji Yuning had what they wanted, he didn't follow or spy on her. Not everyone would try to get what they wanted by hook or by crook. However, since Mo Qilin had a relationship with Ji Yuning, he wanted to seize this chance and meet Ji Yuning too. "Because Ji Yuning doesn't want me to take people there. She asked me whether I'm alone. I said yes, so she agreed to dine with me. What if she's mad at me for taking you there?" Mo Qilin said. Mo Qilin was deceiving Yun Jian, but he was indeed worried that Ji Yuning might be mad if he took Yun Jian there. Since he said that, Yun Jian had to give up. All right, you can go alone now. Sure, bye-bye, Senior Jian. Hearing that, Mo Qilin felt absolved and quickly walked away. Looking at Mo Qilin's back, Yun Jian shook his head resignedly. Because the specialty restaurant Mo Qilin chose wasn't far from where he stayed, he could normally reach there in 10 minutes on foot. This time, he ran there and arrived in 3 minutes. About 10 minutes later, Ji Yuning came. The moment Mo Qilin saw Ji Yuning, he was excited and stood up to greet her. Hi, Ji Yuning, have a seat please. Saying that, Mo Qilin immediately pulled out a chair for Ji Yuning. Thanks. Ji Yuning thanked him before sitting down. After that, Mo Qilin handed the menu to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, please order whatever you want to eat. Take it as a friend's gathering. Sure. Ji Yuning took the menu and began to read it. She ordered 2 dishes she liked. Although Ji Yuning took Mo Qilin as her friend, there were only 2 of them and they couldn't eat much. Therefore, she ordered 2 dishes, then returned the menu to Mo Qilin. Just 2? Mo Qilin asked. He thought Ji Yuning felt embarrassed to order more food. There are just 2 of us. I don't want to waste food, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Mo Qilin was a little awkward. You're right. Then, Mo Qilin also ordered 2 dishes, one was fried beef and the other was mushroom soup. After the waiter left the room, Mo Qilin began to compliment Ji Yuning again. Ji Yuning, how did you become so successful within just a year? It's really amazing. Ji Yuning briefly told him the story, and Mo Qilin still admired her more than ever. Oh, Ji Yuning, I need to tell you something. All of a sudden, Mo Qilin became serious. What is it? Ji Yuning cocked her eyebrow. I heard it by accident the other day. 2 people were talking about something you carry with you and they want it. They also said they had already sent someone to follow and spy on you. I don't know what the thing is nor who those people are, but you must be careful, said Mo Qilin. In fact, Mo Qilin knew what the thing was. He also knew who those people were. However, he couldn't tell Ji Yuning or it would be hard for him to explain it if the truth was exposed. Even if Mo Qilin didn't tell her, Ji Yuning knew why he kept it a secret, so she didn't bother to ask him about it. Thanks, I'll be more careful. Ji Yuning thanked him. You don't need to say that. Mo Qilin was embarrassed and scratched his head. At the same time, he felt a little guilty. He couldn't tell Ji Yuning, nor help Ji Yuning stop those people. He could only hope that those people wouldn't harm Ji Yuning. After the meal, they walked out. Mo Qilin went to pay the bill and Ji Yuning walked out first. However, as soon as she came out, Ji Yuning noticed a man standing beside the door. Something was wrong, so she observed him calmly. The man wore a peaked cap and a mask, staring at the gate the entire time. He looked nervous and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Besides, in the sleeve of the man's right hand, there was a fruit knife of 20 centimeters in length. It seemed he was going to assassinate someone. As soon as Ji Yuning finished observing him, the man acted, revealing the fruit knife, holding it tightly in his hand, and quickly walked toward the door. At this moment, 2 young men just walked out of the door, and it was obvious that the man with the fruit knife came for one of them. Ji Yuning didn't know the purpose of this person's murder, whether he wanted to kill a good person or a bad person, but she had to do something precisely because she knew nothing about the situation. The accident happened too suddenly for the 2 men. By the time they noticed, the man with the knife had already reached them. They wanted to avoid it, but it was too late, so they turned pale in fright. People around him also froze in fright. Seeing that the knife was going to stab the one man, timid people closed their eyes one after another, not wanting to see the bloody scene. However, just when everyone felt that the man was doomed to die, the fruit knife stopped. It was only 10 centimeters away from the man's chest. A slender hand grabbed the wrist of the man holding the knife, then, with a crack, the man's wrist was dislocated, and the knife in his hand fell because he couldn't hold it. The next second, Ji Yuning kicked the man's abdomen. The man was kicked aside and fell to the ground. It was so painful that he couldn't get up for a while. After people came back to their senses, they were all surprised. This girl was too amazing. Chapter 2128. This man isn't right. The targeted man also got his mind back, but he was still in shock. After taking a cold look at the man who fell on the ground, he immediately turned to stare at Ji Yuning, thanking her gratefully. Miss, thank you so much. If it hadn't been for you, I could have been seriously injured. At this time, Mo Qilin settled the bill, walking out. When he saw that the atmosphere outside wasn't right, he asked, Ji Yuning, what happened? Without waiting for Ji Yuning to speak, everyone around him started talking. The man wanted to assassinate this gentleman, but this young lady stopped him. It's unbelievable. Right, she's amazing and brave. Hearing people praising Ji Yuning, Mo Qilin felt honored. At the same time, he was also at the man's assassination, so he glared at him. The man, however, was glaring at Ji Yuning, because he wouldn't have failed if Ji Yuning hadn't stopped him. He was mad and unwilling to accept the result. Facing his glare, Ji Yuning stayed calm. At this time, the targeted man walked to the man who was under control and pulled off his mask, revealing his face to everyone. The man's face was full of scars, which was a little scary, and everyone took a breath in fear. The man who was rescued by Ji Yuning saw the man's face and suddenly showed a look of surprise. Yang Jun, it's you. The next second, the man trembled in anger. Yang Jun, because you're my cousin, I've forgiven you again and again, but you never change. You even tried to kill me this time. I'm so disappointed in you. This time, I'll definitely not let you go. I can't change you, so I'll let the prison do it for me. Once he finished, he took out his phone to call the police. Hearing that, Yang Jun shouted at the man with reluctance, but his voice was so hoarse that he could barely utter a word. Seeing that, Ji Yuning frowned. This man named Yang Jun was really dumb. Yang Jun kept struggling, shouting with reluctance. There was hatred and humiliation in his eyes. He was resisting something. At this time, Ji Yuning felt Yang Jun must have been through unfair things, and he might be the one who was persecuted. The injuries on Yang Jun's face might have something to do with the targeted man. If so, it was understandable that Yang Jun wanted to kill the man. Yang Jun's behavior was illegal, but no one would give up taking revenge if they were treated unfairly. Some succeeded and some didn't. Yang Jun didn't care about his life now, so he must have been left with no choice and lost his reason. There must be a condition that Yang Jun didn't hurt the man first. If Yang Jun did, then he deserved the punishment. If Yang Jun was the one who was persecuted, it would be Ji Yuning's fault that she helped the real guilty guy get away with the crime. Therefore, Ji Yuning decided to figure it out. At least she couldn't make other people suffer because of her. Sir, can I ask why Yang Jun tried to kill you? Ji Yuning asked the man she rescued. She wasn't questioning him, but was curious to know the reason. The other people were also curious. The man didn't refuse to answer her question. He sighed before saying sadly, Yang Jun is my younger cousin. His parents passed away when he was little. My parents adopted him. My family has a business. Although it isn't very large, we have over 10 million yuan in wealth. Yang Jun believes he can share the wealth with us just because he's stayed in our place for over a dozen years. My parents raised him and treated him as well as they treated me. My parents even sent him to study abroad, but he isn't grateful at all. He never gave up the idea of stealing my family's wealth. Hearing his explanation, everyone had sympathy for him, but Ji Yuning felt the man's sadness was just an act. Yang Jun shook his head heavily. It seemed he was trying to deny the man's explanation. The man continued, a year ago, my parents died in a car accident. Yang Jun seized that chance and tried to kill me so that he could inherit my wealth. He didn't succeed, and I forgave him for the sake of our family connection. However, he didn't give up, and kept on causing me trouble. Oh, you're very tolerant. Although he's your younger cousin, he tried to steal your family's wealth and even wanted to kill you. If you forgive him, you're putting your own life in danger. Right, given your account, I think your parents' death might have something to do with him. Hearing that, Yang Jun continued to shake his head to deny the man's words, but nobody could understand him. The man seemed sadder as if he couldn't accept it. I have the same suspicion, but I failed to find evidence. I don't want to believe that Yang Jun caused my parents' death either. The man seemed to be defending Yang Jun, which aroused other people's sympathy again, but Ji Yuning only felt he was hypocritical. Oh, what has happened to Yang Jun's face? Ji Yuning asked. Hearing that, a touch of guilt flashed in the man's eyes. Other people didn't see it, but Ji Yuning did, and she was sure this man wasn't right. I don't know, said the man. He didn't know. Ji Yuning wasn't convinced. Obviously, this man wasn't an upright person. At this time, the police came and the policeman was familiar with the man, so they exchanged greetings. After that, the policeman asked the man about the situation. The man gave his account and the police took them back to the police station for testimony. Because Ji Yuning was involved, she was taken to the police station too. Mo Qilin wasn't involved, so Ji Yuning told him to go home. Mo Qilin was slightly worried about Ji Yuning, so he wanted to go with her, but Ji Yuning insisted on telling him to go home. She only needed to answer some questions and she wasn't the victim of the attack, so she would be safe. In that case, Mo Qilin could only leave, but he reminded Ji Yuning to call or send him a message after she was out. Ji Yuning agreed. Ji Yuning had a car, so she needed to drive there on her own. The police allowed her to do that because she wasn't very important in the case, so she could actually be absent. Chapter 2129. No special treatment anyway. Even if the police didn't tell her to go together, she would still go, otherwise she wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Besides, the man seemed to have a good relationship with the policeman, so the policeman would certainly side with him. Yang Jun couldn't speak, so it could cause trouble. Before they went to the police station, Ji Yuning helped Yang Jun move his hand back to its original position. Yang Jun wasn't grateful to Ji Yuning. Instead, he hated Ji Yuning very much in his heart. If it hadn't been for her, his hand wouldn't be dislocated and he would have taken revenge. Ji Yuning understood she had ruined Yang Jun's plan, so she felt slightly guilty. The police station wasn't far away, so they soon arrived. After Ji Yuning arrived at the police station, she was quickly recognized by a policewoman, who asked, "Excuse me, are you Miss Ji Yuning Ji Yu?" The policewoman was thrilled. Obviously, she was another Ji Yuning's fan. She was sure it was Ji Yuning, but she wanted to hear the answer from Ji Yuning's mouth. "Yeah, I am," said Ji Yuning with a faint smile. "Miss Ji Yu, I'm your fan and I admire you so much." After getting Ji Yuning's confirmation, the policewoman immediately expressed her admiration. The others didn't know Ji Yuning, so they were very curious about the behavior of this policewoman. Fan. Was this girl a star? Looking at Ji Yuning, they indeed felt she was quite familiar. It was possible that they had seen her on the internet. "Thank you for your love and support." Ji Yuning smiled and thanked her. "Miss Ji Yu, don't say that. I don't know what to say now." Ji Yuning was so polite that it made the policewoman feel a little embarrassed. She was surprised that her idol was so easy to get along with, and felt flattered. "By the way, Miss Ji Yu, did something happen to you for you to come to the police station? If you need any help, just tell me." The policewoman came back to her senses after realizing they were in the police station. Something might have happened to Ji Yuning to cause her to come here. "Something happened, but I'm not the person involved. I just intervened and came over to give an oral account of the events," Ji Yuning said. Oh. After hearing that, the policewoman was relieved, then looked at the policeman who brought Ji Yuning back and introduced her to them. "Let me introduce you, this is the chairman of the Xianxia organization, Ji Yuning." The policewoman introduced Ji Yuning on her own initiative because she was worried that they would make things difficult for Ji Yuning. The chairman of the Xianxia organization, Ji Yuning. Suddenly, those who thought Ji Yuning was familiar realized that she was the chairman of the Xianxia organization. In an instant, everyone was excited. Looking at Ji Yuning, they were full of admiration and respect. The man Ji Yuning saved was also surprised. She was unexpectedly the chairman of the Xianxia organization. He was saved by the chairman of the Xianxia organization. The man was very happy, because he wanted to form a relationship with Ji Yuning and got help from her. What the man didn't know was that he was already targeted by Ji Yuning. If he really had persecuted Yang Jun first, he would pay a high price for that. Because if Ji Yuning didn't let the man pay the price, Yang Jun would be punished instead. If Yang Jun was persecuted first, Ji Yuning couldn't let him get in trouble. After all, Yang Jun couldn't take revenge because of her intervention just then. Ji Yuning owed him to some extent. Chairman Ji Yu, I'm sorry, we didn't know it's you. If we've offended you, please forgive us. After knowing Ji Yuning's status, several police officers who brought Ji Yuning back apologized at once. Ji Yuning's status was much higher than them, so they didn't dare to mess with her. Luckily, it didn't have much to do with Ji Yuning. They just needed her oral confession. Never mind, said Ji Yuning. Seeing that Ji Yuning wasn't mad, the several policemen felt relieved. Although they weren't rude to Ji Yuning and brought her back just to finish their job, some powerful people would not think so. Instead, they would feel they were bullied and humiliated and would make trouble. As a result, they thought it was better to make apologies. Miss Ji Yu, if you have other things to deal with, you can leave first. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you do the oral confession or not, a policeman said. Since he learned about Ji Yuning's status now, Ji Yuning's oral confession wasn't necessary. I'm fine. Since I'm already here, let's do it. I don't need any special treatment, said Ji Yuning. Since she said that, those policemen didn't insist. However, because of Ji Yuning, the police didn't take them to the interrogation room. Instead, they went directly to the conference room and offered them tea. Yang Jun and the man shared the good treatment with Ji Yuning, and they also had tea, but it was up to them whether to drink or not. There were 3 police officers who were responsible for recording this confession. One was in charge of inquiring, one was in charge of recording, and the other was in charge of watching Yang Jun and preventing him from causing any trouble. The policeman who questioned them was the friend of the man who was rescued by Ji Yuning, named Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't want to keep Ji Yuning waiting, so he recorded Ji Yuning's confession first. Ji Yuning then told them how she discovered Yang Jun and how she saved the man. Once she finished, Xiao Chen signaled Ji Yuning to leave first, but Ji Yuning didn't leave. She stayed to listen to their confessions. Since Ji Yuning decided to do that, Xiao Chen didn't continue. After that, the man rescued by Ji Yuning began to do his oral confession. His name was Yang Siwan, 26 years old, the general manager of a certain company. Regarding why Yang Jun wanted to assassinate him, Yang Siwan repeated what he said to Ji Yuning at the restaurant. Listening to Yang Siwan's words, Yang Jun kept shaking his head and roaring, which was obviously a protest against what Yang Siwan said. Unfortunately, the other people didn't understand Yang Jun's behavior, and Xiao Chen even repeatedly scolded Yang Jun for his roar. Ji Yuning had no intention of interrupting, so she quietly listened to them. When Yang Siwan finished, it was Yang Jun's turn. Because Yang Jun was unable to speak, he could only nod or shake his head to Xiao Chen's questions. When Xiao Chen asked Yang Jun whether he had assassinated Yang Siwan, Yang Jun shook his head to deny it, and shouted, "Yang Jun, you've committed a crime in a public place. Many people have witnessed it, and there are surveillance videos as evidence. How dare you still deny it?" The police saw his reaction and became angry. Hearing that, Yang Jun shook his head and nodded again, but no one knew what he meant to express. Ji Yuning felt that Yang Jun didn't deny the fact that he had assassinated Yang Siwan, but other than that, he denied something. Ji Yuning didn't know what it was. Chapter 2130, Exchange Identities. Since Yang Jun can't speak, he can't solve the problem by nodding and shaking his head all the time. Let him write, Ji Yuning said. In fact, Ji Yuning could help Yang Jun speak, but now wasn't the time. Hearing that, Yang Siwan seemed a little nervous, but he soon returned to normal. Although he didn't want Yang Jun to write a confession, he couldn't stop it. Even if Yang Jun wrote the confession and told the truth, there was no evidence to prove it was true. Moreover, his assassination attempt was indisputable, so no matter what, he couldn't avoid being punished according to the law. Yang Jun, however, looked at Ji Yuning in surprise. Although he didn't know what Ji Yuning wanted to do, she obviously meant to help him by saying that. However, in an instant, Yang Jun looked upset again. Even though Ji Yuning's words meant to help him, he wasn't grateful to her, because he would have already taken revenge if it hadn't been for her just now. Moreover, he also knew that even if he wrote the truth, no one might believe him or help him. Therefore, even if he was asked to write it, it would be meaningless. If he didn't write, he was unwilling to give in, so Yang Jun still did it. After that, Xiao Chen continued to ask, Yang Jun, did you attack Yang Siwan? Although it couldn't be more obvious, they still needed Yang Jun to admit it. It would make it easier to convict him of the crime. Hearing that, Yang Jun didn't write immediately, but glared at Yang Siwan for a few seconds before writing. Although Ji Yuning and Yang Jun weren't close and she couldn't see what Yang Jun wrote in the distance, Ji Yuning had a pair of jade eyes. As long as she used her jade eyes, she could see it clearly. However, once she read the confession written by Yang Jun, Ji Yuning was mad. Yang Jun wrote on the paper, I did attack him, but I'm Yang Siwan. He's Yang Jun. Yang Jun was Yang Siwan. And Yang Siwan was Yang Jun. If it was true, it would cause a sensation. After Xiao Chen read the confession written by Yang Jun, he couldn't help but laugh. Yang Jun, you said you're Yang Siwan, and Yang Siwan is Yang Jun. Are you kidding us? To be honest, Yang Siwan and I were classmates in college, so I know whether he's Yang Siwan or not. When Yang Siwan heard that, he looked at Yang Jun in amazement, and complained in grievance and anger. Yang Jun, how can you say that? It's insane. Yang Jun immediately shook his head and shouted. Without delay, he picked the pen and continued to write on the paper. Yang Jun wrote, I'm really Yang Siwan. Yang Jun and I exchanged identities to go to university after the National College Entrance Examination. Exchanged identities after the National College Entrance Examination to go to college. Hearing that, Xiao Chen glanced at Yang Siwan subconsciously. Although he didn't believe Yang Jun, he really didn't know what had happened between them before university, so he chose to be quiet for the time being. Yang Siwan, however, refuted Yang Jun angrily. Yang Jun, enough is enough. Ever since childhood, your grades have been better than mine. In the year of the National College Entrance Examination, you were accepted by a prestigious university, but I was only admitted to an average college. If I was accepted by a prestigious university, why should I exchange identities with you? Why should I ruin my bright future ahead? Upon hearing that, Yang Jun still shook his head and screamed at Yang Siwan against what Yang Siwan had just said. Xiao Chen was still willing to believe in Yang Siwan. As he said, if he was the one who was admitted to a prestigious university, it was impossible for him to give the chance to other people. No one was willing to exchange an average college with a prestigious university. Ji Yuning, however, had a different opinion. If they did exchange identities after high school, either Yang Jun was forced by Yang Siwan's parents, or Yang Jun voluntarily exchanged identities with Yang Siwan. If he was forced, it could be simply because Yang Siwan didn't do well in the exam, and Yang Siwan's parents hoped that Yang Siwan could go to a good university and have a high degree of education. As for why Yang Jun agreed, perhaps Yang Siwan's parents forced him to return their favor. If Yang Jun really volunteered, it might be because he had planned to occupy Yang Siwan's identity since then. Because of this identity, he could justifiably steal the property of the Yang family. The condition was that Yang Siwan's parents had an accident, and they didn't make a will and gave the wealth to the real Yang Siwan. Moreover, Yang Siwan's parents did have an accident, and it seemed that they didn't make a will to give the property to the real Yang Siwan, the fake Yang Jun. Otherwise, the Yang family's property wouldn't fall into the hands of the fake Yang Siwan, the real Yang Jun. Although it hadn't yet been determined whether Yang Jun's statement was true, Ji Yuning was more willing to believe Yang Jun's words given the attitudes of Yang Jun and Yang Siwan. Anyway, it required a further investigation to find out the truth. Although Xiao Chen believed in Yang Siwan, with Ji Yuning's presence, Xiao Chen didn't dare to be too biased towards Yang Siwan, so he felt that he should deal with the current affairs first, and talk about other things in private. We need evidence to prove it. Since you said that, we'll naturally investigate it, but it's an indisputable fact that you've committed the crime. Therefore, you're formally being arrested now. Xiao Chen said to Yang Jun, then he looked towards Yang Siwan. We need your cooperation for a further investigation, so you must be there whenever we need you. He said that, but they would see whether to investigate it further afterwards. Sure, said Yang Siwan. He knew Xiao Chen said that because of Ji Yuning's presence. Yang Jun knew it too, so he was full of reluctance. He yelled at Yang Siwan again to show his dissatisfaction. He was even struggling to get up, and wanted to do something to Yang Siwan. However, he was controlled by a policeman and couldn't get free at all. Ji Yuning was also clearly aware of it, but said nothing at this moment. Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much for your help today. I think we're temporarily done here. Xiao Chen got up and said to Ji Yuning. It's okay. I'm glad to help, Ji Yuning said and stood up. She gave Yang Jun a glance, then looked at Xiao Chen. By the way, although Yang Jun is a criminal, I kicked him just now. That kick wasn't light. He seems fine now, but it's best for him to go to the hospital for an examination to make sure of it. Because she took him as a bad guy just then, she kicked him heavily. Yang Jun wasn't seriously injured, but he was wounded. If he wasn't treated, the injury would definitely be aggravated under Yang Jun's violent mood, so it was best to go to the hospital. If it wasn't suitable right now, Ji Yuning would be willing to give him a power crystal. However, even if she gave it to Yang Jun might not take it because he hated her now. He wouldn't trust her. Chapter 2131, Put your relative in jail. Miss Ji Yu, thank you for reminding us, we will. Xiao Chen responded, although he didn't intend to take Yang Jun to the hospital before because he didn't see Yang Jun seriously injured. No matter what the outcome of Yang Jun's crime was, at least until the outcome came out, he had to be okay. Therefore, since Ji Yuning mentioned it, he couldn't ignore it, otherwise it would be his responsibility if any accidents happened. Then, Yang Jun was taken to the detention room, and Yang Siwan and Ji Yuning were walked out. Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much today. Do you have any time? If it's possible, can I buy you a cup of tea? Yang Siwan said to Ji Yuning. Although a cup of tea was hardly enough to return Ji Yuning's favor, they just had a meal, so they couldn't eat again. It also wasn't appropriate if he invited her to have a meal another day. Mr. Yang, you're welcome. I'm sorry, but I need to deal with other things, so no thanks, said Ji Yu. Ning. Yang Siwan was slightly disappointed when he was turned down, but he didn't insist. If so, I can't force you to stay. Miss Ji Yu, you've saved my life, so I must return your favor. If you don't mind, can you give me your name card? We can share a meal another when you're free. Mr. Yang, you don't need to do that. Bye-bye. Ji Yuning rejected him again, then got in her car and left at once. Yang Siwan was very disappointed and seemed a little annoyed, but he wasn't mad at Ji Yuning. After all, Ji Yuning had saved his life. As soon as Ji Yuning left, she first sent a text message to Wan Tonggalan, telling him that she had gone home. Then she called Kay and asked him to investigate what had happened between Yang Jun and Yang Siwan. Because she learned some information about Yang Siwan from Yang Siwan's confession just now, they would start with the information. The death of Yang Siwan's parents also needed to be investigated, because Ji Yuning felt it couldn't be an accident. After that, Ji Yuning directly went back to the Sihewan. After Yang Siwan left, he also talked to Xiao Chen on the phone, because it was inconvenient for them to talk about some things at the police station. They could only have the conversation after he left. Yang Siwan said helplessly, Xiao Chen, we two have known each other for so many years. You should know me very well. I'm so sad that I was slandered by Yang Jun today. Siwan, of course I know what kind of person you are. I trust you. Don't worry, Yang Jun can't escape, Xiao Chen said to comfort him. He and Yang Siwan had known each other for many years, and Yang Siwan had also helped him a lot. Therefore, he unconditionally believed in Yang Siwan. Yang Siwan was aware that Xiao Chen trusted him, but the condition was that there was no evidence to prove that what Yang Jun said was the fact. Although Xiao Chen said he trusted Yang Siwan, he didn't say whether to investigate what Yang Jun said was true, so Yang Siwan was still worried. How about the investigation? Since I trust you, there is no need to investigate it any further. It's just a waste of time, Xiao Chen said. He had no intention of investigating at all. Hearing that, Yang Siwan was relieved. When can he be convicted? Although Yang Jun is my younger cousin, he went too far this time and violated the law. I hope he can learn to be a good man from now on, Yang Siwan said, as if it was a very difficult decision for him to make. Actually, he simply wanted Yang Jun to be punished according to the law as soon as possible so that he could sleep better at night. I'll take him to the hospital for an examination first. After I'm sure he's okay, I'll report it to my supervisor tomorrow. If no accidents happen, he can be convicted within 3 days, Xiao Chen said. Thanks, said Yang Siwan. Don't say that. We're friends, and this is my job too, Xiao Chen said. Afterwards, Xiao Chen took Yang Jun to the hospital for an examination. Yang Jun's injury wasn't very serious, but it wasn't minor either. He needed to stay in the hospital for observation for a day or two. In that case, Xiao Chen had to stay to guard Yang Jun, otherwise, what should he do if Yang Jun ran away? After Ji Yuning returned to the Sihewan, it was already dark. She talked with Shengguan Yang for a while and then went to cultivate. The next morning, Ji Yuning received a text message from K. K told her he had sent all the information he could find to her mailbox, then Ji Yuning opened it to check it out. Because too many years had passed, there were very few clues, but K still made sure that Yang Jun and Yang Siwan had indeed exchanged identities. The only evidence that could prove their identities was the file photos recorded on the school computer and the files recorded in the Education Bureau system when they were in high school. Therefore, Ji Yuning let K hack into the system to collect information. Ji Yuning wasn't sure that K could find it on the computer. If he couldn't find it, she could go directly to the school and the Education Bureau to get it. In that case, they would need the help from the police. They would cooperate if it was about the case. However, it still remained unknown whether Yang Jun was forced or willing to exchange identities with Yang Siwan. They had to ask them for the truth. If Yang Jun was forced to do that, then Yang Siwan was guilty and he had no reason to get his identity back now. However, if Yang Jun wanted to occupy the property of the Yang family because of this, then Yang Jun was wrong. Now that they had exchanged their identities, it was impossible for Yang Siwan's parents not to make preparations to let the real Yang Siwan inherit the property. Therefore, if the property of the Yang family fell into the hands of the fake Yang Siwan, the real Yang Siwan's parents must not have had time to handle it properly. If it was a conspiracy, it was also possible that Yang Siwan's parents were thinking about making a will or giving the property to the real Yang Siwan, but the fake Yang Jun knew about it. Therefore, he had the intention of murdering Yang Siwan's parents and successfully did it. If the fake Yang Siwan hadn't had the intention to steal the property of the Yang family, then the property of the Yang family wouldn't be in his hands now. Although in the police file, the death of Yang Siwan's parents was caused by a car accident and it was determined an accident, Ji Yuning still didn't believe it. After all, the police couldn't investigate everything clearly. As long as some things were done secretly, the police would be unable to find out the truth. It was just that 1 year had passed, and the surveillance videos had been deleted long ago. Therefore, whether it was related to the fake Yang Siwan or not, a further investigation was needed. If the investigation failed, then the only thing that could be done was to force a confession. After eating breakfast, Ji Yuning drove to the police station she had visited yesterday. She wanted to see Yang Jun, who was the real Yang Siwan. After arriving at the police station and getting in touch with Xiao Chen, Ji Yuning learned about the hospital and ward where the fake Yang Jun stayed. Xiao Chen didn't think too much. He thought that Ji Yuning was simply coming to see Yang Jun. After all, Yang Jun was injured by her, so it was understandable that Ji Yuning wanted to see him. Therefore, Xiao Chen didn't tell Yang Siwan about it. Chapter 2132, I believe your words. Before long, Ji Yuning came to the hospital and walked into the ward where the fake Yang Jun stayed. When the fake Yang Jun saw Ji Yuning, he looked extremely displeased, because his awful current situation was all caused by Ji Yuning. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape or struggle, but he was handcuffed to the hospital bed and couldn't escape at all. He was suffering desperately. Officer Xiao, how is he? Ji Yuning asked. Not a serious problem, but he has to stay in the hospital for observation for a day or two, Xiao Chen said. Can I have a private talk with him? Ji Yuning asked. Xiao Chen felt it was a little difficult, and wondered why Ji Yuning wanted to talk to Yang Jun in private, and what they had to say. However, he didn't dare to say no to Ji Yuning. Fake Yang Jun shouted and resisted when he heard that. He had nothing to say to Ji Yuning. Xiao Chen walked out and closed the door at his back. Ji Yuning walked up to the fake Yang Jun and said in a low voice, but with a serious and deterrent effect, I believe what you said, so if you want to vindicate yourself, be quiet. When the fake Yang Jun heard that, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Ji Yuning to believe his words, and it seemed that she wanted to help him vindicate himself. Although he was looking forward to it, he also doubted whether what Ji Yuning said was true or not. The doubtful look on the fake Yang Jun's face was very obvious, so Ji Yuning naturally saw it and explained. You failed to take revenge because of me. If you feel you've been unfairly treated, I naturally have the responsibility to avenge you. Hearing that, the fake Yang Jun was less doubtful, and showed hope on his face instead. Because he knew Ji Yuning's status, he believed that if she wanted to help, she would definitely be able to do it. If you're willing to trust me, answer a few questions first. Just shake or nod your head, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning could let the fake Yang Jun speak, but she didn't do it because she was worried that the fake Yang Jun couldn't control his emotions and would shouted, which would cause unnecessary trouble if Xiao Chen found it out. Although the fake Yang Jun still had doubts about Ji Yuning, he also hoped to get vindicated, so he thought about it and decided to trust Ji Yuning once, then he nodded to Ji Yuning. Are you and Yang Jun really cousins? Ji Yuning asked. Hearing that, the fake Yang Jun nodded. His parents died when he was young, so he was adopted by your parents. Ji Yuning asked again, and the fake Yang Jun nodded once more. Did your parents force him to exchange identities with you? Ji Yuning asked. Hearing that, a guilty conscience flashed across Yang Jun's face, but he still nodded. Then you wanted the identity of Yang Siwan back? Ji Yuning asked. The fake Yang Jun shook his head. Then you want to get your family's property back? Ji Yuning asked. The fake Yang Jun nodded. Did Yang Jun injure your face and throat? Ji Yuning asked. Hearing that, the fake Yang Jun suddenly squinted, showing a deep resentment, then he nodded heavily. Is your parents' death an accident? Ji Yuning asked. Hearing that, the fake Yang Jun roared out violently and shook his head abruptly. His parents' death wasn't an accident. Quiet. Ji Yuning snapped at him, as a powerful pressure was released to deter the fake Yang Jun. Although she understood the mood of the fake Yang Jun, at this time, he couldn't lose control. It would cause trouble if Xiao Chen outside found out. Ji Yuning's scolding came with strong coercion, and the fake Yang Jun suddenly had a shiver run through him and immediately became quiet. If you don't want Xiao Chen to find out, control your emotions. Ji Yuning warned. The fake Yang Jun gave a nod to show he understood it. Because the fake Yang Jun lost control, Ji Yuning realized that the death of his parents wasn't an accident. Perhaps it really had something to do with Yang Jun. Does your parents' death have something to do with Yang Jun? Ji Yuning asked again. This time, the fake Yang Jun curbed his strong emotions and nodded heavily. However, even if it was the real Yang Jun, they still had no evidence. If the fake Yang Jun had evidence, the real Yang Jun wouldn't have gotten away with it. I now have evidence of you and Yang Jun exchanging identities, but that's all. There is no other evidence. If you can't find other evidence, you can only figure out a way to make Yang Jun confess, Ji Yuning said. The fake Yang Jun looked upset when he heard that, because if the evidence was insufficient, it would be difficult to punish Yang Jun according to the law. It would also be impossible for Yang Jun to confess by himself. Ji Yuning had her own way, unless Yang Jun would rather die than tell. After all, there were a few who were really not afraid of death. Moreover, Yang Jun denied the exchange of identities with Yang Siwan and stole the property that didn't belong to him. It was enough to show that he had the ambition to steal the property of the Yang family, so this was his motive for harming people, which made sense. Well, I can't talk with you for too long right now, or it'll arouse Xiao Chen's suspicion. If you're willing to trust me, wait for my news, Ji Yuning said. The fake Yang Jun nodded immediately. He now had no choice but to believe in Ji Yuning, because he knew that it was impossible for Xiao Chen to help him. If he trusted Ji Yuning, there would still be a chance to be vindicated. For your safety, I plan to send some people to the hospital to protect you. Moreover, I need to install a miniature camera here to prevent anyone from attacking you. What do you think? Ji Yuning asked. She did that only to avoid danger. The fake Yang Jun nodded his head. Although he was uncomfortable being watched, for the sake of safety, he could only agree. After that, Ji Yuning installed a miniature camera in a secret place. Once she finished, Ji Yuning went to open the door. Xiao Chen stood outside it, trying to hear what Ji Yuning and Yang Jun were talking about, but couldn't hear a word. Earlier when Yang Jun roared, he heard a little, but didn't dare to go in. Xiao Chen wondered what Ji Yuning and Yang Jun had talked about, but didn't dare to ask. Miss Ji Yu, are you done? Xiao Chen asked. Yeah, I'm done, Ji Yuning said, then asked, oh, by the way, have you started investigating the exchange of identities between Yang Jun and Yang Siwan? Hearing that, Xiao Chen stiffened a little and felt nervous, because he didn't plan to investigate it at all. However, he couldn't tell Ji Yuning, so he replied. Not yet, I'm going to start the investigation today. Yeah, presumably the high school they went to still has student files, and there are photos on the files. If you find them, you'll know the truth at first glance. Ji Yuning clearly knew that Xiao Chen had no plans to investigate it at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't ask that, and now even deliberately reminded him to take action. Chapter 2133, Destroy the Files. Sure, Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much for reminding me. I'll go to the high school they studied in to investigate the case. Xiao Chen immediately thanked Ji Yuning and showed his attitude. It seemed that he had to investigate it this time, or Ji Yuning might file a complaint against him to his leader, and his career would be over. Afterwards, Ji Yuning left, but didn't leave the hospital immediately. Instead, when she arrived at the parking lot, she sat in the car, took out the computer, turned it on, and plugged in the unlimited transmission connector of the miniature camera she installed in the fake Yang Jun's ward. Then she began to watch the movements in the room. Ji Yuning didn't leave right away, but not because she would go to protect the fake Yang Jun by herself. She asked Gao Yi to come. She would hand her computer to him before leaving. Once Ji Yuning was gone, Xiao Chen called Yang Siwan. Siwan, originally I didn't intend to investigate this case, but Ji Yuning just came. I have no choice but to agree to the investigation. Don't worry, the result will be the same. I'll do a quick investigation to give her a reply, Xiao Chen said to Yang Siwan. Up to now, he was still not suspicious of Yang Siwan. He said that to him because he believed Yang Siwan was innocent. However, upon hearing that, Yang Siwan was in an absolute panic. What? Ji Yuning went to the hospital. Why did she go to the hospital? Just to remind you to investigate the case about Yang Jun, Yang Siwan asked. His voice sounded a little anxious. Xiao Chen didn't pay much attention to it, and replied. Yeah, by the way, after she came, she talked to Yang Jun alone for a few minutes. I heard nothing nor did I ask anything about it. Ji Yuning must believe what Yang Jun said. Yang Siwan felt anxious. Even if Ji Yuning believed what he said, they were merely strangers. Ji Yuning wouldn't help him. What? No way. After hearing that, Xiao Chen suddenly realized something wasn't right. Although he said it wasn't likely, he actually also felt that Ji Yuning should believe what Yang Jun said, so she reminded him to investigate the case. Why would Ji Yuning believe it? It was ridiculous. What he didn't know was that Ji Yuning believed it and had already found out the truth. She was sure Yang Jun was honest. How will you investigate it next? Yang Siwan did his best to calm himself down and asked calmly. Ji Yuning told me I can go to your high school to see the student files if I want to know whether Yang Jun told the truth, Xiao Chen said. Student files. If Xiao Chen really did that, the truth would come out. No, Yang Siwan couldn't allow it to happen. Even if Xiao Chen could find their files, he must destroy them. Now, he couldn't let Xiao Chen know about it. He must destroy the files before Xiao Chen went to their school. Without delay, Yang Siwan made a call once he finished his call with Xiao Chen. Yang Siwan happened to have a friend's relative who worked in the academic affairs office of the high school he had studied in. Now Yang Siwan had to take risks and let his friend delete the files of Yang Jun and Yang Siwan. He undoubtedly had to pay for that, but his friend loved money, so he was likely to succeed. Without surprise, as soon as Yang Siwan offered 500,000 yuan, his friend agreed, but he would only pay the money after it was done. Then Yang Siwan's friend called his relative and promised to give him 200,000 yuan if he could delete the files of the two people. His relative immediately agreed. Anyway, it was very normal to lose the files from 7 or 8 years ago. After so many years, no one bothered to manage them, so it could easily be done. Therefore, when Xiao Chen went to the high school where Yang Jun and Yang Siwan had studied to see their student files, he got a reply that they were already lost. In that case, Xiao Chen naturally couldn't find out the truth. After that, Xiao Chen called Yang Siwan and told him about it. Although Yang Siwan's friend had already replied to him that it had been deleted, he was still not at ease before receiving news from Xiao Chen. After hearing Xiao Chen's reply, he was finally relieved. However, he still couldn't feel completely at ease, because he was worried that Ji Yuning would intervene in this case. He couldn't understand why Ji Yuning did that. There was no relationship between Yang Siwan and her after all. Did she do that just because she was kind and helpful? If that was the case, Ji Yuning had connections, so he was afraid that she could find other evidence. As a result, he had to figure out a way to destroy other evidence if there was any. If he couldn't think of a good idea, he would directly make Yang Siwan die in the hospital. As of this moment, the real Yang Jun began to be mad at Ji Yuning. Did she turn him down yesterday because she already believed Yang Siwan's words? Why would she choose to believe Yang Siwan instead of him? Ji Yuning didn't know that the real Yang Jun had asked people to delete the files of him and Yang Siwan, but she already had evidence and wasn't worried. After Ji Yuning left the hospital, she went to her company. After a while, it was time for lunch, so she returned to the Sihewan. After having a meal, Jing Yunyo received a call from Jing Jining. He told her that Hong Yifeng was out of the cultivation world, but it wasn't he who brought him out. Hong Yifeng came out because he learned that there was magical power in Kulain medicines and he came out for Kulain and Ji Yuning. Now many cultivators were aware of the magical power in Kulain medicines, but no one knew who spread the news. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised, she knew it would soon go abroad. However, in cultivators' eyes, she was just a mortal, so they wouldn't hurt her unless any of them wanted to break the rules in the cultivation world. If so, they would be punished if it was exposed. There were so many cultivators who were spying on her right now. If any cultivator dared to hurt her, other cultivators would know about it right away. They would definitely report it to the elders. They weren't on the same team, so they couldn't wait to see their competitors have bad luck. Since Hong Yifeng came out for Ji Yuning, he would go to see her after he arrived at the capital. In that case, Ji Yuning had an idea to catch him. Thinking of that, she began to discuss it with Jing Yunyao. Ji Yuning would go to meet Hong Yifeng, and Jing Yunyao would show up afterwards to injure him. They could catch him before handing him to Miao Jingjing. Shortly after they reached agreement, Ji Yuning's phone rang and it was a strange number. "Hi, this is Ji Yuning." Ji Yuning picked it up. "Hello Miss Ji Yu, my surname is Hong. I have a great business deal to talk about with you. Is it convenient for you to have a meeting?" A man said. His tone wasn't very polite, containing a hint of arrogance. It seemed that he wasn't looking for a cooperation with her. It sounded as if Ji Yuning wished to cooperate with him. Chapter 2134, Meet Hong Yifeng. The man said his surname was Hong and didn't tell his full name, but Ji Yuning knew he was Hong Yifeng from his voice. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised that Hong Yifeng learned her number because it was very easy to get a number with some connections. Sure, where? Ji Yuning didn't turn him down, because it was exactly what she wanted. "How about in your company? What do you think, Miss Ji Yu?" Hong Yifeng said. "No problem, I'll be there at 2:30 p.m., said Ji Yuning. "See you then," said Hong Yifeng. After hanging up the call, Ji Yuning told Jing Yuniao about their conversation. After discussing it, Jing Yuniao got a pill from Shengguan Yang to change her appearance. Once she finished disguising herself, she went out with Ji Yuning, while Miao Jingjing waited for their news in the Sihewan. In order to prevent others from discovering that Jing Yuniao and Ji Yuning knew each other, Jing Yuniao got out of the car when they were about to arrive at the company. She would wait nearby for Hong Yifeng to come out, then lead him away and attack him. Ji Yuning came to the company at 2:20 p.m. At this time, Hong Yifeng hadn't come yet. After Ji Yuning went in, she told the receptionist there would be a man named Hong coming over. She could let him come to the 18th floor. Before coming here, Ji Yuning had asked Chao Ya to come over, so Chao Ya was already there when Ji Yuning arrived. At 2:30 p.m., Hong Yifeng arrived. He brought a 35-year-old man with him. This man wasn't a cultivator, he was an ordinary person with an air of the elite. As soon as Hong Yifeng arrived, Chao Ya took them into Ji Yuning's office and poured tea for them. When they saw Ji Yuning, Hong Yifeng looked very arrogant, because cultivators were stronger than mortals. It was impossible for them to show humility to mortals. Even though he came to strike a deal with Ji Yuning, he was still very arrogant. Cultivators enjoyed a higher status than mortals, but it depended on one's manners whether to show humility to mortals. Hong Yifeng was a selfish and arrogant person, so he didn't bother to show humility to mortals. Fortunately, Hong Yifeng also knew that he came to talk about cooperation with Ji Yuning, so he didn't put on airs in front of Ji Yuning. He greeted Ji Yuning politely. Miss Ji Yu, hello, my surname is Hong. I'm Hong Yifeng. Mr. Hong, nice to see you. Ji Yuning responded politely. After that, the man who came with Hong Yifeng greeted Ji Yuning. Hello Miss Ji Yu, I'm the general manager of Lingjitang Pharmaceutical Company, Zhou Wenchun. Zhou Wenchun's attitude was very different from Hong Yifeng's. Zhou Wenchun was very kind, and there was faint excitement in his voice, because he admired and respected Ji Yuning. Nice to see you, Manager Zhou, said Ji Yuning, then she invited them to have a seat. May I know what business deal Mr. Hong wants to discuss with me? Ji Yuning asked. Medicines. Hong Yifeng said, I'm very optimistic about Ms. Gu's Kulain Pharmaceutical Company. I also know Kulain medicines are in short supply, so it's best to cooperate with other companies given the current situation. Although Lingjitang Pharmaceutical Company isn't a big pharmaceutical company, it's already a time-honored brand with a very good reputation. We're a qualified partner. Therefore, I hope we can work together to open a production factory so that Kulain medicines can meet the needs of the market. Ji Yuning was immediately amused by Hong Yifeng's righteous and arrogant attitude. He was the one who needed to cooperate with her, but his attitude made her feel it was her who needed to cooperate with him. He was a really self-centered businessman. Even Zhou Wenchun couldn't help frowning, but he didn't dare to interrupt. Maybe Hong Yifeng didn't know this industry clearly, but Zhou Wenchun knew it very well. After Kulain became popular, there were countless merchants who wanted to cooperate with it. However, up to now, none of them succeeded. The problem was that they didn't meet Ji Yuning's requirements, or Ji Yuning didn't plan to cooperate with anyone at all. Hong Yifeng's attitude wasn't welcome in making deals either. He annoyed other people, so no one would be willing to cooperate with him. Thank you Mr. Hong, for your approval of Kulain, but from the beginning, I have no plan to cooperate with anyone. Although some of Kulain medicines are in short supply, it'll be solved in a month. I've already established other factories, which are almost finished and can start production soon. The Shengning organization has sufficient funds, so there is no need to cooperate in the production of medicines. If I need cooperation, my own family will be my first option. After all, one shouldn't allow benefits created by one's own work to accrue to others. Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Hong Yifeng was displeased. He felt Ji Yuning didn't cherish his kind offer. Zhou Wenchun was disappointed, but he could understand it. The Shengning organization had tens of billions of yuan in assets. It had several billions of yuan in cash flow. Therefore, there was no difficulty in setting up factories and recruiting manpower. If she really wanted to cooperate with someone, she would have cooperated with others a long time ago. They wouldn't have a chance at all. In fact, before they came here, Zhou Wenqun had been mentally prepared, but he was still disappointed when he faced it now. After all, it was a very profitable business. Hong Yifeng tried to persuade Ji Yuning to cooperate with him, even with coercion and bribery, but Ji Yuning was determined and turned him down. In the end, Hong Yifeng was so mad that he immediately turned around and left angrily. At the same time, Hong Yifeng had a scheme to kidnap Ji Yuning and ask her about the magical power in Kulain medicines. However, it was hard to say whether he would have the chance. Right after Hong Yifeng left the Shengning organization, he suddenly felt a touch of magical power not far away. It was very pure, as if it came from treasure. Without delay, Hong Yifeng asked Zhou Wenqun to stop the car, then he got off. He told Zhou Wenqun to go back first, and immediately went in the direction the magical power came from. Seeing Hong Yifeng coming, Jing Yuniao took the night luminescent pearl that Ji Yuning gave her and walked in the planned direction. The touch of magical power that Hong Yifeng felt was from the night luminescent pearl. Because Jing Yuniao's level was much higher than Hong Yifeng's, Jing Yuniao could feel Hong Yifeng's air of cultivators from far away, but Hong Yifeng couldn't sense her. He could only sense the magical power of the night luminescent pearl. In the beginning, Hong Yifeng only cared about the magical power, so he didn't think much. However, after following a certain road, he noticed it was getting farther and farther away from the crowd, but the distance between the magical power and him was still the same. In an instant, Hong Yifeng realized that someone was deliberately leading him to go to a certain place. Chapter 2135, Trap Hong Yifeng. However, even if Hong Yifeng knew someone deliberately brought him here, because of his greed for magical power, he still followed them. Although he couldn't feel the air of the person, it didn't mean the person's level was higher than his. Maybe the person was too far away from him, so he couldn't feel the person's air, or maybe the person's aura was covered by the magical power, so he couldn't feel it. It was also possible that the person was just a mortal. No matter what, nothing good came without risk. Finally, Hong Yifeng followed the magical power into a mountain with no people around. After that, the magical power stopped moving. Hong Yifeng continued to walk towards the magical power. After walking for a while, he finally saw a person, a woman. The magical power turned out to come from that woman's hand, that was to say, the treasure with magical power was in her hand. It seemed to be a night luminescent pearl with thick magical power. In an instant, Hong Yifeng showed greed. If he got this night luminescent pearl, it would definitely be of great help to his cultivation. Jing Yuniao witnessed Hong Yifeng's greedy expression, so she disdained him in her heart. Although her purpose was to attract Hong Yifeng here, she couldn't help despising him when she saw that he really came. Hong Yifeng walked towards Jing Yuniao step by step. When he was within 5 meters of her, he felt the air of cultivators on her body, then immediately used his senses to detect her cultivation level. Jing Yuniao didn't bother to interrupt him and let him see her level. Hong Yifeng failed, and realized that Jing Yuniao's level was higher than his, so he became alert. "Who are you? Why did you lead me here?" Hong Yifeng asked. "Why are you so sure that I was the one who led you over, not that you felt the magical power and chased me?" Jing Yuniao asked rhetorically. There was obvious mocking in her tone. Hong Yifeng frowned slightly. He was indeed not sure it was Jing Yuniao who led him here. "However, I did deliberately lead you over," Jing Yuniao said again. Hong Yifeng squinted, became more vigilant, and asked, "Why did you lead me here?" Although he could take risks for the night luminescent pearl, he cherished his life more when he ran into a strong enemy. "Just want to ask you about something," Jing Yuniao said. "What is it?" Hong Yifeng asked. "Does the death of Miao Jingjing and her husband have something to do with you?" Jing Yuniao asked. As far as Hong Yifeng was concerned, Miao Jingjing was already dead, so when Jing Yuniao asked that question, she directly said Miao Jingjing and her husband. Hearing that, Hong Yifeng's pupil shrank slightly, and he was surprised for a moment. He was surprised that this woman actually knew that the death of Miao Jingjing and her husband was related to him. How did she know? Also, besides her, who else knew? However, Hong Yifeng wouldn't admit it. How can it be related to me? If it's really related to me, can I still be here? I would have been punished by Tiandaozong a long time ago. Although Hong Yifeng denied it, Jing Yunyo had already learned from his reaction that it was indeed related to him. If so, forget it. Anyway, Miao Jingjing and her husband are already dead. They deserve it. It doesn't matter who killed them, Jing Yunyo said, showing great hatred, as if she really hated Miao Jingjing and her husband. Do you hold grudges against Miao Jingjing and her husband? Hearing that, Hong Yifeng wasn't fully convinced. Yes, originally, I was a childhood sweetheart with Lin Dongyang, but after he met Miao Jingjing, he left me. I hate them. I couldn't wait to kill them. For so many years, I've been cultivating continuously, just in order to kill them. I didn't expect to hear the news that they were dead when I came back, Jing Yunyo said, with a look of hatred, which convinced Hong Yifeng a little. Hong Yifeng knew that Lin Dongyang had a childhood sweetheart and they had met several times. Their relationship was really good, but after Lin Dongyang met Miao Jingjing, his childhood sweetheart disappeared. It was the truth, but what Hong Yifeng didn't know was that Lin Dongyang's childhood sweetheart wasn't a girl, it was his close brother. It was just that Lin Dongyang's close brother liked to disguise himself as a woman. After making jokes in front of outsiders several times, everyone mistakenly thought that he was Lin Dongyang's childhood sweetheart. Jing Yunyo said so much simply to let Hong Yifeng drop his vigilance, and admit what he had done under the temptation. She didn't want to hurt the wrong person. How did you know I killed them? Hong Yifeng asked. This was what he wanted to know most. Someone told me, said Jing Yunyo. Hearing that, Hong Yifeng became angry, and he asked, who told you? How could other people know that the death of Miao Jingjing and her husband had something to do with him? It was simply a time bomb. If the person told Jing Yunyo, other people could learn of it too. I promised not to tell the person's name. Since it's not you, you don't need to be worried. Alright, I need to find the person who killed Miao Jingjing and her husband now. I'll give the killer this night luminescent pearl as reward, Jing Yunyo said, turning around and leaving, without any intention of staying. Wait a minute, Hong Yifeng called to stop her at once. She said that she was going to give this night luminescent pearl to the person who killed Miao Jingjing and her husband. Did she mean it? If she did, Hong Yifeng was the person who killed Miao Jingjing and her husband. He wouldn't allow other people to have this night luminescent pearl. Thinking of that, Hong Yifeng was persuaded, but he was afraid it was a trap. Are you going to give this night luminescent pearl to the person who killed Miao Jingjing and her husband? The night luminescent pearl is such a precious treasure, Hong Yifeng asked, looking straight at Jing Yunyo, not wanting to miss her reactions. Was she really willing to give away a night luminescent pearl? Why can't I? I have more than just a night luminescent pearl, said Jing Yunyo. Knowing that, Hong Yifeng drew a long breath in. She had more than just a night luminescent pearl. Who was this woman? How many night luminescent pearls did she have? Are you sure you'll give this night luminescent pearl to the person who killed Miao Jingjing and her husband? Hong Yifeng asked once more to make sure of it. What? Do you have a fancy to this night luminescent pearl, so you plan to admit that you are the murderer who killed Miao Jingjing and her husband? Do you think I'll believe you now? Jing Yunyo seemed to have seen through him, so she said mockingly. Hong Yifeng was struck dumb for a second. He indeed wanted this night luminescent pearl, so he planned to admit that he was the murderer who killed Miao Jingjing and her husband, but it was also the truth. Chapter 2136, Kill Hong Yifeng. Yes, I was planning to admit that I was the one who killed Miao Jingjing and her husband for this night luminescent pearl, but this is the case. I was indeed the one who killed them. Since someone has told you, it can't be wrong. You learned from other people that it's me instead of someone else. Since Jing Yunyo had seen through him, he didn't need to hide it and admitted it right away. In that case, it would be more convincing. Why did you deny it just then? Jing Yunyo asked. You know, if the people of Tiandaozong find out, I'll be punished. You could have been sent by Tiandaozong. I can't easily risk my life. Hong Yifeng said. You admit it for this night luminescent pearl right now. Aren't you afraid that I was really sent here by Tiandaozong? Jing Yunyo asked. I observed your reactions during our conversation, so I don't think you were sent here by them. Hong Yifeng said. It was impossible for him to be fully convinced, but he still half believed it. Anyway, for the night luminescent pearl, he could take a risk. If it was fake, then he would deny it. Jing Yuniao had no evidence after all. Ha ha. Jing Yuniao suddenly sneered, and showed obvious disdain. It seems that my acting is pretty good. You almost believed it. Hearing that, Hong Yifeng's expression suddenly changed. His eyes were ablaze with fury, and he said fiercely, "You lied to me." Jing Yuniao's words told him everything, but he was surprised by her acting. He was fooled. If I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have successfully made you admit it. I was sure it's you, but I needed your admission before paying you back, said Jing Yuniao. Then she attacked Hong Yifeng without delay. In fear, Hong Yifeng began to fight against her. However, there was a huge gap between their levels, and Hong Yifeng was no match for Jing Yuniao. He was controlled by her in seconds. Hong Yifeng knew she was very good, but was still surprised by her abilities. He used to think that he would be able to run away even if he couldn't defeat her, but now he had no chance to escape. After Jing Yuniao beat Hong Yifeng down, she didn't stop, instead she continued till he had no strength to fight back. Who are you? Hong Yifeng glared at Jing Yuniao. You don't need to know, said Jing Yuniao. What exactly do you want to do? Hong Yifeng asked, but he actually had the answer. She must be trying to take revenge for Miao Jingjing and her husband, or she wouldn't have tried to make him admit that he was the murderer. Thinking of that, Hong Yifeng despaired. Even if Jing Yuniao was going to kill him, he had to accept it. You'll know soon, said Jing Yuniao, refusing to tell him right now. When Jing Yuniao stopped, she immediately sent the location to Miao Jingjing. Although the location wasn't very accurate, it was easy for Miao Jingjing to find them as long as she knew they were in this mountain. If you kill me, Tiandaozong won't let you get away with it. Hong Yifeng threatened, but it was also the truth. Even though Hong Yifeng was guilty, without evidence, Jing Yuniao would be punished if she killed him right now. Don't worry, there is no grudge between us. Someone else will do it instead, Jing Yuniao said. Who'll kill me? Hong Yifeng asked. Although he knew the person would take revenge for Miao Jingjing and her husband, he had no idea it would be Miao Jingjing because he thought Miao Jingjing was already dead. You'll know in a while, Jing Yuniao said. Since Jing Yuniao was unwilling to tell him, Hong Yifeng could only wait. In about 20 minutes, Miao Jingjing came. Seeing Hong Yifeng lying on the ground without any strength to struggle, Miao Jingjing suddenly became tense, excited, angry and bloodthirsty, and her face became distorted as a result. Then she burst into a frantic laugh, and flashed to Hong Yifeng. Hong Yifeng, what a surprise. Look at you now. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Seeing Miao Jingjing, Hong Yifeng was greatly surprised. To his astonishment, Miao Jingjing was still alive and had become an evil cultivator. At this moment, Hong Yifeng knew he had nowhere to escape. Because Hong Yifeng understood how much Miao Jingjing hated him and it was impossible for her to let him go, he didn't bother to beg. It was useless. Hong Yifeng, finally, we're here today. I'll kill you. Miao Jingjing wasted no time talking with Hong Yifeng and rushed to attack him without delay. Hong Yifeng was unwilling to die, so he tried to fight back, but he was out of strength. Miao Jingjing heavily hit Hong Yifeng's energy center, and it exploded soon after. His abilities as a cultivator were all ruined. His energy center was broken, but he wasn't dead yet, so Miao Jingjing kept on beating him. She didn't kill him instantly, and instead tortured him slowly till he died. Hong Yifeng was dead, but Miao Jingjing felt it wasn't enough. She didn't stop till Hong Yifeng's body was broken. After releasing her long-repressed hatred, she laughed out loud. At this moment, she suddenly felt very relieved and had no worries at all. You've taken revenge, and you should carry out your promise now. Once Miao Jingjing finished laughing, Jing Yuniao said that to her. She didn't want to be a wet blanket, but it was what they had agreed on. Sure. Miao Jingjing didn't feel offended. After taking revenge, she quickly calmed down. After that, Miao Jingjing followed Jing Yuniao to the Sihewan. Miao Jingjing had no more obsessions after taking revenge, but it didn't mean she didn't want to live. Although Lin Dongyang's death made her very sad, after so many years, the sadness of losing her husband was also lightened and she didn't have the idea of committing suicide for her dead husband. Therefore, she chose to give up all her abilities as a cultivator, then cultivate again, instead of choosing to die. Although it required a high standard of perseverance and her life could be dangerous, she would survive. As long as her perseverance was strong enough, it would be fine after it was over. After nearly an hour of painful torture, Miao Jingjing almost couldn't bear it several times. She even thought of giving up her life, but in the end, she survived with little strength. Ji Yuning immediately put some magical power into her body, so she looked slightly better. After her breath stabilized, she fell deeply asleep. Miao Jingjing had already taken revenge and her abilities as a cultivator were gone. She would decide whether to stay or not. Chapter 2137, Can't I Have a Girlfriend? In the afternoon, the fake Yang Jun was taken back to the police station because he was much better now. Gao Yi told Ji Yuning the news right away. Ji Yuning didn't care about what would happen next for the time being, so Gao Yi would observe and see what Xiao Chen would do. After all, she was an outsider and had no right to intervene so much. If she knew that Xiao Chen had no evidence, she would take action. Anyway, the fake Yang Jun was wronged, and it was her who stopped him from taking revenge. Soon another day had passed. It was a Sunday in mid-November, so it was already very cold, but Ji Yuning was a cultivator and didn't feel much cold. Miao Jingjing woke up today and felt much better, so Jing Yuniao asked her whether she wanted to stay or leave. Miao Jingjing only knew Jing Yuniao and the others now, so if she left, she had no idea where to go. Therefore, she chose to stay. After all these years, Miao Jingjing had made a living by illegal means, so she had no assets and was single. She decided to look for a job to make money once she fully recovered. People still needed to make money on their own. Even if Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had a lot of money and raising a group of people wouldn't be a problem for them, it wasn't a good idea. However, they could support and help her find a job. Therefore, Ji Yuning asked Miao Jingjing what she wanted and could do. Miao Jingjing had never worked before, so she had no idea. Ji Yuning felt Miao Jingjing could spend some time learning more about the job market before making decisions. At noon, Leng Xiaoting was back with Xu Jinchen and Song Haoyu. Because Leng Xiaoting and his teammates had helped Song Haoyu catch the fugitive last time, Song Haoyu owed them a meal. So since they had time today, he invited them to have a meal. And because Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jinchen were going out to have a meal, Ji Yuning and Zi Beiying went with them. They would only have the meal in the afternoon, so Leng Xiaoting went back to the Sihewan and Xu Jinchen went to see Zi Beiying before that. When Leng Xiaoting got back, Ji Yuning told him about what had happened during these days. That afternoon, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went out together. The appointed place was Zhou Zonghong's roast duck restaurant, because Zi Beiying wanted to eat roast duck and Zhou Zonghong's restaurant offered other delicious dishes. They were regular customers. As the person who invited them out, Song Haoyu naturally needed to go there before them. As a result, at 5:30 p.m., Song Haoyu came. After about 20 minutes, Xu Jinchen showed up with Zi Beiying. Seeing a beauty by Xu Jinchen's side, Song Haoyu was greatly surprised because he had never seen any girls by Xu Jinchen's side before, except for Xu Qinyan. When Song Haoyu heard Xu Jinchen introduce Zi Beiying as his girlfriend, he was shocked. What the fuck? Xu Jinchen, you have a girlfriend? Hearing that, Xu Jinchen was displeased. What? Can't I have a girlfriend? Of course you can, but it's such a big surprise, said Song Haoyu. Surprise? I don't think so. Xu Jinchen rolled his eyes at Song Haoyu, then ignored him. After that, he went to sit down with Zi Beiying. He also asked her whether she wanted to drink water, tea, or juice. Zi Beiying wanted water, so Xu Jinchen poured her a glass. Seeing Xu Jinchen being so considerate, Song Haoyu somehow felt it was very strange, because he couldn't believe that Xu Jinchen could be so gentle. Besides, he suddenly felt very sad watching them showing affection for each other in public. Moreover, Leng Xiaoting would come with Ji Yuning in a while. If there were two loving couples in the room, Song Haoyu would feel like he was the odd one out. All of a sudden, he had an idea of looking for a girlfriend. He wasn't young anymore, and he was nearing 30 this year. A few minutes past 6, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting also arrived. Song Haoyu sighed when he saw the two couples. I feel like I shouldn't be here, he complained. You can leave, but pay the bill first, said Leng Xiaoting. He didn't care about Song Haoyu's feelings. I'm so upset now. Why do you still say that to embarrass me? It's inhumane. Song Haoyu felt heavily hit. Were they really his friends? If I'm inhumane, why would I help you catch the fugitive? Leng Xiaoting asked. In an instant, Song Haoyu didn't know what to say. All right, you win. Let's order now. Everyone told Ji Yuning and Zi Beiying to order first and order whatever they wanted to eat. They didn't need to care about the prices. They decided to order roast duck and some other dishes. Although Song Haoyu would pay the bill, none of them had the habit of wasting food, so they only ordered as much food as they could finish. During this meal, Song Haoyu was very upset because Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jinchen were busy caring about their girls, while he was single and alone. Anyway, he had to eat, so he forced himself to eat some food even though he wasn't happy. After the meal, Song Haoyu proposed to have a drink because he rarely relaxed due to his profession. Since Song Haoyu suggested that, they agreed. They didn't go to other places, and just went to Song Nan's bar. Song Haoyu and Song Nan were relatives. Although they were distant cousins, they had a good relationship, so they went to spend money at his bar. Coincidentally, Song Nan was in the bar. Tang Qingyang and Zhang Rukan, Xu Qinyan, Ji Yuana, and other people were also there. Therefore, once Ji Yuning and the others went over, they saw them and Song Nan told them to sit at the next table. Seeing Ji Yuning and the others, Zhang Rukan and the other people greeted them. Xu Qinyan and Ji Yuana directly ran to Ji Yuning's table and chatted with Ji Yuning and Zi Beiying. The moment Ji Yuana's sight fell on Song Haoyu, she felt he looked very familiar. After thinking for a while, an idea dawned on her, but she wasn't sure of it, so she asked with uncertainty, "Are you Song Haoyu?" Song Haoyu was struck dumb for a second. To his surprise, Ji Yuana knew him, but he didn't know her. "Yeah, I'm Song Haoyu, and you?" "Oh, it's really you. It's been so many years. You're so handsome and charming now. We went to the same high school. I'm Ji Yuana. I chased you in the past. You might have forgotten me, ha ha." Ji Yuana got excited when she found out that it was really Song Haoyu. After all, it wasn't often that she got to see her old schoolmate and she had chased him. Chapter 2138, Don't Be Too Honest. Ji Yuana didn't think it was embarrassing that she had chased Song Haoyu before, so she said it aloud. They were young and crazy back then, and it was a funny memory, so she didn't feel embarrassed at all. However, Song Haoyu was slightly awkward, but he still had an impression of Ji Yuana. "Oh, you are Ji Yuana. You've changed a lot. I can barely recognize you now." Although Ji Yuana had chased Song Haoyu before, they weren't very familiar with each other. He could remember Ji Yuana simply because his old friends had talked about her a lot in the past. "Yeah, I was a pure girl that year, but now I'm sexy." Ji Yuana was very easygoing and even flicked her hair with pride, being quite seductive. Ji Yuana was right. She was sexy and stunning now. She was the dream girl of a lot of men, but she was actually very conservative and refused to play around with men. Seeing Ji Yuana like that, Song Haoyu was attracted, because she was indeed very sexy now. "Well, it's not easy to meet an old schoolmate. Let's have a drink together," Ji Yuana said. She poured 2 glasses of beer and gave Song Haoyu one. As a soldier, Song Haoyu never hesitated to do whatever he wanted to do, so he directly drained it after taking the glass Ji Yuana handed to him. After exchanging greetings, Ji Yuana didn't go back to her table, and instead sat down with Ji Yuning next to Song Haoyu. She began to chat with him. It wasn't because she still liked him or had a special feeling for him. She simply felt it was a rare meeting and she had chased him before. She wanted to seize this chance to have a nice talk with him. Song Haoyu wasn't as cold as Leng Xiaoting, who never bothered to chat with women, so he was willing to chat with girls. However, he wasn't a playboy, he was just more normal than Leng Xiaoting. Hey, what do you do now? Ji Anna asked. I joined the army and I'm a soldier now, said Song Haoyu, but he didn't give details. Hearing that, Ji Anna's eyes lit up and she complimented him at once. Great, it's a great job. Many girls had a preference for soldiers, and some even blindly admired soldiers. And you, what do you do now? Song Haoyu asked. Me, oh, I have a studio with my friends. It's barely afloat, said Ji Anna sadly, but she wasn't disappointed or worried about it. She opened it up just for fun after all. The Ji family's wealth was enough for her to live a good life for generations without doing anything. Take it slowly, it'll get better. Song Haoyu comforted her, but he could see that Ji Anna wasn't bothered at all. Well, it seems I'm the odd one out here. I'll go there now. After staying with them for a while, Shu Qinyan suddenly realized that there were 3 men and 3 women at this table, while she seemed to be unnecessary, so she stood up and walked away. Tut tut, I know you're missing Tang Qingyang, right? Don't hide it. Ji Anna rolled her eyes at Shu Qinyan. Don't be too honest, Shu Qinyan said to Ji Anna and complained. Tang Qingyang, what happened? Hearing that, Shu Jinshan turned to look at Shu Qinyan in surprise. He wasn't home, so he didn't know that Shu Qinyan was already Tang Qingyang's girlfriend. Anyway, upon hearing that, he had the answer. Shu Qinyan felt embarrassed when Shu Jinshan stared straight at her, but there was nothing to hide, so she said, Tang Qingyang is my boyfriend now. What? Why didn't you tell me? Shu Jinshan was mad in an instant. He wasn't dissatisfied with Tang Qingyang, and he wouldn't interfere in Shu Qinyan's personal affairs. Only Shu Qinyan herself could know whether Tang Qingyang was a good man or not. He was just displeased because Shu Qinyan didn't tell him that she already had a boyfriend. He didn't know, so he had little interaction with Tang Qingyang. Tang Qingyang might be annoyed at him. You rarely come home. How could I tell you? You were back yesterday, but you went to see my future sister-in-law. Mom and Dad have no idea that you're already back in the capital. Shu Qinyan argued. She wasn't mad at Zibeiyin. In fact, the Shu family was very happy to see that Shu Jinshan cared so much about Zibeiyin. She was only unhappy that Shu Jinshan blamed her. Criticized by Shu Qinyan, Shu Jinshan was a little embarrassed, so he didn't continue. Well, since you and Tang Qingyang are a couple, we might be family in the future. I must have a drink with him. After that, Shu Jinshan poured a glass of drink and walked to the next table. Hi, Tang Qingyang, sorry that I didn't know you're already together with my sister. I didn't especially have a drink with you. Now, let's have a toast. Shu Jinshan raised his glass to Tang Qingyang. Tang Qingyang stood up with his glass as well and raised it. Master Shu, I should have come to you. Actually, Tang Qingyang wanted to have a drink with Shu Jinshan earlier on, but they were chatting, so he decided to wait for a while. Unexpectedly, Shu Jinshan came now. Don't call me Master Shu. Although you're just my sister's boyfriend now, we're not strangers. We don't need to act like strangers either. Just call me Jinshan, and I'll call you Qingyang, said Shu Jinshan. Sure, Jinshan. Tang Qingyang immediately agreed. Although they were unfamiliar, Shu Jinshan was right. Tang Qingyang was already Shu Qinyan's boyfriend. They weren't a family yet, but they weren't strangers either. They didn't need to be unnecessarily polite. If they did that, it would seem that they disdained each other. After they had a drink together, Shu Jinshan went to drink with Zhang Rukan and Song Nan. As Ji Anna and Song Haoyu chatted with each other, they found they shared many things in common, so they exchanged phone numbers in the end. Afterwards, they drank and chatted for about an hour. Because Ji Anna came with Tang Qingyang and the other people, she couldn't abandon them, so she went back later. Their tables were very close to each other, so they could easily drink and talk with one another. At 11 p.m., Leng Xiaoting and the others left first. Although it was just the beginning of nightlife, they normally went home between 11 p.m. and 12 p.m. They couldn't drink much, so they went home earlier. Chapter 2139, Smith is in the capital. I could see you had a nice talk with Song Haoyu. How do you feel about him? When Leng Xiaoting and the others left, Shu Qinyan asked Ji Anna that question, but her look at Ji Anna showed that she believed Ji Anna had a special feeling for Song Haoyu. Ji Anna was always so talkative, but she seldom had a long chat with anyone. Therefore, Xu Qinyan thought that Ji Anna might have special feelings for Song Haoyu. Hearing that, Ji Anna panicked a little, then rolled her eyes at Xu Qinyan. It's our first meeting. I'm not the kind of person who falls in love at first glance. Actually, before Xu Qinyan asked that question, Ji Anna didn't think much about it, but she now felt different. At least, she had a good impression of Song Haoyu. He wasn't humorous, but he was mature and stable. It wasn't boring when she talked with him. She never liked serious people, because it would be boring, so she enjoyed chatting with humorous people, which was a lot of fun. However, she changed her mind now. She thought one's character was more important. For example, Leng Xiaoting was very cold and Ji Yuning was very different from him, but they got along very well. Therefore, it differed. I didn't say you fell in love with him at first sight, but you should have a good impression of him, right? Or you wouldn't have chatted with him for so long. It has never happened before. Although Xu Qinyan didn't see Ji Anna's panic, given her knowledge of Ji Anna, she refused to believe that Ji Anna had no interest in Song Haoyu. Zhang Rukan and I had a nice chat as well. Why didn't you say that I have special feelings for him? Ji Anna rolled her eyes at Xu Qinyan again. She wasn't sure whether she had special feelings for Song Haoyu, so she wouldn't admit it. Because I didn't see it. Xu Qinyan said. If she could see that Ji Anna had special feelings for Zhang Rukan, she would have said it aloud. Fine, you win. I have no special feelings for anyone. Come on, let's drink. Ji Anna was unwilling to continue to talk about it with Xu Qinyan, so she just drank with her. Because they all had drunk, they couldn't drive by themselves, so they hired designated drivers. Xu Jinchen drove Zi Beiying back to Century City before going to his own apartment. Although they were already a couple, they weren't at the stage of sleeping in the same room yet. Most importantly, Xu Jinchen respected Zi Beiying. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning went back to Mid-Level's mansion. Because they had been together for a very long time, it was very normal for them to have sex when they slept together. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning seldom saw each other, so they rarely slept together. As a result, whenever they were able to stay in the same room, they would have long passionate sex, trying to make up for each other's absence. They didn't stop until they were exhausted. After that, they cuddled for a rest. I'll be absent for a while, in a few days, maybe half a month. I'll try to come back before you go to Cityao. And if there is nothing to deal with, I'll go to Cityao with you. Leng Xiaoting said to Ji Yuning. It was already mid-November, so it was only 20 days before the gambling banquet would be held in Cityao. As long as there was nothing special to deal with at that time, Ji Yuning would go. Only idiots would miss such a great chance to make money. Sure, take care. Ji Yuning didn't ask Leng Xiaoting what he was going to do. She had never asked about Leng Xiaoting's work. After all, Leng Xiaoting's work had always been confidential. Besides, it was also dangerous, so Ji Yuning could only tell Leng Xiaoting to be careful. Although Leng Xiaoting had the least probability to get into accidents given his current abilities, he was still in danger, so Ji Yuning was worried about him. Now Leng Xiaoting was being exposed to more and more tasks related to ghosts and monsters. Even if he hadn't met super powerful ones yet, it didn't mean that he would be safe forever. Sure, I will, said Leng Xiaoting. In the past, he never cared about his life and focused on finishing his tasks, but now it was different. He had people who he loved and cared about, so he had to learn to cherish his life even though he might fail to finish his tasks. As long as he was alive, he still had chances to defeat evil. If he died, he would have no chance. Some forces may enter the capital soon to investigate cultivators. Pay some special attention to them, but try not to interrupt them, or stop them from conducting an investigation, said Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting could only rely on Ji Yuning to deal with cultivators, because no one was better than her. Shang Guanyang and Jing Yunyao were strong, but they weren't good at spying on and investigating cultivators. However, if there was a fight, they might help. Yeah, I'll pay attention to that, said Ji Yuning. If cultivators were exposed to the public, it might cause big trouble. Leng Xiaoting would leave the day after tomorrow, so on this day, Ji Yuning didn't go to school and just stayed with him. However, the two of them weren't always alone together. In the morning, they went to the company, then planned to return to the Sihewan at noon and visit the Leng family's house in the afternoon. However, at noon, when they were about to leave the company, Kay hurriedly came to Ji Yuning and said that Smith had come to the capital. Although it had been many months since Leng Xiaojia had tried to murder Ji Yuning didn't give up on her revenge on Smith, who was an accomplice. She didn't deliberately go abroad to find him, but she kept Kay looking for him. As soon as he arrived in their country, she would take action. She didn't ask Kay to watch him every day. After all, Kay didn't have so much time to help her spy on someone. He just checked Smith's ID record every couple of days. After Leng Xiaojia's accident, Smith worried that he would be investigated, so he never set foot in their country again until a long time had passed. He thought that he was safe after such a long time, and didn't think that Ji Yuning might know that he came back to their country. Once Ji Yuning heard the news, she squinted, looking dangerous. Where did he go? He arrived last night. He is staying in Heaton Hotel in Dongcheng District and is still in the hotel now, Kay said. Heaton Hotel was a 5-star hotel run by people from Country Y. Generally, people from Country Y liked to stay in Heaton Hotel when they came to the capital, because the style and service there, as well as the food, agreed with them. Chapter 2140. What happened to Smith in the end? Moreover, the managers and some waiters, as well as the chefs, all came from Country Y and exclusively served guests from Country Y. Very good. Keep on watching him. We'll go to Heaton Hotel now. If he leaves, call me, Ji Yuning said. After that, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning left the company for Heaton Hotel. What do you plan to do? Leng Xiaoting asked. Let him be the same as Leng Xiaojia. Just make him lie in the hospital. For a few months. We can't kill him anyway. Ji Yuning said. Since she didn't kill Leng Xiaojia, the mastermind, there was no reason to kill Smith. After all, in the end, she was fine. Leng Xiaoting couldn't help Ji Yuning with what she wanted to do, so he didn't ask her whether she needed him. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at Heaton Hotel, they still didn't receive Kay's notification of any changes, so it meant that Smith was still in the Heaton Hotel. However, Heaton Hotel was so big and had so many facilities, they had no idea where he was, so they had to ask Kay. Although Ji Yuning could look for it through her jade eyes, it would also take time to find him, and it didn't have to be so troublesome. Kay was watching Smith, so Ji Yuning could know where Smith was after making a phone call. At this time, it happened to be lunch time, so Smith was eating by himself at the No. XX booth of the dining hall on the roof. Nowadays, some high-end hotels preferred to set up a dining hall on the roof, and the surrounding walls were built with glasses, so people could see the surrounding scenery, especially at night. The night scene was quite unique. Why don't we dine here? Ji Yuning said, so that she could show up publicly around Smith. Anyway, she would use her magical power to attack him, so there would be no indication on his body. In that case, no one would notice her abnormal movements. Sure. Leng Xiaoting agreed, then he directly drove the car to the gate of the hotel, and gave the car to a valet parker before walking inside. A waiter greeted them as soon as they entered the restaurant. At the same time, Ji Yuning immediately turned on her jade eyes and scanned the surroundings, looking for Smith's location. Although she knew which booth Smith was in, it was the first time that Ji Yuning had come here, so she didn't know which table he was at. Before long, Ji Yuning saw Smith, so she asked the waiter for a booth over there. There was no one next to Smith, but Ji Yuning didn't sit directly next to him. Instead, she sat 2 tables away from him. There were only 2 meters between them, but that had no effect on her plan. There were hollow carved partitions between the booths, and Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were sitting behind Smith, so Smith couldn't see them. After all, Smith was the one who hired the murderer, so he had naturally seen Ji Yuning's picture. If he saw her, he would definitely recognize her. Ji Yuning sat on the sofa near Smith's side. After they finished ordering, the waiter left. Ji Yuning deliberately looked back at the hollow carved partition, but in fact released icy magical power towards Smith. It just so happened that there was no one around her, so she wouldn't hurt the innocent, and Leng Xiaoting, who had magical energy to protect his body, wouldn't be affected at all. Smith was eating, thinking about the business deal in the evening before negotiating, when suddenly he felt a chill coming from his body, making him stiff. His first thought was that the air conditioner might be broken. Although it was very cold now, the restaurant was air-conditioned and very warm, and there were no open windows around, so Smith didn't even think about whether there was a cold wind coming in. Even if the air conditioner was broken, Smith didn't care, because he would soon finish and leave. So it didn't matter whether the air conditioner was broken or not. However, coldness spread rapidly in his body, making his body stiffen with lightning speed, and he also felt a tingling sensation in his bones. At this time, Smith realized that something was wrong. No matter how cold the hall was, it wouldn't make people's bodies stiffen and hurt in their bones. What was wrong with him? Thinking of that, Smith was shocked and his entire face turned pale. His body had always been very healthy. No matter what the reason was, his body now had a problem, so he must take immediate action. As a result, Smith immediately reached out, trying to ring the service bell and ask the waiter to dial 120 for him. He could actually make the call by himself, but he still thought it was more appropriate to let the hotel do that. Unfortunately, when he raised his hand, he felt as if his whole arm was very stiff. When the movement became larger, he felt tingling, as if it would break. Now, Smith was scared. How could it happen? Seeing that he couldn't move, Smith opened his mouth and wanted to shout, but after opening his mouth, he found that his throat seemed to be blocked by something and he couldn't make a sound. This time, Smith was even more frightened. How was going on here? How could it happen? Countless questions filled Smith's mind, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't figure out why. When it was almost done, Ji Yuning withdrew her magical power. It took only half a minute from the beginning to the end. After his body was frozen by the cold magical power, not only were his limbs paralyzed, but it also caused a faint tingling pain in his bones. It was very painful. Moreover, the pain would last for several months, and even a strong body couldn't take it. Smith was actually much stronger than an ordinary man. A waiter quickly discovered that something was wrong with Smith. Seeing that he was motionless, the waiter asked him if he needed help. Although Smith couldn't speak, he could still make a low, hoarse sound. Therefore, the waiter learned that he had a problem, and immediately reported it to the manager. After that, he called the ambulance. After Smith was picked up by an ambulance, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's meal arrived. Once they finished, they went back to the Sihewan. However, when they had just solved a problem, they ran into another. As soon as Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting returned to the Sihewan, Ji Yuning's phone rang. She had just chatted with Shengguan Yang and the others for a short while. It was Gao Yi. Gao Yi said that no evidence was found about the fake Yang Jun, so the fake Yang Jun was really being prosecuted. Hearing that, Ji Yuning squinted. It seemed that Xiao Chen hadn't found the evidence and chose to protect the real Yang Jun, or the real Yang Jun had anticipated in advance and used his connection to destroy the files before Xiao Chen did the investigation. If so, she had to do something. After hanging up the call with Gao Yi, Ji Yuning immediately called Kei and asked him to hack into the student files of the school to see if the files of Yang Jun and Yang Siwan were still there. However, without surprise, the files were indeed deleted. Chapter 2141. Not just saying it afterwards, Ji Yuning immediately told Shengguan Yang and the others that she needed to go out to deal with something, then left and went to the police station where the fake Yang Jun was detained. Leng Xiaoting went out with her. Shengguan Yang and Jing Yunyao never bothered to ask Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting about what they were doing, because they could make decisions on their own. There was nothing for them to worry about. Because they crossed districts, when Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived, it was an hour later, but it didn't affect their actions. Although the fake Yang Jun was being prosecuted, the case wouldn't be sent to the court right away, so he would still be detained at the police station. Because everyone at the police station knew Ji Yuning, they all greeted her politely when they saw her. Although they didn't know Leng Xiaoting had an air of nobility and power, so they didn't dare to despise him. They were only curious about his relationship with Ji Yuning, because he was very Handsome. People loved gossip. They guessed he might be Ji Yuning's boyfriend. Miss Ji Yu, what can I do for you? A policeman came up and asked eagerly. Is Officer Xiao here? I have something to talk about with him, Ji Yuning said. In the office. I'll take you there, the policeman said. Thank you so much, said Ji Yuning politely, then followed the policeman over there. The policeman brought Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to Xiao Chen's office and knocked on the door. After hearing him say come in, the policeman pushed the door open. When he saw Ji Yuning, Xiao Chen quickly got up and greeted her very politely. Miss Ji Yu, nice to see you. Have a seat please. Xiao Chen didn't know Leng Xiaoting either, so he didn't greet him directly, but he acknowledged his presence by a nod. Xiao Chen knew that Ji Yuning came to see him for Yang Jun's case, but because of that, Xiao Chen was a little puzzled. Why did Ji Yuning care about Yang Jun's case so much? Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't hesitate, and sat down right away, then Xiao Chen poured a cup of tea for each of them. Miss Ji Yu, can I help? Xiao Chen asked. He knew the answer, but he had to ask Ji Yuning first. I know I shouldn't ask for details about this case, but it has something to do with me after all, so I want to know how it's going. Officer Xiao, can you tell me? Ji Yuning deliberately asked. Yesterday after Miss Ji Yu left, I went to his high school to investigate, but the files were lost. It has been so many years after all. No one was managing the old files, Xiao Chen said, having no guilty conscience. He was either excellent at acting, or it really had nothing to do with him. Lost. What a coincidence. Ji Yuning raised her brow slightly, and said in disbelief. Xiao Chen could hear it, so he frowned. Although he was unhappy when Ji Yuning questioned him, he didn't dare to show it on his face. Miss Ji Yu, if you don't believe it, you can go to the school by yourself, said Xiao Chen. No need. I believe it, said Ji Yuning, because she had already learned the result from K. We've filed a lawsuit against Yang Jun in court. It should be dealt with tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, Xiao Chen said. Officer Xiao, you have such a good relationship with Yang Siwan, but you won't help him blindly, right? Ji Yuning asked all of a sudden, but this question meant something else profound. Xiao Chen immediately understood the meaning of Ji Yuning's words. He looked displeased in an instant and his voice became deeper. Miss Ji Yu, are you suspecting that I'm protecting Yang Siwan, so I didn't go to find the files? Or the situation is really like what Yang Jun said, but because of Yang Siwan, I deliberately said the files are lost. Miss Ji Yu, I do have a good relationship with Yang Siwan, but I won't help him blindly. And, even if the files are lost, I still believe in Yang Siwan. Why do you trust him so much? Just because your relationship is good. Aren't you suspicious of him at all? Ji Yuning asked, with a slightly playful look and a meaningful tone. I've known Yang Siwan for so many years. I know exactly what kind of person he is. When his friend was under suspicion, Xiao Chen was naturally unhappy, but he was afraid of Ji Yuning's status and didn't dare to vent his anger on her. Really? Ji Yuning asked with doubts. Miss Ji Yu, what do you mean? Are you convinced by Yang Jun's words? Xiao Chen asked, feeling upset. Ji Yuning had no relationship with Yang Jun. Why would she trust him? Hearing that, Ji Yuning was sure that Xiao Chen was deceived, so she stopped beating about the bush. Officer Xiao, if what Yang Jun said is true, and they've really exchanged identities and now Yang Siwan denies that he's Yang Jun in order to steal the property that didn't belong to him, and has done something to hurt the real Yang Siwan, what would you do? Ji Yuning asked seriously. Do what the law tells me to do, Xiao Chen subconsciously said. It seemed he had a sense of justice. However, the moment Xiao Chen answered Ji Yuning's question, he realized why she asked that. An idea dawned on him and he looked at Ji Yuning in great shock. Miss Ji Yu, do you mean, could it be that what Yang Jun said was really true? It was impossible. Xiao Chen couldn't believe it, refusing to accept it. Did you tell Yang Siwan before going to get the files? Ji Yuning asked. Xiao Chen stiffened, and a possibility came to his mind, but he still felt unbelievable. He felt that Yang Siwan wouldn't do that. Facing Ji Yuning's question, Xiao Chen answered honestly. Yes, after you left, I told him, but, Xiao Chen wanted to defend Yang Siwan, but he couldn't open his mouth when the words came to his lips, because at this time, he already had some doubts, but he couldn't believe it 100%. I wasn't just saying it when I reminded you to check the files. In fact, before that, I already found out the truth. I didn't directly give you the evidence, because I'm not a police officer and I do not want to overstep. I also wanted to see whether you and Yang Siwan are the same type of people. Ji Yuning squinted at Xiao Chen. She didn't bother to hide that she was suspicious of Xiao Chen because he and Yang Siwan were friends. What I've found out is that Yang Siwan and Yang Jun indeed have exchanged identities. Chapter 2142, Can you let him speak? What? Knowing that, Xiao Chen rounded his eyes in shock. To his surprise, Ji Yuning had already found out the truth and Yang Siwan and Yang Jun indeed had exchanged their identities. In that case, what happened to the files so coincidentally really had something to do with Yang Siwan. Xiao Chen couldn't accept it, but he knew that Ji Yuning wouldn't lie to him. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly felt that Yang Siwan was so strange. If they really had exchanged identities and Yang Siwan refused to admit it, did it mean that he aimed to steal the Yang family's properties? Yang Siwan kept telling him that he was innocent and Yang Jun was ungrateful, but Yang Siwan was simply making use of him. Xiao Chen couldn't stay calm. Although he had a good relationship with Yang Siwan and Yang Siwan had helped him a lot, it was different. He didn't want Yang Siwan to use their friendship to get away with the crime. If Yang Siwan used him to do something not too serious, he wouldn't mind it. Xiao Chen did his best to compose himself, then asked Ji Yuning, Miss Ji Yu, what else did you find out? Can you tell me? Yang Siwan's parents forced them to exchange identities, because Yang Siwan's parents wanted him to study in a better school. It's their fault, Ji Yuning said. I don't have evidence to prove what happened afterwards, so what I'm going to say is my analysis, not slander, said Ji Yuning. Sure, you have my ears, said Xiao Chen. Because Yang Siwan and Yang Jun had exchanged identities and the real Yang Jun refused to admit it, I had doubts. Yesterday morning, when I went to have a talk with Yang Jun in the hospital, I asked him about it. He told me what happened, but he's a party in the case. We can't fully believe his words. Ji Yuning believed Yang Jun, but it didn't mean Xiao Chen had to do the same thing as her. She had no solid proof after all. Without solid evidence, it wasn't persuasive. The real Yang Jun refused to admit that he has exchanged identities with Yang Siwan, which means he really wants to steal the Yang family's properties. He might even do something more unacceptable in order to do that, like kill Yang Siwan's parents, Ji Yuning said. No way, Xiao Chen argued subconsciously, but he couldn't convince himself. We need more evidence to prove that, but there is no problem with my analysis till now. It's what the real Yang Siwan told me. Ji Yuning said, Officer Xiao, if your son and nephew exchanged their identities before going to college. They exchanged their identities at work as well. Your family has a fortune. Would you make a will or transfer it to ensure that your own property is inherited by your own son? Your nephew has only exchanged identities with your son. It doesn't mean your wealth also has a different owner. Hearing that, Xiao Chen was shocked. Did the fake Yang Siwan kill Yang Siwan's parents in order to steal the Yang family's properties? I'd definitely give my properties to my own son, said Xiao Chen. However, the Yang family's properties are in the fake Yang Siwan's hands now. Do you really think he wouldn't do anything to hurt Yang Siwan's parents? The fake Yang Jun also told me it's the real Yang Jun who caused the injuries on his face and made him unable to speak. Well, before we have enough evidence, we can't fully believe Yang Jun's words, but we must face the possibility, said Ji Yuning. Even if the fake Yang Jun said it was done by the real Yang Jun, Ji Yuning couldn't be sure of it without proof. All of a sudden, Xiao Chen felt something was wrong, so he asked, since Yang Jun, the fake Yang Jun couldn't speak, how did he talk with you? I asked him questions and he answered by shaking or nodding his head, so I didn't know all the details. Ji Yuning said, well, I can perhaps help him speak. Officer Xiao, you can tell him to come here. I'll have a try. If he can really speak, you can ask him about the whole story then. Ji Yuning didn't give him an affirmative answer, in case any accidents happened. If she failed to let Yang Jun speak, she would be embarrassed. What? You can let him speak? Hearing that, Xiao Chen was greatly surprised and couldn't believe it. Even though he knew Ji Yuning had abilities, he still couldn't believe it and even felt it was ridiculous. He didn't show it on his face, but Ji Yuning understood it was unbelievable in ordinary people's eyes. Nobody would believe it before experiencing it. I said perhaps, but we'll see whether it works. Perhaps I can, Ji Yuning said. Actions were more persuasive than words after all. Since Ji Yuning said that, Xiao Chen stopped asking her about it. As she said, they would see whether it worked after the fake Yang Jun arrived. Sure, I'll bring him here right now, said Xiao Chen, then he stood up and walked out. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were left alone in the office, Leng Xiaoting caught her hand right away and rubbed it in his palm. Staring at her, he looked very gentle. He never got enough when he was alone with her. What? Are you sexually excited for you to look at me in this way? Ji Yuning was amused and joked. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting squinted, showing great desire in his eyes. He smiled and said, yeah, I'm aroused by you. When Leng Xiaoting gave her such a straightforward answer, Ji Yuning felt embarrassed and gave him a glare. Stop it. Leng Xiaoting was innocent. You asked me first. Fine. Ji Yuning didn't know how to answer, so she turned her head away and stopped looking at him. Leng Xiaoting laughed. Ji Yuning was becoming more and more adorable in his eyes. Nothing, just wanted to call you. I have to leave tomorrow, and I'll be absent for over half a month. I'm reluctant to leave. I want to stay with you every day, but I don't have choices sometimes, said Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting's love for Ji Yuning was impeccable in his actions, but in his words, he really rarely said sweet nothings. As a result, Ji Yuning wasn't used to it. Stay with me every day. I'd feel bothered even if you don't, said Ji Yuning with disdain, but she actually wanted to stay with Leng Xiaoting all the time too. Chapter 2143, can speak like what Leng Xiaoting said, they didn't have choices sometimes. They couldn't abandon their careers for their romantic relationship. Leng Xiaoting understood that Ji Yuning jokingly said that, so he wasn't unhappy. Instead, he said, I'm afraid you're doomed to be bothered. We have a long future ahead of us. After these dozens of years, we still have dozens and hundreds of years to stay together. Ji Yuning rolled her eyes at Leng Xiaoting, then said nothing. Before long, Xiao Chen brought the fake Yang Jun. Before they came in, Leng Xiaoting went back to normal and looked serious. Originally, the fake Yang Jun believed Ji Yuning with all his heart, but when he learned that he was still being prosecuted, he was desperate. He didn't know that the files were destroyed by Yang Jun, and he thought Xiao Chen sided with Yang Jun. Couldn't Ji Yuning help him? If Ji Yuning couldn't help him, he wouldn't blame her, but he would still be mad at her because he failed to take revenge due to her intervention. He thought he would be put in jail. Although he wouldn't be sentenced to death, he would be in jail for years. Actually, he wouldn't stop paying Yang Jun back even if he was out of jail. Right now in Xiao Chen's office, he had hopes again when he saw Ji Yuning. He looked at her with excitement and anticipation. The fake Yang Jun was handcuffed, and Ji Yuning didn't tell Xiao Chen to untie it. After all, he was now a suspect. Have a seat, said Ji Yuning. The fake Yang Jun didn't sit down right away, and instead turned to stare at Xiao Chen. Although Ji Yuning enjoyed a high status, this was Xiao Chen's office, and he was completely dirty. He was afraid of dirtying other people's places. Just sit, said Xiao Chen. Since Xiao Chen said that, the fake Yang Jun sat down. Yang Jun, oh, no, I should call you Yang Siwan. Maybe I can let you speak again, maybe. Even if I fail, this medicine won't do you any harm. If you're willing to trust me, take it. Ji Yuning held a power crystal in her hand, then gave it to the fake Yang Jun. The fake Yang Jun immediately got excited when he heard Ji Yuning say that he could speak again, even though Ji Yuning just said maybe. Although Ji Yuning gave him medicine and said that it was possible to make him speak again, to be honest, he remained doubtful. He didn't think such a magical thing existed, but he also felt that Ji Yuning didn't have to lie to him. She would be embarrassed immediately if it didn't work. He didn't think Ji Yuning would poison him either, because there was no grudge between them. Therefore, since there was a chance, he was willing to give it a try. It was very unpleasant that he couldn't tell his tragic story. The fake Yang Jun nodded and took Ji Yuning's medicine, then took it without hesitation. Although Ji Yuning didn't know why the fake Yang Jun couldn't speak, she believed that it could be cured with the power crystal. He might not be as good as before, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to speak. Xiao Chen also believed that Ji Yuning wouldn't harm people, so he didn't stop her. Otherwise, according to the rules, drugs that hadn't been tested couldn't be given to prisoners casually. If something went wrong, he couldn't carry the responsibility. Anyway, could this single pill help the fake Yang Jun speak? To be honest, Xiao Chen didn't believe it, but Ji Yuning didn't seem to be bragging, so he still looked forward to it. Therefore, Xiao Chen kept staring at the fake Yang Jun, observing his reaction. As soon as the fake Yang Jun put the power crystal into his mouth, it melted and he felt a comfortable coldness. Gradually, his throat, which had felt blocked, seemed to clear up, encouraging him to open his mouth to speak, but because of fear, he dared not speak. Ji Yuning didn't urge him. After all, no matter how effective the power crystal was, it wasn't a matter of a few seconds. It required at least a few minutes to come to effect, so she said to the fake Yang Jun, "Just wait 3 minutes before speaking." The fake Yang Jun nodded when he heard that. Although he couldn't suppress the restlessness in his heart, he had to listen to Ji Yuning. Will he be able to talk in 3 minutes? Xiao Chen found it very unbelievable. He had never heard of such a miraculous medicine. "We'll know in 3 minutes," Ji Yuning said, without giving a definite answer. 3 minutes passed quickly. The fake Yang Jun couldn't wait, but he didn't take the initiative to speak either. Instead, he looked at Ji Yuning for her opinions. "Try to speak now," Ji Yuning said. I. The fake Yang Jun didn't know what to say for a while, so he only said, "I." Although the fake Yang Jun only uttered one word, it still stunned Xiao Chen, and even the fake Yang Jun was shocked. This medicine was so amazing. "Who are you?" Ji Yuning asked after seeing that the fake Yang Jun didn't know what to say. "I'm Yang Siwan." Subconsciously, the fake Yang Jun replied. Although his voice was hoarse, his words were very clear. At this moment, Xiao Chen was even more surprised. "When you speak, do you have other problems with your throat?" Ji Yuning asked. "Not at all," said Yang Siwan. "Okay, then you can accept Officer Xiao's interrogation," Ji Yuning said, then looked at Xiao Chen, who was stunned. "Officer Xiao, you can ask him any questions now. I know it's not convenient for us to be there during the interrogation, but we've interfered after all. I hope you don't mind that we are on the sidelines." Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Xiao Chen reacted immediately, and turned to admire Ji Yuning now. "Of course I don't mind." Given the current situation, he definitely wouldn't mind. If it weren't for Ji Yuning, he would have settled an unjust case. After all, this incident was only an attempted homicide case, and the person who was targeted was fine. As a result, relatively speaking, it wasn't a complicated or serious case. Therefore, the Bureau wouldn't conduct further investigations. As long as they provided interrogation records and evidence, it was basically enough to settle the case. Xiao Chen felt lucky that Ji Yuning was involved in this. However, upon thinking of Yang Siwan, no, it should be Yang Jun, he was still quite upset. It wasn't a big deal that he had exchanged his identities with Yang Siwan, but didn't tell Xiao Chen. It was his personal affair after all, but he had tried to use Xiao Chen, which almost made him make a big mistake. Even though they had a good relationship, Xiao Chen was totally disappointed at this moment. He could lose his job and even be put in jail if the mistake he made was exposed. If that really happened, it would be caused by Yang Jun, so it was impossible for him not to be mad at Yang Jun. Chapter 2144. He did everything. Then, Xiao Chen began to interrogate Yang Siwan. "Name?" Xiao Chen asked. This wasn't unknowingly asked, it was just part of the interrogation process. He couldn't skip it. "Yang Siwan." Yang Siwan responded. "Age, 27. "Why is your name Yang Jun on the ID card?" "Because I didn't do well in the National College entrance examination." After the exam, I exchanged identities with Yang Jun to go to university. What's your relationship with the real Yang Jun? Yang Jun is my younger cousin. Do you know it's illegal to exchange identities? I know it now. Who did you aim to kill? Why do you want to kill him? The person I wanted to kill is the real Yang Jun. I want to kill him because he killed my parents to steal my family's properties. He caused the wounds on my face and made me unable to speak. He did everything. As Yang Siwon said, he became angry, and his expression showed deep anger and hatred. Not to mention that the tragedy just happened in the past year. Even if it happened 10 years ago, Yang Siwon would still be so angry and hate Yang Jun deeply. He wouldn't feel better until he successfully took revenge. Even though Ji Yuning had mentioned it before, now that he heard Yang Siwon say so with his own ears, Xiao Chen still felt upset. Although he was already disappointed with Yang Jun, it was creepy once he thought that he had been friends with such an evil person for years. If he stood in Yang Jun's way one day in the future, he could be harmed too. What evidence do you have to prove that Yang Jun is the murderer of your parents? Xiao Chen asked. Although he now believed Yang Siwon's words, he must pay attention to evidence in everything, because he couldn't convict Yang Jun, but the court. I have no evidence, but he personally admitted it to me. It actually can't be more obvious. Yang Siwon said, my parents mentioned that they wanted to transfer the company to my name before the car accident happened. Yang Jun heard it. The reason why my parents wanted to transfer the company to my name as soon as possible was because they found out that Yang Jun was greedy and they tried to avoid unnecessary trouble. Unfortunately, before it was done, they had an accident. The first suspect that came to my mind, of course, was Yang Jun. I asked him about it then, and he admitted. He said that he broke the brakes of my parents' car, then he hired a car to hit my parents' car. He even chose a bad road, so that my parents' car couldn't stop in the car accident. In that case, they could hardly survive. At that time, there were only 2 of us, so no third person heard it. Although I recorded it at the time, he found out and destroyed my phone. He also cut my face. Yang Jun admitted it. If so, Yang Jun must have done that. Knowing that, Xiao Chen was full of anger, but he was mad at Yang Jun this time, not for their personal relationship, but for his professional ethics. Although Xiao Chen blindly believed Yang Jun's words and sometimes helped him due to their good relationship, it wasn't a big deal. He hadn't lost his conscience and morals, and there was justice in his heart. Otherwise, Yang Jun wouldn't have hidden himself so deeply and told someone else to delete the files. If Xiao Chen and Yang Jun were the same kind of people, Yang Jun would have directly used money to bribe Xiao Chen. Because Yang Siwon was just able to speak, after he said so much at once, his throat couldn't bear it. When it came to the end, his voice became even more hoarse. Ji Yuning took the initiative to pour him a glass of water, then put a power crystal inside and let him drink it. Seeing Ji Yuning pour a glass of water for someone else in person, Leng Xiaoting looked displeased. He didn't even have the heart to let Ji Yuning serve him. Although Leng Xiaoting was unhappy, he knew that they were in the police station, so he said nothing. At a glance, Ji Yuning understood that he was dissatisfied. She quietly rolled her eyes. It was just a glass of water, which was no big deal. Ji Yuning ignored Leng Xiaoting. Yang Siwon drank the water Ji Yuning gave him, and his sore throat immediately became more comfortable. Afterwards, Xiao Chen, facing Yang Siwon, was surprised to find that the scars on his face had faded a bit. Could it also be the effect of the medicine? Because the injuries on the human body would automatically absorb the magical power, and Yang Siwon took 2 power crystals at once, there was nothing he couldn't bear. The injuries on his face would absorb the magical power first. Otherwise, ordinary people couldn't accept the energy of 2 power crystals so quickly. Within a short while, the scars on Yang Siwon's face changed slightly, but Xiao Chen was still amazed. Yang Siwon had no idea about it, and he even found it strange that Xiao Chen looked at him in surprise. Anyway, he didn't bother to ask about it. After Yang Siwon felt comfortable in his throat, he continued, because of the injuries on my face, I went abroad to recuperate for more than half a year. Then I came home to seek revenge on Yang Jun. I called the police, but because I couldn't speak, I just wrote. The paper was taken, but I never got a response. Yang Jun stayed in the capital all the time. With the help of my identity, he managed to form a relationship with many powerful people, so after he knew I was in the capital, he hired some gangsters to beat me. For much of the time, I was injured. I could barely do anything to punish Yang Jun. Afterwards, I lost trust in the police, but I had to take revenge, so I had the most extreme idea, which is to directly assassinate. Yang Siwan had a very bad impression of the police. It was completely bullshit in his eyes that the police served the people. He knew that not every policeman was bad, but he was unwilling to trust the police after he had been disappointed countless times. Hearing Yang Siwan's account, Xiao Chen felt embarrassed. After all, he had almost chosen to side with Yang Jun and gave up investigating the case. He trusted Yang Jun too much, so he refused to believe that they would exchange identities. At the same time, he was also furious that the police ignored Yang Siwan's report. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were clearly aware of the unpleasant social phenomena, but they still felt uncomfortable when they heard the story. Miss Ji Yu, what do you think we should do next? Xiao Chen asked Ji Yuning. It was his duty, but he subconsciously relied on Ji Yuning since she was present, because he believed that Ji Yuning would have a better idea. If so, he wouldn't waste time on it. I only have the evidence of Yang Siwan and Yang Jun exchanging identities. I don't have proof of Yang Jun's illegal deeds. I'm afraid he's also ruined all the clues, so we can only make Yang Jun admit it by himself, said Ji Yuning. Chapter 2145, Just be cooperative. Just now, Ji Yuning thought of going to find those gangsters to prove that Yang Jun was guilty, but afterwards she didn't think it was persuasive enough. Because the evidence they had right now wasn't enough to punish Yang Jun, they mainly needed proof to prove that Yang Siwan's parents' death had something to do with Yang Jun instead of the fact that Yang Jun had injured Yang Siwan. After all, Yang Siwan was fine now. Even if the accusation was proven, it wouldn't add to the accusation that Yang Jun originally suffered, so it was better to skip this procedure and directly make Yang Jun give in. Miss Ji Yu, are you going to directly force Yang Jun to confess? Xiao Chen asked, with some worries in his heart. Could they succeed? After all, if Yang Jun admitted it, it would be a capital crime. Right. Ji Yuning said, Officer Xiao, if you don't mind, Yang Siwan and I will come forward to force a confession. You just need to cooperate with us. Okay. Xiao Chen wanted Ji Yuning to help. Since she took the initiative to help, he would naturally be happy to see that it was done. He wouldn't mind at all. We'll go back now. We can act at night. The specific cooperation with Yang Siwan will be discussed at night. Ji Yuning said, also, don't let other people know about it. Sure, said Xiao Chen. Miss Ji Yu, thank you. Yang Siwan stood up, then bowed deeply to Ji Yuning, thanking her very sincerely. Given what Ji Yuning had done till today, even if she failed to force Yang Jun to confess, he wouldn't blame her for stopping him from taking revenge. Although she had destroyed his plan, she was a good person and had a strong sense of justice. If he was the target back then, he believed that Ji Yuning would rescue him as well. Although he didn't know if he could succeed in extorting a confession, he felt that the chance of success was still very high. He knew Yang Jun very well. Once Yang Jun knew that his real identity had been discovered, and therefore lost the Yang family's wealth, he would lose control of his emotions. And a person who lost control of his emotions wouldn't have very strong willpower. Ji Yuning had the same idea, so she wasn't worried that they would fail. After that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left. They would take action that night. Smith, after being sent to the hospital, found nothing wrong with the examination, but he was unable to speak, so the doctor couldn't ask anything about his condition. The only thing that could be checked was that his life wasn't in danger for the time being. Why was it temporary? Because they couldn't find out the cause and there might be an unknown danger. Besides, because the patient couldn't speak, they didn't know how to contact his family. They had to call the police and let the police deal with it. When the police came forward, they could only contact the embassy of country Y. Smith's condition was determined to be a unique illness, because he suddenly became like this when he was healthy, and no one would think that it was manipulated. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left, they returned to the Sihewan, then took Jing Yuniao back to the Leng family's house. Shang Guanyang still didn't go with them, because he was a more casual person, and he felt uneasy when he was in the Leng family's house. It was better for him to go for a walk at the square after a good meal, and play elephant chess or brag with those old men. By now, going to the square to play chess and bragging with those old men had become a pleasure in Shang Guanyang's life. He often went there, so he was familiar with those old men who often showed up there. Miao Jingjing had been helping them with cleaning and sanitation these days. She already felt a little embarrassed that she ate and stayed with them for free, so she couldn't just do nothing before she thought of a way out. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at the Leng family's house, Leng Xiaojia happened to be sitting in a daze in the yard. Although it was getting cold now, it was a bright sunny day today, so it was warm to some extent. Leng Xiaojia stayed in the room for a long time and was bored, so she went out and took a seat. However, at this moment, Leng Xiaojia looked unhappy, because she had just received a call from a friend saying that something terrible happened to Smith. Smith's symptoms now were exactly the same as her own back then. She was stiff and unable to move, except that her waist was hit hard at the time, so she had added pain in the waist. Therefore, she knew it had to be Ji Yuning who caused Smith to be like that. However, she didn't dare to say it aloud. She hated Ji Yuning, but she was also very afraid of her. She was afraid that Ji Yuning would make her lie in the hospital bed in pain for a few months once more, which was excruciating torture. She hadn't even fully recovered yet. Although Ji Yuning didn't hit a certain part of Smith's body, the degree of freezing his limbs was worse than that of Leng Xiaojia. At that time, Leng Xiaojia was still able to speak, but Smith couldn't speak at all now. Ji Yuning's level of attack on Leng Xiaojia was on the 5th degree, but the level of attack on Smith was on the 7th degree. That level wouldn't be fatal, but it didn't mean that there was no threat to his life. It depended on whether he could receive good treatment. However, no matter how good the treatment was, the nerves in his body wouldn't be intact after he recovered. His joints and the like would often ache due to changes of the weather. Suddenly, Leng Xiaojia saw a familiar car coming and knew that it was Leng Xiaoting. Although she didn't know if Ji Yuning was there, Leng Xiaojia didn't want to see Leng Xiaoting, so she immediately got up and walked away. When the car entered the Leng family's compound, Ji Yuning, sitting at the front passenger's seat, also saw Leng Xiaojia, but she didn't care about her. Once Leng Xiaoting and the others came back, Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia were still the most uncomfortable people in the house. They finished eating first, then went back to their rooms. They didn't dare to confront Leng Xiaoting and the others, because it was only them who suffered. As a result, they only dared to talk about them behind their backs and scold them. Jing Yuniao wasn't living in the Leng family's house, because it wasn't convenient for her to cultivate, and she wasn't used to the life there. Otherwise, Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia might go crazy. Although Jing Yuniao wouldn't take the initiative to make them unhappy, they would be unhappy as long as they saw Jing Yuniao. Because Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning still had things to do at night, they didn't stay in the Leng family's house for too long. At 8:30 p.m., after they had a good meal, they left. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting sent Jing Yuniao back to the Sihewan, Ji Yuning called Gao Yi and asked him where Yang Jun was at this time. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left the police station today, Gao Yi was asked to follow Yang Jun. Gao Yi said that Yang Jun just returned home from socializing and was now at home. In that case, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting immediately went to the police station. Ji Yuning told Gao Yi to watch Yang Jun as always, and to call her if anything happened. Xiao Chen had been waiting for Ji Yuning to arrive at the police station. Although Ji Yuning said that they would act at night, she didn't say what time it would be. So no matter what time it was, they had to stand by in order to act tonight. Chapter 2146, Don't Know. Then why do you panic? When the police weren't busy, they went to work and left normally. However, when there was a case, it often happened that they stayed awake for a day or two. In fact, the police work was often very busy and exhausting. After all, there were too many criminals. There were 3 other policemen who carried out this mission together with Xiao Chen. They were still the same people who went to take away the fake Yang Jun that day. Ji Yuning was only responsible for forcing Yang Jun to make a confession, and Xiao Chen and the others would take care of the follow-up matters. Because Ji Yuning and Yang Siwan had something to talk about, Yang Siwan sat in Leng Xiaoting's car. Xiao Chen had nothing to worry about. The Yang family lived in an ordinary house block in this city. After all, the Yang family wasn't super rich, and couldn't afford a house in those high-end blocks. However, even if the Yang family wasn't super rich, it was much richer than ordinary families. When he returned to the familiar neighborhood, Yang Siwan's emotions changed. He had various emotions mixed together, which was very complicated. What he wanted most now was that Yang Jun would be punished as he deserved, so that he could comfort the souls of his parents in heaven. Because Yang Siwan was here, Ji Yuning didn't need to call Gao Yi and ask him for the specific address. Their car stopped in front of the Yang family's house, and Gao Yi walked out of the dark. "Boss, Yang Jun has been inside the entire time," Gao Yi said. "It's just that I observed the surroundings. There is nowhere to go in. There are windows on the second floor that are not closed, but there are anti-theft bars. You all can wait here. I'll go take a look first," Ji Yuning said, and walked over. Leng Xiaoting did wait with the other people, but followed Ji Yuning. Although Xiao Chen didn't know who he was, he had already seen from Leng Xiaoting's interaction with Ji Yuning that they were a couple. Not to mention that since it was Ji Yuning's boyfriend, he must enjoy a very high status. His air of nobility wasn't something ordinary people could have. As they walked over, Ji Yuning took a look at the situation in the house. Only Yang Jun was inside. He was lying on the bed in the master bedroom on the second floor, and seemed to be asleep. Ji Yuning couldn't help thinking that he had killed Yang Siwan's parents, but he slept in their room now. Wouldn't he feel guilty and have nightmares? Even if he had replaced all the original things inside before sleeping in it, it was still very unacceptable in Ji Yuning's eyes. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to the room with the open window, which was at the back of the house. The anti-theft windows could barely be seen. Although this kind of anti-theft nets was beautiful, it was much easier to open than stainless steel anti-theft windows. "Leave it to me. I'll go in and open the door for you," Leng Xiaoting said. After that, Leng Xiaoting directly took out a dagger and climbed up with his bare hands. In fact, Leng Xiaoting could jump straight up and get on the floor, but there were surveillance cameras around him. If someone watched them and investigated it, it might cause trouble. However, even if he climbed with his bare hands, it was only on the second floor. For Leng Xiaoting, he didn't have any difficulties and climbed up in a few movements. Then, he took out the dagger and cut open the anti-theft window. Actually, it would be unrealistic to cut it with a dagger alone, and it could take a long time. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting used his magical energy. Once he cut it, it broke off without loud sounds. If Xiao Chen and the others saw this scene, they would be greatly surprised and amazed by this sharp dagger. After cutting the window open, Leng Xiaoting jumped in through it. His footsteps were so light that he didn't wake up Yang Jun. Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to go to the master bedroom to take a look to see if Yang Jun was really asleep after he got inside, so Leng Xiaoting went to take a look. After Leng Xiaoting entered, Ji Yuning also came back and called Yang Siwan and the others to go over, leaving Gao Yi waiting outside. Before long, Leng Xiaoting opened the door. "That person is asleep, smelling of alcohol all over," Leng Xiaoting said. "Great, you can go back to the car and wait for me now," Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting listened to Ji Yuning and waited for her in the car. Ji Yuning could handle easy problems. She brought the others in right away. Ji Yuning brought the group of people to the second floor. Because they were all trained, their steps were very light and Yang Jun still did not awaken. Ji Yuning asked Xiao Chen and the others to stay outside and wait until she called them to come in. The main bedroom door was open and the lights were on. Although Ji Yuning and Yang Siwan were already in the room, Yang Jun still felt nothing. Seeing Yang Jun sleeping in his parents' room, Yang Siwan's whole body was trembling in anger. He was furious and could hardly wait to go up and kill the ungrateful man. Fortunately, he still had a bit of reason and suppressed the impulse. After getting in the room, Ji Yuning didn't immediately wake up Yang Jun, but first prepared a video recorder. She planned to record Yang Jun's confession. After preparing the video recorder, she decided to wake Yang Jun up. "Wake him up now," Ji Yuning said to Yang Siwan. She gave him the chance to vent his anger. "No problem," Yang Siwan replied, stepping forward to give Yang Jun a hard kick. Yang Jun was instantly awakened from the pain, and felt confused. Did someone just kick him? When he opened his eyes and saw Ji Yuning and Yang Siwan in front of him, he rounded his eyes in shock. The next second, he jumped out of the bed and looked at them vigilantly. "You, how did you get in? What do you want to do? What did they want to do?" Since Yang Siwan appeared here, it was clear that they aimed to do something bad. Was Ji Yuning going to kill him along with Yang Siwan? "What do we want to do?" "To do something that should be done," Ji Yuning said with a sneer. Yang Siwan, listening to Ji Yuning's arrangement, was silent for the time being. Something that should be done. Yang Jun immediately determined that Ji Yuning believed Yang Siwan's words, and believed that they had exchanged their identities. Perhaps, they also suspected him about the loss of their files. With a guilty conscience and fear of Ji Yuning, Yang Jun suddenly didn't know what to say. "Did you delete the school files through your connections?" Ji Yuning asked. Although she asked that question, her tone was definitely affirmative. She asked, simply because she needed Yang Jun to admit it by himself. When Yang Jun heard her question, his expression couldn't hide his guilty conscience, but he pretended to be calm and denied it. "What school files? I don't know what you are talking about." "Really? Then why are you panicking?" Ji Yuning smiled mockingly. Yang Jun was struck dumb for a second and forced himself to calm down, but he failed. "I know you're not Yang Siwan. You're Yang Jun instead," said Ji Yuning. Chapter 2147, Put Yang Siwan in Jail. "No, I'm not Yang Jun. I'm Yang Siwan. Don't be fooled by Yang Jun. He simply said that to steal my family's properties." Before Ji Yuning finished speaking, Yang Jun hurriedly interrupted, but this kind of hurried concealment further proved his guilty conscience. Yang Siwan just looked at Yang Jun angrily, but didn't interrupt. "Whether it's true or not, you can easily find out after checking your high school files," Ji Yuning said with a smile. "Humph. The school files are lost," Yang Jun said subconsciously, but as soon as he said it aloud, he knew that he had said something wrong. He shouldn't have said that, but couldn't take his words back. "Really? How do you know that the school files are lost?" Ji Yuning asked meaningfully. Yang Jun had a guilty conscience for a moment, but soon calmed down. "It was Xiao Chen who told me that. I'm a major role in this case. Couldn't I ask about it?" It seemed justified, but the composure that Yang Jun thought he had was so full of loopholes in Ji Yuning's view. Even Yang Siwan felt so. "Really?" Ji Yuning sneered. "Yang Jun, don't deny it anymore, because I read your files before reminding Xiao Chen to do it. I've also investigated that you're actually Jun Yang, and he's Yang Siwan." Hearing that, Yang Jun was shocked. Ji Yuning had already done an investigation before reminding Xiao Chen to do that. She had also found out. Before long, Yang Jun came back to his senses, thinking that it shouldn't be true or that Ji Yuning might be deceiving him, so Yang Jun began to deny it again. "Miss Ji Yu, I don't know why you want to help Yang Jun like this, but I'm the real Yang Siwan." "Ha ha." Ji Yuning couldn't help but sneer. She wasn't angry, because it wasn't surprising that Yang Jun didn't confess his guilt easily. In fact, let alone Yang Jun, if someone did something bad, they wouldn't easily confess their crime either, because they would be convicted if they admitted it. Besides, she was just saying it without evidence. If he didn't try to deny it, no one knew whether he would get away with it by chance. "Since I've investigated it, I've collected some evidence," Ji Yuning said, took out 2 files from her backpack, and threw them directly at Yang Jun. Looking at the files that Ji Yuning had thrown on the bed, Yang Jun was trembling with tension. Did she really find out the truth? Yang Jun didn't want to read them because he was afraid of seeing what he didn't want to see, but he had to read them because he also wanted to know if they actually found out the truth. "What? Don't you dare to read them. Ji Yuning asked sarcastically, seeing Yang Jun not going to get the files for a long time. Of course I will. Why should I be afraid? Challenged by Ji Yuning, Yang Jun had no choice but to pick the files up. However, his trembling body had already betrayed him. Yang Jun took the files, and hesitated for a moment before daring to open them. When he saw that they were indeed his and Yang Siwan's files, Yang Jun felt terrible and began to lose his confidence. Now, can you still deny it? Ji Yuning asked. Yang Jun lost his confidence for a while, but he raised his voice again upon thinking that the school files had already been deleted. These files you got are fake. Well, it seems that you really hold out hope until faced with the grim reality. Ji Yuning said, then she took out another piece of file and threw it to the front of Yang Jun. This is the file in the Education Bureau's system. It isn't lost. In fact, in order to prevent Xiao Chen or Yang Jun from playing dirty tricks, she only reminded Xiao Chen to check the files in their school. She didn't tell him there were files in the Education Bureau as well. After learning that the school files were lost, she asked Kay to check the files in the Education Bureau right away. If the files were still there, it meant Yang Jun didn't delete them. Or, Yang Jun might know about it, but lacked connections and abilities to delete them. What? Yang Jun had no idea that there were archives in the Education Bureau. Actually, even if he knew it, he couldn't delete them. In that case, Yang Jun didn't know what he could do now. Suddenly, Yang Jun thought of something and felt less afraid, then he stared straight at Ji Yuning. Yes, I'm Yang Jun, but so what? It was Yang Siwan's parents who forced me to exchange identities with him. It isn't my fault. Then he looked at Yang Siwan and said to discuss with him and threaten him at the same time, Yang Siwan, your assassination of me is illegal. Although you didn't succeed, you can't get away with it and will be sentenced to years in jail. Why don't we end this mess? I won't sue you, so you don't need to be sentenced. Hearing that, Yang Siwan was angry and felt it was ironic. Did Yang Jun think it wasn't a big deal? Even if it was his family's fault that they exchanged identities, it wasn't a reason for Yang Jun to steal his family's wealth and murder his parents. It's not that simple. Since you admit you're Yang Jun, you should return the Yang family's wealth to Yang Siwan, said Ji Yuning. Impossible. I'm still Yang Siwan, and the properties of the Yang family are still mine. Yang Jun immediately refused when he heard that. He wouldn't be willing to give tens of millions in properties back to Yang Siwan. It was impossible. Whether it's possible or not isn't up to you, but the law, Ji Yuning said. Although Yang Jun's shamelessness surprised her, she wasn't emotionally affected and stayed calm as always. Do you mean that you don't agree that this matter ends here? Yang Siwan is going to go to jail. Yang Jun clenched his fists, looked cold, and glared at Ji Yuning. It seemed as if he wanted to seek justice for Yang Siwan. If Yang Siwan was the only one who was put in jail, he would naturally be happy to see it done, but the problem was that if Yang Siwan went to jail, it meant that his identity went public and he would lose the Yang family's properties. Well, Ji Yuning sneered. Her expression suddenly changed and became cold. She looked at Yang Jun with a gloomy look, and Yang Jun felt creepy all of a sudden. He avoided Ji Yuning's eyes at once, without any courage to see her. Afterwards, he heard Ji Yuning's light voice. Yang Jun, did you forget something? Like the death of Yang Siwan's parents, once they talked about his parents' death, Yang Siwan was in pain. Even if it had been a year, he still couldn't get over it. He would only feel better after taking revenge. Upon hearing that, Yang Jun panicked and subconsciously denied it. No, it has nothing to do with me. Did I say it has something to do with you? Why did you yell? Did you panic and feel guilty now? Ji Yuning asked ironically. Chapter 2148, Yang Jun is taken away. Yang Jun panicked once again. He knew that he lost his composure, so he argued at once. You wronged me, so I got emotional. Yang Jun kept on denying it, because he believed that they had no evidence. Although he had been honest with Yang Siwan was the son of the deceased, so his confession alone didn't mean anything. Wronged? Really? Ji Yuning sneered. Then she didn't continue to speak, but she turned to give a glance at Yang Siwan. Yang Siwan understood it, and opened his mouth at this moment. This is what you admitted to me face to face. How come you're wrong now? You can speak. Hearing Yang Siwan talking, Yang Jun rounded his eyes in shock. How could that be possible? Yeah, sorry to disappoint you. Yang Siwan sneered. Yang Jun was indeed disappointed, but he didn't think it would make any difference. So, you said I confessed to you face to face, what about the evidence? Do you have evidence? If there is no evidence, you are slandering me, and I can sue you, Jun Yang said. Even if Yang Jun said that loudly, he was actually very scared. However, he couldn't admit it. Yang Siwan didn't have evidence, so he was slightly worried. If Yang Jun refused to admit it, he might not be able to punish him according to the law. However, given the current situation, his worries were useless and he could only do his best to make Yang Jun confess. Yang Jun, my parents kindly adopted you. They treated you so well. They fed you and supported you in your studying. Why are you so cruel to them? Yang Siwan asked with strong hatred. Hearing that, Yang Jun's dissatisfaction with Yang Siwan's parents was immediately exposed. Why do you think they treat me well? They told me to do this and that, and also forced me to exchange identities with you so that you could go to study in a prestigious university, while I could only go to a worse college. Till then, Yang Jun realized he shouldn't have said that, so he immediately explained. Oh, I didn't harm them. He couldn't admit it. If he did, he would be put in jail. Although Yang Jun's reaction had proved that he had a guilty conscience and it could be judged that Yang Siwan's parents' death really had something to do with him, it was better to get Yang Jun's personal acknowledgement when there was no evidence. Therefore, Yang Siwan continued, yes, it's our fault to ask you to exchange identities with me, but my family treated you well. Didn't you have the national college entrance examination again and get into a good university afterwards? My parents did ask you to do some housework, but I did it too. I think that apart from the exchange of identities, there was nothing wrong with my family's treatment of you. You had what I had. We even shared the same amount of allowance. Do you have to hate my parents so much just for a mistake? Did you have to kill them? Yang Siwan's mood fluctuated as he questioned Yang Jun. His fists were clenched tightly, and his veins protruded. He could hardly wait to go up and beat Yang Jun, but he still controlled himself. I didn't, Yang Jun denied it once more. Jun Yang, you killed my parents and you're still living in their room now. Aren't you afraid that they'll come to you in the middle of the night? When Yang Jun heard that, his body trembled a little in fear. At the beginning, he not only slept in Yang Siwan's parents' room and had nightmares, he also had nightmares in other rooms. After that, in order to be courageous, he directly slept in Yang Siwan's parents' room. At the beginning, he did have nightmares, but it gradually got better. After a long time, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, now that Yang Siwan mentioned it, Yang Jun felt uneasy. It wasn't that he didn't think about selling this house, but he was still paying off the mortgage for it, so he couldn't get rid of it. Although the Yang family had some wealth, it would be unrealistic to spend more money to buy a new house. Since there was already a house, why couldn't he live in it? Therefore, Yang Jun boldly continued to live inside. I didn't kill your parents. Yang Jun still denied it, but his willpower was no longer firm, because he was reminded again and again by Yang Siwan that he had killed Yang Siwan's parents. He felt even more guilty, so he couldn't bear it now. Yes, what Ji Yu-ning played was the will strategy. Therefore, no matter how Yang Jun denied it, Yang Siwan continued to say that Yang Jun had killed his parents. You killed my parents. You confessed it. You said you broke the brakes of my parents' car, then you hired a car to hit my parents' car. You chose a bad road so that my parents' car failed to stop in the car accident. In that case, they could hardly survive. No, 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 Yang Siwan's words were like memories, and they became clearer in Yang Jun's mind. They refused to leave him and disturbing his nerves. It's you. It's you. You killed my parents. You killed my parents, because you wanted to steal my family's properties. You killed my parents. Yang Siwan continued. Every word and every sentence he said annoyed Yang Jun. In the end, Yang Jun lost control of himself. No, they deserved it. Since they forced me to exchange identities with you, why didn't they allow me to inherit your family's wealth? The Yang family's properties are mine. They belong to me. They wanted to transfer the company to be under your name, so I could only get it when they're dead. He confessed to some extent. You jerk. Yang Jun finally couldn't stand it any seconds longer. Without delay, he punched Yang Jun with full strength, so Yang Jun was directly beaten to the ground. At this time, Yang Siwan was trembling all over in anger as tears rolled down his cheeks. Although he was aware that his parents were killed by Yang Jun, he was still very irritated when he heard him confess. Yang Jun was in great pain after being beaten, but he suddenly came back to his senses and realized that he had admitted it. He was shaking with fright. Although he had already admitted it, he was still trying to deny it. I didn't kill them. I didn't. However, it wasn't convincing at all. Come in now, Ji Yu-ning called. The second she finished, the door was pushed open. Xiao Chen and several other policemen walked in. The moment Xiao Chen saw Yang Jun, he had mixed emotions. He was sad and angry. Before today, they were close friends and he treated Yang Jun sincerely. However, he found out that he was simply being used by Yang Jun. While he was filled with anger, he felt sad too. Seeing Xiao Chen, Yang Jun was slightly surprised, but it wasn't strange because Yang Siwan was there. This forced confession was actually done by all of them. Because Xiao Chen learned his dirty secret, Yang Jun felt a little embarrassed. He had used Xiao Chen, but he also took him as his friend. Take him away, said Xiao Chen, and two policemen walked to Yang Jun at once. Yang Jun tried to struggle, but failed. Chapter 2149, Won't You Miss Me? Ji Yu-ning put away the video recorder and handed it to Xiao Chen, leaving the case to him and his colleagues. Yang Siwan followed Xiao Chen back. Although they now had proven their identities and the attempted murder of Yang Jun, it didn't mean that he was completely innocent. He had tried to assassinate Yang Jun, which was the truth, so he couldn't get away with it. However, it was understandable why Yang Siwan had tried to kill Yang Jun, so the police wouldn't seriously punish him. Thank you so much, Miss Ji Yu. Xiao Chen thanked Ji Yu-ning. Miss Ji Yu, thank you. Yang Siwan thanked Ji Yu-ning too, and bowed deeply to her. As long as Yang Jun was punished according to the law, he didn't care what would happen to himself. Officer Xiao, what will happen to Yang Siwan given the situation? Ji Yu-ning asked. Although she had already helped Yang Siwan a lot, she wanted to know the result since she had already done so much. Yang Siwan's assassination of Yang Jun has been established. The sentence for attempted homicide is 3 to 5 years. Well, after what has happened today, the court will give a lighter sentence, but he'll still be sentenced 1 or 2 years. If he performs well in prison, he might come out half a year earlier, Xiao Chen said. It would be the result if Yang Jun didn't have any connections. If Ji Yu-ning stood out for him, it might be easier to solve the matter, but Ji Yu-ning and Yang Siwan weren't relatives or close friends. It was impossible to use her connections to help Yang Siwan, so Xiao Chen didn't mention it. Ji Yu-ning understood that she could easily get Yang Siwan out of jail with her connections, but she didn't have that plan. Yang Siwan and she weren't close after all, and he had to take responsibility after committing the crime. If it's possible, please let Yang Siwan use his original identity to deal with his company affairs. Given the situation he's in, he wouldn't be able to manage it any longer, so he can sell it and save the money. He'll need the money after he's out of jail, said Ji Yu-ning. Don't worry, we will, Miss Ji Yu, said Xiao Chen. Thank you, Miss Ji Yu. Yang Siwan thanked Ji Yu-ning again. Now, he didn't know what else he could say except for thanking her. All right, we can leave now, said Ji Yu-ning. After that, they walked away. However, before leaving, Yang Siwan found the key to his own house. He not only had to deal with the company's business, but also the house. As for the house, he would naturally have to keep it, or where would he live after he came out of jail? It was just that he still had to pay several million yuan of loans for this house, so he planned to sell the company, then repay the mortgage in full before going to jail with peace of mind. After leaving, Ji Yu-ning and Leng Xiaoting didn't return to the Sihewan, and instead went to Mountain River Garden. They didn't have much private time to stay together, so now that they had, they naturally wouldn't waste it. Because Xu Jingchen would leave with Leng Xiaoting tomorrow, he went back to the Xu family's house tonight. The Xu family was a little unhappy that Xu Jingchen was back in the capital but didn't go home. They supported him in spending more time with his girlfriend, but he at least should go back home once. Even if he just had a meal or stayed at home for only one night, they would be happy to see him. If he could come back with his girlfriend, it would be even better. Xu Jingchen didn't forget his family, and at the strong request of his family, he took Zi Beiying back to the Xu family's house. Zi Beiying felt it was too fast to see his parents right now. After all, she and Xu Jingchen hadn't been together for long, and there were still uncertain factors for the future. However, they were girlfriend and boyfriend now, and she had been in the capital for such a long time, so it wasn't polite if she didn't visit the Xu family. Zi Beiying was very lively outside, but she was quite nervous when she was about to see Xu Jingchen's family. Luckily, they liked her very much and they were easy to get along with. Therefore, she soon relaxed. The Xu family was very worried about Xu Jingchen's marriage. Although Xu Jingchen was good-looking and had a good family background, and he had many choices, the problem was that he wanted to find someone he loved. None of the heiresses from families of wealth and power which his family had introduced to him could win his heart. Finally, he met Zi Beiying and Zi Beiying was very adorable, so they were happy for them. The Xu family was much easier to get along with than the Leng family, because there was no conflict in the Xu family. After staying at the Xu family's house until 9 p.m., Zi Beiying needed to leave. The Xu family wanted her to stay at the Xu family's house for the night, but they were rejected by Zi Beiying because she felt it wasn't a good idea and she would be uneasy. The Xu family understood, so they didn't force Zi Beiying to stay. When Zi Beiying came, she brought gifts to everyone, and the Xu family also prepared a present for Zi Beiying for their first meeting. Their gift wasn't cheap. It wasn't because they were rich, but because Zi Beiying was very important in their eyes. After leaving the Xu family's house, Xu Jingchen looked very upset. "What's wrong?" Zi Beiying asked. "I'm leaving tomorrow. We might be apart for more than half a month this time," Xu Jingchen said. He didn't have much time to stay with Zi Beiying, and they would be apart again after being together for only a few days. "I know, but we have to accept it." Zi Beiying was unwilling to be apart from him, but she chose him to be her boyfriend, so she had to accept the situation. "I don't want to leave you," Xu Jingchen said. Although they had said a lot of sweet nothings to each other during these days when they were together, Zi Beiying still felt shy and said nothing. "Do you want me to leave?" Xu Jingchen was unhappy when Zi Beiying didn't give him any responses. "I don't, but what can I do about it? You still have to go to work," Zi Beiying said. Xu Jingchen hesitated for a while, then he said carefully, can we go back to Century City tonight? To my place? No. Once Zi Beiying heard that, she flushed and refused. Although Xu Jingchen and she were already boyfriend and girlfriend, they weren't in a stable relationship yet, so she wasn't ready to have sex with Xu Jingchen. She believed that Xu Jingchen would respect her, but she felt nervous upon thinking that they needed to stay with each other for a night. Xu Jingchen understood Zi Beiying's worries, so he explained right away. "Don't worry, without your permission, I won't do anything. I just want to have some private time with you." As Xu Jingchen said that, he felt aggrieved. Anyway, Xu Jingchen was very honest. He really loved Zi Beiying, so he respected her. He was a man and he had desire and sexual need, but he controlled himself every time he got aroused. Chapter 2150. One day I will. Before their relationship became stable enough, he wouldn't have sex with Zi Beiying because he was also worried that he might hurt her. Zi Beiying hesitated. As well, she wanted to spend more time with Xu Jingchen too. "Well, if you don't want to, don't force yourself to agree. I'll drive you to Century City right now." Seeing Zi Beiying hesitating, Xu Jingchen stopped persuading her. "No, Zi Beiying explained at once. The moment she finished, she felt embarrassed and turned her eyes away. "Then do you agree?" Xu Jingchen smiled with satisfaction in his eyes. "Yeah," Zi Beiying agreed. She didn't have the heart to turn him down in the end. Hearing that, the smile on Xu Jingchen's face grew broader and he immediately drove Zi Beiying to his place. Xu Jingchen had a lot of houses, but he often lived in a high-end residential area in the city center because it was more convenient. Following Xu Jingchen into his residence, Zi Beiying was a little nervous. Although she didn't want anything to happen, she was expecting something to happen. After all, she was an adult, and her brain and body would have physiological reactions too. Xu Jingchen's house was decorated very simply, because he was a grown man and he rarely came to stay here. Nevertheless, no matter how simple it was, it had all the necessities and they weren't cheap. Therefore, there was elegance in the simplicity. What would you like to drink? Red wine, coffee, tea, or water? Xu Jingchen asked. Coffee, please, Zi Beiying said. She wouldn't drink, because if she got drunk, something that shouldn't happen might happen, and that wasn't something she wanted. Well, she actually wanted to have some red wine, but Xu Jingchen might misunderstand her if she said that. She didn't want Xu Jingchen to misunderstand her. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to fall asleep after drinking coffee? Xu Jingchen asked with a smile. It's okay. I'm not sleepy anyway. Zi Beiying's eyes flashed, and she said nonchalantly, but what she wanted was to be unable to sleep. If she fell asleep, Zi Beiying couldn't help thinking about it. She admitted that she was thinking too much, but she just didn't want to fall asleep. No problem. Xu Jingchen didn't think that much. Since Zi Beiying wanted to drink coffee, he would make her a cup of coffee. Xu Jingchen turned on the TV first, then went to make coffee. Xu Jingchen made a cup of coffee for Zi Beiying, while he poured a glass of red wine for himself. Zi Beiying looked at the red wine in Xu Jingchen's hand and couldn't help but think further about it. Would he get drunk? What would he do to her when he was drunk? Thinking of that, Zi Beiying was a little worried, a little nervous, and a little expectant. Realizing that she was almost expecting sex with him, Zi Beiying couldn't wait to slap herself. Why was she expecting that? Seeing Zi Beiying's somewhat absent-minded look, Xu Jingchen knew that she was uncomfortable here, but he had no intention of sending her back. It wasn't easy for him to get her here, so he wouldn't just let her go. However, if she insisted on leaving, he would respect her and drive her home. Sometimes, men shouldn't be too gentle, or they wouldn't be able to get the girls they wanted. Therefore, Xu Jingchen ignored Zi Beiying's nervousness. Xu Jingchen sat next to Zi Beiying, holding red wine in one hand and embracing Zi Beiying's shoulders with the other. During these days when they were together, they naturally held hands, hugged and kissed each other, but didn't take a further step. Therefore, Zi Beiying didn't feel uncomfortable at all being embraced by Xu Jingchen. The two of them watched TV and chatted casually. Although they were just casually chatting, the mood wasn't embarrassing. At this time, on the TV, a man sent the woman home after the couple had a date. After the man sent the woman downstairs, he proposed to have a seat for a while at the woman's house. The woman hesitated shyly, but agreed in the end. Then they went to the woman's house. The woman asked the man what he wanted to drink. Coffee, tea, or water, and the man said that a glass of water would be fine. After pouring the water, the two watched TV on the sofa. Seeing that, Zi Beiying realized how similar the plot was to theirs. This plot is very similar to ours. Xu Jingchen laughed. This was really a coincidence. Afterwards, on the TV watched by the men and women in the TV series, there were scenes of men and women kissing. The men and women in the TV series couldn't help but kiss too. Seeing that, Zi Beiying suddenly felt uncomfortable. She lowered her head embarrassedly, and her heart throbbed, thinking that something like this might happen to her and Xu Jingchen. Xu Jingchen's throat moved a few times, and his emotion gradually changed. He put the red wine on the table, then raised Zi Beiying's chin and looked at her. What are you doing? Zi Beiying asked nervously. She wanted to run away, but failed. There are only us in the room now. What else can I do? Xu Jingchen put on an evil smile with burning desire in his eyes. Zi Beiying wanted to say something again, but her mouth was blocked before she could say anything. On and outside the TV, there was a couple kissing on the sofa. The passionate kiss was over on TV, but it was still going on outside of it. It was just a kiss, so Zi Beiying didn't push him away. Instead, she enjoyed this feeling very much. However, as time went by, they gradually lost control of themselves. Xu Jingchen's hand unconsciously slid to Zi Beiying's back, then he pressed her on the sofa. Zi Beiying flushed red in an instant, then pushed Xu Jingchen away. Xu Jingchen got his reason back and felt quite embarrassed. "One day, I will," said Xu Jingchen with reluctance, then got up and ran to the washroom. He had to take a cold shower to cool himself down. Zi Beiying was shy and gloating over his embarrassment. At the same time, she also felt it might not be a good thing for a man to fight back his desire all the time. However, Xu Jingchen had to fight back his desire, because she wasn't ready yet. Xu Jingchen took a cold shower for half an hour before his desire went away. After returning to the living room, he looked very resentful at Zi Beiying. It was torture for him to be unable to taste the beauty in his arms. Why didn't you put on clothes?" Seeing Xu Jingchen's lower body wrapped in a bath towel with his upper body totally naked, Zi Beiying was nervous, but she couldn't move her eyes away from his body. Xu Jingchen's body was so amazing. He had 8 abs. Zi Beiying ached to touch them. Xu Jingchen understood what she was thinking, and he didn't think it was wrong. She was open-minded, but didn't forget her manners. Chapter 2151, How Does It Feel? Zi Beiying's excited look immediately pleased Xu Jingchen. He walked up to her in a swagger, and asked, "How is my body? Are you satisfied?" "Yeah, very good. I'm very satisfied," Zi Beiying replied subconsciously. It was her real thought, but she felt ashamed as soon as she said it aloud, so she turned her eyes away and stopped looking at him at once. The smile on Xu Jingchen's face grew broader and he kept on flirting with her. "Why don't you give it a feel? Stop it." Zi Beiying knew he was flirting with her, so she was slightly annoyed. In fact, she honestly wanted to feel it. Xu Jingchen continued to seduce her. "Just a touch. It's not a big deal. Don't you like my body?" "No, put on your clothes right now." Zi Beiying refused. She had to remain restrained even though she wanted to touch his body. She couldn't let Xu Jingchen succeed. "Are you sure? Then I'll go put clothes on. Don't regret it," Xu Jingchen said. He said that not because he was narcissistic, but because he saw through Zi Beiying. "What do you mean? I won't regret it. You're not the only man who has a perfect body in this world anyway." Zi Beiying argued. "Do you mean you want to touch other men's bodies?" Upon hearing that, Xu Jingchen felt slightly upset and pressed Zi Beiying down with his whole body. "What are you doing?" Zi Beiying was taken aback by Xu Jingchen's behavior, and subconsciously raised her hands to stop him. She forgot that his upper body was still naked, so she stretched out her hands and covered his pectoral muscles. In an instant, both of them felt an electric shock. Zi Beiying's hands and Xu Jingchen's body felt comfortably numb, then their eyes met, stunned. Their heartbeats also accelerated at the same time. Xu Jingchen came back to his senses earlier than Zi Beiying, but he didn't interrupt her and just watched her silently. It didn't take long for Zi Beiying to get her mind back as well. Her face suddenly flushed, and she immediately withdrew her hands and covered her face. She was so embarrassed. "Why you, leave me alone." Zi Beiying snapped at him, feeling angry from embarrassment. "How does it feel?" Xu Jingchen didn't move away, but asked with anticipation. He wanted to know Zi Beiying's answer. Although he was clearly aware that he had a perfect body with good texture, he badly needed his girl's approval. "No, it's not good at all. Get out of my way now." Zi Beiying deliberately denied it, but in fact, it felt very good. She just regretted that she didn't poke or pinch it a few times. "Really, isn't it good?" Xu Jingchen suddenly squinted with dissatisfaction and sounded dangerous, then he pressed forward a bit. Why you're so shameless and narcissistic?" Zi Beiying criticized him in panic. "Well, since you said I'm shameless, I'll do some shameless things." Xu Jingchen said meaningfully and kept on approaching Zi Beiying. Stop it now. I'm sorry. Your body is perfect and it feels really good. I mean it." Zi Beiying yielded. Although it was the truth, Xu Jingchen refused to accept it right now. "You just touched it once, and you can't feel it correctly. Did you just give me a perfunctory answer? Come on, feel it with your heart," said Xu Jingchen with an evil smile on his lips. No, Zi Beiying refused, but she actually badly wanted to do that. No. Then it's a perfunctory answer, right? Xu Jinchen was dissatisfied. Xu Jinchen, you're a bad guy. Zi Beiying suddenly found out that Xu Jinchen was a bad man. Bad guy. It seems I must do some bad things to match your judgment about me, said Xu Jinchen meaningfully again, and he directly pressed his body against Zi Beiying's. No, 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 I'll feel it. Zi Beiying was really afraid that Xu Jinchen would do something bad, so she gave in right away. She didn't feel too reluctant, because she wanted to feel it too. Seeing Zi Beiying's compromise, Xu Jinchen was satisfied. He got up a little, exposing his whole body, and waited for Zi Beiying to touch it. Although Xu Jinchen behaved like a rogue now, he actually wasn't so calm in his heart. He was also nervous and embarrassed. After all, it was the first time he had done such a shameless thing. However, if he didn't do that, he couldn't get closer to his future wife. Looking at Xu Jingchen's strong chest muscles and 8 abs, Zi Beiying couldn't help swallowing. In fact, her older brother had a strong body too, but it wasn't better than Xu Jingchen's. Zi Beiying hesitated a little, and Xu Jingchen didn't urge her, because he had already seen from her eyes that she was very satisfied with his body. Zi Beiying hesitated for a moment, then reached out and poked Xu Jingchen's chest muscles. It felt really good. Xu Jingchen also felt a little sexually numb after Zi Beiying's touch. How does it feel? Xu Jinchen summoned up his courage and asked again. Well, not bad. Zi Beiying replied. Are you satisfied? Xu Jinchen asked. Yeah, Zi Beiying said. Want more? Xu Jinchen said. Zi Beiying got mad and pushed Xu Jinchen away. Move. If you continue, I'll leave now. Saying that, Zi Beiying stood up, but she was immediately pulled back by Xu Jinchen. The next second, she was pressed under his body against the sofa. Xu Jinchen smiled evilly and said, You're in my wolf den now. Do you think you can run away? What do you want? Zi Beiying asked and immediately covered her chest with her hands. She looked at him vigilantly. Would Xu Jinchen really have sex with her tonight? Seeing Zi Beiying's vigilance towards him, Xu Jinchen felt upset. Why did she stay alert with him? He didn't want Zi Beiying to think him as a bad man and refuse to stay with him any longer. In that case, the loss would outweigh the gain. As a result, he stopped flirting with her. After giving Zi Beiying a kiss, Xu Jinchen got up from her body and said to comfort her, Don't worry, I won't do anything bad to you before you agree. Don't be scared. Although Zi Beiying trusted Xu Jinchen, she was still a little scared when Xu Jinchen got sexually excited. However, after Xu Jinchen got up from her body, Zi Beiying felt relieved and disappointed. The atmosphere became slightly embarrassing, but they soon went back to normal. It wasn't early, so they should go to sleep now. Where is the guest room in your house? Zi Beiying asked. There is no guest room in my house, said Xu Jinchen, raising his eyebrow a little. Chapter 2152, stopped by Jing Yunfei. What? If there isn't a guest room, where should I sleep? On the sofa. Zi Beiying was surprised. If there wasn't a guest room, why did Xu Jinchen bring her back? In the master bedroom, of course, Xu Jinchen said naturally. What? In the master bedroom? Zi Beiying took a few steps back when she heard that. Looking at Xu Jinchen, she stayed alert. Was he going to? Xu Jinchen understood what Zi Beiying was thinking about and he put on a resigned look. Don't worry, I'll sleep on the sofa. Originally, he wanted to sleep with Zi Beiying, but seeing Zi Beiying being so alarmed, he was afraid that she would be frightened by him, so he could only sleep on the sofa. Oh, all right. Zi Beiying didn't think much about it, and walked directly to the master bedroom. Anyway, Xu Jinchen said that there wasn't a guest room, so she easily found the master bedroom. Besides, there were only a few rooms in this house, so it wasn't hard to find the room. The reason why she asked just now was just to be polite. After all, it wasn't polite to look around on her own. Seeing Zi Beiying's back, Xu Jinchen suddenly felt upset. He respected Zi Beiying and he didn't want to have sex with her before their relationship was stable enough. However, he was a normal man. Seeing his dream girl, he ached to have a taste of her, but he couldn't. Xu Jinchen got up, walked towards the bedroom, and took out his pajamas for Zi Beiying. It's big, but that's all I have. It's okay. Zi Beiying didn't mind it at all, and she didn't dislike it. It was her man's pajamas after all. Xu Jingchen also took his own clothes. After glancing at Zi Beiying a few times, he went out, but with reluctance. Neither Xu Jingchen nor Zi Beiying fell asleep that night. Both were thinking about the other. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, had passionate sex for a whole night once more. Early in the morning, after a good breakfast, Xu Jingchen sent Zi Beiying back to Century City. And Ji Yuning went to school after eating a good breakfast. Although she would be late for a class or two, Ji Yuning didn't care. Anyway, she had already been absent for so many classes, and she only needed to make sure that her grades wouldn't drop. Leng Xiaoting didn't drive Ji Yuning to school, because the distance from Mountain River Garden to the capital university was very long, and it would take almost 2 hours to go back and forth. He needed to go back to the military base right away, however, so he couldn't drive her to school. Leng Xiaoting wasn't worried about Ji Yuning's safety, he was simply unwilling to leave her. However, no matter how unwilling he was, they had to be apart for the time being. After Xu Jingchen sent Zi Beiying back to Century City, he didn't stay much longer and left as well. He was also reluctant to leave, but he had to do his work. Once Xu Jingchen and Leng Xiaoting met, they went back to the military base. Because Hong Yifeng had been absent for many days, Wei Xian sent disciples to find him. Wei Xian knew Hong Yifeng's purpose to go to the capital because he arranged for him to go there. However, after so many days, Hong Yifeng hadn't brought any news back, which made Wei Xian feel that Hong Yifeng was too useless and couldn't handle the mortal. Although other people sent out by other families didn't have any news either, they didn't directly attack Ji Yuning. Wei Xian, however, told Hong Yifeng that he could play some tricks. As long as he didn't kill or seriously injure Ji Yuning, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, when the disciples sent by Wei Xian found Zhou Wenchun, they learned that after Hong Yifeng negotiated with Ji Yuning that day, he disappeared. Because Hong Yifeng rarely went out, Zhou Wenchun didn't take Hong Yifeng's disappearance seriously. He thought Hong Yifeng went back after failing to settle the deal. They weren't suspicious of Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuning was quite good at martial arts, she was a mortal after all, so they believed that she was no match for Hong Yifeng. Zhou Wenchun also told them that after he left the Shengning organization that day, Hong Yifeng suddenly made him get out of the car and went in a certain direction, as if he was chasing something. After that, the disciples sent by Wei Xian went to investigate it, but they really couldn't find any useful information. After all, they didn't have the ability to check the surveillance cameras along the way. When Ji Yuning left the parking lot, she was blocked by someone. It was Jing Yunfei. Jing Yunfei lost patience after watching Ji Yuning for so many days. It was so boring and he got nothing useful, so he had to come out. When he was spying on Ji Yuning, he didn't forget to pay special attention to the factory, but he found nothing useful from the medicine factory. Ji Yuning knew they weren't just spying on them, so she was prepared and they naturally couldn't find anything useful. Actually, what Ji Yuning was really worried about was that they might damage the medicine factory right away. They were cultivators. If they really did that, she might not be able to stop them. She didn't visit the medicine factory often, or she wouldn't allow it to happen. Luckily, they didn't damage the factory. Because many people in the cultivation world knew that they were out and they were sent out by all the major families were competitors and they couldn't wait to see the others in trouble. Therefore, they were investigating Kulain and watching each other. If any of them dared to cause any damage, the others would know. Even if the others didn't know, they would find out who did it sooner or later. Destroying mortal stuff was no less serious than harming them, so even if any of them really wanted to cause damage, they dared not do it. Cultivators were afraid to damage Kulain, but many of them had the idea of doing that. The security guards arranged by Ji Yuning at Kulain were all veterans, and they were much stronger than ordinary people, so those who wanted to cause damage wouldn't succeed. There were about 80 veterans recruited by Ji Yuning's security company now. They didn't just sit there and wait for tasks, they were busy training when there were no tasks. Although the training wasn't as hard as in the army, it could be considered severe. They not only provided security service to the outside world, but also to her own company. Therefore, those who wanted to destroy Kulain all failed and were put in jail. It wasn't kept from the media, and it was instead spread abroad as a warning to others. After several times of failed destruction, nobody dared to damage Kulain again, but it was still held under tight security. Anyway, Ji Yuning wasn't surprised to see the person who stopped her, because she had sensed the air of cultivators earlier on. She also saw Jing Yunfei with her jade eyes. Chapter 2153, He's Someone. Seeing Jing Yunfei, Ji Yuning wasn't happy because he had badly bullied Jing Yunyao many times before. If it was the right time, she would pay him back for Jing Yunyao. Ji Yuning would punish every member of the eldest son's family of the Jing family. Miss Ji Yu, can we have a private talk? Jing Yunfei asked after stopping Ji Yuning. Although he never respected mortals, he needed to be polite because he needed to talk about business with her. Who are you? Why should I talk to you? Ji Yuning asked on purpose. My name is Jing, the same Jing as Jing K. Miss Ji Yu, can we talk about business? Jing Yunfei said. I have to go to class. You can talk to the person in charge of my company for business matters, Ji Yuning said. She wasn't really asking him to talk to the staff of her company, but deliberately pushed him away. In fact, she was the one who was in charge of the medicine business of her company. Although Ji Yuning was temporarily unable to confront him head-on, Ji Yuning could fool him for a while, so she wouldn't easily agree to talk to him. Even if they had a talk, it wouldn't succeed. Miss Ji Yu, I can wait for you to finish your classes. How about that? Jing Yunfei said. As long as Ji Yuning agreed to talk, it didn't matter that he waited for her for a while. Okay, but I don't have time at noon. Mr. Jing, if you don't mind, please wait for me till this afternoon. I'm going to invite my classmates to share a meal together this afternoon. We can book a table in the same restaurant. I'll have a talk with you, then dine with my friends, Ji Yuning said. In fact, it was a lie that she didn't have time at noon. She deceived Jing Yunfei simply to keep him waiting for her for a longer time. Actually, even in the afternoon, he might not be able to successfully strike a deal with Ji Yuning. No problem. Jing Yunfei didn't mind it at all. Miss Ji Yu, can I have your number? Ji Yuning didn't refuse and gave him her number. After that, Ji Yuning went back to school. Jing Yunfei understood that although Ji Yuning agreed to talk with him, it didn't mean she would cooperate with him. He didn't tell her what business he was going to talk about with her yet, and he also clearly knew Ji Yuning had no plan to work with anyone on her medicine business. Therefore, he was clearly aware that she would turn him down. Even though he knew he would be turned down, Jing Yunfei still decided to have that talk because he had other purposes. He met Ji Yuning this time in order to use violence to force her to agree. He dared to come to see Ji Yuning today because he knew Dongfang Jinghong and Yin Shi were absent, otherwise he wouldn't be able to see Ji Yuning smoothly. They would stop him. Once Jing Yunfei left, he directly went to have a rest in the hotel. He would go to see Ji Yuning again in the afternoon. When Ji Yuning got to the teaching building, it was 10 minutes before the end of the second class, so she didn't go in directly. Instead, she found a place downstairs to sit and wait for the class to be over and go inside then. At noon, Ji Yuning decided to invite Baili Zhongshe, Song Miaoge, and Zhang Zisen to dine together in the afternoon, and they would go out of school to eat. There was no reason, she just wanted to invite them to have a meal together. Ji Yuning didn't lack money anyway, so they wouldn't hesitate to use her money. When they just started eating, Dujale and a boy walked in and saw Ji Yuning as well as the other girls, so he immediately ran over. After what had happened between Chen Fengmiao and Dujale, the Du family stopped helping the Chen family, which made the Chen family lose many business deals. Chen Fengmiao's father had met Du Liwen a few times, but Du Liwen refused to help them again. Du Liwen also honestly told them that it was already very kind of him that he didn't harm them again after they were punished. It was impossible for him to help them now. They had tried to kill his son, so he definitely wouldn't give them a helping hand again. If they weren't relatives, he might have punished them more seriously. The boy with Dujale was his best friend in the school. They were roommates too, and the boy's name was Gao Fei. Gao Fei was a little shy. Facing Ji Yuning, he felt slightly timid because Ji Yuning wasn't only a girl, she was also the chairman of a large business group, a very important figure. Dujolai couldn't relax either until he met Ji Yuning several times, and actually he was still nervous now. After greeting Ji Yuning and the others, Dujolai and Gao Fei shared the table with them after gaining their agreement. Dujolai also went to order a few more dishes. Because they needed to pay before eating in their school, Ji Yuning and the others had already settled their bill, or Dujolai would have paid their bill too. From a short distance, several of Dujolai's roommates saw him dining with Ji Yuning. They were surprised and envious of him. How does Dujolai know Ji Yuning? One of them sounded super jealous. He's someone. I saw Dujolai dine with Ji Yuning last time. Are they relatives? Hearing their discussions, other people felt it was really possible. It's none of their business that the boy knows Ji Yuning. Why are they so jealous? They're green with envy. Countless people knew Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning has friends like everybody else. Right, some people even have a relationship with the president. Ji Yuning didn't care about their discussions about her. They weren't important after all. However, there was a hateful look that Ji Yuning really couldn't ignore, so she directly turned to look at the person who stared at her with hatred. The person who looked at Ji Yuning with hatred was Ku Hanzhao. Ku Hanzhao didn't know that what had happened to her father had something to do with Ji Yuning, but there was a long-standing grudge between them, so Ku Hanzhao never liked Ji Yuning. Ku Hanzhao now no longer hung out with Yuan Shuyan and Zhe Qingqing. She was all alone. Although Ku Linan was arrested, the Ku family was still rich, but was hardly comparable to the old days. It became an average rich family after being a second-rate, super-rich family. Anyway, it was still richer than other rich families. The terrible news hit the Ku family badly. Ku Yaifei lacked abilities to manage the company well, so he was deprived of the seat after only a few days. Ku Linan's younger brother, Ku Libei, now became the chairman. Ku Libei was always ambitious and he had the abilities, so Ku Libei soon stabilized the situation after taking over the position. He stopped the Ku family from losing more wealth. Actually, it was also because Ji Yuning didn't punish the Ku family very severely. The whole family wasn't her target. She only taught the person who made the mistake an unforgettable lesson. Speaking of that, Ku Yaifei had caused Ji Yuning trouble too, and Ji Yuning hadn't paid him back yet. She actually gave it up, because she would have done it earlier on if she had that idea. Seeing Ji Yuning looking over, Ku Hanzhao immediately lowered her head to eat her food in fear. She hated Ji Yuning, but she was very afraid of her. Chapter 2154. Ku Hanzhao is nourishing a ghost. However, when she saw Ku Hanzhao's face, Ji Yuning's was surprised, because Ku Hanzhao was entangled with some black air. Obviously, she was affected by something unclean, but Ji Yuning didn't know whether it was an object or a ghost. Affected by something unclean, Ku Hanzhao would be in trouble sooner or later. Ji Yuning didn't care about Ku Hanzhao's life, but she wanted to know what affected Ku Hanzhao and whether it would harm other people after hurting Ku Hanzhao. Therefore, Ji Yuning decided to investigate it, but not now. She would do it at night. When Ji Yuning looked over, Baili Zhongshe followed and saw the black air entangled in Ku Hanzhao's body. She frowned and looked at Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning just glanced at her and continued to eat. This wasn't the time to talk about it. Baili Zhongshe understood, so she didn't ask now, but waited until they separated before chatting with Ji Yuning privately on WeChat. Ji Yuning directly told her her thoughts, and that she would follow Ku Hanzhao in the evening. Baili Zhongshe said she wanted to go too, but Ji Yuning rejected it. She could handle it alone and she would contact Baili Zhongshe if she needed her help. Since Ji Yuning said that, Baili Zhongshe didn't insist. Ji Yuning did it for a reason. After their classes were over in the afternoon, Ji Yuning left with Baili Zhongshe and the others. Jing Yunfei waited outside their school and seemed displeased once he saw Ji Yuning coming out with Baili Zhongshe. He knew that Ji Yuning would come with her schoolmates, but he was surprised to see Baili Zhongshe. Did Ji Yuning do it on purpose? It was his thought, but he didn't think it was the truth because Ji Yuning was immortal. She couldn't know that he was a cultivator, and Bailey xianxia wouldn't expose her background either. There was a rule in the cultivation world that they were forbidden to show their background to mortals. However, because Bailey xianxia came with Ji Yuning, he couldn't talk about the business deal with Ji Yuning now. Jing Yunfei clenched his teeth and could only call and tell Ji Yuning that he had to leave because something just came up. He would meet her another day. Ji Yuning naturally agreed. She brought Bailey xianxia with her on purpose to waste Jing Yunfei's efforts. She didn't want him to be able to talk with her easily. She was using Bailey xianxia, but it wasn't a big deal. Although Jing Yunfei had Ji Yuning's number, he couldn't talk about everything with her on the phone. For example, he had to see her face to face in order to threaten or abduct her. When there were only 5 minutes left for the evening class, Ji Yuning left the classroom and walked to the teaching building where Ku Hanzhao had classes. She found an unobtrusive place and waited for Ku Hanzhao to walk out. After waiting for a while, students came out one after another. Ji Yuning didn't see Ku Hanzhao until all the students were gone. Ku Hanzhao lowered her head, seeming very gloomy, and no one around dared to approach her. Ku Hanzhao didn't go back to the dormitory, but walked towards the lake. There was a natural lake in the capital university called Future Lake. It was about 200 meters long and the shape was irregular. There were forest trails on both sides of the Future Lake, and students came here to take a walk. In their free time, but now the weather was very cold, so there were a lot fewer people. Ku Hanzhao walked to the depths of the forest trail. The deeper she went, the fewer people there were. No one ever walked at the end of the forest trail, because someone died there a few years ago, and it made people fearful, so they generally didn't dare to go there. Ji Yuning had also heard of that rumor, but she didn't think it was strange that someone had died there. It wasn't haunted anyway. Moreover, the teaching building Ji Yuning had classes in was a bit far from her dormitory. She seldom went to school and had no habit of walking around, so she had never been here before. Although few people dared to go deep, Ku Hanzhao wasn't afraid and kept walking inside. At this point, Ji Yuning had guesses. However, she just guessed and couldn't make a judgment yet. Ku Hanzhao didn't notice someone was following her because Ji Yuning wasn't a mortal and Ku Hanzhao was. If Ji Yuning easily exposed herself when she was following a mortal, she would be a loser. Ji Yuning kept a distance away from Ku Hanzhao. Ku Hanzhao almost walked to the end, then stopped, looked around for a while, and only after finding that there was no one, she shouted towards the lake, "Come out now." Hearing that, Ji Yuning subconsciously thought that Ku Hanzhao had just discovered her, but she was confident that she was hiding well. A few seconds after Ku Hanzhao finished, the water on the lake fluctuated. Upon seeing that, Ji Yuning narrowed her eyes. It was obvious that Ku Hanzhao was shouting at something in the water. However, what was in this water? Was it a monster, or the ghost of the person who died here as rumors told? Ji Yuning didn't use her jade eyes to see inside right away, but waited with patience. It would soon come out anyway. At this moment, Ji Yuning was very sure that the black air entangled in Ku Hanzhao's body was related to the thing in the water. Before long, something dark appeared on the surface of the lake, and it was a head. After that, a pale face appeared over the water. Seeing that scene, Ku Hanzhao couldn't help but step back a few times in fright and her face became a little pale. Her body was trembling with nervousness too. Even if it wasn't the first time she had seen it, she still couldn't help feeling scared. Then, it showed its entire body, standing on the water. It had long hair to the waist and wore a long, white dress. It turned out to be a female water ghost. Ji Yuning had seen countless ghosts before, so she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. According to rumors, the student who died here was also a girl. On the day of her death, she happened to have long hair and a white dress on as well. It seemed this female water ghost was the rumored girl. Ku Hanzhao's ability to see the female water ghost was all related to Ku Hanzhao's body recently. Because Ku Hanzhao had strong hatred recently and her whole body was in a bad condition and was very weak, it was easy for her to see things that shouldn't be seen. Ji Yuning didn't know how Ku Hanzhao ran into this water ghost. After the female water ghost came out, she didn't notice Ji Yuning either. Instead, she floated directly to Ku Hanjiao. Although Ku Hanjiao was nervous and scared, she didn't back down anymore. After the female water ghost came to her, Ku Hanjiao took out a knife from her backpack, then slightly cut her finger and stretched it towards the water ghost. The water ghost stretched out its hand, and 3 drops of blood from Ku Hanjiao's hand dripped into its hand, then it disappeared. Witnessing that scene, Ji Yuning realized that Ku Hanjiao was nourishing a ghost. Chapter 2155, You shouldn't stay in this world. 3 drops of blood needed to be dropped on the ghost every day. After 49 days, the ghost would possess Ku Hanjiao's body and share the body with her. In that case, Ku Hanjiao would also have the abilities of the water ghost. However, after a person and a ghost were combined, they could only live for 49 days. One didn't care about losing its soul, while the other didn't care about her life. They must be aiming to deal with people who they had bitter grudges against. Perhaps Ku Hanjiao didn't know the result of her behavior. It's been 15 days. There are still 34 days to go. Once it's done, you can deal with the person you want to deal with, and I can take revenge too. All right, you can leave now. The female water ghost said gloomily. Her cold eyes were filled with ruthlessness and anticipation. Sure, Ku Hanjiao replied in a low voice, then turned and left. When she left, she took out a band-aid from her bag and applied it to her finger. Ku Hanjiao left, and the female water ghost sank. Ji Yuning didn't move for the time being. After Ku Hanjiao walked far away, Ji Yuning appeared and came to the place where Ku Hanjiao stood just now. Ji Yuning first looked into the water with the help of her jade eyes and saw the water ghost sitting under it. Then, she took a few small stones from the ground and threw them at the place where the water ghost came out. The fall of the stones attracted the attention of the female water ghost. It raised its head and looked towards the water surface and saw Ji Yuning's figure on the shore. She was a bold girl, because she dared to come here alone at night. Although Ji Yuning happened to throw rocks at the lake surface above the female water ghost didn't know that Ji Yuning came for it. It thought Ji Yuning was a student in a bad mood who came here and threw rocks into the lake to vent her anger. The female ghost understood ordinary people couldn't see it, but it wanted to go out since someone dared to come here. Perhaps it could scare the student. Therefore, the female water ghost immediately surfaced. When the female water ghost came out, the surface of the water fluctuated, but the fluctuations weren't large and the wind at night was originally strong, so the lake surface was already fluctuating. Even if this scene was seen, it wouldn't attract much attention. Although it attracted attention, nobody would relate it to ghosts. After the female water ghost came out, there was a gloomy wind around her, which was terrifyingly creepy. The female water ghost glared at Ji Yuning, which could scare ordinary people to death, but Ji Yuning only looked at it calmly and her face didn't change at all. The female ghost could feel that Ji Yuning's sight was on its body, which surprised it. Could Ji Yuning see it? However, why didn't Ji Yuning look horrified if she could really see it? Or maybe Ji Yuning couldn't see it, and it was just a coincidence that Ji Yuning's sight was on it. No matter what, the female ghost was determined to figure it out. Without delay, it floated towards Ji Yuning and Ji Yuning remained calm as usual. Don't be doubtful. I'm looking at you, said Ji Yuning calmly. Hearing that, the female water ghost was terrified and moved 2 meters back at once. Afterwards, it fiercely stared at Ji Yuning and asked, "Who are you? How could you see me? Why are you not afraid of me at all?" It became alert when people weren't scared of it, because it meant the person wasn't ordinary. "I can see you and I'm not afraid of you, so I'm obviously not ordinary," said Ji Yuning. Then she asked, "Are you the rumored girl who died here in the capital university, Su Man?" The girl who died in this lake 3 years ago was called Su Man. Ha ha, ha ha. You're wrong. I'm not the girl who died 3 years ago. I died 4 years ago, so I'm not Su Man. My name is, the female water laughed when Ji Ning guessed wrong, but it stopped immediately as it was about to say its name because she didn't want to say it aloud. Ji Yuning was very sure about it, but now she felt embarrassed hearing the female ghost's answer. It said it died 4 years ago, which meant there were a few people who died in this lake. "What's your name then?" Ji Yuning asked. Why should I tell you? The female ghost asked her instead. Well, I can find it out by myself if you refuse to tell, said Ji Yuning. Investigate. Ridiculous. Upon hearing that, the female water ghost sneered and laughed at herself. I'm not a student of the capital university, and no one knew that I died here. Even my body is at the bottom of the lake and has turned into bones now. Do you think you can find out? Talking to the end, the female ghost showed strong reluctance and sadness. Knowing that, Ji Yuning slightly frowned. If so, she naturally couldn't figure it out. Whatever, I don't have to know who you're, but you can't stay in the mortals' world since you're a ghost. I can't let you harm mortals, said Ji Yuning. She implied that she was going to get rid of this female ghost. Hearing that, the female ghost looked mad and showed a strong desire to kill. Do you want to get rid of me? Why? Because Ji Yuning could see it and wasn't afraid of it, it meant she wasn't an ordinary mortal. The female ghost didn't dare to slight Ji Yuning because she must have abilities or be an idiot if she said something like that aloud. However, it didn't think Ji Yuning was an idiot. Because you shouldn't stay in this world and harm people, said Ji Yuning. Although the female water ghost and Ku Hanjiao agreed to have the deal, it was very harmful. You don't have power to judge me or decide whether I should stay in this world, and she's willing to do it. The female ghost retorted. It was right, but Ji Yuning couldn't let it go. As a cultivator, it was her responsibility to remove ghosts and harmful monsters from this world, because they would only hurt mortals. Whether I have the power or not, you can try to defeat me if you can or run away, said Ji Yuning. Great, let me see what you can do. Ji Yuning's words completely annoyed the female ghost, so it attacked her the next second. The female ghost didn't choose to run away, but had a fight against Ji Yuning because it knew Ji Yuning would be able to catch it if it failed in the fight against her. Therefore, it would rather have a fight with Ji Yuning to see who could win. Facing Ji Yuning, the female ghost didn't have much confidence, so it didn't dare to take Ji Yuning lightly. The female water ghost opened its arms and used its magic power to condense the water on the lake into dense drops of water. They floated up, and moved towards Ji Yuning. These water droplets weren't common water droplets, they were water droplets filled with magic power. Each droplet was like a sharp blade. Once it hit somebody, it could penetrate the bones. Chapter 2156. I don't want to wait, and I can't afford the time even if there were ordinary people. They couldn't see the scene because they couldn't see the female water ghost and they weren't in the same magnetic field. If they could see it, the female water ghost could have already upset the capital university. Therefore, these water drops could only deal with people who could see the female water ghost, because people who could see it were in the same magnetic field as it. Ji Yuning also immediately used her magical energy to turn into a barrier to stop the water droplets that the female water ghost shot towards her. When the water droplets touched the barrier, they turned into a pool of water and fell to the ground. Although the female ghost understood that Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary person, it was still shocked after witnessing Ji Yuning easily conquer its attack. However, the female water ghost definitely wouldn't retreat after a single failure. It condensed drops of water again, and attacked Ji Yuning once more. After several times, it was easily resolved by Ji Yuning, then the female water ghost directly fought against her in close combat. Once they were in a fight, the female ghost realized that there was a huge gap between their abilities. When the female ghost kept on backing away in the fight with Ji Yuning, it first had the idea of running away, but it wasn't easy to run away from Ji Yuning. Every time it tried to hide in the water, Ji Yuning would see through it and stop it. Although the female ghost could float on the water, Ji Yuning could also use magical energy to form a barrier under her feet, then step on it. She was a cultivator after all. However, just when the female water ghost was anxious about how to escape, footsteps of two people came over. In that case, Ji Yuning couldn't continue to fight with the female ghost. If other people saw her standing on the water, it would cause trouble. Because it happened that Ji Yuning and the female water ghost had moved a little apart, she couldn't get it into her telepathic eye space immediately. The female water ghost dived into the water when Ji Yuning stopped. Ji Yuning didn't care about it. The female ghost couldn't leave the lake anyway, so it was easy for her to find it. Ji Yuning went back to the ground at once and hid herself in an unobtrusive place. She wanted to leave right away, but this place wasn't safe, so she stayed and would leave after the people were gone. The people were a man and a woman. The man was older and should be in his late 30s. He must be a teacher. The woman, on the other hand, was in her early 20s. She seemed to be a student. Why did this male teacher and female student come here so late at night? Were they doing some shameful things? The two stopped not far from where Ji Yuning was just now. The girl was holding the man's hand with a nervous and worried expression. Junlang, what should I do? I've aborted 2 babies, and I don't want to do it anymore. The doctor said that if I have an abortion again, I'll completely lose my ability to be a mother in the future. In the darkness, the man showed impatience, but his voice was gentle and comforting. Wei Wei, I know that abortions hurt your body a lot. This time I won't let you do it again, but I can't get a divorce and stay with you for the time being. I'm about to be promoted to the deputy dean. If I quarrel with my wife at this key moment, I'll lose the position of the deputy dean. How about that? You can suspend school first and take good care of the baby. Once it's done, I'll figure out a reason to divorce my wife, then marry you. What do you think? Huang Junlang said that, but it was actually just his scheme, but Zhou Wei didn't know it. She only felt confused. How long will it take? Zhou Wei asked. The promotion to deputy dean will take more than half a year to complete at least, and I can't get divorced as soon as I get promoted. It'll also affect me. Therefore, I need 2 years to get a divorce, Huang Junlang said. In fact, Huang Junlang had no plans to divorce and just lied to Zhou Wei. As for the baby, he didn't want it either. He just comforted her first, then would think of a way to get rid of the baby in her belly. Although this baby was his, he didn't lack children, and Zhou Wei was just one of his sex toys, so this baby shouldn't exist. Accordingly, Huang Junlang didn't think it was wrong to kill the baby. Otherwise, Zhou Wei wouldn't have aborted twice for him. What? 2 years? No way. I can't wait that long. What if the baby is born by then? How about the registered residence? Zhou Wei couldn't accept it once she heard it. Because she lost control of herself, she raised her voice. Keep your voice down. Do you want other people to hear us? Huang Junlang was mad and snapped at her. Zhou Wei realized her voice was too loud, so she covered her mouth at once. She didn't want other people to hear them either, then she apologized quietly. I'm sorry, I didn't do that on purpose, but Junlang, I can't wait that long. Huang Junlang felt irritated because Zhou Wei was unwilling to listen to him now. Don't you want me to be promoted to deputy dean? Huang Junlang asked. Of course I do, but Zhou Wei didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Wei Wei, just wait for me for 2 years. I promise I'll marry you in 2 years. Huang Junlang comforted Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei struggled for a while and couldn't help but ask, can't you give up the deputy dean for me, and for our baby? Impossible. Huang Junlang got angry once he heard that. For her. For the baby. Who did she think she was? She was just a mistress. It was impossible for her to become his legal wife. His wife's family was powerful and influential, and his opportunities were all dependent on his wife's family. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't divorce his wife. If he divorced, it meant he had to give up his future. It was just that his wife was relatively strong, which made him very depressed. He felt that he didn't have much influence at home, so he came out to seek balance by keeping women as his mistresses. Do you know how hard I've worked for this position? Right now is a critical moment. How can I give it up? Huang Junlang said angrily. I just don't want to wait, and I can't afford the time. I hope that when the baby is born, there will be a decent father and the baby can be registered, Zhou Wei said. She understood Huang Junlang very well, but who could understand her? Seeing that Zhou Wei refused to leave him, Huang Junlang became a little cruel and had a certain vicious thought, but he soon hid it. Fine, I promise you that I'll take care of these things before the baby is born. Right now, all you need to do is to take care of the baby. I'll give you 20,000 yuan later. Buy whatever you want, alright. Do you mean it? Zhou Wei asked doubtfully. She wasn't convinced by him. Chapter 2157, It Takes Two to Tango, yes, I mean it. Huang Junlang put on a sincere look, and Zhou Wei temporarily believed him. "All right, I trust you," said Zhou Wei. After the two left, Ji Yuning walked out of the dark, holding a phone in her hand. What happened just now was recorded by Ji Yuning. It wasn't that she was nosy, but she had a premonition that something bad might happen later. Zhou Wei was guilty of being cheap and intervening in another woman's family, so no matter what happened in the end, she deserved it. However, she couldn't just ignore the person who caused this bad consequence, that was, Huang Junlang. After all, it took two to tango. This man called Huang Junlang clearly had a family, but he still went to hook up with a female student, which was equally damning. Moreover, as a teacher of the capital university, it was against others' expectations that he did such a morally corrupt thing. Given Huang Junlang's reaction just now, he might attack Zhou Wei for his own future, but Ji Yuning didn't know whether he would only attack the baby in Zhou Wei's belly or Zhou Wei as well. If he decided to harm Zhou Wei, would he injure or kill her? Ji Yuning wouldn't interfere if it was only for the baby, but if it was for Zhou Wei and the situation became serious, she wouldn't be able to sit on the sidelines. Shortly after Huang Junlang and Zhou Wei left, Ji Yuning also left. It was late, and it wouldn't be good if she returned to the dormitory too late. Therefore, she would deal with the female water ghost later. Anyway, Ku Hanzhao was fine for the time being. The female ghost in the water also saw the scene of Huang Junlang and Zhou Wei. It got emotional right away, and couldn't wait to kill. It was so familiar. It used to be fooled like this, but the man it used to date had no family. That man killed it for power, so it ached to kill him for revenge. Now it finally had a chance, but unexpectedly Ji Yuning appeared and damaged its plan. It knew the girl wouldn't give up, so they would soon meet again. However, it was reluctant, so reluctant to wait for longer. When Ji Yuning returned to the dormitory, it was nearly 11 p.m. Because Ji Yuning told her roommates that she would come back late in the evening and she needed to deal with something, Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai didn't ask her any questions when she was back. Baili Zhongshe knew where Ji Yuning went. Although she wanted to know whether Ji Yuning had found out anything useful, it obviously wasn't the right time to do that. Therefore, she could only ask Ji Yuning on WeChat when they were about to sleep. Baili Zhongshe, Ji Yuning, did you find anything useful? Because it was Baili Zhongshe, Ji Yuning didn't bother to keep it a secret from her. Ji Yuning, Ku Hanzhao is nourishing a ghost. At the end of Future Lake, there is a female water ghost. Ku Hanzhao is dripping 3 drops of blood every day for it. After 49 days, the female water ghost will be able to possess Ku Hanzhao. Reading that, Baili Zhongshe was surprised and displeased. It was beyond her expectations. Baili Zhongshe, what's Ku Hanzhao's purpose? Ji Yuning, no idea for now, but I think she'll pay me back if she really succeeds. Ji Yuning was very sure of it because Ku Hanzhao hated her very much. Baili Zhongshe, if so, it'll be a total waste of her effort. Anyway, the female ghost must aim to take revenge too by doing that. Ku Hanzhao was no match for Ji Yuning, so she was doomed to fail. Ji Yuning, it can't be obvious, because it can only live 49 days after it succeeds. Baili Zhongshe, what's your plan then? Ji Yuning, ghosts aren't allowed to stay in the mortal world. Since I met it, I should remove it from our world. However, if I directly beat it to ashes, it's also detrimental to my yin virtue, so I'll first eliminate its obsession and let it fall into reincarnation by itself. Baili Zhongshe, I agree. I know you can deal with it, but feel free to let me know if you need me. Baili Zhongshe really wanted to help, but only when Ji Yuning needed her. Ji Yuning, sure. Their chat ended here. The next day, right after their classes were over at noon, Ji Yuning received Jing Yunfei's call. He asked her whether she was free. If she was, he hoped they could have a private talk. Even if Ji Yuning was going to talk about business with Jing Yunfei, she wouldn't let him succeed easily, so she replied that she wasn't free. Jing Yunfei asked her whether she was free in the afternoon, but Ji Yuning turned him down once more. Jing Yunfei was a little mad and felt that Ji Yuning didn't want to see him. However, no matter how displeased he was right now, he couldn't argue with Ji Yuning, so he asked her when she was free. Ji Yuning said that she would see tomorrow and she would try to squeeze in some time to see him. Since she said that, Jing Yunfei could only wait. When Ji Yuning and her roommates were dining in the canteen, Ji Yuning looked around once in a while during the meal. Ji Yuning, whom are you looking for? Song Miaoge asked confusedly. Oh, nothing, I just casually looked around, said Ji Yuning. Oh, Song Miaoge stopped asking further about that. Baili Zhongshe, however, knew that Ji Yuning was looking for Ku Hanzhao. Halfway through the meal, Ji Yuning saw Ku Hanzhao in the corner. She still had that gloomy expression, but this time, she didn't see Ji Yuning. After eating, they went for a walk in the grove. At this time, Ji Yuning's phone rang and it was Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning told her roommates that she needed to answer the call and walked aside. Once Ji Yuning walked away, they began to discuss it. Hey, is it her fiancé? Oh, I feel a little envious of her, said Song Miaoge, seeming hit heavily. Don't be jealous. Get yourself a boyfriend, said Zhang Zikai. It's not that easy. Anyway, even if I'm going to have a boyfriend, I won't date our schoolmates. They're just boys. I like mature men, said Song Miaoge. Do you think you're mature and stable? Zhang Zikai asked with disdain. I don't care. I just want a mature and stable man, said Song Miaoge with determination. Mature men don't prefer little girls because they need girlfriends instead of daughters. They prefer mature, elegant women. Take Ji Yuning as an example, she's young, but she behaves much more maturely than people in their 30s, said Zhang Zikai. Not all the mature, stable men preferred mature, elegant women, but most of them did, because people were very realistic nowadays. Stop upsetting me. Song Miaoge was so mad that she felt she could hardly breathe. I can't. It's so enjoyable, said Zhang Zikai sincerely. Zhang Zikai, what did you say? Song Miaoge angrily asked and began to playfully chase and fight with Zhang Zikai. Chapter 2158, I'm bold too. Ji Yuning was talking with Leng Xiaoting on the phone. Have you eaten? Leng Xiaoting asked. Me too, said Leng Xiaoting. Has anything bad happened to you? Yeah, I noticed something wrong at school. Ji Yuning didn't bother to keep it a secret from Leng Xiaoting, so she told him what she had been through yesterday. She didn't tell him about her meeting with Jing Yunfei because she didn't want to worry him. After all, the matter about Jing Yunfei was very complicated. You must be careful when you're dealing with it. No matter what you encounter, protect yourself first. If you need any help, turn to our master and mother, said Leng Xiaoting. Although he trusted Ji Yuning, he was still worried about her safety. Yeah, I know. You should be careful too. No matter what you run into, protect yourself first. Ji Yuning reminded Leng Xiaoting with concern. She knew Leng Xiaoting carried out his tasks with his close comrades and she might seem a little selfish by saying that. Ji Yuning wouldn't stop Leng Xiaoting from standing out when his comrades were in danger, but it was on condition that he must be able to do that. If he had to exchange other people's lives with his own, Ji Yuning couldn't accept it. However, danger was always unpredictable, and sometimes reality went the opposite of what you thought. Sometimes, you might feel you wouldn't be able to rescue your close friends, but you could if you stood out. Whether it was possible or not, people did some action subconsciously and it was uncontrollable. Sure. In order to not worry Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting agreed. They chatted for a while, then hung up. When Ji Yuning came back to Song Miaoge and the others, they joked about the call with her. Oh, look at you, girl in love. Tell us, was it your boyfriend? Song Miaoge made a face at Ji Yuning. Although she asked that question, she actually already knew the answer. What boyfriend? It's her fiancé. Fiancé is different from boyfriend. Let alone a fiancé, you don't even have a boyfriend. You should know nothing about it. Zhang Zikai corrected. Once Song Miaoge heard that, she squinted and looked dangerous. Staring at Zhang Zikai, she clenched her teeth and said, Zhang Zikai, you're determined to argue against me, right? Seeing that, Zhang Zikai immediately ran behind Ji Yuning, seeking protection. She was afraid Song Miaoge would hurt her because Song Miaoge scratched her just now and it itched very uncomfortably. She was just a weak woman who had little strength, while Song Miaoge was good at kung fu. Even if there were 10 of her, she was no match for Song Miaoge. I didn't argue against you. I was telling the truth. Even though Zhang Zikai was scared of Song Miaoge, she still argued in annoyance. Ha, don't hide then. Get out now, we need to talk. Song Miaoge looked at Zhang Zikai with a faint smile and said meaningfully. Zhang Zikai was frightened and immediately appealed to Ji Yuning for help. Ji Yuning, you must help me. Song Miaoge always bullies me because she's much stronger than me. Ha ha, you beg for help when you can't win. It's what cowards do. Song Miaoge laughed at her. You're bullying the weak because you're the strong. Why don't you have a fight with Ji Yuning? Zhang Zikai argued angrily. Song Miaoge was struck dumb for a second, and didn't know what to say. Baili Zhongshe and Ji Yuning said nothing from the beginning to the end. They just stood aside and watched the drama. When it was time for classes, they left for their own classrooms. On their way, Ji Yuning met Huang Junlang. Because she didn't really know him, she didn't bother to greet him. Huang Junlang, however, recognized her and greeted her of his own accord. Hi, you must be Ji Yuning, right? Yeah, hi, nice to see you. Since he greeted her, she couldn't forget her manners. Nice to see you too. Ji Yuning, you're really the honor of the capital university. You're so successful at such a young age. Keep on fighting, Huang Junlang said. He truly respected Ji Yuning, so he wasn't lying. Thanks, I will, said Ji Yuning. Great, go to your classes now. Huang Junlang didn't waste any more of her time because he didn't have any bad thoughts about Ji Yuning, or to be specific, he didn't dare to have any bad thoughts about Ji Yuning. Sure, bye-bye, said Ji Yuning, then she walked away. If she didn't know Huang Junlang's dirty secret, she might have had a good impression of him, but she happened to know it, so she didn't have a good impression about him now. If he hadn't done anything unacceptable, she wouldn't do anything to him, but she couldn't stay on the sidelines since he had done totally unacceptable things. Ji Yuning hated bad people, especially when they got away with crimes. A day soon passed, and the evening class was over. Once the evening class was over, Ku Hanjiao went to the future lake again. However, before Ku Hanjiao arrived, Ji Yuning came first. Because she didn't intend to reveal her identity, she changed her clothes and wore a peaked cap and mask on the way. When Ji Yuning arrived, the female water ghost saw her. Even though Ji Yuning was wearing a mask, it could still see that she was the same girl who came last night, so it felt frustrated. Because of Ji Yuning's arrival, it couldn't appear. If it couldn't appear, it wouldn't be able to get Ku Hanjiao's blood. If it stopped doing that for a single day, its whole plan would be aborted. Therefore, the female water ghost was very angry with Ji Yuning, but it didn't dare to confront her head-on, because it was no match for Ji Yuning. When Ku Hanjiao got there, she suddenly saw someone standing there, and was startled. Although Ku Hanjiao didn't know who she was, the person who appeared here at this time was just a student from their school, and she was a girl. The girl was so bold that she dared to come here late at night. Anyway, since there was someone else, she naturally couldn't give her blood to the female water ghost, so she left first, and decided to come back when the person left. Just as Ku Hanjiao turned around, Ji Yuning opened her mouth, and her voice naturally changed to the voice that she used to speak when she pretended to be Tang. Aining. Hearing that, Ku Hanjiao suddenly stopped, and looked back at Ji Yuning, then she asked a little nervously, Did you just call me? I heard that people have died here before, and many people dare not come here. How do you dare to come? Are you not afraid at all? Ji Yuning asked. A guilty conscience flashed through Ku Hanjiao's face, and she asked, You're a girl too, and you also came here. Why are you not afraid? I'm bold, said Ji Yuning. I'm also bold, said Ku Hanjiao, but she didn't have much confidence. Even though she had made a deal with the female water ghost, she was still very scared when she came here by herself every night. She came here before by accident. Chapter 2159, Do I Have Choices? Really? But I can see that you are scared, Ji Yuning said jokingly. It's none of your business. Ku Hanjiao got mad. She thought Ji Yuning was unreasonable by continuing to question her. Well, I don't need you to be honest with me, because I know why you came here, said Ji Yuning with a sneer. You know. Ku Hanzhao panicked because of her guilty conscience, but refused to believe it the next second. She felt Ji Yuning was just tricking her. Then tell me what I am doing here. Although Ku Hanzhao didn't believe it, she still wanted to know what Ji Yuning thought she was here for. You came to see a ghost, Ji Yuning said, with a very calm tone, and she showed no reaction at all when she talked about ghosts. Ku Hanzhao was shocked. How did she know? All right, no need to beat around the bush. Ku Hanzhao, I really want to know whom you aim to deal with after you made a deal with that female water ghost. Give it your blood for 49 days, and let it possess you and get her abilities. I know you won't tell, so I won't ask, but is it really worth it? You can only live a month or two for revenge, Ji Yuning asked. When Ku Hanzhao heard Ji Yuning's words, she was completely dumbfounded. She even knew this as well. Why you? Ku Hanzhao wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. She felt that more and more things were beyond her understanding now. Although she knew about the existence of ghosts, she just reluctantly accepted it and hadn't completely digested it yet. The ghost still made her scared and frustrated. If she didn't want to deal with her enemies, she wouldn't dare to strike a deal with this ghost. She thought that no one would know about the existence of ghosts, but this woman standing in front of her somehow knew, and this woman was also aware that she was raising a ghost. Who was she? How did she know it? No, this woman just said that after the ghost possessed her, her life was only 1 or 2 months left, but that wasn't what the female ghost told her. No, it clearly said that it won't hurt me. It just wants to use my body to take revenge. As long as revenge is taken, it'll leave my body, Ku Hanzhao retorted. Although the female ghost did say that to her, she wasn't confident enough to say it now, because it was the female ghost's answer to her and she didn't know whether it was true or not. This woman in front of her, however, knew everything, so Ku Hanzhao felt this woman might be right. Well, why do you trust it so much? Ji Yuning laughed sarcastically when she heard Ku Hanzhao's reply. Ku Hanzhao's mind was in a mess now, and she didn't know who to believe in. She wanted to retaliate against her enemies, so she wanted to get a strong ability, but she was unwilling to give her life for revenge. She didn't want to die yet. No matter who you believe, your deal with the female ghost can't continue, because I'm going to destroy it, Ji Yuning said. She planned to pay no more attention to Ku Hanzhao. No, Ku Hanzhao subconsciously shouted. If this woman killed the female ghost, then she won't be able to take revenge. Ji Yuning looked at Ku Hanzhao with a chuckle, then asked gloomily, what? Do you want to die? No. Ku Hanzhao immediately denied it. I just want revenge, I don't want to die. Hearing that, Ji Yuning squinted and asked, who's your enemy? Would it be her? Ku Hanzhao stammered, but didn't say anything aloud. If you tell me, perhaps I can help you, said Ji Yuning. Could she help her? Not really. Ji Yuning simply wanted to figure out whether she was Ku Hanzhao's target. Why should I trust you? Ku Hanzhao said. She and this woman didn't know each other, so she definitely wouldn't trust her easily. What if the woman didn't help her? Believe it or not, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, Ji Yuning said coldly. She didn't want to waste more time on Ku Hanzhao, then she flashed to the front of Ku Hanzhao. In a second, before Ku Hanzhao could react, Ji Yuning knocked her unconscious and she sank to the ground. Ji Yuning couldn't let Ku Hanzhao know what would happen between her and the female water ghost. After Ku Hanzhao fainted, Ji Yuning looked towards the lake and said coldly, are you coming out on your own and we can talk about it, or do you want me to do it myself? As soon as Ji Yuning finished, the female water ghost's ironic voice came from the lake. Talk. Humph, why should I believe that you just want to talk with me? No matter how you try to escape, you won't be able to escape from me, Ji Yuning said arrogantly, but it was true. It couldn't be easier for her to catch the female water ghost. The female water ghost was instantly mad, but she was also aware that Ji Yuning told the truth. Do you just want to talk with me? Asked the female water ghost. You're doomed to disappear from the mortal world. It depends on whether you choose to eliminate your obsessions and fall into reincarnation, or I'll just destroy you to ashes, Ji Yuning said. Eliminate my obsessions. Ha ha, ha ha. It's easy to say. If my enemy isn't dead, my obsessions can't be eliminated, the female water ghost said, somewhat madly. If it hadn't died too unjustly and unwillingly, how could it become a ghost? Sure, I can help you, said Ji Yuning. Can you help me? Why should I trust you? The female water ghost questioned, but she believed it a little, because if Ji Yuning really wanted to destroy it, she wouldn't have said so much to it. Do you think you have other options now? Ji Yuning directly threatened without proof or explanation. The female water ghost was silent, because Ji Yuning was telling the truth. In the face of absolute strength, its only way was to compromise. How is it? What's your answer? Ji Yuning asked. Do I have a choice? The female water ghost argued and compromised. Ji Yuning put on a satisfactory smile. If so, tell me your story. Saying that, Ji Yuning took out a chair from her telepathic eye space, put it on the ground, then sat down, crossing her legs. She seemed relaxed, as if she came here not to negotiate with the ghost, but to appreciate the scene. The female water ghost didn't say anything immediately, but first emerged from the water and approached Ji Yuning. When it saw the chair appear all of a sudden from the air, the female water ghost was surprised. Although it was curious about how Ji Yuning did that, it didn't bother to ask. Although its magic power was very weak, and it didn't know the abilities of people with strong magic power, it understood that Ji Yuning must be extremely powerful to be able to make a chair appear all of a sudden. Looking at Ji Yuning, the female water ghost was still not convinced, but since she had compromised, she naturally had to talk to Ji Yuning. Chapter 2160, Drowned Alive. My name is Zhao Xiaoxi, but actually Zhao is just my mother's surname. My original surname is Yuan, the illegitimate daughter of the eldest son of the powerful Yuan family in the capital. An illegitimate daughter, ha. What a disgusting identity, but I never thought about joining the Yuan family. I just wanted to live my own life well. However, my so-called father's wife refused to let me go. At that time, I had a boyfriend from Capital University. His family is very rich, so he could be considered a rich second generation. When he chased me, he was so enthusiastic and serious. I thought I was Cinderella and finally met my prince. Although my life wasn't bad at the time and I lacked nothing, I was barely comparable to him. In my eyes, I was Cinderella and he was the prince. He was very nice to me during the year when we were together, so I didn't know his true colors until the moment I died. It turned out that he chased me because he knew my status. My so-called father's wife offered him a lot of benefits and paid him to hurt me. However, I found out I was pregnant before he could think of a good way to hurt me. I went to the Capital University to see him, only to discover that he was with a girl and behaved intimately. Obviously they were in a romantic relationship. He was afraid of me making trouble, so he brought me here. We quarreled, even had a fight. He directly pushed me into the lake. I couldn't swim, and I called him for help, but he didn't save me. He told me the truth instead. Just like that, I was drowned, along with the unformed fetus in my womb. When Zhao Xiaoxi said that, she was in a bad mood, and stroked her belly in the end, feeling extremely sad and resentful, wishing to kill the man and avenge her and her baby. Hearing that, Ji Yuning sympathized with Zhao Xiaoxi. Although she didn't advocate getting pregnant outside of marriage, sometimes it was unavoidable. If what Zhao Xiaoxi said was true, then the man really deserved to die. An eye for an eye was Ji Yuning's style. However, she actually only did that when the person killed his own relatives and friends. If he killed other people, Ji Yuning wouldn't try to kill them. Instead, she would just let the law impose sanctions on him. Ji Yuning didn't have much doubt about whether Zhao Xiaoxi's account was true or not, but it was still just her account, so Ji Yuning wasn't fully convinced. What's his name? Ji Yuning asked. That man's name is Song Yang, and his family's company is called Blue Maple Decoration Company, Zhao Xiaoxi said. She gnashed her teeth once she mentioned Song Yang. I can only half trust your words, so I still have to investigate it by myself. If I confirm what you said, I'll give you a chance to get revenge with your own hands, Ji Yuning said. What? Get revenge with my own hands. Upon hearing that, Zhao Xiaoxi got excited, and she didn't care about whether Ji Yuning was fully convinced by her words, since Ji Yuning said that she would conduct an investigation on her own. It would be best if she could take revenge with her own hands. Yes, I have my own way to help you get revenge. Ji Yuning said, but now, you need to go with me. I'll put you away temporarily. When it's time to let you out, I'll let you out. You want to put me away. Hearing that, Zhao Xiaoxi disagreed. Although it was unable to fight back against Ji Yuning's arrangement, it was still afraid that Ji Yuning would harm it. Ji Yuning didn't answer immediately, but stood up and picked up the chair in her hand. Then the chair disappeared in the air and was taken back into her telepathic eye space. Don't worry, I always keep my word, and you have no other choices, do you? Ji Yuning said. Right, it had no other choices, so it could only give in to its fate. Fine. Zhao Xiaoxi agreed. By the way, let me ask you something. Since you died here 4 years ago, you should know something. About the girl who died here 3 years ago, right? Ji Yuning asked. Of course. Zhao Xiaoxi said, although the girl jumped into the lake by herself, she was raped and gave up her life in the end. Knowing that, Ji Yuning was slightly mad. Did it happen right here? Yes, it happened right here. Why are men so horrible? Don't they need to pay for their terrible deeds? Zhao Xiaoxi said, hating men very much. Ji Yuning didn't ask further about that. Regardless of whether the matter had been resolved before, she had no intention of investigating it. If that girl, like Zhao Xiaoxi, had become a ghost, she would carry out an investigation only after she met it. Then, Ji Yuning directly put Zhao Xiaoxi into her telepathic eye space, then it was time for her to leave. Ji Yuning walked up to Ku Hanzhao and put some magical power into her body. Ku Hanzhao soon woke up, but before Ku Hanzhao woke up, Ji Yuning hid in the forest. Although she didn't care about Ku Hanzhao's life, it would not be unrelated to her, so after she flashed into the woods, she didn't leave immediately. On the contrary, she waited for Ku Hanzhao to go before she left. Ku Hanzhao opened her eyes, and when she saw her situation, she was scared to stand up immediately. Seeing that the woman and the female ghost were both gone, Ku Hanzhao didn't know if the female water ghost was destroyed by the woman or what had happened. Anyway, Ku Hanzhao didn't dare to stay any longer, so she turned around and ran back. Afterwards, Ji Yuning also left. Ku Hanzhao ran panically the entire way back, causing many people to look sideways. People wondered what had happened to her. Some even wondered whether she had encountered a ghost. Ku Hanzhao really had encountered a ghost, but they were just guessing and didn't really think so. After Ku Hanzhao returned to the dormitory, she didn't wash herself. She just climbed onto the bed and covered her whole body with a quilt, trembling inside. The other 3 people in the dormitory took a look, then withdrew their gazes and continued to chat, but this time their voices were slightly lowered. After the Ku family's scandal, the people in Ku Hanzhao's dormitory no longer paid attention to her, and after Ku Hanzhao became gloomy, they alienated her even more. However, they still didn't dare to vent their dissatisfaction on Ku Hanzhao nor criticize her. Especially now that Ku Hanzhao was even more bizarre than before. If they offended her, she might harm them. Even if they wanted to criticize her, they had to do it behind her back because none of them dared to mess with the Ku family. When Ji Yuning returned to the dormitory, Song Miaoge and the others didn't ask where she had gone or what she had done. After all, these were all Ji Yuning's personal affairs, so they didn't ask too much. Ji Yuning washed up, then went to bed. A while later, Baili Zhongshe sent another WeChat message to Ji Yuning, asking how the situation was, and Ji Yuning told her the whole process. Chapter 2161, Hate, Coercion and Threats. The most after what had happened yesterday, Ku Hanzhao fell ill in the middle of the night. She had a high fever and it was very serious, so she took leave and went home early the next morning. Ku Hanzhao believed what Ji Yuning reminded her not to do, but she was unwilling to give up the deal with the water ghost, because in that case, she wouldn't be able to retaliate against her enemies. She wanted to find that woman, but she didn't know who that woman was, or where to find her. That afternoon, Ji Yuning took a leave of absence. At noon, she went to the cafe near their school to meet with Jing Yunfei and talked about business matters. The result of the conversation was naturally unsatisfying. Therefore, Jing Yunfei turned to coercion and bribery, wanting to oppress Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning naturally wasn't oppressed by the pressure from Jing Yunfei, and she was angry at his coercion and temptation. She also released strong pressure towards him. Mr. Jing, business requires willingness. I'm not willing to do this deal with you. That is my freedom and power. Isn't it too overbearing for you to be so intimidating and threatening? Ji Yuning said mockingly, without anger, but it made people feel quite pressured. Jing Yunfei wasn't affected by the pressure from Ji Yuning, but he was shocked by her confidence. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning, a 19-year-old girl, could be so confident and powerful. If an ordinary businessman was sitting in front of her, he would definitely be oppressed by her power. Overbearing. So, Miss Ji Yu, why do you have to be so stubborn? If there is any loss due to this, it won't benefit you, right? Jing Yunfei said. He didn't think there were any problems with being overbearing, as long as the goal could be achieved. So, there are at least hundreds of people who came to talk to me about business, and many of them have tried coercion and temptation, but no one has ever succeeded, Ji Yuning said. She couldn't care less about Jing Yunfei's feelings. That's because they lack the ability. Jing Yunfei wasn't mad, but remained arrogant. He admitted that Ji Yuning was very outstanding, but she was outstanding only among mortals. In his eyes, she was just a nobody. Really, is Mr. Jing going to argue with me to the end? Ji Yuning asked calmly. Even though Jing Yunfei seemed to be very capable, Ji Yuning still felt no fear at all. Miss Ji Yu, I just want to cooperate with you. If it's possible, I don't want to have any unpleasant conflicts with you, Jing Yunfei said, taking the initiative and watching how Ji Yuning would choose. In my life, I hate coercion and threats the most. If other people don't offend me, I won't annoy them either, but if people offend me, of course I won't be polite. Mr. Jing, let me be honest, I met someone, and he mentioned you to me. No, actually he mentioned several people to me. He said if those people dare to hurt me or my businesses, I can tell him and he'll report it to their supervisor so that those people will be severely punished, Ji Yuning said. It was a threat. Mr. Jing, I think you should know the approximate identity of him, right? Because when I talked to those people were very scared. If they weren't scared back, do you think it would be your turn to coerce and bribe me? Although she wasn't afraid of Jing Yunfei, she didn't want him to really do something to her companies, because once he did it, there would be losses. Even if she finally got compensation, it would still be very troublesome. Therefore, Ji Yuning deliberately said that, telling him in a roundabout way that someone from the cultivation world had come to her, hoping that Jing Yunfei would be scared and would not do anything to her businesses. If he only attacked her, there was nothing for her to worry about. Hearing that, Jing Yunfei suddenly looked upset. Although he didn't know who this so-called person was, the person was obviously from the cultivation world. No, the person should be from Tiandaozong, as only people from Tiandaozong could scare those people Ji Yuning just mentioned. No need to guess, Jing Yunfei already knew who those people were. They were like him and were sent by other powerful families for the same purpose. It seemed that their actions were being watched by people, and once they were found to be hurting mortals, the person would appear. Oh, really? Miss Ji Yu, can you tell me who the person is? Jing Yunfei asked. He wasn't fully convinced by Ji Yuning's words. Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl, and she might be deceiving him on purpose. I don't know the name of that person, but I know the names of those people. Those people are called Dongfang Jinghong, Yin Shi, and Hong Yifeng, and you are called Jing Yunfei, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning mentioned them because she wasn't worried that Jing Yunfei would go to ask them. Hearing that, even if Jing Yunfei didn't want to believe it, he couldn't help but believe it, so he felt worse now. If Ji Yuning was lying, she wouldn't know the names of those people. She also knew his full name when he only told her his last name. At the same time, Jing Yunfei also wondered whether it was because Dongfang Jinghong and Yin Shi saw that they couldn't cooperate with Ji Yuning, and deliberately said something like that to her, so that other people couldn't cooperate with Ji Yuning either. However, even so, as long as he did anything, other people would definitely investigate him. Therefore, he was threatened by Ji Yuning's words. Because of that, Jing Yunfei felt he was greatly humiliated by Ji Yuning, which made him even more unhappy with her. So, Miss Ji Yu, you won't agree no matter what I say, right? Jing Yunfei asked unwillingly. Yes, as I said just now, I won't cooperate with anyone, because I don't lack funds or manpower, and I don't need to cooperate with anyone, Ji Yuning said. Given the current situation, Jing Yunfei was already very clear about Ji Yuning's attitude. Although he was reluctant to give up, he didn't have a choice. In that case, there was no need to say anything. If so, I think I should leave now, said Jing Yunfei, then he stood up and walked away without hesitation. Ji Yuning hadn't finished her coffee yet, so she didn't rush to leave. She finished the coffee before leaving. After leaving the cafe, Ji Yuning returned to the Sihewan. At the same time, she also asked Kay to investigate and follow Song Yang, starting from the investigation of Blue Maple Decoration Company. Ji Yuning went back to the Sihewan and asked Shengguan Yang for a Taoist magic figure to show a ghost's body, which she prepared for Zhao Shaoxi at the same time. Ji Yuning also told Shengguan Yang about Zhao Shaoxi's story. Shengguan Yang had no opinion on what Ji Yuning did, as long as she didn't kill on her own. After all, murder was illegal. Ji Yuning and Song Yang had no direct grievances, and murder was also detrimental to one's yin morality. Chapter 2162, Song Yang losing yin virtue was a great taboo of cultivators, and would make it even more difficult for cultivators to overcome the tribulation when they got to higher levels. In the afternoon, Ji Yuning got the information about Song Yang. Song Yang, male, 25 years old, graduated from the Capital University 3 years ago, and is now the general manager of Blue Maple Decoration Company. He married 2 years ago and his wife is the daughter of the boss of a medium-sized enterprise. The Song family's mother's family was a distant relative of the Yuan family's wife, so his business had also shared a lot of the advantages of the Yuan family's reputation. Blue Maple Decoration Company only had assets of 20 to 30 million 3 years ago. Since Song Yang married his wife, the company's efficiency had greatly improved, and now it had assets of more than 100 million yuan. Obviously, he relied on his wife's natal family. Although Kay didn't get more useful information, Ji Yuning understood that these were the benefits that the woman Zhao Shaoxi mentioned, that was, the wife of the Yuan family's eldest son, gave Song Yang. Ji Yuning stayed in the Sihewan until 9 p.m., then she asked Kay where Song Yang was. At that moment Song Yang was playing with friends in a bar, so Ji Yuning disguised herself as Tang Aining and went to that bar. From the information collected by Kay, Ji Yuning had already seen Song Yang's photos, so she knew what Song Yang looked like. Ji Yuning's look wasn't very sexy, but her face was too beautiful to be ignored, so when she entered the bar, she attracted a lot of the men's attention. Ji Yuning went to the bar and ordered a glass of wine, then began to look for Song Yang in the crowd. Before long, she found Song Yang by a booth. There were 5 people at Song Yang's table, 3 men and 2 women. The 2 women were each accompanied by the other 2 men. Only Song Yang was alone. After a while, Song Yang got up and went to the washroom, and Ji Yuning followed him. However, Ji Yuning didn't go to see him until Song Yang walked out of the washroom. The moment Song Yang saw Ji Yuning, he was stunned. Song Yang could be considered a handsome guy, but no matter how beautiful women around him were, they were barely comparable to Ji Yuning. In his eyes, Ji Yuning was stunning. Oh, isn't this Song Yang, Senior Song? Ji Yuning looked at Song Yang, pretending to be surprised. When Song Yang saw that she knew him and even took the initiative to greet him, he was immediately overjoyed. She also called him Senior Song, so obviously they were alumni. Hi, may I know your name? Song Yang didn't have any impressions of this woman, so he didn't pretend to know her just because she knew him, worrying that it would be embarrassing if he mistook her for another person. I'm also from the Capital University. I was your junior. My name is Su Ning. I used to see you playing basketball. Ji Yuning made up a name. When Song Yang was in school, he was a member of the sports department and played basketball very well. Song Yang was very excited when he heard that this girl often saw him playing basketball, but he didn't show his real feelings on his face. "Did you come with friends?" Song Yang asked. "I have an appointment with my friend, but my friend has something to deal with, so she hasn't arrived yet," Ji Yuning said. "Why don't you sit down at our table first?" Song Yang invited. This wasn't a courtesy, but a sincere invitation. He was alone today, so it was no big deal to bring a beautiful woman to drink with him. Anyway, he came out for fun. Besides, he was interested in Ji Yuning. Although he was married, he was always a playboy. For him, there were few men who didn't play around with women. It was enough for him to behave better when he came home. "I don't think it's a good idea. If you don't know me, we can't have fun together and I'll feel embarrassed. Why don't you talk to me on the terrace outside? We can have some fresh air to sober up, and you'll be able to drink more in a while," Ji Yuning said. Song Yang naturally wouldn't refuse a beauty's invitation. Sure. After that, Song Yang and Ji Yuning went to the terrace on the other side of the bar. The terrace was very spacious, about 50 square meters, with dim lighting and a romantic atmosphere. There were a few tables on the terrace for guests to sit and rest. Now, there were only a few people on the terrace, because it was still very early and most people were enjoying themselves inside the bar. Normally, only drunk people would come out to have fresh air here. There was also a 2-meter-long and half-meter-wide pond on the corner of the terrace, in which some goldfish were being raised. Ji Yuning walked directly to the pond, but she didn't sit down right away. Instead, she just stood by the guardrails and watched the night view downstairs. At the same time, Ji Yuning also released Zhao Xiaoxi in the pond, because Zhao Xiaoxi was a water ghost. If it stood on the ground, it would be wet, which would make people feel strange. Once Zhao Xiaoxi was released and saw Song Yang, it became violent. It could hardly wait to rush towards Song Yang, but was stopped by Ji Yuning's warning look. Even if Ji Yuning didn't stop it, the current. Zhao Xiaoxi still couldn't do anything to Song Yang. Zhao Xiaoxi knew it too, so even if Ji Yuning didn't stop it with her eyes, it wouldn't really rush up. It just stared at Song Yang with a gloomy look. When Zhao Xiaoxi appeared, there was an instant blast of cold wind in the air. Song Yang couldn't help shivering. Especially when Zhao Xiaoxi stared at him with cold eyes, Song Yang only felt a chill behind him, but he didn't take this sudden cold wind seriously. He thought it was caused by the weather. "Junior Su, what are you doing now?" Song Yang asked. "I started a wedding company in City B with a friend, but it hasn't officially started yet. I've only done a few cases, and the response has been good. I came to the capital today for business, and I plan to see my friend this evening," Ji Yuning said. "Entrepreneurship is very hard work, but you've already settled a few cases before it even officially started. There are good responses too. It's a good start. I wish you all the successes." Song Yang congratulated Ji Yuning. He looked at her even more highly now, because she wasn't only beautiful, her story was also so inspirational. However, in that case, it would be very hard for him to deceive her. "Thanks." Ji Yuning thanked him. "Oh, by the way, Senior Song, I also know your former girlfriend, Zhao Xiaoxi. Do you know where she is and her number? I can't get through to her by her previous number." When Song Yang heard the 3 words of Zhao Xiaoxi, he suddenly panicked and his body trembled a little, feeling cold sweat on his back. To his astonishment, Su Ning also knew Zhao Xiaoxi. Song Yang didn't want her to notice that something was wrong, so he forcibly suppressed the unrest in his heart. He smiled reluctantly and said, "We haven't been in touch for a long time. After we broke up 4 years ago, I've heard nothing from her." Hearing Song Yang's answer, Zhao Xiaoxi laughed coldly, but only Ji Yuning could hear it. "They broke up 4 years ago." Yes, they broke up 4 years ago, and they hadn't been in contact ever since, because she died. She couldn't contact Song Yang anymore. If it was possible, it would be happy to contact Song Yang and wouldn't let him go, even though it was a ghost now. Chapter 2163, Because I saw it, oh, well, some time ago, I heard a friend who also knew Zhao Xiaoxi say that she took her sister to the capital university to enroll and saw Zhao Xiaoxi on the forest trail by the future lake, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Song Yang was shocked, and before Ji Yuning finished speaking, he exclaimed out of control. His whole face became extremely pale, and his body trembled even more involuntarily. Song Yang's abnormal reaction proved that he had a guilty conscience. If he hadn't done anything wrong, he wouldn't feel guilty. Therefore, it was close to the mark that he had killed Zhao Xiaoxi. However, Ji Yuning ignored Song Yang's panic and gaffe, and continued, she called Zhao Xiaoxi, but Zhao Xiaoxi didn't hear her. Maybe it's because of the noisy crowd. But when she chased her, she couldn't see anyone. It's really weird. Listening to Ji Yuning's words, Song Yang felt fear all over his body. Someone called her and she couldn't hear it. The person chased over and she was gone. Why did it sound so strange? Was it? Song Yang couldn't help but think about it. Wasn't Zhao Xiaoxi dead? Or, had Zhao Xiaoxi become a ghost, so she couldn't hear and suddenly disappeared? Senior Song, what's wrong? You don't look well, Ji Yuning asked on purpose. No, it's okay, Song Yang said immediately after hearing Ji Yuning's voice. However, he was lying. There was something wrong, and it was really wrong. Senior Song, is it because of Zhao Xiaoxi? Do you know anything? Ji Yuning didn't stop talking just because Song Yang said it was. Okay. She deliberately ignored what he said, then continued. When she continued to tell the story, her voice wasn't as kind as before, it was a little cold and meaningful. Shut up. Song Yang subconsciously scolded and his voice trembled because of fear. He could no longer hear the name Zhao Xiaoxi. Although it had been 4 years, he still often dreamed and thought about Zhao Xiaoxi being pushed into the lake by him, so he still felt flustered and uneasy about his evil deed. However, after scolding Ji Yuning, Song Yang realized that he had lost his temper. Although he was dissatisfied with Ji Yuning's mention of Zhao Xiaoxi, he also knew what doubt he would cause if he lost control because of that. Therefore, he immediately explained. Junior Su Ning, I'm sorry, I just lost my manners. I broke up with Zhao Xiaoxi because she had done something bad to me before, so I still have some resentment towards her in my heart. Hearing her name, I'll inevitably lose control of my emotions, ha ha, ha ha. Upon hearing Song Yang's reply, Zhao Xiaoxi laughed coldly again, which was extremely ironic. She had done something bad to him. Ridiculous. It was him who did something horrible to her. It was a very terrible deed. It's okay. It's normal to lose control of your emotions. If you could stay calm, I'd be surprised by your willpower. Ji Yuning said nonchalantly, but these words meant something. Song Yang also heard the weirdness of Ji Yuning's words, but because he didn't know that Ji Yuning already knew that Zhao Xiaoxi was killed by him, he didn't think much about it. As a result, even though Ji Yuning's words made him feel weird, he wasn't in the mood to think further about it right now, and he just wanted to leave. Junior Su Ning, your friend should be here already, so I should go back to my seat too. It's not polite to keep your friend waiting for a long time, Song Yang said. Senior Song, I have one more thing to tell you, Ji Yuning said. What is it? Song Yang asked. Inexplicably, he had a premonition. In fact, Zhao Xiaoxi died 4 years ago. She died on the side of the future lake. Ji Yuning looked at Song Yang, her expression clearly showing coldness, and her voice became low as well. She said that for the purpose of telling Song Yang that Zhao Xiaoxi was dead, because Zhao Xiaoxi was killed by him. He must be clearly aware of that. Ji Yuning's purpose was simply to raise the matter deliberately and to see Song Yang's reaction. Song Yang was shocked when he heard that. His body became weak and he almost couldn't stand firmly. He looked at Ji Yuning in horror. How could she know that Zhao Xiaoxi already died 4 years ago? She also knew that Zhao Xiaoxi died at the side of the future lake. No one knew about that, and no one should know. It should be like a stone sinking into the bottom of the lake, unable to stir up any wind and waves. Did she see what he had done that day? Thinking of that, Song Yang looked at Ji Yuning, feeling more alert and uneasy. He finally realized that it wasn't a coincidence that he met her, but she came to him deliberately. Because I saw it. Ji Yuning guessed what Song Yang was thinking in his mind, and replied to him with honesty. Song Yang stiffened. Did she really see it? Although Ji Yuning said so, Song Yang wasn't sure whether she was telling the truth, so he didn't know what to say for a while. He didn't want to admit the fact that Zhao Shaoxi was killed by him, because if he admitted it, it would cause a lot of trouble. If this woman did see it, did she have any evidence? If there was no evidence, he didn't need to be afraid of her, but if there was evidence, although Song Yang was terrified and uneasy, he had to force himself to calm down, because only by calming down could he deal with it. What exactly did you see? Song Yang asked tentatively, wondering how much this woman knew and whether there was any evidence. Senior Song, do you really want me to say it? Ji Yuning asked with an evil smile. Song Yang opened his mouth and wanted Ji Yuning to say it, but he was afraid of what Ji Yuning would say. When the words came to his lips, it became a question. What exactly do you want to do? To kill you, of course, Zhao Shaoxi said. Her gloomy voice showed the intent to kill, and Song Yang felt a chill again and his body trembled in fear. Although Zhao Shaoxi knew that Song Yang couldn't hear it, it still couldn't help but want to speak out and vent its emotions. Nothing at all. Ji Yuning laughed, seeming harmless, as if she really didn't want to do anything, but Song Yang wouldn't believe it now. If she wanted to do nothing, why did she suddenly bring it up? Since you don't want to do anything, why did you bring it up all of a sudden? Do you think I'll believe it? Song Yang asked. His attitude towards Ji Yuning had changed, and he became cold, harsh, and unkind. Because he had already seen that this woman was obviously unkind to him, there was no need for him to have any good attitude towards her either. Chapter 2164, Do you think I will believe you? However, Song Yang didn't dare to treat her badly, because she might have the goods on him. If he annoyed her and she did something he didn't want her to do, it would be terrible. It doesn't mean anything. I just want to know whether Zhao Shaoxi's death has something to do with you, Ji Yuning said. She looked so calm that it seemed she wasn't talking about the life and death of people, but about what they had eaten today. It made people wonder what she wanted to do. Zhao Shaoxi's death has nothing to do with me. Song Yang firmly denied. Whether this woman had evidence or not, he couldn't admit it. It's not true, Zhao Shaoxi retorted subconsciously. Her death was clearly caused by Song Yang, and she was afraid that Ji Yuning would believe in Song Yang, so she immediately said to Ji Yuning, it was him. It was him who killed me. Ji Yuning naturally couldn't say anything to it at this time. She just glanced at it and gave it a look to comfort it. She wasn't stupid and wouldn't believe whatever Song Yang said. She had her own judgment. But your reaction has betrayed you, Ji Yuning said with a smile. She didn't feel displeased by Song Yang's denial. On the contrary, it was clear that Song Yang wouldn't admit it so easily. Miss Su, everything needs evidence. You can't say I'm guilty without evidence, Song Yang said coldly. This was also a test. He was testing whether she had any evidence. I don't have evidence. If I had evidence, you wouldn't live well until now. Ji Yuning smiled, still seeming harmless. Although Ji Yuning said she had no evidence, Song Yang was still uneasy. He was uneasy about the existence of someone who knew that he had killed Zhao Shaoxi. Therefore, cruelty flashed in Song Yang's eyes. Ji Yuning certainly saw it, but she didn't care about it. Song Yang was too weak to be a threat to her after all. Moreover, since it was determined that he was the murderer who killed Zhao Shaoxi, then his good days would come to an end. At this time, Ji Yuning calmly touched Zhao Shaoxi and put it into her telepathic eye space. All right, I should go out now. Mr. Song, enjoy yourself. Ji Yuning stopped arguing with him, and wanted to leave. Wait. Seeing that, Song Yang immediately stood in her way. Since she knew of his crime, he wouldn't let her leave right now. Anything I can help you with, Mr. Song? Ji Yuning asked. What the hell do you want? Song Yang asked. He knew that she mentioned it to him in order to do something, so he wasn't sure that he was safe. Song Yang couldn't relax. After all, it was about his future, and he couldn't take it lightly. Didn't I tell you? I won't do anything, Ji Yuning said, looking sincere. Even if she said that, Song Yang refused to believe her. Do you think I'll trust you? Song Yang said. Believe it or not, Ji Yuning didn't care, and was about to leave, but was blocked by Song Yang again. Mr. Song, please get out of my way. Otherwise, I might accidentally say something that shouldn't be said, and Mr. Song might get in trouble. Ji Yuning threatened. Song Yang was angry, but he was naturally unwilling to let her leave. She might tell other people about his dirty secret if she left. Oh, hey, Song Yang, good for you. You're here for a date with a beauty. No wonder you went to the washroom for so long. I didn't see you when I went there. At this moment, a male voice came. It was a friend of Song Yang. Someone interrupted them, so Song Yang was displeased, because it would be difficult for him to continue talking to Ji Yuning about this matter when another person was here. Hi, beauty, may I know your name? The man greeted Ji Yuning and stared at her with a filthy look. Hello, my name is Su Ning. Sorry, but I have something to do, so I need to go in first. Ji Yuning hated the man's gaze, but she still gave him a perfunctory answer. Before the man could reply, she directly walked away. Song Yang wanted to stop her, but he couldn't say anything even if Ji Yuning stayed, so he gave up. Tut, why didn't you bring her to see us? She's such a beauty. What? You want to keep her as your own? The man teased Song Yang. Although Song Yang was married, for them, even if they were married, it was very normal for them to have several mistresses. Song Yang was in a bad mood now, but he couldn't show it in front of his friends, so he pretended to be relaxed and said, nonsense. Just an alumnus, and I don't know her. She knows me, and just came over to say hello to me. Hearing that, the man felt disappointed. Since Song Yang didn't know the woman, he couldn't get to know her through him. Alright, you guys keep on enjoying yourself. Just now my wife called me and told me to go home. I need to leave now. Otherwise I'll be in trouble. Song Yang wasn't in the mood to play around any longer, so he made up an excuse to go home. Song Yang often used this excuse, so his friends were already used to it. Because they knew his situation, they didn't force him to stay. After Song Yang returned to the bar, he looked around, trying to find Ji Yuning, but failed. Because there were too many people in the bar, it wasn't easy to find a certain person. Therefore, Song Yang didn't know whether she had left or was still here, but he couldn't search for her slowly. He was afraid his secret might be exposed. Now, he could only hope he was lucky, and that nothing would happen, otherwise, his life would be ruined. He killed Zhao Xiaoxi for prosperity and wealth. Now that he was living a better life, he naturally couldn't ruin everything he had now. After Ji Yuning left the terrace, she walked out of the bar, but didn't leave completely. Instead, she went outside the bar, found a hidden place to hide, and waited for Song Yang to come out. She knew that after what happened just now, Song Yang wasn't in the mood to play around anymore, so he would leave. Although Song Yang didn't admit that it was he who had killed Zhao Xiaoxi, from his reaction, it had been confirmed that Zhao Xiaoxi was killed by him. Therefore, it was time for Zhao Xiaoxi to show up now. Zhao Xiaoxi wouldn't act here because there were too many people, and it would easily cause horror among the people. Moreover, Zhao Xiaoxi didn't plan to kill him right after it showed up. It wanted to torture him before he died. It longed to see his scared look after he saw it. It wanted to see him begging it for mercy. Without surprise, shortly after Ji Yuning came out, Song Yang showed up. As soon as Song Yang came out, he took a taxi and left. Because he came out to drink, he didn't drive. Seeing Song Yang leaving in a taxi, Ji Yuning followed him in a taxi too. Ji Yuning guessed that Song Yang should be going home, and in the information of K's investigation, Ji Yuning already knew where Song Yang's house was, so after getting in the taxi, Ji Yuning directly gave them the name of the community. Chapter 2165, Song Yang, It's Cold in the Lake. If Song Yang wasn't going home, she would tell the taxi driver to go in another direction. Fortunately, Song Yang really went home, but before he arrived at the community, Song Yang got out of the car. Seeing him get out of the car, Ji Yuning got off too. Because Ji Yuning's car had been far away from Song Yang's car, Ji Yuning was confident that Song Yang didn't notice that she was following him. As for why Song Yang got out of the taxi before arriving at the community, Ji Yuning didn't care. Song Yang wasn't in the mood to play with friends in the bar any longer, but he didn't want to go home so early. Now he was in a bad mood, so he wanted to have some fresh air outside first. The place where Song Yang got off the taxi was a park, which was a perfect place for a walk. Coincidentally, it also gave Zhao Xiaoxi a good opportunity to carry out her plan. When people had bad luck, they could be unlucky all the time. The more afraid Song Yang was to be in trouble, the more likely he would be in trouble. It was his fate. Because of the cold weather, there weren't many people in the park and Song Yang walked towards an empty place, which made it easier for Zhao Xiaoxi to take action. Ji Yuning came to a place that was out of sight of the surveillance cameras and let Zhao Xiaoxi out. Because it was a water ghost, there was a puddle of water on the ground right after Zhao Xiaoxi came out. Ji Yuning took out the Taoist talisman Shengguan Yang gave her and said, "This Taoist talisman can make you appear for a quarter of an hour, which is 15 minutes, so you can only take revenge on Song Yang. As for the others, I'm afraid there is no chance to take revenge." So, Ji Yuning didn't finish, but the meaning was already obvious. Although Song Yang was the murderer of Zhao Xiaoxi, its stepmother was behind the scenes, so Zhao Xiaoxi hated not only Song Yang, but also its stepmother. Therefore, if Zhao Xiaoxi still wanted to avenge its stepmother, there would be no chance, because it was impossible for Ji Yuning to ask Shengguan Yang for another Taoist talisman for Zhao Xiaoxi. Knowing that this Taoist talisman could make it appear and kill Song Yang with its own hands, Zhao Xiaoxi was very excited. It always hoped that it could kill Song Yang with its own hands. It was only a pity that Zhao Xiaoxi could only take revenge on Song Yang, but since it could only choose one, Song Yang would be its choice. After all, Song Yang killed her with his own hands. Thank you. Although I cannot retaliate against that woman and it's very disappointing, if I can only choose one target, I still want to retaliate against Song Yang. After all, he killed me with his hands. Don't worry, as long as I retaliate against Song Yang, I'll let go of all my obsessions, Zhao Xiaoxi said. Great, but I promise you that if I meet that woman someday, I won't let that woman live a good life, Ji Yuning said, not because of kindness but because she just wanted Zhao Xiaoxi to stop dwelling on that woman. The obsession could dissipate on its own and it would go into reincarnation afterwards. Although Zhao Xiaoxi said that it would let go of all its obsessions, some obsessions were hard to give up, so in order to make sure it could do that, Ji Yuning had to give it a promise. Thank you. Zhao Xiaoxi didn't refuse, because it didn't want that woman to live a good life. Therefore, when it heard Ji Yuning's words, it was willing to let go of its obsession and resentment towards that woman. Without further ado, Ji Yuning immediately stuck the Taoist talisman on Zhao Xiaoxi's body, and in an instant, Zhao Xiaoxi's transparent soul body became an entity. Do you need a dagger? Ji Yuning asked. Yes, said Zhao Xiaoxi. Ji Yuning immediately took out a bronze dagger from her telepathic eye space and handed it to Zhao Xiaoxi. Zhao Xiaoxi took the dagger, thanked Ji Yuning, then floated towards Song Yang. There were surveillance cameras in the grove, but Zhao Xiaoxi, as a ghost, couldn't be captured by the surveillance cameras even if it had a Taoist talisman, because there was still a magnetic field problem. Therefore, Zhao Xiaoxi didn't need to avoid the surveillance cameras, and went straight to Song Yang. Song Yang came to a slightly secluded place alone, and there was no one around him, so Zhao Xiaoxi appeared directly behind him. Song Yang, an ethereal and gloomy voice came from behind, which shocked Song Yang and he turned around immediately. When he saw a woman dressed in white, with black hair, and a face pale as paper, Song Yang was taken aback again and took a few steps back. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. After stepping back a few steps, Song Yang could finally see the person's face clearly. Wasn't that Zhao Xiaoxi? Why you? Song Yang's eyes widened, seeming to bulge out, and his face turned pale with fright. His whole body trembled, and his feet kept backing away. How could it be possible? Wasn't Zhao Xiaoxi dead? How would she appear here? Wasn't she dead? No, she looked very abnormal, because her feet were off the ground. Was she a ghost? That idea immediately made Song Yang want to run, but as soon as he turned around, Zhao Xiaoxi flashed away and appeared in front of him again. Song Yang turned around at once, but it was still the same, so Song Yang almost had a breakdown and was scared to death. He slumped on the ground in the end. Why? Want to run? Ha ha. Zhao Xiaoxi smiled sarcastically, looking at Song Yang, as if he was a contemptible wretch making trouble. He was in its hands now. It was impossible for him to run away. Why you? Song Yang stared at Zhao Xiaoxi in horror, and couldn't finish the sentence. Song Yang, how is it? You must be surprised that I'd come to you one day. Actually, I can't believe it either, but it's always been my dream. He definitely couldn't think of such a day, because he felt that Zhao Xiaoxi was already dead. As long as he wasn't exposed, nothing would happen. As for ghosts, he never thought about it, because he never believed that there were ghosts in this world. Song Yang, you're really cruel and cold-blooded. For wealth and fame, you killed me and our baby. Song Yang, it's so cold in the lake. Can you see it? My whole body is wet, and I am wet wherever I go. With a plop, Song Yang suddenly knelt down in front of Zhao Xiaoxi, crying and begging, Xiaoxi, please let me go. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. He knew that if he didn't beg for mercy, he was really doomed. Unfortunately, no matter how much he begged for mercy, Zhao Xiaoxi wouldn't let him go. Seeing Song Yangchao kneeling down and begging for mercy, Zhao Xiaoxi laughed, but that laughter was very gloomy and terrifying. After laughing for a while, Zhao Xiaoxi suddenly stopped and became violent. Let you go? In your dream? Do you know that I've wanted to kill you the entire time? No, Xiaoxi, I know I shouldn't have done that. Please let me go. Please forgive me. Song Yang kept on begging Zhao Xiaoxi. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die at all. Chapter 2166, Go to Hell and Repent. Do you really realize it's wrong? Zhao Xiaoxi asked. Its voice softened slightly, which gave Song Yang the illusion that Zhao Xiaoxi was moved, and he became a little happy. Yes, I know it's wrong. Since you know it's wrong, then go to hell and repent. Zhao Xiaoxi said coldly, then stopped wasting time on Song Yang. She held a dagger and went to stab Song Yang. No. When Song Yang saw that, his eyes widened and he wanted to resist, but he was already unable to do that. He watched as the dagger in Zhao Xiaoxi's hand pierced his chest. The next second, blood spurted out. Song Yang wanted to say something, but couldn't utter another word. He was reluctant to accept this result. If he knew that one day Zhao Xiaoxi would turn into a ghost to seek revenge on him, he wouldn't have killed her 4 years ago. For his own fame and wealth, he would still attack Zhao Xiaoxi, but he wouldn't have killed her directly. Zhao Xiaoxi was afraid that Song Yang wouldn't die from a single stab, so it pulled out the dagger and stabbed him again and again. It didn't stop until it was sure that Song Yang was really dead. When Song Yang died, Zhao Xiaoxi suddenly felt relieved. The obsession that had tortured it for many years was also released and gradually dissipated. Zhao Xiaoxi returned to Ji Yuning and solemnly thanked her. After that, Zhao Xiaoxi's soul gradually became transparent, and finally turned into a mist and drifted away. Now, Ji Yuning's task was over, so she left. Song Yang's body was found by someone who came to the park for a jog the next morning, then the person immediately called the police. After investigating the scene and monitoring the surroundings, the police didn't find any trace of the murderer, which was quite troublesome. The news was quickly posted on the internet, and everyone naturally cursed the murderer. However, some people said that Song Yang must have done something heinous that caused the killing. Not only innocent people would be killed, sometimes bad people were killed because they had done something that harmed others, which caused revenge. Either way, the case of Song Yang being killed went viral, and the police were also publicly looking for witnesses. The result was that they found nothing. After all, from the surveillance cameras, no one was close to Song Yang's location at that time. At that time, there were many people walking in the park, but it happened that there was no one within a radius of 200 meters from Song Yang, so no one saw the murder, and there was no one who heard Song Yang's shout either. They also couldn't expect that the murderer was actually a ghost, and after the murder, it disappeared completely. As an accomplice, Ji Yuning wasn't affected at all. In the morning, Miao Jingjing told Ji Yuning what she planned to do. She had always liked flowers. She used to like to grow flowers by herself, so she wanted to open a flower shop, but she lacked money, so Jing Yuniao would invest. The two of them would start the business together. Jing Yuniao also felt that she couldn't be idle all the time. She didn't need to make a lot of money, but at least she could support herself and didn't need to rely on others to live. In addition, being idle like this was quite boring, so she had to find something meaningful to do. If so, Ji Yuning naturally agreed. Cultivation was meant to be boring. If she didn't find something to do, it would be even more boring. Ji Yuning couldn't help them with other things, but she could accompany them to find a store, so at 9 a.m., they went out together. In fact, Ji Yuning could help them solve the problem of looking for a store with just a call, but they felt it was more meaningful to do it by themselves. Since they wanted to do business, they had to do it by themselves so that they could learn. The flower shop that Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing wanted to open would mainly sell potted plants. When they had that idea, they also went online to learn what kind of flowers or plants were more popular now. After the survey, they found out that the most popular plants were succulents, so they decided to focus on succulents. Ji Yuning thought it wasn't a bad idea, but now there were a lot of succulent plant sellers. They had to do better than others, otherwise it would be difficult to stand out. Therefore, Ji Yuning proposed that she would also invest, but not to invest money. She would provide them with magical power liquid. As long as a drop of magical power liquid was applied to the roots of the succulents would look more beautiful and live longer than ordinary succulents. It seemed to be a waste of magical power liquid by doing so. After all, a single power crystal could sell for a lot of money, but a pot of succulent plant was only worth a few dozen or hundreds of yuan. After adding water to a power liquid, a power crystal could provide at most dozens of drops. Obviously, there was no profit. However, for Ji Yuning, the magical power liquid didn't require any cost, and it was inexhaustible. Therefore, it was a dead thing without any meaning if it wasn't put into use. So it was better to take it out and use it to do something meaningful. Both Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing approved of that. They knew the value of the power crystals, so they felt that Ji Yuning's contribution was the greatest. Therefore, Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing agreed to make Ji Yuning the majority shareholder with the highest share, but Ji Yuning refused. Although Ji Yuning provided them with magical power liquid, she didn't need to pay for it, and it didn't cost her anything, so she would be the third shareholder. The first shareholder was Jing Yuniao, holding 50% of the shares, the second shareholder was Miao Jingjing, holding 30% of the shares, and Ji Yuning held 20%. Because Ji Yuning insisted on doing that, Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing agreed. Although the flower shop wouldn't make a lot of money, since Ji Yuning was involved in it now, she wouldn't make their shop just a small flower shop, she would develop the flower shop into a studio to attract more customers. More people would come to their shop to buy stuff. Therefore, when they looked for a store, they tried to find a bigger one. Although they might lose money at the beginning, it was very normal in business. Nothing good came without risk, so they could start to make money after losing it for a while. Even if they lost money, it was nothing to them. After all, they only needed to spend hundreds of thousands of yuan on a flower shop. Ji Yuning and the others directly came to the flower market, looking for the store, while also observing other flower shops. Without surprise, they saw a lot of succulent plant shops, and many people bought them. In that case, they had more confidence. "Mother, I think we can grow a lot of succulents in Xiaoyao Mountain Villa by ourselves. Not only can they be sold, but it's also a different landscape in the villa," Ji Yuning said. "Right, Xiaoyao Mountain Villa has large vacant land for planting. If we plant them by ourselves, the cost will be lowered. At the same time, we can also plant other plants." Jing Yuniao immediately agreed upon hearing that, and thought it was an excellent idea. Chapter 2167, Pay me 20,000 yuan, leave it to me to find a flower wholesaler. After I find it, we can go buy the goods together, Ji Yuning said. The flower market was very large, and it took a long time for them to finish a tour. They also saw a lot of empty stores waiting for new owners. However, most of them were very small, so Ji Yuning was dissatisfied. There was a store which met Ji Yuning's requirements, but the location was relatively inside and less conspicuous, so the flow of people was half of what the front part of the market had. Anyway, Ji Yuning believed that good wine needs no bush. As long as they could run the business well, they wouldn't lack customers. Therefore, even though Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing were dissatisfied with it at the beginning, they accepted it after hearing Ji Yuning's explanation. Therefore, Ji Yuning immediately called the owner to talk about the lease of the store. Since it was a rented storefront, the owner's phone number was naturally hung outside the door. Before the owner came, they continued to walk around. However, this time, something happened. When a middle-aged man passed by Miao Jingjing with a pot of marsh clivia, he suddenly bumped her, then he exclaimed and the potted flower in his hand fell to the ground. This accident immediately attracted the attention of many people, but Miao Jingjing was confused. She didn't understand why this man would come to bump her. Miao Jingjing had never encountered such a thing as feigning injury before, so she didn't know what had happened to her. Yes, it was a feigned injury. Although there were a lot of people in the flower market and the roads were a little crowded, it was wide enough for people to walk by each other. Moreover, there was a lot of space next to Miao Jingjing for the man to go, but the man still chose to walk past Miao Jingjing. When he passed her, he deliberately bumped into her. Before Miao Jingjing and the others could react, the man first attacked her. "Why didn't you look at the road when you were walking? You knocked my marsh clivia out of my hands. You need to pay me for my loss." "Ridiculous. It's you who didn't look at the road when you walked by. The road next to me is so wide, but you still walked towards me, and it was you who hit me. I didn't criticize you for that yet. How dare you blame me for it?" Although Miao Jingjing didn't know it was a feigned injury, she was clearly bumped by this man, so she was naturally annoyed when she was wronged by the man. Did the man think she was easy to bully? No, she wasn't easy to bully and she wasn't weak either. For passers-by, they didn't know who bumped into whom, and they didn't know that it was just a feigned injury. However, for the owners and employees of the surrounding flower shops, it was very clear that this was a feigned injury. Actually, it often happened, so they weren't surprised. Even though they knew it was a feigned injury, they didn't intend to come forward to help, because the person who did that was a gangster and had many hoodlums. They were afraid of offending these people and encountering revenge. Facing Miao Jingjing's rebuttal, the man didn't pay much attention to it, and he still retorted confidently. "Nonsense, it's obvious that you hit me and knocked my marsh clivia which cost 30,000 yuan out of my hands, so you must pay me for my loss. You said she ran into you, and she said you ran into her. We don't know whom to believe. It's better to call the police. Then let the police investigate the surveillance cameras, and we'll immediately know who exactly bumped whom," Ji Yuning said. When the man ran into Miao Jingjing, Ji Yuning saw it, but it was too late to stop it. She thought it might be an accident, but when the man spoke, she realized it was a feigned injury. Jing Yunyao also knew. Although she didn't say anything for the time being, the man seemed to be a bad guy. Hearing that they wanted to call the police, the man didn't show any fear, but laughed mockingly. "The result will be the same even if you call the police, so you better pay me the money right now. This pot of marsh clivia is worth 30,000 yuan. I'm not an unreasonable person, so you can just pay me 20,000 yuan. The result of calling the police would be the same." The man obviously meant to tell them that the police would be on his side, so even if the police came, they would still lose money. Even though other people didn't know it was a feigned injury just now, they should realize it at this moment. This man feigned an injury, but claimed he wasn't an unreasonable person, which was so shameless. In fact, if he wasn't shameless, he wouldn't have done the feigned injury. However, even though everyone knew that it was a feigned injury, no one stood out for Ji Yuning, because they also heard this man say that it was useless to call the police. Obviously, he had a relationship with the police. As a result, if they stood out, they might not be helpful and might even get in trouble. "It'll be the same even if we call the police. Do you mean whoever bumped whom, we have to pay you?" Ji Yuning asked. "Yes," said the man arrogantly. He had done this many times before, and he had never failed. "It turns out that the police aid and abet you to defraud people." Ji Yuning sighed helplessly. Although she knew that there were bad people everywhere, it was still disappointing when she encountered them. Nonsense. The police don't aid and abet me. Don't hurl the blame at me. I didn't defraud you. She obviously knocked it out of my hands. Upon hearing Ji Yuning's words, the man yelled angrily. Although it was the truth, it would cause trouble if it went public. Nobody is dumb here, and we all know what exactly has happened. Don't think we're easy to bully. Ji Yuning stared at the man mockingly and released pressure. The man surprisingly felt stressed, so he became a little scared of Ji Yuning. He was afraid that she had connections too. If he continued to blackmail them, he might be the one who was caught. However, he felt it was also possible that Ji Yuning just pretended to be powerful to scare him. Thinking of that, the man believed there was nothing to be afraid of, so he made up his mind and raised his voice again. Don't scare me. Pay me 20,000 yuan, or you can't leave. Ji Yuning looked at the marsh clivia that was thrown to the ground, and said, the roots of this pot of marsh clivia are rotten, and it will not live long, so it is not worth much at all. You asking us for 30,000 yuan is blackmail. Chapter 2168. 1,000 yuan is too little. The man was startled, and he didn't expect Ji Yuning to know that the roots of the marsh clivia were already rotten. After everyone learned that the roots of this marsh clivia was already rotten, they all felt sorry. If it was healthy, it would be worth 30,000 yuan. Most of them were ordinary people, so 30,000 yuan was a lot of money for them. Well, I can pay you 1,000 yuan for it. If you want to sell, I'll take it. If you don't sell it, then forget it, but if you want us to pay you money for the loss, it's impossible, Ji Yuning said. It wasn't because she was kind, but because she could save this clivia, so its value would be a lot more then. Marsh clivia wasn't cheap. If the roots of this marsh clivia weren't rotten, it would be worth about 30,000 yuan. However, after this marsh clivia came into her hands, she could use magical power to cure it, and it could also make the variety better. Therefore, its price would be more than 30,000 yuan, and 50,000 yuan was a conservative price. What? 1,000 yuan. It's too little. No way. Once the man heard Ji Yuning's reply, he was furious. This pot of marsh clivia was really rotten, and it couldn't live long. It wasn't worth much, but 1,000 yuan was too little. If its roots weren't rotten, it would be worth 30,000 yuan. However, it was precisely because the roots of this marsh clivia were rotten that it was worthless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken it out to cause a feigned injury. He would have sold it directly in the market, and it would quickly be sold. Too little. Okay, then I don't want it. Anyway, you and I know the cause of the matter. There are surveillance cameras above our heads. Even if you have a relationship with the police station in this area, I can go directly to the Public Security Bureau. So, if you continue to cause us trouble, I'll stay with you to the end to see who'll win, Ji Yuning provocatively said with great confidence. She didn't seem to be acting, but was telling the truth. The man was mad, but he was timid in the face of Ji Yuning's confidence. This was the capital after all, and there were countless people of power in this city. He could offend someone he shouldn't mess with if he wasn't careful. Although 1,000 yuan was very little, he would be dragged into trouble if he didn't sell it. At that time, he wouldn't get a yuan, let alone 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan is too little. I need more. The man was reluctant to give up, so he negotiated with Ji Yuning. However, once he said it aloud, it meant he compromised. If you say one more sentence, I won't buy it even if its price is 1,000 yuan, said Ji Yuning. Well, the man hesitated. He was unwilling to sell it to Ji Yuning for 1,000 yuan, but if he didn't sell it, no one would pay any money for it. He wanted to be tough and order Ji Yuning to give him 20,000 yuan, but he was afraid that she was someone he shouldn't mess with. Although he often did bad things, it didn't mean he was afraid of nothing. All right, just give me 1,000 yuan. In the end, the man compromised. As for why Ji Yuning spent 1,000 yuan to buy this dying marsh clivia, the man didn't think about it at all. Ji Yuning took out 1,000 yuan and gave it to the man, then the man left. Ji Yuning quickly agreed this time because the man knew when to give in. If he didn't stop arguing with her, she would teach him a lesson with her fists. After that, Ji Yuning bought a flower pot in the shop next to them and replanted the clivia. In public, Ji Yuning couldn't put magical power into the marsh clivia right away, but it wouldn't die so soon. After it was done, Ji Yuning and the others left and returned to the store to rent. After about 5 minutes, the owner came. Although it was Ji Yuning who made the call, after the owner came, Jing Yuniao came forward to talk about the business. Jing Yuniao had run a business before, so she knew how to do the deal. The owner was an upright person, and the rent price was very fair, but the owner also honestly told Jing Yuniao and the others that his son was a gambler and had lost a lot of money. Therefore, his son always wanted to steal this store and might come to make trouble later. The former renter ended the lease because his son made trouble, so the owner told them to consider it carefully. However, both Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing weren't worried about that. Although Jing Yuniao wouldn't be in the shop often and Miao Jingjing lost her talents as a cultivator, she was still very good at martial arts, so she wouldn't be afraid. However, Jing Yuniao also made it clear that if the owner's son really caused them trouble, they would beat his son. They asked the owner whether they would be held accountable. They wouldn't use great strength anyway. Hearing that, the owner sighed and said that he wouldn't blame or sue them, but his son might and he couldn't stop his son. If so, Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing had nothing to worry about, so they directly signed the contract. After the contract was signed for 5 years, the rent won't change within a 5-year period. And if they close the business during that period, they could sublet. It was all up to them. The store was messy, so they needed to clean it up first. For the flower shop, there was no need to decorate too much. They just needed to paint the wall white, make a counter, then simply decorate it. These things could be done in a few days, so they should find a plant supplier next. Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing would be in charge of decoration, but they weren't in a hurry right now. They would go back to the Sihewan to dine first, then hire workers to paint the walls in the afternoon. After having a meal, Ji Yuning went back to school. Ji Yuning told Kei to seek cooperation with a flower wholesaler. After all, Kei was very good at looking for information. Soon, Kei got a result. However, because it would take several days to decorate the shop, Ji Yuning wasn't in a hurry to purchase the goods. It was the weekend soon, so she would wait until then to do it. When Bailey Zongxie knew that Ji Yuning came to school, she chatted with her privately. Because she knew why Ji Yuning left the school, she asked her about the situation. Ji Yuning, it's done. The female ghost successfully took revenge. Her soul dissipated, and she got into reincarnation. Bailey Zongxie, glad to know that. Bailey Zongxie didn't think it was wrong for Ji Yuning to help Zhao Shaoxi kill, because that man deserved to die. Besides, Ji Yuning didn't kill him with her own hands. That man died because of the terrible deed he had committed. Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai also read the news of Song Yang's death, so when they went to dinner after school in the afternoon, Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai discussed it. What did Song Yang do that caused the murder? Or is it purely a tragedy? Song Miaoge asked. As far as she was concerned, she felt that Song Yang must have offended someone. I think he should have offended someone. After all, the police didn't even find traces of the murderer, so obviously this was carefully planned. If it's just an accident, the possibility of leaving evidence and traces is very high, Zhang Zikai said. Chapter 2169, Is the Murderer a Ghost? It's really strange. There are surveillance cameras all around, but the murderer could avoid them and kill him. That's not easy. Song Miaoge sighed and felt terrified at the same time. The murderer was simply too powerful and killed Song Yang without anybody knowing. Hey, is it possible that the murderer is a ghost? Zhang Zikai suddenly said. Hearing that, Bailey Zongxie and Song Miaoge were stunned. Bailey Zongxie was surprised because she knew it was a ghost and Zhang Zikai guessed the truth. Ji Yuning's mouth also twitched slightly, but she knew that Zhang Zikai just casually said that. Song Miaoge, however, felt that Zhang Zikai had a great imagination to boldly have that idea. Zhang Zikai, do you believe that there are ghosts in this world? Song Miaoge sneered unceremoniously. She didn't believe that ghosts existed in this world. I'm just saying. Zhang Zikai curled her lips. She didn't really believe it, and was just saying it. Coincidentally, it was the truth. However, neither Baili Zhongshe nor Ji Yuning would tell them. After having the meal, they went for a walk on the football field. Ever after defeating Ji Wenna, I haven't practiced martial arts for a long time. Zhongshe, help me with the practice. Song Miaoge suddenly felt interested and wanted to practice. The reason Song Miaoge called Baili Zhongshe to practice with her instead of Ji Yuning was because Ji Yuning was even stronger than Baili Zhongshe. If she asked Ji Yuning to practice with her, she was simply asking for abuse. When Baili Zhongshe didn't use magic power, she was indeed not much better than Song Miaoge, so Baili Zhongshe was more appropriate. Although Song Miaoge still couldn't defeat her, she wouldn't lose too soon either. Sure, I haven't practiced for a long time either. Baili Zhongshe agreed with alacrity. After she came to study in university, she hadn't practiced kung fu for a long time, so she got interested too. After that, they began to fight against each other. Their kung fu competition attracted many onlookers. When they recognized Ji Yuning, they became even more excited. Ji Yuning was already very famous at school, so even her friends were known to many people, and people also knew that Baili Zhongshe and Song Miaoge were good at martial arts. They weren't only beautiful, but were also good at martial arts, which made them dream girls in many boys' eyes. As a result, they had a lot of admirers. Unfortunately, none of the admirers could attract their interest. Baili Zhongshe wouldn't have a mortal as her boyfriend and Song Miaoge wouldn't date her schoolmates either. Although Zhang Zikai's admirers weren't as outstanding as Baili Zhongshui's and Song Miaoge's, there were many of them. There were also male schoolmates who left a good impression on Zhang Zikai, but she wouldn't easily get into a romantic relationship, especially in her freshman year. Both Baili Zhongshe and Song Miaoge had their own supporters cheering for them. In the end, Song Miaoge lost, but Baili Zhongshe didn't let her lose too badly because there were many people watching. Although Song Miaoge lost, those who supported her weren't disappointed. In a blink of an eye, it was Friday again. Song Miaoge said that they hadn't gone out together for so long, so she asked whether they were free and could hang out. It happened that Chu Peihan was in the WeChat group as well and asked her if she had time, and they could hang out. Hao Ran and the others had many complaints. They all regretted not coming to the capital to study. Seeing that Ji Yuning and the others often hung out, they were unhappy because they hadn't seen Ji Yuning and the others for so long. Anyway, they chose their universities, so they had to stick to them even if they were unhappy now. Because Ji Yuning was free this afternoon and evening, she agreed to meet Chu Peihan and the others. However, Song Miaoge had asked her out many times and she turned her down every time. She felt it wasn't a good thing to keep turning Song Miaoge down, so Ji Yuning asked Chu Peihan whether she could bring Song Miaoge and her other friends with her. If Chu Peihan didn't mind, they would hang out together. Chu Peihan definitely didn't mind and brought one of her close friends with her too. Moreover, they had met Song Miaoge and the others before. They weren't very familiar, but they weren't strangers. Most importantly, Ji Yuning's friends were their friends too. They would get along well together, because they strongly believed that Ji Yuning's friends were reliable. After that, Ji Yuning asked Song Miaoge and her other friends for their opinions, and they all agreed. They thought it would be more fun if more people could gather together. Therefore, they set out together after their classes were over. In this cold weather, everyone wanted to eat hot pot, so that's what they decided to have. Once they finished the meal, they went to sing in a KTV. Because their schools were all in the Haicheng district, they dined and had fun in a KTV in the Haicheng district. Chu Peihan arrived first. She came with Shi Xiaoyu. Mu Ke and Yu Mixi came later. In the end, Ji Yuning brought Baili Zhongshe and the others. They weren't too late. After they met, they introduced themselves and exchanged greetings. "Hey, where is your older brother?" Chu Peihan asked Baili Zhongshe. When Chu Peihan asked Baili Zhongshe about Baili Zongyang, she seemed to be in love and was totally different from her usual self, which surprised Shi Xiaoyu and caused her to become alert. Did Chu Peihan admire Baili Zhongshui's older brother? Baili Zhongshe was so beautiful, so her older brother must be handsome too. If so, her older cousin would be in danger. When Chu Peihan asked Baili Zhongshe about her older brother, she seemed to be in love, but she was very violent to Han Chengalin. There was a huge gap. Xiaoyu felt sorry for her older cousin, but no matter what, she had to help him. He should be at home now, said Baili Zhongshe. She didn't hate Chu Peihen's attitude towards Baili Zongyang, although she didn't know how Chu Peihen felt about Baili Zongyang. She only hoped Chu Peihen didn't have special feelings for Baili Zongyang, because it was impossible for them to be together. Will you run tomorrow morning? Chu Peihen asked, showing obvious anticipation. Baili Zhongshe was amused and said, as long as it's not rainy, we usually get up to run in the morning. Great, boss, I'll go to stay in your place tonight. I'll meet my dream man tomorrow, coincidentally, said Chu Peihen to Chu Peihen. Sure, but I'll be busy tomorrow. I can't treat you, said Ji Yuning. It's fine. I can enjoy myself with Zhongshe. Even if Zhongshe isn't free, I can stay with Beiying, said Chu Peihen. She wasn't a kid, so she didn't need Ji Yuning to take care of her. Chapter 2170. Chu Peihen, you really surprised me. Chu Peihen, you really surprised me. We've been friends for a long time, and you're always a strong girl, but today you showed a gentle side. Xiaoyu sighed, then asked, tell me, do you like Baili Zongshui's older brother? In fact, the last sentence implied Xiaoyu's purpose. Do you know what a dream guy is? A dream guy is the man I look up to. It has nothing to do with romance, Chu Peihen said. It meant that Baili Zongyang was just her idol and it had nothing to do with feelings. Even if Chu Peihen said that, Xiaoyu was still nervous and stayed alert. Although Chu Peihen denied that she liked Baili Zongyang right now, she might change her mind in the future. When Baili Zongshe heard that Chu Peihen didn't like Baili Zongyang, she felt relieved because it was impossible for them to be together. And Chu Peihen was Ji Yuning's friend, so she didn't want her to get hurt. As they chatted, they talked about Mu Ke. Because they were all girls, while Mu Ke was the only boy, Chu Peihen joked. Mu Ke, what's your feeling when you're the only boy among 7 girls? Mu Ke actually felt quite uneasy, and he became even more nervous when Chu Peihen asked him that question. If there were only Yu Mixi, Ji Yuning, and Chu Peihen, he wouldn't have any different feelings because they were very close. Ji Yuning and Chu Peihen were his close bros. However, there were a few unfamiliar girls here, so he felt a little uneasy. However, even if Mu Ke was nervous, he still did his best to stay calm. Nothing special. Nothing special. I don't believe it. You must be feeling super good now. You said that simply because you don't want Mixi to be mad, said Chu Peihen. Yu Mixi understood that Chu Peihen was just joking and she trusted Mu Ke, so she wasn't annoyed or displeased at all. Although Mu Ke had no other feelings other than being uncomfortable, and what Chu Peihen said wasn't true either, he knew that women were always sensitive, so he was worried about what Yu Mixi might be bothered. Why can't you focus on eating? Stop talking nonsense now, Mu Ke argued with Chu Peihen, but he wasn't angry. It was just a joke, and Chu Peihen knew where to stop, so she didn't continue and change the topic. As they chatted with each other, they brought up the case about Song Yang again. It was big news and the murderer hadn't yet been found. I mean, it's a bit weird. Many people on the internet have raised doubts, saying that it might have something to do with ghosts. Chu Peihen said, do you believe in ghosts? Xiaoyu asked disdainfully. Chu Peihen opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. She undoubtedly believed in ghosts, because she didn't forget her experience of encountering zombies last time. However, she couldn't tell Xiaoyu. I didn't say I believe in ghosts. I just said many internet users have that idea, said Chu Peihen. Xiaoyu didn't talk further about that topic with Chu Peihen. They didn't know much about the case and people could kill without attracting a lot of attention, otherwise there wouldn't be fugitives. After having the meal, it was 8 p.m., which was too early to sing songs at a KTV, but they already agreed to go, so they went directly there. Among them, only Ji Yuning drove a car and she came with Baili Zongshe and the others. When they left, she shared her car with them too, and Chu Peihen and the others took a taxi. It seemed a little unfair, but her car couldn't accommodate so many people, so some of them had to take a taxi. Chu Peihen and the others didn't think it was a big deal, so they didn't take it to heart and directly took a taxi. They booked a luxurious private room with not many bottles of alcohol. They preferred to not drink much, because it wasn't healthy and would cause trouble if they got drunk. When it was about 10 p.m., Xiaoyu went outside to pick up a call. After a while, she came in with another person. It was Han Chengelin. As soon as Chu Peihan saw Han Chengelin, she rounded her eyes in shock. Why was he here? Song Miaoge, however, stood up excitedly and asked, "Are you Han Chengelin?" Obviously, Song Miaoge recognized Han Chengelin. To her surprise, Han Chengelin appeared here, so she was very excited to see him. Zhang Zikai also recognized him and was excited, but she was shyer than Song Miaoge. Baili Zongshe didn't know Han Chengelin. She wasn't attracted to him either, so she felt nothing when she saw Han Chengelin. Ji Yuning and the others had seen Han Chengelin before, so they were only a little surprised to see him here. "Hi, everyone, I'm Han Chengelin." Han Chengelin greeted them of his own accord. He had none of the arrogance of a celebrity. I just went out and coincidentally saw Senior Han, so I invited him to come in and have a seat." "Do you mind?" Xiaoyu said, feeling a little embarrassed. At the same time, she was slightly guilty because she brought Han Chengelin in without their permission. Besides, she told Han Chengelin they were here, then Han Chengelin came. He obviously came for Chu Peihan. Xiaoyu didn't tell Han Chengelin that Chu Peihan took Baili Zongshui's older brother as her dream guy, otherwise Han Chengelin might blurt it out and cause trouble. Chu Peihan didn't have a bad impression of Han Chengelin now, so she wasn't unhappy to see him. However, she wasn't excited either because she and Han Chengelin were merely normal friends. "Of course not. Have a seat," Chu Peihan said and asked, "Do you drink?" "I can drink a little," said Han Chengelin. Because both Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai really liked Han Chengelin and were his fans, they went to drink with him for a while. Normally, Han Chengelin wouldn't be so friendly to drink with them, but he was sincerely kind to them because they were in the same circle as Chu Peihan. Han Chengelin also had a drink with Ji Yuning of his own accord, because he truly admired her. In the following hours, Han Chengelin spent most of his time having fun with Chu Peihan. He played games and drank with her. He also looked at her differently, but Chu Peihan felt nothing about it and seemed to not care about his attitude at all. Chapter 2171, Take it slowly. Because Han Chengelin lost many times in the games, Chu Peihan was in a very good mood. It was the most harmonious meeting they had ever had since they met each other, and Chu Peihan beamed at him for the most times too. In fact, it was the first time that Chu Peihan had ever smiled at him. Even if it happened when Han Chengelin lost the games, he was willing to lose. Han Chengelin already realized that he might really fall in love with Chu Peihan, but it was too early to confess his affection for her yet. After all, Chu Peihan didn't have a good attitude towards him yet. Although he planned to confess his affection for Chu Peihan, he had to wait till Chu Peihan had a better impression of him. Even if he did that at this moment, he believed that Chu Peihan would reject him. "You've stayed with us for so long. Won't your friends get mad at you?" All of a sudden, Chu Peihan asked Han Chengelin, and Han Chengelin's good mood was damaged. "It's fine. Actually, I didn't want to play with them, so I went out to have some fresh air. I met Xiaoyu by chance. I heard you were here, so I came over. It's more fun to be with you." Han Chengelin lied without feeling guilty at all. Fine. Since Han Chengelin said that, Chu Peihan didn't continue to talk about it. She didn't want him to feel that she was chasing him away. Even though she didn't have a good impression of Han Chengelin, it wasn't so bad that she would chase him away. Before they left, Zhang Zikai called her home and told her family's chauffeur to come pick her up, and she drove Song Miaoge home. Han Chengelin wanted to drive Chu Peihan home, but Chu Peihan turned him down because she left with Ji Yuning. Because of that, Han Chengelin decided to send Xiaoyu home. Although other people didn't know Han Chengelin's relationship with Xiaoyu, they believed Han Chengelin wouldn't hurt Xiaoyu, so they weren't worried. After that, Ji Yuning brought Baili Zongshe, Chu Peihan, Yu Mixi, and Mu Ke back to Century City. After Xiaoyu and Han Chengelin left, Xiaoyu joked with him. "Chengelin, you must admit that you really like Chu Peihan now, right? It's so obvious today. Everyone could see it. Everyone could see it, except for Chu Peihan," said Han Chengelin. He sounded very upset, but it meant he didn't refuse to admit he really liked Chu Peihan. Well, take it slowly. You didn't leave a good first impression on her after all, said Shi Xiaoyu. She didn't know much about romantic relationships, but one never got a second chance to make a first impression, so it wasn't easy for Han Chengelan to change Chu Peihan's opinions about him. However, Shi Xiaoyu was still surprised that Han Chengelan begged Chu Peihan to teach him kung fu and never gave up seizing all the chances to strike up a conversation with Chu Peihan. It was totally beyond her understanding. She learned all that from Chu Peihan, because Han Chengelan wouldn't tell her. He did all these things, but he cared about his dignity in front of other people. In Shi Xiaoyu's eyes, Han Chengelan was always proud and aloof. It was true that people changed when they fell in love. She was curious to know more about Baili Zongshui's older brother now. She wondered what he was like and why Chu Peihan took him as her dream guy. After all, in her eyes, Han Chengelan was very outstanding. Born in a rich family, he was handsome and skilled. He was also the dream guy of many girls, but Chu Peihan was an exception. However, she also understood that Han Chengelan was attracted to Chu Peihan precisely because Chu Peihan was different. If Chu Peihan was the same as other girls and lost her reason once she saw him and began to chase him, he wouldn't pay special attention to her. People always preferred different people and stuff. The next morning, they got up to run together, then unsurprisingly met Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongshe. Seeing Baili Zongyang, Chu Peihan was excited and greeted him. She also tried to talk with him. Baili Zongyang treated her politely, not showing any impatience or dislike. After running in the morning, Ji Yuning invited Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongshe to share breakfast at her place. Baili Zongyang hesitated to accept her invitation because they had done that before, but he hadn't invited them to share a meal yet. Therefore, he proposed to buy them breakfast. Because the breakfast was already made at her home, Ji Yuning turned Baili Zongyang down. Baili Zongshe insisted on going with Ji Yuning, so Baili Zongyang had to follow them. After having breakfast, Baili Zongyang thanked them and left. Baili Zongshe, however, didn't leave right away, and stayed with Ji Yuning and the others. Ji Yuning also left at 9 a.m. Yesterday, Ji Yuning had asked Gao Yi to prepare the truck to transport the products, so when Ji Yuning left, she directly asked Gao Yi and Chao Ya to drive with her. After leaving, she went to the Sihewan to pick up Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing, then went to the XX flower base. Although owners of most flower shops tended to go to the flower wholesale center, Ji Yuning directly took Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing to the flower base. They came today mainly to get plants to plant at Xiaoyao Mountain Villa, so they needed a lot of them. They came to the flower base to buy flowers in a large quantity, so the more they purchased, the cheaper the prices would be. Because Ji Yuning and the others mainly sold succulents, they wanted a lot of succulents, which could almost supply the amount of the flower shop for half a year. There were many species of succulents. Some were expensive and some were cheap, but Ji Yuning and the others wanted all of them. After the flowers and plants were settled, they needed to deal with vases and flower pots. Shangyan Antique Store produced vases and flower pots, but they were much more expensive than those commonly used for displaying and planting flowers. However, expensive plants should be matched with expensive flower pots, because they were high-end products. Moreover, no matter how expensive vases and flower pots were, they only cost tens or hundreds of yuan, which was affordable for many people. It simply depended on whether they were willing to pay the prices. Ji Yuning went to the Shangyan Antique Store to buy some good vases and flower pots, and also went to other companies to buy some ordinary vases and flower pots. After all, not everyone was willing or felt it was necessary to buy expensive vases and flower pots. The flowers and plants were directly taken to Xiaoyao Mountain Villa, but no workers were brought with. They did the work by themselves and transplanted the plants into the garden. Several servants of Xiaoyao Mountain Villa helped them. They had taken care of the garden of Xiaoyao Mountain Villa for so many years, so they were already very skilled at planting and raising flowers and plants. They were quite professional. Therefore, with their help, Ji Yuning didn't need to have any worries. Chapter 2172, Someone. Who is it? Because there were too many flowers and plants, they were busy all afternoon before they finished transplanting them. After the transplantation was completed, Ji Yuning let the servants rest. The next thing to do was to put the magical power liquid on the plants, and they would do it by themselves because they didn't want too many people to know. It took a lot of time to drip the magical power liquid on the plants, so when it was finished, it was almost dark. Once it was done, they decided to go have a meal. Knowing that it would take a lot of time to transplant flowers and plants, Jing Yunniao directly ordered the servants to prepare a meal for them. Therefore, they dined at Xiaoyao Mountain Villa. On Sunday, Ji Yuning took Jing Yunniao and Miao Jingjing to the flower market. The painted white wall had dried for 2 days, so it was time for it to be decorated. They needed counters and shelves. Because they didn't want to waste time, they ordered them from stock. There weren't any differences anyway. At the end of the day, the decoration of the shop would be completed. The products could be brought and placed tomorrow, and the business could be opened the day after tomorrow. Because it wasn't a big store, they didn't need a grand opening. When it opened, they would just call a few good friends to celebrate it. After it was set up in the afternoon, Ji Yuning and the others were about to leave. At this moment, 5 young men came over and seemed aggressive. "Did you rent this shop?" the head man asked. Hearing that, Ji Yuning and the others guessed that either one of these people was the son of the owner of the shop, or they were all invited by the son of the owner. Whether the son of the homeowner was there or not, their purpose of coming here was the same. The owners and clerks of the surrounding shops knew the son of the owner of this shop. The son of the owner of the shop was no among these people, but these people were all friends of his. They had helped him many times, so upon seeing these people here, they realized what they were going to do. Because of that, they felt sympathy for the owner of this shop because he had such an ungrateful, greedy son who was addicted to gambling. In the beginning, the shop was opened by the owner's own family to do business, but later because the owner's son became addicted to gambling, he lost a lot of money, and came back to his father once he didn't have any money. At the beginning, the shop owner would give some money to his son, but after a long time, they couldn't afford to do it anymore. After all, their business wasn't very profitable. When the shop owner's son couldn't get the money, he became angry and smashed the shop. As a result, the shop owner couldn't run the business any longer. He had to quit and sublet the premises. However, shortly after the person who rented the shop took over the business, the shop owner's son came again and smashed it once more. He shouted that he was going to sell this shop so that he could have money to gamble. After several times of it being smashed, the renter's business couldn't go on, so the renter withdrew. Then Ji Yuning showed up after it had been vacant for a month. When others learned that Ji Yuning rented the store, some kind people came to tell her what had happened before, but Ji Yuning didn't care. Since she didn't care, outsiders couldn't say much about it. Now Ji Yuning was in trouble, so they wanted to see how she would handle it. So, Ji Yuning replied to the man. Although he was very aggressive, Ji Yuning wasn't timid. The man frowned slightly, and was surprised that the girl was so courageous. She wasn't afraid of them at all, and she was aggressive too. Because of that, the man felt a little embarrassed, and his attitude immediately became a little cold. If so, I advise you to leave the store. Otherwise, be careful that I can make your business fail. Oh, really? Why? Ji Yuning asked calmly. She didn't seem to be afraid of them at all. Someone doesn't want it to be rented out, the man said. Someone? Who is it? Why can the person stop us from renting this store? I rented it from the owner and signed the contract. It has nothing to do with the person you just mentioned, Ji Yuning said. Because she knew the reason, Ji Yuning actually sympathized with the owner of this shop because he had such an ungrateful, greedy son. Seeing that Ji Yuning wasn't afraid of his threat at all, the man got angry and at the same time felt extremely embarrassed, so his attitude suddenly became even worse. The person, of course, is the real owner of this store. Oh, if the person is really the real owner of this store, show me the ownership certificate. I'll only be convinced if you have it, said Ji Yuning. She knew the law, and she signed the contract after checking the ownership certificate and making sure who the owner of this store was. She wouldn't be cheated. Therefore, the so-called real owner of this store, the man said, shouldn't have the ownership certificate. The man was mad. If they had the ownership certificate, they wouldn't have come here to cause damage. With the ownership certificate, they could do whatever they wanted to this store. Precisely because they didn't have the ownership certificate, they played this dirty trick. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning wasn't easy to deal with at all, and the man lost patience. In an instant, he threatened fiercely. No time wasted on talking. You better leave this store right now, or don't blame us for being violent. Sure, show me what you can do. Ji Yuning provoked with no fear. If she didn't punch them, they would think she was easy to bully. The man was mad again. This was the first time that he had met a girl who was so bold. Did she think they wouldn't use violence? The man was annoyed by Ji Yuning's words. Great. If so, let me show you what I can do. Now, damage all the stuff in the store. They only aimed to break the stuff without the intention of hurting people, but Ji Yuning and the others wouldn't allow them to do that. Therefore, before they did anything, Ji Yuning and the others took action. Although any of them were able to defeat all of those men by themselves, they didn't do that and went to fight against those men together instead because they wanted those men to know none of them was easy to bully. Onlookers were worried about them because they were females and it was impossible for them to win the fight against those men. However, they were soon amazed by Ji Yuning and the others' skills. Within seconds, those men who tried to damage the stuff were beaten on the ground and they seemed seriously injured because they could barely get up. Jesus, it's so amazing. They easily beat them. Chapter 2173, You all can get off now. I was afraid they might be injured, but they're unexpectedly strong. Oh my, I won't dare to take women lightly now. I'm surprised they are so strong too. No wonder they aren't afraid of those men at all. People began to discuss it and they all complimented Ji Yuning and the others because they were very strong. It was rare to see such strong women after all. In most people's eyes, women were weak, so they were all amazed now that they witnessed their unbelievable strength. Those men who were beaten on the ground were stunned as well. To their astonishment, these women easily beat them up. They actually felt they were easy to bully because they were women. Unfortunately, they were wrong. It was so humiliating. So, do you want to continue to damage the stuff in my store? Ji Yuning squinted at them with a vague smile. It seemed that she would keep on beating them if they gave an affirmative answer, which scared those grown-up men. They immediately replied, No, no, no. They were mad after being beaten, but they had to swallow the humiliation since they were no match for Ji Yuning. What else could they do? Could they take revenge? No, it would only cause them to be injured more. They weren't dumb. How about the future? Will you come to cause us trouble again? Ji Yuning asked. We won't. We won't, those men said right away. Ji Yuning was too strong to deal with, so they would leave it to Zhang Dejin. Zhang Dejin was the son of the owner of this store. They helped Zhang Dejin cause trouble, not because they were friends with him. The so-called friends were all based on interests. If Zhang Dejin hadn't given them money, they wouldn't have done things for him. Who's the son of the owner of this store? Ji Yuning asked. He didn't come, said the head man. Great, go back and tell him. If he dares to make things difficult for us, I'll break his legs. I have connections in the government. I'm not afraid of trouble, said Ji Yuning aggressively. Although Ji Yuning hated to bully other people by relying on her connections, it depended on the situation. If she was the victim, it wasn't a big problem that she fought back with the help of her connections. She just needed to protect herself from being dragged into trouble. Sure. Those men nodded at once. Even if Ji Yuning didn't have connections in the government, no one was willing to mess with her because she was too strong. All right, you can get lost now, said Ji Yuning. Upon hearing that, those men felt they got an amnesty and ran away at once without caring about the pain all over their bodies. Afterwards, the onlookers also walked away. Ji Yuning and the others left too. Ji Yuning didn't care whether they would tell the son of the shop owner what she just said or whether the son would listen to her words. Anyway, if he dared to cause them trouble again, she would really break his legs. Once those men left, they called Zhang Dejin and told him what had happened. Hearing the news, Zhang Dejin was mad and anxious. If the new renter of the store really had connections in the government, he wouldn't be able to afford the price if he caused her trouble again. However, since his father just rented the store out, his father must have some money. He failed to get money from the store, so he planned to get some money from his father. Without delay, Zhang Dejin hurriedly went to his parents' home. After Ji Yuning and the others left, they didn't go back to the Sihewan, but went to a shopping mall because Miao Jingjing didn't have any clothes to wear. She only had an old set, and Jing Yuniao gave Miao Jingjing what she didn't wear, so Miao Jingjing only had 2 changes of clothes. Therefore, Jing Yuniao couldn't stand it and decided to buy some new clothes for Miao Jingjing. Miao Jingjing originally refused, because she was embarrassed to accept Jing Yuniao's things for free all the time, and she had already accepted a lot from her. However, Jing Yuniao said she was just lending her money, and she could pay her back after she made money. Moreover, Jing Yuniao insisted on doing it, so Miao Jingjing didn't refuse again. "Why don't we just go to Gufen? I can give you the biggest discount," said Ji Yuning. She was going to give Miao Jingjing an exclusive discount, because if she gave Miao Jingjing clothes for free, Miao Jingjing would be embarrassed. Why not? Jing Yuniao understood Ji Yuning's thoughts, so she didn't refuse, and even if Ji Yuning didn't say it, she was going to take Miao Jingjing to Gufen because she personally really liked the clothes from Gufen. They were pretty and of good quality. They were comfortable to wear too. In that case, Miao Jingjing could only thank them. Gufen was always popular, and its reputation and status in the clothing industry had also increased rapidly. Although Ji Yuning's reputation had a big effect, the quality and style of Gufen could also support this brand. The branches of Gufen were also rapidly opening, and each of them was very profitable, which had attracted the envy and hatred of many peers. After that, it also caused some people to find fault and damage, even if they knew that the owner of Gufen was Ji Yuning, because not everyone was afraid of Ji Yuning and not everyone was willing to give in to Ji Yuning. Besides, since they aimed to do bad things, they would surely hide their identities. Even if it was exposed, their subordinates would be the scapegoat. Normally, unimportant people were taken as scapegoats, but it wasn't serious and nobody carried out a further investigation. If a further investigation was done, the truth would come out. In addition, managers in charge of the business dealt with the trouble very well, so they didn't report it to Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuning was the boss, she didn't need to know everything. She would only show up when the staff in her companies couldn't handle it. After coming to the store of Gufen, all the staff who saw Ji Yuning came to greet her. And because Ji Yuning was there, the manager came out to serve her. Ji Yuning said that they could serve themselves, but the manager still stood at an appropriate distance from them. She was ready to serve them at any time. Some customers in the store learned that Ji Yuning was the boss of Gufen when the saleswomen greeted her, so they turned to look at her too. Some people had known Ji Yuning for a long time, but some didn't, so they were all surprised when they found out that the boss of Gufen was a young girl. Miao Jingjing picked up a few sets of clothes and went to try them on. Because she had a great body and beautiful face, all the clothes looked very good and suitable for her. Therefore, they didn't waste much time looking for clothes and trying them on. Before long, they bought what they needed. Wow, she's pretty and attractive. She looks beautiful in all the clothes. That blue dress I just tried. I felt it's good and was considering buying it, but now I don't have courage to put it on, a woman said publicly, but there was no jealousy in her tone. Chapter 2174. The woman Zhao Shaoxi had talked about. That's the case, but there is no need to care so much. Your own feelings matter most. As long as you like it and feel comfortable in it, it's enough. Anyway, it's not easy to run into other people who wear the same dress as you once you walk out of this shop, the woman's friend said. She was more open-minded. If they gave up the dress just because it looked better on someone else, they wouldn't have clothes to wear because all the clothes looked better on models. It was tiring to care about it too much. You're right, but I think I better choose other clothes, said the woman. She still felt it wasn't suitable for her. Jing Yuniao had many clothes because Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had prepared a lot for her, so she didn't shop for clothes, neither did Ji Yuning. After buying the clothes, it was time for dinner, so they were ready to go. However, when they were about to walk out of the mall, they met Mrs. Shu. With Mrs. Shu, there was another rich lady. Yun Shenyao, it's you. Mrs. Shu greeted Jing Yunyao happily when she saw her. Mrs. Shu was originally going to call her Yunyao, but Jing Yunyao had said that her current identity was Shenyao, so she changed her words immediately. Jing Yunyao and Mrs. Shu had already met. After all, Mrs. Shu and Yu Yin had a very good relationship, so when they were together, they would call Mrs. Shu to meet them. Therefore, Mrs. Shu also knew that Jing Yunyao was still alive. It was just that everyone thought that she was dead, so she didn't want to make her return public, nor did she want too many people to know about it. As a result, she used the identity of Shenyao. Therefore, when they were outside, Yu Yin and Mrs. Shu still called Jing Yunyao Shenyao. Because they met by accident, Mrs. Shu asked Jing Yunyao to dine with them. It was rare for them to meet, so Jing Yunyao didn't refuse. They were going to have a meal anyway, so they agreed. Oh, let me introduce you, this is my relative. She's Yan Min, Mrs. Shu said to Jing Yunyao and the others. Mrs. Shu's in-law was the mother of Shu Jinglin's fiancé whose name was Wen Si. After that, Mrs. Shu introduced Jing Yunyao and the others to Yan Min. This is my friend, Shenyao. This is Ji Yu Ning. You must know her. And this is Mrs. Shu turned to look at Jing Yunyao, signaling her to introduce Miao Jingjing, because she didn't know Miao Jingjing and had no idea how to do the introduction. This is my friend, Miao Jingjing, and my business partner. We're going to run a business together, Jing Yunyao said. She mentioned the business as an advertisement. If she directly said she was going to sell flowers, it wasn't smart. You're going to open a business. Mrs. Shu was surprised to know that, but didn't think it was inappropriate. Although the Leng family was rich and Leng Xiaoting was very wealthy, and Jing Yunyao wouldn't lack money, it was still better for her to have her own career. She didn't need to make too much money, she just had to have something to do. If she had nothing to do, she would live a meaningless life. In fact, Mrs. Shu had her own career as well, but it wasn't very successful. Mrs. Shu's business wasn't too successful, but it was a medium-sized company and had hundreds of million yuan in assets. What business are you opening? Mrs. Shu asked. A flower shop. I don't aim to make a lot of money, but I must do something. I can't rely on other people to feed me. I don't want to be useless, Jing Yunyao said. I agree. When will it open then? Don't forget to let me know once it opens. I'll definitely join in, Mrs. Shu said. Me too. I usually like to grow flowers, especially succulents. They are so cute. Will there be succulents in your store? Yan Min asked. Although she just met Jing Yunyao and they hadn't had a long talk yet, she would go to the opening as well since Mrs. Shu would be there. Besides, she was very interested in flowers and plants, especially succulents. Therefore, when they talked about succulents, Yan Min put on an adoring look as if succulents weren't plants, but her kids. We mainly sell succulents. I can also promise that our succulents are more lively than those in other stores, Jing Yunyao said. Jing Yunyao was only saying that the plants would be strong and healthy in their store. Mortals couldn't feel magical power from the plants, but they could see that they were growing much better than ordinary plants. Really? If so, I must go to have a look. Oh, when will it open for business? Yan Min became more interested after hearing that and she couldn't wait to shop. At 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow, at the Urban Flower Trading Center, shop No. 89, Jing Yunyao said. Great, if nothing comes up at that time, we'll definitely be there, Yan Min said. Sure, you're always welcome, said Jing Yunyao with a smile. By the way, do you have anything you want to eat? Mrs. Shu asked Jing Yunyao. Since she was inviting them to dinner, she naturally asked them what they wanted to eat. You can order. We aren't picky eaters, Jing Yunyao said nonchalantly. In that case, Mrs. Shu made the decision. No problem, then we can go to the restaurant I often visit. It's right in front. The food at that restaurant is pretty good. Mrs. Shu liked delicious food, so the restaurant she chose couldn't be bad. Because it was the weekend, there were many people everywhere. Fortunately, it was not peak time yet, so when they arrived, there were still a few vacant seats in the lobby, but there were no available private rooms. They didn't care about it much, so they decided to dine in the lobby. Less than 2 minutes after they sat down, the remaining 3 tables were immediately occupied. However, by coincidence, they were acquaintances with the people at the table next to them, but they were Mrs. Shu's and Yan Min's acquaintances. There were 3 noble ladies at that table. When they saw Mrs. Shu and the others, one of the ladies took the initiative to greet Mrs. Shu and Yan Min. "Oh, isn't this Mrs. Shu and Mrs. Wen? What a coincidence." She didn't sound kind. "Hi, Mrs. Shu, Mrs. Wen." The 2 ladies who were with the lady also greeted Mrs. Shu and Yan Min. Their attitude was not as bad as that of the first lady, but they were also cold and indifferent. After all, their relationship was antagonistic, and they greeted them just out of manners. "Oh, hi, Mrs. Yuan, Mrs. Hung, what a coincidence." Mrs. Shu and Yan Min greeted them calmly. Mrs. Yuan, she was from the Yuan family. Was the woman Zhao Xiaoxi had talked about there. The woman should be Yuan Yilin's mother. Actually, the first noble lady who greeted Mrs. Shu and Yan Min was the wife of the eldest son of the Yuan family, but Ji Yuning wasn't aware of it yet. Chapter 2175, Scare Elder Mrs. Yuan. Lord Shu has been engaged with Miss Wen for so long. When will they really get married? If it's delayed all the time, there could be rumors. People might think something went wrong between Lord Shu and Miss Wen, said Mrs. Yuan. She was very hypocritical, and pretended to be nice, which was quite disgusting. Anyway, elder Mrs. Shu was already used to it, so she wasn't mad at all. Instead, she beamed. "Elder Mrs. Yuan, thank you for your concern, but they're in a very good relationship now. Jinlin and Si are just very busy, so the wedding has been delayed." Hearing the way elder Mrs. Shu called the woman, Ji Yuning learned she was the elder Mrs. Yuan and the woman Zhao Xiaoxi had talked about. If elder Mrs. Yuan's attitude became worse, she could take action according to the situation. In fact, elder Mrs. Yuan's daughter, Yuan Yiyan, liked Shu Jinlin, so the Yuan family wanted to reach an alliance with the Shu family. The Shu family had a close relationship with the Leng family, but Shu Jinlin was the eldest grandson of the Shu family, the heir of the Jinlin organization. So if the Yuan family could form an alliance with Shu Jinlin would support them. In that case, the Shu family's wealth would be divided and the Leng family would have less support. However, Shu Jinlin disliked Yuan Yiyan and even hated her. Even if he didn't hate her, he wouldn't be together with Yuan Yiyan because of his family's position. However, Yuan Yiyan drugged him in order to make him get together with her, but he accidentally had sex with Wen Si and became Wen Si's boyfriend. It happened also because Shu Jinlin and Wen Si liked each other, but the Wen family wasn't comparable to the Shu family when it came to their status, so Wen Si lacked confidence in front of Shu Jinlin. As a result, she couldn't make up her mind to marry him. However, she was willing to have sex with Shu Jinlin. Profit came from a misfortune. Because Shu Jinlin liked Wen Si, he didn't punish the Yuan family, but the Shu family was very mad at the Yuan family. Really? Elder Mrs. Yuan didn't seem convinced. Her real thoughts actually didn't matter, since she deliberately did that to annoy elder Mrs. Shu and Yan Min. Elder Mrs. Shu and Yan Min were indeed annoyed, but they were tolerant. "Yeah, oh, I heard Yuan Yiyan is shouting to get divorced." "What happened? Why did she have to divorce?" Elder Mrs. Shu asked with concern, but she wasn't sincere. She purposely asked that question to embarrass elder Mrs. Yuan. Elder Mrs. Shu never judged other people, but it didn't mean she was easy to bully. As the matriarch of the Shu family, she couldn't be weak. She only treated other people the way she was treated. Since someone tried to laugh at her now, she had to fight back. As for what had happened to Yuan Yiyan and why she had to divorce, the reason had already gone abroad. The reason that came out was that Yuan Yiyan had betrayed her husband and was caught in bed, but the Yuan family stopped the news from spreading widely, so not many people knew. However, elder Mrs. Shu still heard it. Upon hearing that, elder Mrs. Yuan was displeased. She clearly knew that elder Mrs. Shu was deliberately humiliating her. This is my family affair. Elder Mrs. Shu, I don't think you should be involved, said elder Mrs. Yuan coldly. In fact, elder Mrs. Yuan was really mad at Yuan Yiyan. She didn't care whether Yuan Yiyan had betrayed her husband, but Yuan Yiyan was caught in bed. Although their family did their best to stop the news from spreading widely, some people still heard. Therefore, she received different looks these days, but many people stood in awe of the Yuan family, so nobody dared to talk about it. However, it also proved that elder Mrs. Yuan was very selfish. If it was her son-in-law who had betrayed her daughter, she would have criticized her son-in-law badly. Elder Mrs. Yuan, since you dislike outsiders talking about your family affairs, please don't do that yourself. I don't think you should be involved in other people's family affairs either. Elder Mrs. Shu argued. It was unreasonable that elder Mrs. Yuan casually gossiped about other people's family affairs, but other people couldn't. Hearing that, elder Mrs. Yuan felt quite embarrassed. Obviously, elder Mrs. Shu was unhappy with her gossiping about Shu Jinline's relationship with Wen Si. Well, I don't care about other people's family affairs at all, said elder Mrs. Yuan disdainfully. After that, elder Mrs. Shu and elder Mrs. Yuan stopped talking. At this moment, Ji Yuning said, a weird murder case happened a few days ago. A man named Song Yang was killed in the park, but the police could not find any trace of the murderer. Many internet users used their imagination and said Song Yang could be killed by a ghost, otherwise there must be hints. When Ji Yuning finished speaking, she heard a clam from the next table. The cup in elder Mrs. Yuan's hand fell on the table, and the drink inside was spilled. Instantly, elder Mrs. Yuan looked very anxious. Because elder Mrs. Shu and her friend didn't know the relationship between elder Mrs. Yuan and this person named Song Yang, they didn't think much about elder Mrs. Yuan's gaffe. However, younger Mrs. Yuan and Mrs. Hung knew that Song Yang was the son-in-law of elder Mrs. Yuan's relative. Nevertheless, they didn't think too much about elder Mrs. Yuan's gaffe either. They only thought that the talk about a ghost made her uncomfortable. After all, it was not only elder Mrs. Yuan who felt uncomfortable when she heard the word of ghost. Younger Mrs. Yuan and Mrs. Hung also felt it was creepy. Ha ha, these internet users are really imaginative. There couldn't be ghosts in this world, said Yan Min and felt amused. Elder Mrs. Shu didn't believe in ghosts either. Right, the man named Song Yang must have offended someone and was killed through a scheme. As long as the murderer was smart enough, it was very normal that the police couldn't find any hints. The man named Song Yang is really not a good person. I heard that he once had a girlfriend named Zhao Xiaoxi, but later because he met a wealthy heiress, he abandoned Zhao Xiaoxi. After that, Zhao Xiaoxi disappeared. Some people speculated it might be possible that she was killed by Song Yang and her soul came back for revenge. Ji Yuning said deliberately to elder Mrs. Yuan. Without surprise, when elder Mrs. Yuan heard Zhao Xiaoxi's name and about her death, she looked even more anxious because of her guilty conscience, and she unconsciously felt a little cold down her back. Although she didn't kill Zhao Xiaoxi with her hands, she made the arrangement, so she caused Zhao Xiaoxi's death. It was hard for her not to feel guilty. Chapter 2176, Betrothal. However, when elder Mrs. Yuan heard from Ji Yuning that Song Yang might have been killed by Zhao Xiaoxi's soul for revenge, she suddenly lost control and yelled at Ji Yuning, "Shut up." Mrs. Yuan's gaffe caused many eyes to fall on her. People at other tables didn't hear Ji Yuning's words, so they didn't know what had happened, but they knew they were in conflict. Actually, elder Mrs. Shu and Yan Min, as well as younger Mrs. Yuan and Mrs. Hung only thought that elder Mrs. Yuan had just heard the talk of a ghost and felt scared. In addition to Ji Yuning who knew the truth, Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing also saw elder Mrs. Yuan panicked. Because she couldn't hide her guilty conscience, they figured out that she must have something to do with Zhao Xiaoxi's disappearance. Elder Mrs. Yuan soon realized she just lost her manners. In case other people became suspicious of her, she immediately explained. Can't they just enjoy the meal? Why did they have to talk about ghosts? It's scary. If they want to talk about it, they can go home and do whatever they want to do there. Unfortunately, when she said that, she still failed to hide her guilty conscience. When Elder Mrs. Shu and Yanmin heard that, they also felt that Ji Yuning shouldn't have talked about ghosts in public, but Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing knew Ji Yuning very well. They knew that Ji Yuning did it for a reason. Other people at other tables thought that Ji Yuning had scared Elder Mrs. Yuan by talking about ghosts, so they stopped watching them and continued to eat. Ji Yuning didn't listen to Elder Mrs. Yuan, but said meaningfully, "Oh, I also heard Zhao Shaoxi is an illegitimate daughter of the Yuan family." Ji Yuning's voice wasn't loud, and only the people at the two tables could hear it, because her original intention wasn't to cause a scene. She simply wanted to destroy Elder Mrs. Yuan's mood. Elder Mrs. Yuan was in a complete panic. How did Ji Yuning know? It shouldn't be known to many people. Even in the Yuan family, only she and her husband were aware of it. Thinking of that, Elder Mrs. Yuan subconsciously asked, "How did you know?" Once she said it aloud, everyone looked surprised, especially younger Mrs. Yuan. She was also a member of the Yuan family, but she knew nothing about it. Although Ji Yuning only mentioned the Yuan family and didn't point out its eldest son, Elder Mrs. Yuan's reaction said everything. In that case, Zhao Shaoxi's disappearance or death might have something to do with Elder Mrs. Yuan. That was younger Mrs. Yuan's subconscious thoughts. Many other people had the same idea, if Zhao Shaoxi really disappeared or died. No one could accept illegitimate kids, especially people like Elder Mrs. Yuan, who was very domineering. By now, Elder Mrs. Shu and her friends realized that Ji Yuning deliberately brought up Zhao Shaoxi to annoy Elder Mrs. Yuan. She didn't know why Ji Yuning did that, but she had to be doing that for a reason. However, it was just a guess that Zhao Shaoxi's disappearance and death might have something to do with Elder Mrs. Yuan. Without evidence, it meant nothing, and Ji Yuning just said Zhao Shaoxi could be killed by Song Yang. Elder Mrs. Shu and Yanmin had that idea because they didn't know Elder Mrs. Yuan's relationship with Song Yang, but younger Mrs. Yuan and Mrs. Hung were aware of it. Therefore, even if it was Song Yang who killed Zhao Shaoxi, Elder Mrs. Yuan wasn't completely innocent. However, none of them knew what really had happened to Zhao Shaoxi, so they didn't dare to think too much about it nor say anything about it. Once Elder Mrs. Yuan asked that question aloud, she changed her attitude before Ji Yuning could answer it. No, I mean you should stop. I don't know Zhao Shaoxi at all. She can't be my husband's illegitimate daughter. Even though Elder Mrs. Yuan denied it, her reaction proved everything. Did I say she's your husband's illegitimate daughter? There are many members in the Yuan family. Didn't you just tell the truth by denying it? Ji Yuning said, feeling amused. You, Elder Mrs. Yuan was mad. She knew it was useless now, no matter how she explained it. No one would believe her, so she gave up explaining it. The next second, she stared at Ji Yuning fiercely and coldly threatened her. Who are you? Aren't you afraid to get in trouble for damaging the Yuan family's reputation? She was trying to put pressure on Ji Yuning with the influence of the Yuan family. Although Ji Yuning came with Elder Mrs. Shu, the Shu family wasn't comparable to the Yuan family, so the Elder Mrs. Yuan didn't think Ji Yuning could be more influential than the Yuan family. Those children of families who enjoyed the same high status as the Yuan family were very familiar to Elder Mrs. Yuan. After all, there were only several influential families who were as influential as the Yuan family. Will the Yuan family punish people for telling the truth? That's horrifying, Ji Yuning said in great shock, as if the Yuan family was an evil family. You, Elder Mrs. Yuan was furious and gave Ji Yuning a glare. Shut your mouth now. Don't damage the reputation of our family. Although they did become violent because of unimportant things, they didn't want their reputation to be damaged. The more influential a family was, the more it cared about its reputation. Therefore, they normally wouldn't do bad deeds by themselves. Instead, they would hire other people to do that. Even if their dirty secrets were exposed, other people would be the scapegoat. So what did you mean by saying that just now, Elder Mrs. Yuan? Do you think I can't understand a threat? Ji Yuning asked bluntly. You, Elder Mrs. Yuan was full of anger because Ji Yuning had the gift of gab. At the same time, she found out that Ji Yuning was very bold and wasn't afraid of her at all. Who was she? Elder Mrs. Yuan was very curious and asked, "Who are you?" Me. Oh, I'm Ji Yuning, the fiancé of Leng Xiaoting, who's the eldest grandson of the Leng family, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Elder Mrs. Yuan and her companions were surprised. Leng Xiaoting's fiancé? How come they didn't know Leng Xiaoting was already engaged? I didn't know Leng Xiaoting is already engaged, said Elder Mrs. Yuan with doubts. That's because we keep a low profile. We didn't hold a grand engagement party. It's just an engagement instead of a wedding. Our families shared a meal and settled the betrothal. That's it, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning is indeed Xiaoting's fiancé, said Elder Mrs. Shu. She knew they hadn't formally gotten engaged yet, but it was settled since the two families agreed. Because Elder Mrs. Shu proved it, Elder Mrs. Yuan didn't doubt it again. However, even though Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's fiancé, she wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, she said unfriendly, "Oh, no wonder you have no respect for the Yuan family." It meant Ji Yuning was relying on the Leng family's influence to bully her. Chapter 2177. Yes, I did that on purpose, Elder Mrs. Yuan, you're wrong. First, I have respect for the Yuan family. Actually, in my eyes, everyone is equal. I won't fawn over you just because your family has a high status. Second, you jumped into my conversation by yourself. Couldn't I retort after you snapped at me? I bet you must be a self-centered person because you married the Yuan family, said Ji Yuning. You, Elder Mrs. Yuan was annoyed by Ji Yuning and couldn't finish a sentence. Although Ji Yuning said everyone was equal in her eyes, it meant she didn't take Elder Mrs. Yuan seriously. Elder Mrs. Yuan was furious that Ji Yuning slighted her. However, it was the truth that Ji Yuning argued with her after she jumped into their conversation and snapped at her. In that case, if Elder Mrs. Yuan kept on making things difficult for Ji Yuning, she would really be regarded as a self-centered person. She was selfish, arrogant, and self-centered, but it didn't mean she was stupid and shameless. If Ji Yuning was an ordinary girl, it wasn't a big deal, but she was the future granddaughter-in-law of the Leng family. If Elder Mrs. Yuan didn't stop arguing with her, it could soon become a conflict between the Yuan family and the Leng family, which wouldn't do Elder Mrs. Yuan any good. Very well, what a girl with the gift of gab. Great, I shouldn't argue with you any longer today, but kid, you better not be so naive. People aren't equal in today's society. There are classes, and power means everything. So, learn to keep a low profile, said Elder Mrs. Yuan to educate Ji Yuning. She wouldn't continue to argue with Ji Yuning, but still refused to lose face. Therefore, she made that speech in order to make other people believe she stopped arguing with Ji Yuning because she was tolerant instead of lacking abilities to defeat Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning couldn't deny Elder Mrs. Yuan's words, and she actually agreed with her on that, but it didn't matter. She would be arrogant when it was necessary. Well, I also have advice for you, Elder Mrs. Yuan. Although power is influential, it can't do anything beyond the law. If you're guilty, you will end up in jail sooner or later, said Ji Yuning meaningfully. She stared straight at Elder Mrs. Yuan as if she could see through her. Elder Mrs. Yuan also felt it, so she avoided Ji Yuning's eyes. However, an idea dawned on Elder Mrs. Yuan. Ji Yuning suddenly brought up Song Yang and Zhao Shaoxi just now in front of her. Could Ji Yuning really know something about it? Thinking of that, Elder Mrs. Yuan had a premonition. Although she doubted whether Ji Yuning really knew something, she didn't dare to ask about it. If Ji Yuning didn't know, her dirty secret would be exposed if she asked her about it. Anyway, since both Zhao Shaoxi and Song Yang were dead, no one would know what she had done. As long as she kept the secret properly and refused to admit it, no one could do anything to her. Thinking of that, elder Mrs. Yuan relaxed a little and stopped arguing with Ji Yuning. She turned to eat her food. However, after what had happened just now, she already lost her appetite, but she forced herself to have some food in order to not let other people see her guilty conscience. Unfortunately, no matter how elder Mrs. Yuan tried to compose herself, other people already learned what they should know. Elder Mrs. Shu and Yanmin were unwilling to cause more trouble, so they didn't add fuel to the flames. Elder Mrs. Yuan lost her appetite, but Ji Yuning enjoyed the food very much. She kept on complimenting the dishes, which made elder Mrs. Yuan even unhappier. She really wanted to throw her chopsticks down and walk away, but she had to keep her manners. Younger Mrs. Yuan and Mrs. Hung understood that elder Mrs. Yuan was in a very bad mood, so they finished eating as soon as possible, then left quickly. Once they were gone, elder Mrs. Shu asked Ji Yuning, "Ji Yuning, did you deliberately talk about Song Yang and Zhao Shaoxi?" Although she asked that question, she actually already had the answer. Even if Ji Yuning didn't do it on purpose, elder Mrs. Shu didn't feel it was wrong or inappropriate. Although she didn't know much about Ji Yuning, she could see that Ji Yuning wasn't an unreasonable person. So, Ji Yuning must be causing elder Mrs. Yuan trouble for a reason. Yes, I did it on purpose. In fact, I found out what had happened between Song Yang and Zhao Shaoxi by accident. I went to a bar for fun and saw Song Yang talking with a woman on the terrace. I have a good hearing, so I heard their conversation. The woman was Zhao Shaoxi's friend. She asked Song Yang whether he killed Zhao Shaoxi. Song Yang didn't admit it, but his response proved Zhao Shaoxi's death has something to do with him. Afterwards, I learned from their conversation that Zhao Shaoxi is an illegitimate daughter of the Yuan family's eldest son. Elder Mrs. Yuan wanted to get rid of her, so she paid Song Yang to deal with Zhao Shaoxi for her. Shortly after Zhao Shaoxi disappeared, Song Yang got together with the daughter of elder Mrs. Yuan's relative. They got married after graduation. Song Yang's family's business developed rapidly after he married, so it obviously has something to do with elder Mrs. Yuan, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning said that to them in order to explain her behavior towards elder Mrs. Yuan earlier. At the same time, she knew they wouldn't tell other people. It was impossible for Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing to tell other people about that, and they could actually figure out what had happened even if Ji Yuning didn't tell them. After hearing Ji Yuning's explanation, both elder Mrs. Shu and Yanmin took a long breath in. To their surprise, the truth was so scary. Although they were suspicious that it might have something to do with elder Mrs. Yuan, they didn't have evidence, so it didn't mean anything. However, since Ji Yuning proved that now, they believed it was the truth. Unexpectedly, elder Mrs. Yuan was so cruel and cold-blooded. Well, does Song Yang's death have something to do with Zhao Shaoxi's friend? Elder Mrs. Shu asked. I don't know, but don't tell other people what I just told you, or I'll get in trouble. Ji Yuning trusted them, but she still reminded them to keep it a secret. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone else. Elder Mrs. Shu and Yanmin also understood the importance, so they showed their attitude right away. As soon as elder Mrs. Yuan walked out of the restaurant, she separated from Mrs. Hung, but she said before leaving, I hope you can keep what has happened today among us. Zhao Shaoxi is indeed Wenye's illegitimate daughter. I hated her, but I wouldn't do anything to hurt her, so please don't think too much about it. Chapter 2178, What shameful thing you've done. Elder Mrs. Yuan understood she couldn't keep the fact that Zhao Shaoxi was Yuan Wenye's illegitimate daughter a secret forever, so she admitted it right away. They were close friends after all. However, she couldn't admit that she caused Zhao Shaoxi's death, and she had to make it very clear in case younger Mrs. Yuan and Mrs. Hung became suspicious. Because of that, younger Mrs. Yuan and Mrs. Hung were less suspicious of elder Mrs. Yuan, but they weren't fully convinced. Anyway, even if it really had something to do with elder Mrs. Yuan, they wouldn't tell other people because it wouldn't do them any good. Sure, we understand, said younger Mrs. Yuan and Mrs. Hung. Actually, Yuan Wenye didn't know about Zhao Shaoxi's death. He just told elder Mrs. Yuan to give Zhao Shaoxi a certain amount of money and let her leave the capital and stay away from the Yuan family for the rest of her life. Therefore, Yuan Wenye always believed that Zhao Shaoxi was left with the money. Elder Mrs. Shu and the others kept on enjoying their meal and casual chat. "Oh, Ji Yuning, what do you think is the chance that Jinchen and Beiying can be together?" Elder Mrs. Shu asked. Although Xu Jingchen and Zi Beiying were now boyfriend and girlfriend, Zi Beiying's family was in Singapore, so she was still worried that they would not be able to get together. It's hard to tell. It's their personal affair after all, said Ji Yuning. She didn't know how to make the judgment. Hearing that, elder Mrs. Shu became a little unhappy. She cared about her son so much. Don't think too much about it. If it's meant to be, the girl won't run away. If it isn't, you can't force her to stay, said Yanmin to comfort elder Mrs. Shu. It was hard to manipulate a romantic relationship. Right, no need to think much about it. Give them some privacy, said Jing Yunyao. I can't wait to see them get married right now, said elder Mrs. Shu. That note, elder Mrs. Yuan had a nightmare. She dreamed that Zhao Shaoxi came to her for revenge. She was so scared that she called out in her dream. No, no, no. The movement of elder Mrs. Yuan immediately awakened Yuan Wenye, who was beside her pillow. Yuan Wenye woke up and saw that Mrs. Yuan was having a nightmare, so he shook her at once. Yuru, wake up, elder Mrs. Yuan's full name was Zheng Yuru. Zheng Yuru didn't wake up, and continued to shout in horror, no, don't come to me. Don't come to me. I didn't kill you. I didn't. When Yuan Wenye heard that, he was shocked into a cold sweat. Although Zheng Yuru said, I didn't kill you, Yuan Wenye wasn't a simple-minded person. From a psychological perspective, if Zheng Yuru said that, whether the person was killed by her or not, the death of this person must have something to do with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't dream that the person came to pay her back. Who was the person killed by her? Yuan Wenye wasn't timid. He had harmed a lot of people before for benefits, but he had never killed. Therefore, even though he was bold, he was afraid of killing. At this moment, Yuan Wenye didn't bother to wake Zheng Yuru up. Instead, he directly asked, who was killed? Although Yuan Wenye wasn't sure whether he could get the answer, he still had to give it a try. When people were talking in their dreams, they could really blurt their secrets out. Zhao Shaoxi, don't come to me. Don't come to me. I didn't kill you. I didn't. Zheng Yuru could hear Yuan Wenye's question, or it might have been a coincidence, but she said Zhao Shaoxi's name aloud. Hearing that, Yuan Wenye had a shiver run through him and he couldn't believe his ears. What? Zhao Shaoxi was dead. It had something to do with Zheng Yuru. Didn't she tell him that Zhao Shaoxi already left the capital with the money and would stay away from the Yuan family forever? It seemed, although Zhao Shaoxi was only an illegitimate daughter and Yuan Wenye disliked her, she was his daughter after all. If she just left the capital, it would be fine, but if she died, he would still be somewhat uncomfortable. The most important thing was that Zhao Shaoxi's death had something to do with Zheng Yuru, which was unacceptable in his eyes. Zheng Yuru, wake up now. Yuan Wenye immediately pulled Zheng Yuru a few times rudely, and shouted angrily. At this time, Zheng Yuru was awakened. Because of the nightmare, Zheng Yuru was sweating profusely. After discovering that the horrifying scene just now was just a dream, Zheng Yuru was relieved, but when she saw Yuan Wenye madly glaring at her, she was a little puzzled. Honey, what's wrong? Zheng Yuru knew that she had a nightmare. She dreamed that Zhao Shaoxi had come to her to seek revenge, but she didn't know that she had said something that shouldn't be said and Yuan Wenye had heard it, so she didn't think Yuan Wenye was mad because of Zhao Shaoxi. You had a nightmare, Yuan Wenye said solemnly, holding back his anger. Zheng Yuru didn't think further about it and said, yes. At this moment, Zheng Yuru was still a little frightened. Luckily, it was just a dream. What did you dream about? Yuan Wenye asked. Zheng Yuru was a little guilty when she heard that, and she subconsciously avoided his eyes. Yeah, but it's nothing. I just dreamed of ghosts. Ghosts. Did you do anything shameful? Yuan Wenye asked and curbed his anger. How is it possible? Jung Yuru subconsciously denied it after hearing that, but she seemed more guilty by denying it too quickly. How long do you plan to keep it a secret from me? Tell me, what did you do to Zhao Xiaoxi? Yuan Wenye couldn't stand it any longer, so he asked angrily. Upon hearing that, Jung Yuru was stunned. How did he know what she had done to Zhao Xiaoxi? Could it be that when she was dreaming, she told the story? You killed her, right? Yuan Wenye deliberately asked to trap her. It's not me. It was Song Yang. Jung Yuru subconsciously retorted. She didn't want to be mistaken as the murderer of Zhao Xiaoxi, but once she said it aloud, she admitted that Zhao Xiaoxi's death had something to do with her. Because she knew it was Song Yang who had killed Zhao Xiaoxi, but she had never told Yuan Wenye, which meant she and Song Yang sided together. Unfortunately, she couldn't take back her words that had already been said. Seeing Yuan Wenye's mad face, Jung Yuru explained at once. Wenye, let me explain it. I really didn't kill Zhao Xiaoxi. It's Song Yang. Since you know it's Song Yang who killed Zhao Xiaoxi, why didn't you tell me? Why did you still let him marry the Zheng family? Do you think he'll believe you're innocent? You must have told him to do that. Yuan Wenye said. It was too obvious and he wasn't dumb. Chapter 2179, Will you punish me for that? Jung Yuru didn't know what to say all of a sudden. She wanted to deny it, but it was too late and useless now because she already said it aloud. Are you still trying to hide the truth away from me? Yuan Wenye snapped at her. Knowing that she couldn't hide it away from her husband, Jung Yuru summoned up her courage and said, Okay, fine, I know it's Song Yang who killed Zhao Xiaoxi. I hate Zhao Xiaoxi to death. Her existence is a humiliation to me. It reminded me that you had betrayed me, but I never thought about killing her. It was just an accident. I just wanted Song Yang to abandon Zhao Xiaoxi. That's it. I didn't tell Song Yang to kill her. It has nothing to do with me. She didn't tell the full truth. Although she originally had no intention of killing Zhao Xiaoxi, she aimed to torture her. Zhao Xiaoxi's death was really an accident. However, it was caused by her after all, so Jung Yuru felt guilty. Once Jung Yuru mentioned the betrayal, Yuan Wenye was a little guilty, because it was indeed his fault and he knew he had hurt Jung Yuru. Therefore, his anger slightly went away. However, it was very serious, so he couldn't give up searching for the real reason. You could just let her leave the capital. Why did you have to kill her? I know it's my mistake, but didn't you agree to let it go? Yes, I agreed to let it go, but I can't get over it. I just can't. Zhao Xiaoxi has been dead for so long. Song Yang is also dead now. Will you punish me for that? Zhao Yecheng asked. She dared to talk to Yuan Wenye in that way because she believed Yuan Wenye wouldn't really punish her. It wasn't because Jung Yuru believed Yuan Wenye loved her and wouldn't punish her. There was barely love between them right now. She believed that Yuan Wenye wouldn't punish her because they already had children. Yuan Wenye needed a good reputation as well, so he wouldn't cause a sensation. Yuan Wenye was mad. Although he was really angry, he couldn't punish Jung Yuru. As Jung Yuru just said, Zhao Xiaoxi had been dead for years and Song Yang, who killed her, was dead now too, which was fair. Although Jung Yuru wasn't completely innocent in it, for the sake of their children and his reputation, he couldn't punish her. Most importantly, he didn't have much affection for Zhao Xiaoxi, so he didn't care much about Zhao Xiaoxi's life. However, even if he had no affection for Zhao Xiaoxi was his daughter after all. His wife killed his daughter and had kept it a secret from him for so long. It was impossible for him not to be mad. He wouldn't punish his wife for that, but he was reluctant to see her now. I won't punish you, because I don't want other people to know the murder has something to do with the Yuan family. I'll stay in the study these days, said Yuan Wenye coldly, then he stood up and left the bedroom. Looking at Yuan Wenye's back, Jung Yuru wanted to say something, but didn't know what she could say. She knew Yuan Wenye was really mad at what she had done this time, otherwise she wouldn't have kept it a secret for so long. Anyway, since it was already exposed, she didn't expect Yuan Wenye to forgive her right away. It was already a good result that Yuan Wenye wouldn't punish her. However, she was worried about how much Ji Yuning knew and whether Ji Yuning would tell other people. Therefore, at this moment, Zheng Yuru wasn't relieved at all just because Yuan Wenye didn't punish her. Sitting on the bed in sadness, Zheng Yuru couldn't sleep. Younger Mrs. Yuan couldn't fall asleep either tonight, because what she had heard about Zhao Shaoxi today didn't leave her mind. Because Yuan Wenye had an illegitimate daughter, she suddenly wondered whether Yuan Wenyu could also have an illegitimate kid. She was afraid that her husband also had an illegitimate kid behind her back, and she couldn't accept it if she learned about it. Besides, she promised Zheng Yuru that she wouldn't tell other people about the secret. Although they didn't have a good in-laws relationship, Zheng Yuru was too strong while she was a little weak. She didn't dare to act against Zheng Yuru. If they had a terrible relationship, she would have already spread Zheng Yuru's dirty secret. Moreover, upon thinking that Zheng Yuru had caused Zhao Shaoxi's death, she was scared of Zheng Yuru's cruelty and had no idea how to face her in the future. She understood Zheng Yuru's hatred towards Zhao Shaoxi. If she were Zheng Yuru, she couldn't accept it either, but she didn't dare to kill. Because younger Mrs. Yuan couldn't sleep, she rolled left and right and woke Yuan Wenyu up. Afterwards, they heard Zheng Yuru's argument with her husband from their room. They couldn't hear it clearly, but younger Mrs. Yuan guessed that Yuan Wenye might have found out what had happened to Zhao Shaoxi. It's so late. Why are they arguing? Yuan Wenyu muttered. Although it was very normal for a couple to have an argument, it was annoying if it happened in the late night. No idea, younger Mrs. Yuan replied. Do you feel uncomfortable? You were rolling left and right, asked Yuan Wenyu. No, I just can't fall asleep, said younger Mrs. Yuan. She couldn't tell him what she was thinking. Yuan Wenyu didn't care. He needed to go to work tomorrow, so he continued to sleep now. On Monday, Ji Yuning didn't go to school. She accompanied Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing to deal with the flower shop. The name of the flower shop was Pavilion of Magic, because the plants they sold all contained magical power. In the morning, Ji Yuning asked Gao Yi and Chao Ya to move the flower pots to Xiaoyao Mountain Villa, and she took Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing there first. As soon as they entered Xiaoyao Mountain Villa, they felt that the air was filled with magical power, which was emitted from the plants transplanted by Ji Yuning and the others. Because those plants were sprinkled with magical power liquid by Ji Yuning, they all had magical power, but it was very thin. The plants that had been sprinkled with magical power liquid were full of vitality and were very eye-catching. Both Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing were happy to see it. Wow, these plants are so lush and beautiful. They will be sold out very soon, said Miao Jingjing. She couldn't wait to open the store. Yeah, the credit should go to Ji Yuning, said Jing Yuniao. She knew their plants would be very popular. Chapter 2180. A great sign. After Gao Yi and Chao Ya moved the pots over, they began to transplant the plants into the pots. Gao Yi and Chao Ya were surprised to see that these plants became so beautiful and full of life. They knew it must be the effect of the magical power liquid, so they weren't shocked. After they planted the required number of plants in pots, they moved them to the car and went to the shop. Because the car couldn't reach the front of the store, the plants could only be moved in with a trolley several times. Once the plants were moved into the shop, they began to place them. However, shortly after they moved out 10 pots of succulents, they attracted a lot of attention. Wow, this succulent looks so good. It looks so vibrant. A girl was surprised. Right, compared with those in other shops, it's so different at first glance, but I think it should be more expensive than those in other shops, another girl said. Of course, good things are always more expensive. Let me ask how much it is, the girl said, and asked, hey, may I know who's the boss? How much is this succulent? Upon hearing that, Jing Yuniao walked over and smiled softly. The price of each pot of succulent is different. For example, this pot and this pot are the same species and size, so their prices are the same. But the two pots are different. This flower pot is an ordinary flower pot and only costs 10 yuan, but this flower pot costs 50 yuan. This flower pot is an ordinary flower pot, while this flower pot is made by Shangyan Antique Store and its quality is much better. Therefore, it's much more expensive. This pot of succulent costs 60 yuan in all, but this pot costs 100 yuan. In addition to these prices, there are more expensive ones, and some cheaper ones. Common succulents cost 10 to 20 yuan per pot, but the flower pots cost extra money. When the two girls heard the prices, they felt that it was indeed not cheap, but they didn't think it was ridiculous either. After all, the succulents make them believe they were worth the prices. Well, then I'll look around after you move all of them out, said the girl. She wanted to buy some, but she wouldn't make the decision until she looked at all of them. Great, I'll go to move them out now, said Jing Yuniao, then went to continue to move the plants. After that, a few people saw the plants and were attracted too. Most of the people who were attracted to plants were interested in plants and knew about plants. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to easily see how these plants were different from other plants. Before the plants were all moved, more and more people walked in to look at the plants. After asking for the prices, many people thought they were much more expensive than those in other stores, but they also felt that the plants here were worth the prices. After all, the plants in this shop were indeed much more vibrant and beautiful than those in other stores. Therefore, most people who liked the plants paid for them without caring about the prices. However, for flower pots, most of them chose ordinary pots. Because they only knew plants well instead of flower pots, they felt that flower pots weren't important. Some other people thought that good plants were worthy of good pots, so they bought expensive pots. Owners and clerks of the surrounding flower shops were all surprised when they saw the situation. The shop hadn't opened yet, but so many people already went in to look at plants and also bought a lot, which was amazing. Because of that, many people felt envy, jealousy, and a strong sense of crisis. Some people wondered if the owner of that store deliberately hired people to create a sensation and used this method to attract customers. In order to find out, owners of several stores walked over to see what was going on. However, when they saw the plants in the shop, they were immediately attracted. The plants in this shop gave people a sense of vitality and they were also very beautiful. Even they couldn't help being attracted. Where did the plants in this shop come from? A few people pushed each other to ask the boss. They wanted to know where their plants were bought from, but they felt that even if they asked, the boss wouldn't tell them. If the boss told them, they would go to the same place to buy the plants in a large quantity, which could affect this boss's business. They felt people were all selfish and were unwilling to share their secrets of success. Not to mention other people, they themselves wouldn't tell other people their secrets of success, so they believed the boss wouldn't tell them. However, they were reluctant to leave without hearing an answer. In the end, someone went forward to ask that question and she asked Jing Yuniao. Jing Yuniao didn't bother to keep it a secret from them. She directly said that it was the XX flower base, but their own later processing was their secret. After they got the answer, they hurried to take a look. These plants were very attractive. If they also purchased these plants, they would certainly attract many customers too. Not to mention those passers-by, even they themselves had the urge to shop. In just one morning, people bought more than 40 pots of plants, of which more than 30 pots were succulents. It hasn't even opened yet. It's really a good sign that we've sold out so many in one morning. Jing Yuniao said. She was also very happy to sell so many in one morning. It's just in the morning, and the flow of people isn't large. In the afternoon, there will be the most customers. So the business in the afternoon will be better. I'm afraid we need to bring more goods. Fortunately, we have enough in stock, Ji Yuning said. Although it wasn't a surprising beginning, she was happy to see it. Anyway, it was just the beginning, and she would help this business become more profitable. Since she was a shareholder of this flower shop, she would take this business seriously. Therefore, she would advertise it on Weibo tomorrow and put out the advertisement on the official website of her business group. Many people visited the website of the Shengning organization now. Right, our position isn't conspicuous. If it's in a conspicuous place, the business can be even better, but as long as we have fame, it doesn't matter whether it's conspicuous or not, Miao Jingjing said. Although this position was indeed not very obvious, and it did have some disadvantages for doing business, Miao Jingjing wasn't eager to make a quick success. She also believed that good wine needed no bush. There were always customers coming to the store. Not all of them came to shop, but since they were customers, Miao Jingjing and the others served them well and didn't leave for lunch. Ji Yuning told Gao Yi and Chao Ya to have a meal before them, and they could bring some food back for them. Without surprise, they had more customers in the afternoon, which aroused the jealousy of the owners of other flower shops. After those flower shop owners learned about the flower base Jing Yunyao purchased from, they also ran to the base, but the plants they saw were fundamentally different from the ones in the Pavilion of Magic. Therefore, they all felt that they were cheated and became angry with Jing Yunyao. Chapter 2181. The door of the store is damaged. If Jing Yunyao didn't tell them, they could understand it, but it was unacceptable that Jing Yunyao lied to them. Therefore, a flower shop owner couldn't stand it and went to argue with Jing Yunyao. Boss Shen, if you don't want to tell us where you get the plants in a large quantity, we won't have any complaints, but if you're willing to tell us, why did you lie to us? It's really unkind. We'll be neighbors in the future. You seriously shouldn't do that. The man accused Jing Yunyao. Jing Yunyao wasn't angry at all when she was accused. Instead, she replied politely, "Sir, I promise I did get the plants in a large quantity from that place. I also have the receipt here. But after I purchased the plants from there, I raised them in my own manner for a few days. Maybe the soil and water in my manor are good, so the plants in my store are different from other plants." Hearing that, the flower shop owner still had doubts, but he said nothing further after Jing Yunyao's explanation. If he kept on criticizing her, it would be his fault, so he left looking upset. Ji Yuning and the others didn't take it to heart, so they didn't bother to punish the flower shop owner. In the afternoon, Ji Yuning told her good friends about the opening of the Pavilion of Magic tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Because tomorrow was Tuesday and Chu Peihan and the others needed to have classes, she didn't tell them in case they were absent from school. Therefore, Ji Yuning only shared the news with Zi Beiying, Shu Qinyan, Ji Yuana, and Leng Shaoxi. She didn't force them to come and it depended on whether they had time. After all, except for Zi Beiying, they all needed to work. Jing Yunyao also sent an invitation to Yu Yin, elder Mrs. Shu, and Yan Min in person. They were her only familiar people in the capital. After all, she had a special identity, and it wasn't appropriate for her to be involved in their circle. She didn't want to know too many people either. After the flower shop was opened, it would be enough for her to make friends with some ordinary customers. The flower trading center usually closed at 7 or 8 p.m., so on the first day, they left at 7:30 p.m. After leaving, they went directly to a nearby restaurant for dinner. They didn't go back until they finished the meal. This time, Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing didn't go to the Sihewan, they went to Mountain River Garden. Because they were two women, and it was inconvenient for them to stay in the Sihewan all the time. Jing Yunyao had only stayed in the Sihewan for a long time before because she wasn't in good health back then. Miao Jingjing stayed with Jing Yunyao for the time being. She didn't have any savings, so she wasn't able to live alone. Their house at Mountain River Garden was very large and Jing Yunyao lived alone, so they could live together as friends. Ji Yuning also stayed in Mountain River Garden that night. The next day, because Ji Yuning needed to go back to school after the opening today, she wouldn't be able to drive Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing home. Therefore, Jing Yunyao drove to the store. Leng Xiaoting had prepared a car for Jing Yunyao, but she normally didn't need to use it. However, as of today, she might drive every day. Ji Yuning and the others arrived at the Pavilion of Magic at 8:30 a.m. However, when they had almost reached the Pavilion of Magic, they saw many onlookers standing at its door. Ji Yuning and the others immediately realized that something was wrong, so they directly ran there. At the door of Pavilion of Magic, they saw it was splashed with paint, and several pits were left on it. Many eggs had been thrown on the door sign as well. In an instant, Ji Yuning and the others were angry. Who did that? The first idea that came to Ji Yuning and the others was that it must be done by those people who came to ask Jing Yunyao where they got the plants in a large quantity yesterday, or one of them. As for their motive, they must have believed that they had deceived them. Although Jing Yunyao had explained yesterday that she had raised the plants in her own manner for a while, they might not be convinced. Some of them could be convinced, so Ji Yuning and the others were suspicious of them as well as other peers. Although other peers didn't come to ask them, it didn't mean that they had no motives. As long as they were jealous of the Pavilion of Magic, they could have motives. Ji Yuning and the others didn't forget a person, Zhang Dejin. Although Ji Yuning had told those men to warn him, he might not listen. No matter who did it, Ji Yuning was determined to get to the bottom of it, or others might think they were weak and easy to bully. They weren't easy to bully at all and even held grudges longer than ordinary people. Therefore, if anyone dared to mess with them, they would pay their enemies back. Onlookers stepped away once they saw Ji Yuning and the others coming, in case they mistook them for the guilty. When we came, your store was already like this. It has nothing to do with us. The owner of the flower shop next to Pavilion of Magic explained right away. He was the one who asked Jing Yunyo where they bought their plants yesterday and came back to accuse Jing Yunyo for being unkind yesterday. Because of what he had done yesterday, he knew he would be the first suspect. They were mad at what had happened yesterday, but Jing Yunyo had done nothing wrong, so they wouldn't damage her store. Besides, they had all witnessed their fighting skills. They were so strong and none of them dared to mess with them. Right, it was already like this when we came. You better call the police now. There are surveillance cameras. You can check the videos to see who has done it. Those people who had also asked Jing Yunyo where she bought the plants kept on giving her advice in order to prove that they had nothing to do with the damage. Hearing their explanation, Ji Yuning and the others believed they were innocent. Anyway, what they needed to do right now was to tidy it up and they could do the investigation later. Alright, you can leave now. I'll catch the mastermind, said Ji Yuning. She was furious, but she didn't show it on her face. Hearing that, they all left. We only have slightly more than an hour. Let's tidy it up now, said Ji Yuning. She would go to check the surveillance videos, but she had no intention of calling the police because it was troublesome. The police would only hold the criminals in detention for a few days and tell them to pay some money. Ji Yuning didn't lack money, so she would rather find the criminals by herself. She would teach them an unforgettable lesson and let them pay more to treat their injuries than it would cost to fix the door of the store. Chapter 2182, Blindly Believe in Ji Yuning. Both Jing Yunyo and Miao Jingjing agreed. They were angry too, but they understood that they had to tidy it up as soon as possible. After the opening was over, they would focus on searching for the criminals. Without delay, Ji Yuning and the others started doing their work. They didn't know whether the criminals' purpose was just to smash the door and splash paint, or whether they wanted to deeply damage the stuff inside, but fortunately, the quality of the door of the Pavilion of Magic was good enough. It wasn't so easy to break it. If it was broken, the stuff inside could have been damaged too. After a few minutes, Gao Yi and Xiaoya came. Once they saw what had happened, they were annoyed too. Ji Yuning told Gao Yi and Xiaoya to help them tidy up, and she went to watch the surveillance videos. After buying the store, Ji Yuning installed a surveillance camera on the upper right corner of the gate, so there was a monitor display in the store. Ji Yuning looked at the monitor and saw that two men had come to smash the door of the Pavilion of Magic and splash the paint, but they obviously also knew that there was a surveillance camera, so they were all wearing caps and masks. Afterwards, Ji Yuning called Kei and told him what had happened. She told him to hack into the surveillance cameras and find out who the two men were. Because the door was damaged, they needed a new one. They removed the door directly, then cleared the shop sign. It didn't take them much time and it was all clean after about a dozen minutes and they were free later. Although they didn't have a pleasant morning, their mood wasn't greatly affected and soon went back to normal. And Kei soon found out who the two men were. The two men smashed the door and left, then got into a van at the parking lot and left. The car drove to a residential area in a suburb before stopping. After the two people got out of the car, they had removed their caps and masks, so their faces were exposed. Kei also figured out the owner of the car through its license plate number, and it was one of two men. At the same time, he also collected their information. These two people were both punks from a small gang. In the capital, there weren't large gangs, but there were many small gangs. Most large gangs needed to run a profitable business to stay afloat and their businesses were naturally illegal. The capital was the center of politics, so there were strict regulations. Illegal businesses were easily caught in the capital. As a result, the Qing gang and the Kirin gang weren't active in the capital. They mainly had legal businesses there. Actually, even if there were strict regulations in the capital, the law couldn't cover everywhere. The government was very busy after all. Therefore, as long as they didn't behave against the government publicly, they normally wouldn't be punished. The government only punished the illegal activities when they became serious. Therefore, there were many small gangs of about 100 people in the capital. Even though they wanted to take action, they weren't high profile, and they always avoided the government, so they hadn't been heavily hit. Some had bad luck and did illegal things at bad times, so they were caught, or they were punished when the government made a sweep. Although the government generally wouldn't vigorously crack down on them, the government occasionally restricted them. Although the government had semi-acquisition of the existence of gangs, they couldn't be left unattended. Otherwise, the illegal gangs would become more aggressive. They could exist, but they couldn't challenge the government's authority, so it was necessary to punish some of them as a warning to others. Since their identities and address were found out, Ji Yuning immediately arranged for Gao Yi and Chao Ye to capture them first, and she would go to interrogate them after everything was done in the store. Since they were just gangsters, they wouldn't cause trouble for the Pavilion of Magic for no reason. Obviously, someone hired them to cause the damage. Accordingly, she needed them to tell her who the mastermind behind the scenes was. At 9 a.m., Zi Beiying came with Mengda and Nan along with 2 big flower baskets. They also prepared a thick red envelope. Once Zi Beiying came, she greeted Jing Yuniao first. "Hi, nice to see you, Ms. Jing." Jing Yuniao was Leng Xiaoting's mother, but she looked very young, so Zi Beiying somehow felt a little embarrassed to take Jing Yuniao as one of the older generation. Jing Yuniao seemed to only be 10 years older than her. However, because Jing Yuniao was Leng Xiaoting, mother, she took Jing Yuniao as an elder, otherwise she would take Jing Yuniao as her older sister. She actually wanted to be sisters with Jing Yuniao, but she didn't want Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning to be unhappy. It wasn't polite either. "Hi, Miss Z," said Jing Yuniao. Although Zi Beiying was Ji Yuning's good friend, she called her Miss Z because they weren't familiar. After greeting Jing Yuniao, Zi Beiying was excited to see the succulent plants in the store. Her eyes lit up at once. "Wow, these succulent plants are so adorable." On her way there, Zi Beiying had seen many succulent plants in other flower shops, but she wasn't attracted. However, she got interested as soon as she saw the succulent plants in Ji Yuning's store. These succulent plants are very attractive. They're so different from those in other flower shops. Nan didn't know much about succulent plants, nor did she have much interest in them. She only knew they were called succulent plants, but she could also see they were different from those in other flower shops. The succulent plants in Ji Yuning's shop were much more lush and vibrant. Of course, Ji Yuning's products are always the best. Zi Beiying said proudly. She felt Ji Yuning's products were always of good quality. As for the reason, there was no reason. She simply believed in Ji Yuning blindly. After that, Xu Qinyan and Ji Yuana came. Tang Qingyang, Zhang Rukan, and Song Nan showed up along with them. Ji Yuning didn't call them, but given Xu Qinyan's relationship with Tang Qingyang, it wasn't surprising that he knew and came when they had nothing important to deal with. After all, he had a close relationship with Ji Yuning too. Ji Yuning was his lifesaver. Since Tang Qingyang learned the news, Zhang Rukan and Song Nan naturally knew as well. They had a relationship with Ji Yuning too. Although they weren't close, they weren't strangers either. As her friends, they surely would come. Each of them brought a pair of flower baskets, so they soon piled up at the door. "Ji Yuning, aren't we friends? Why didn't you tell us that your store is going to open?" "It's Qinyan who told us that." Tang Qingyang acted mad and criticized Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning smiled and apologized. "I was afraid to interrupt you at your work." Chapter 2183, Your future mother-in-law really likes you. "Do you think we're insincere friends? If we don't have time, we won't come, but it's your fault that you didn't tell us the news," said Zhang Rukan, and he seemed mad too. "Fine, it's my fault. My apologies," said Ji Yuning to them. "No, we don't accept your apologies. You must drink more to apologize," said Song Nan. He wouldn't forgive Ji Yuning easily. No problem. Ji Yuning agreed without hesitation. It wasn't a big deal for her to drink more later. After that, elder Mrs. Shu and younger Mrs. Shu came with Yan Min. Younger Mrs. Shu didn't know Jing Yunyao was Leng Xiaoting's mother because she rarely stayed in the capital that year. She didn't have much interaction with Jing Yunyao, so she had no deep impression of her. Elder Mrs. Shu didn't tell her either. Seeing younger Mrs. Shu, both Shu Qinyan and Tang Qingyang were a little nervous. Although the Shu family was aware that they were dating, Tang Qingyang hadn't had a formal meeting with the Shu family yet. They just became boyfriend and girlfriend for a short time, so it was too early to meet the parents now. Knowing that Tang Qingyang was nervous, Zhang Rukan deliberately made fun of him. Hey, isn't this a meeting with your girl's parents? Whether they were successful in other people's eyes, they were unavoidably nervous at the meeting with their girl's parents. They cared about their girl's parents' opinions about them. It mattered a lot after all. If they didn't leave a good impression on their girl's parents, their parents might stop them from being together. Tang Qingyang rolled his eyes at Zhang Rukan. Stop gloating. You'll have this day sooner or later. Hearing that, Zhang Rukan shrugged. He would see how to handle it when the day came. Tang Qingyang was nervous, but he was the chairman of a large business group, so he was able to control himself. Therefore, when elder Mrs. Shu and the others came, Tang Qingyang politely greeted them. Hi, elder Mrs. Shu, younger Mrs. Shu, and Mrs. Wen, it's very nice to see you. My name's Tang Qingyang. Once elder Mrs. Shu and younger Mrs. Shu saw Tang Qingyang, they looked very pleased. It was obvious that they were very satisfied with this future son-in-law. Before Tang Qingyang got together with Shu Qinyan, they always wanted to set them up, so they were very happy to see them be together in the end. They weren't clear about Tang Qingyang's character, but he had a good reputation and he was very outstanding. He took over the Tang organization when it was in crisis and soon stabilized it. It wasn't easy to achieve that at his young age. Don't call us Mrs. You can directly call us mother-in-law and aunt, said younger Mrs. Shu. Tang Qingyang could call elder Mrs. Shu aunt and call younger Mrs. Shu mother-in-law. Sure, mother-in-law, aunt, said Tang Qingyang at once, but he still felt a little nervous. Anyway, he was very glad that they were so close to him. Wonderful. Younger Mrs. Shu was satisfied. Hi, Mom, Aunt, and Aunt Yan. Shu Qinyan greeted them too. After that, other people also exchanged greetings with them. All right, you young people can enjoy yourselves. You don't need to pay special attention to us, said younger Mrs. Shu, then walked away with elder Mrs. Shu and Yan Min. She knew Tang Qingyang felt nervous at their first meeting, so she didn't talk much with him. However, although she didn't talk much with Tang Qingyang, the happiness on her face proved that she really liked him. Shu Qinyan had actually already told Tang Qingyang that her mother and aunt had a very good impression of him. They also hoped that they could get together. Shu Qinyan told Tang Qingyang that in order to help him relax. It seems your mother-in-law really likes you. After younger Mrs. Shu was gone, Song Nan joked. It was a good thing that Tang Qingyang could win his future mother-in-law's approval. Tang Qingyang used to have a girlfriend, but the girl's mother separated them because his ex-girlfriend's family was richer than his and the girl's mother wanted her to marry a richer man. His ex-girlfriend indeed married a richer man and became a rich wife. However, the man had divorced once and didn't treat her sincerely. What was worse, the man played around all day and had countless mistresses. The man's ex-wife divorced him precisely because he had betrayed her, but the man told outsiders that they didn't get along well. Tang Qingyang knew the situation not because he paid special attention to them, but because one of his friends knew that man and told him the truth. He didn't know whether his ex-girlfriend was aware of her husband's behavior behind her back. It had nothing to do with him anyway. He had no intention of telling her because it was their family affair and he was an outsider. After they broke up for 2 years, they never contacted each other. They only met a few times and they treated each other like strangers. Since they already broke up, they were strangers and a long time had passed. He had already gotten over it. Ji Yuning took a few photos and posted them on Weibo. Ji Yuning, lively and vibrant. 3 pictures attached. She also posted the exact location of the Pavilion of Magic. Once she sent out the post, her fans read it and immediately reposted it. Wow, Goddess GU finally sent out a post. It's so rare. There are so many beautiful succulent plants. Right, they are much more attractive than the succulent plants I've seen before. Kiss, kiss, Goddess GU. They're indeed lively and vibrant. Are the pictures photoshopped? I don't think so. They should be original photos. Both the succulent plants and flowers are pretty. There were many positive comments on the succulent plants and flowers. Stop paying attention to the succulent plants. Goddess GU is in the flower trading center in the city center. I'm not far from there. I'm going to meet my goddess by chance. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, I didn't notice that. I want to go there too, but it's too far from me. Goddess GU should be gone when I arrive there. Is this store owned by Goddess GU? It's rare to see Goddess GU send out a post on Weibo. Whether it's her store or not, whether I can see her or not, I'm going to visit the shop and buy several succulent plants. After discovering that GU Ning was in the flower trading center in the city center, many people said that they would go to meet GU Ning by chance. Afterwards, the internet user who was close to the flower center in the city center arrived at the scene 10 minutes later. It was a girl and she got really excited when she saw GU Ning in the flesh. Chapter 2184, A Publicity Stunt. Although she was excited, she felt nervous and slightly afraid too, so she cautiously greeted GU Ning. Hi, Goddess GU, it's so nice to see you. I'm your fan and I just saw your post on Weibo. I was nearby, so I came over. Facing friendly people, she was nice to them too and she was sincere instead of being hypocritical. Hi, thank you so much for liking me, said GU Ning with a gentle smile. Goddess GU, can I take a photo with you? The girl asked. Although they were at the same age, the girl still looked up to GU Ning. Sure, GU Ning said with a smile. Seeing that GU Ning agreed, the girl was very excited and took out her camera at once. She took a few photos with GU Ning, then thanked her. Well then, Goddess GU, I shouldn't bother you any longer. I'll look around by myself. The girl wanted to talk more with GU Ning, but she was afraid she would bother her, so she decided to leave. Sure, said GU Ning, and the girl walked away. As soon as you send out a post on Weibo, you have a fan come over. I bet you'll have more fans here in a short while. I'm afraid you'll have no place to stand then. After the girl left, Zi Beiying approached and joked. Although she was joking, it was highly likely to happen. Perhaps. Well, since it's advertisement, I'm glad to see more and more people coming here, said GU Ning. It was her plan, so she naturally hoped more and more people would come and quickly make the Pavilion of Magic popular. Within half an hour after GU Ning sent out the post, Tang Xiaoxiao and other people also read and reposted it. Although they weren't sure whether this flower shop was owned by GU Ning had posted it on Weibo and the plants in the pictures were indeed very beautiful. It wasn't a big deal that they reposted it and more people got to know about it afterwards. Many internet users were nearby, so a lot of them came over after reading it, so there were more and more people. At 9:30 a.m., 20 minutes after the post was sent out, about 30 internet users had come. In fact, it was also because today wasn't a weekend. Many people were in class or had to work, so they couldn't come. If it was a weekend, more people would come. GU Ning didn't want these students to be absent from classes, but she couldn't stop them from coming. If anyone blamed her for posting those photos, GU Ning wouldn't accept it. There was no rule saying that posts shouldn't be sent out on Weibo on weekdays. Those internet users weren't kids, so they knew what they were doing and they should take responsibility for their own behavior. Because there were too many people, nobody came to take photos with GU Ning, but GU Ning kept on interacting with them and wouldn't leave them aside. Afterwards, people who came to shop for flowers saw them and came over out of curiosity. As a result, there were more people in GU Ning's flower shop. Almost all the internet users came for GU Ning. After all, many of them knew GU Ning's name, but had never met her in reality. Now they met her in the flesh and were amazed. Most people were prettier in photos, but GU Ning was more beautiful in person. Because most of them came here for Ji Yuning, they didn't have high expectations for the succulent plants. However, once they saw the plants sold by Pavilion of Magic, they were attracted because those plants were indeed lively and vibrant. Therefore, they began to look around. Owners and staff of other flower shops were surprised when they saw so many people in the Pavilion of Magic after it opened. They stood together and began to discuss it. What's going on here? Why are there so many people? It's unbelievable. Right, I've never seen so many customers on the opening day of a store. Most of them are young people. Could they be the girls' schoolmates? Because most of them seemed to be as young as Ji Yuning, many people had that idea. I think half of them could be schoolmates at most, because some are too young and some are much older. The older ones couldn't be her schoolmates. Is it possible that they made the arrangement and it's just a publicity stunt? I don't think so. They seem to come for the young girl. They all look excited when they see the girl. They also called her Goddess Gu. Is the girl a star or something? Right, there are many fans of different idols nowadays. They can be very crazy. Why don't we go over and ask them? You can do that. Several people pushed each other to go ahead and ask what was happening here. Was it because this girl was a star and it was just a star effect, or did they make the arrangement on purpose? They hoped it was just a publicity stunt, because it meant Pavilion of Magic wasn't really that popular and they would feel better. They didn't dare to harm the Pavilion of Magic, but they were quite envious. After a while, someone finally stepped forward. She didn't go to ask Ji Yuning or Jing Yuniao, she asked the onlookers. Hey, miss, did you all come for that girl? She asked. Yes. The girl replied. Is she a star? The person asked again. Goddess Gu is more than just a star. She's really amazing. She isn't only beautiful, she is also an excellent student. She's good at martial arts too. Most importantly, she's only 19 and she's already the chairman of a large business group with billions of yuan in assets. Have you heard of the Shengning organization? It's her business empire, said the girl. When the girl was introducing Ji Yuning's achievements, she almost jumped up in excitement as if she was the achiever. What? She has billions of yuan in wealth. The person was stunned. She didn't know about the Shengning organization, but billions of yuan was a lot of money. It was a number she could never imagine. In fact, she couldn't even take out millions of yuan. Most importantly, Ji Yuning was only 19. It was too unbelievable to be true. The girl stopped talking to her because she wanted to be closer to Ji Yuning and take more photos. The next second, she ran away in a hurry. The person was still in shock and several other people who pushed her to go ahead immediately stepped forward to ask her what had happened. How is it? Is the girl a star? Right, tell us, did they hire those people, or is it just a publicity stunt? Chapter 2185, Hideaway, neither. The person shook her head mechanically, because she was still in shock. Then what's the reason? Those people asked her right away. The person came back to her senses and swallowed before saying. The girl told me that that girl is the chairman of a large business group with billions of yuan in wealth. Hearing that, they were all stunned. The chairman of a large business group. She had billions of yuan in wealth. She was so young and was probably younger than 20. They refused to believe that such a young girl could be so rich. How is it possible? The girl looks about 20 years old. She must be a student. How can she own a business group and have so much money? Right, I don't believe it. Were they hired to make the flower shop seem popular? What the girl said is also fake. At the beginning, the person was shocked and didn't think much about it, but now she somehow felt it was impossible after hearing the other people's discussion. Did the girl tell you what business group it is? Another person asked. Although he didn't believe it, he didn't deny it right away. They had to learn more about it before making a conclusion. The girl told me it's the Shengning organization, said the person. The Shengning organization. Hearing that, the man immediately took a long breath in. It was obvious that he knew about the Shengning organization. Right, that person had heard of the Shengning organization. Oh, I've heard of it before. It's a newly established business group. It indeed has billions of yuan in assets, but I didn't pay much attention to it, so I don't know who its owner is. Anyway, since the girl said it's the Shengning organization, we can check by searching the internet. Said that person. Right, be quick. Let's search the internet for it right now. Without delay, they took out their phones to search for the boss of the Xianxia organization. Within seconds, the result came out. The owner of the Xianxia organization was really a 19-year-old girl whose name was Ji Yuning. There were also her photos and they could see that it was precisely the girl they just saw. At this moment, they were completely shocked. At the beginning, they refused to believe it, but unexpectedly it was the truth. It was so amazing. To their surprise, this girl was so rich. It's incredible. She's only 19, but she's so rich. Right, how did she make it? Did she rely on dirty tricks? Hush, don't say that. Whether she has abilities or not, it's the reality that she's the chairman of the Xianxia organization. We can't mess with her. If she hears our discussion, we won't be able to bear the consequences. One person immediately interrupted it in panic. Hearing that, other people also realized that it was inappropriate. Right, we can't say that. If it's heard, we might be punished. Well, since we can't mess with her, we can only keep a distance from her. Let's go back now. Although most of the customers are going to her store, we still have some in ours anyway, a person said resignedly, then turned around and went back to his store. He was unwilling to be involved in trouble. Other people had the same idea, so they all turned around and went back to their shops. After they went back, they continued to read information about Ji Yuning on the internet. Originally, they wondered whether Ji Yuning relied on dirty tricks to achieve her success, but their doubt went away as they learned more about her. Many things proved that Ji Yuning had abilities, especially her connections, which was quite amazing. When it was almost 10 a.m., it was already super crowded outside the Pavilion of Magic. People were standing in lines out of other shops. Ji Yuning was one of the shareholders of Pavilion of Magic, but she had no intention of making it public, so she showed up today as a guest invited for the opening. At 10 a.m., the opening ceremony began. Because it was just the opening of a small shop, the opening ceremony was very simple. Jing Yuniao introduced herself and welcomed her guests, then cut a ribbon and set off a firework to announce the official opening of the Pavilion of Magic, then it was finished. For 3 days after the opening, the plants in the Pavilion of Magic were all sold at a 20% discount. Although almost everyone thought that the plants in the Pavilion of Magic were much more expensive than those in other stores. The plants in the Pavilion of Magic were also much better than those in other stores, so they all thought the plants were worth the prices. Therefore, they were willing to pay for their favorite plants. Ji Yuning and the others left after a while, because Ji Yuning's presence there would cause the flow of people to become more congested, because more and more people were coming for her. Ji Yuning took Tang Qingyang and the others to have breakfast. Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing wouldn't go with them because they were busy managing the store, but there were pots and pans in the store, so they could cook for themselves. Elder Mrs. Shu and her companions didn't go with Ji Yuning and the young people. Instead, they went back home. Yanmin brought many succulent plants home with her because she liked them very much. Even Elder Mrs. Shu and younger Mrs. Shu, who rarely raised plants, bought some. As for the plants they bought, Ji Yuning and the others helped them move the plants into their car. After Ji Yuning left, those people who came for her gradually left. Most of them bought some plants, especially succulent plants. As a result, Pavilion of Magic sold a lot of plants within a short time. After visiting the Pavilion of Magic and seeing Ji Yuning, those internet users posted photos on Weibo as well, which aroused many people's envy and jealousy. They were especially envious of those internet users who had photos with Ji Yuning. There were unkind comments, but they weren't noticeable at all on the internet. After buying a meal for Tang Qingyang and the others, they separated. Ji Yuning was going to interrogate the 2 men who damaged the door of the Pavilion of Magic afterwards. In fact, Gao Yi and Chao Ya were perfectly capable of doing the interrogation, but Ji Yuning still wanted to do it herself. Gao Yi and Chao Ya took them to a slightly remote place. So after getting the address, Ji Yuning rushed over. They were all in the car. Gao Yi and Chao Ya didn't tie them up, nor were they afraid of them running away, because they didn't dare. When they caught them, Gao Yi and Chao Ya's skills already shocked them. Even if they said that they were from XX gang, Gao Yi and Chao Ya weren't afraid and beat them to the ground instead. Therefore, they knew that they couldn't escape and they dared not try. After Gao Yi and Chao Ya caught them, they didn't interrogate them. They just guarded them and waited for Ji Yuning to come over. Chapter 2186. I prefer to use violence. The two people wondered whether they were caught because they had damaged the pavilion of magic yesterday. Although they did more bad things as gangsters and they also had many enemies, it happened that they had just damaged the pavilion of magic yesterday and were caught this morning. Therefore, they believed it must have something to do with the pavilion of magic. However, they thought that they had disguised themselves so well yesterday, so they shouldn't have been exposed right away. Therefore they weren't really sure it was because of the pavilion of magic. Nevertheless, they were unwilling to admit their crimes, so they didn't ask about it. They did ask why Gao Yi and Chao Ya caught them, but Gao Yi and Chao Ya refused to tell them the reason and only told them to wait. In a while, there would be someone to interrogate them, so they wondered whether to tell the truth later. Facing that dilemma, the two men hesitated to make a decision. They valued professional ethics even in this illegal industry. They couldn't betray the person who hired them after they were caught, or nobody would dare to hire them in the future. However, they were just punks and didn't adhere to professional ethics. Besides, the people they met this time were so strong. If they didn't tell the truth, they could be beaten and disabled. And if they were beaten and disabled, they would be unable to do anything in the future. Therefore, they were scared and hesitated to make a decision. Before Ji Yuning came, the two men were suffering every moment. Finally, Ji Yuning arrived at 1:30 p.m. As soon as they saw Ji Yuning, the two men felt she looked familiar, but couldn't remember where they saw her, so they whispered to each other. "This girl looks a little familiar. I have the same feeling, but I can't remember where I saw her before. I don't know why, but I somehow feel panicked when I see her. Do you like her? Stop joking. I'm scared stiff right now." "You can't. It's just a girl." The man who felt panicked didn't know why he had that feeling. Once Ji Yuning came, Chao Ya and Gao Yi got out of the car and opened the car's back door. As Ji Yuning walked closer, the man who panicked after seeing Ji Yuning started to get his memories back. He rounded his eyes in fear and shock. The man remembered Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning was very popular on the internet these days, especially after the establishment of the Shengning organization. He had also read the news, but Ji Yuning looked different in the flesh from the photos, so he failed to recognize her at first glance. Right now, he recognized her, but he was terrified. When did they offend Ji Yuning? Who is it? The other man felt scared after seeing the man's reaction. It seemed this girl was very influential, but he still couldn't recognize her. "It seems you know me." Ji Yuning gave the man an evil smile, then asked, "Tell me, who paid you to damage the pavilion of magic?" "The boss of the fairy flower shop paid us to damage the pavilion of magic." The man blurted it out. Since it was Ji Yuning who caught them here, he shouldn't hesitate to make the decision any longer, because they couldn't mess with Ji Yuning at all. Otherwise, they would be unable to bear the consequences of failure. The other man didn't know Ji Yuning's status, but he didn't hesitate to confess his crime after seeing that his companion was so frightened. He also realized this girl wasn't easy to deal with, so he didn't interrupt. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Ji Yuning asked, but it actually wasn't very likely in the current situation. No, I didn't. I promise." In case Ji Yuning didn't believe it, the man replied at once. He couldn't be more sincere. After that, he immediately apologized and begged. Miss Ji Yu, I'm sorry. We didn't know the Pavilion of Magic has a relationship with you. If we knew, we wouldn't have dared to damage it. Miss Ji Yu, please forgive us this once. Miss Ji Yu. Upon hearing that title, the other man connected Ji Yuning with the familiar person in his memories and almost peed himself. Jesus, they had such bad luck. They had offended a super influential figure. Miss Ji Yu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please forgive us. We won't do it again. The man who just recognized her apologized as well. Although he didn't think it was useful because they had damaged her store after all, they wished it was useful. Forgive you. If I let you go today, who should pay my loss? Ji Yuning sneered. She was unwilling to let them go. We'll pay for it. We'll doubt your loss. Yeah, we're willing to pay. The two men answered right away. Although they didn't have much money, they could afford dozens of thousands of yuan. Even if they didn't have much money with them right now, they could borrow some. Although dozens of thousands of yuan was a lot, they were unwilling to make the trouble more serious. Of course you should pay for it, but I don't lack money, so I don't want money, said Ji Yuning. Then, what do you want? Two of them said with one accord. Strangely, they had a premonition. I prefer to use violence, said Ji Yuning coldly. Then she stopped wasting more time on them. She turned to say to Gao Yi and Chao Ya, drag them out to teach them a lesson. Just don't disable them. Sure, said Gao Yi and Chao Ya, then immediately went to drag the two men out. The man was full of fear and begged repeatedly. Miss Ji Yu, please forgive us. No. Before he could finish, he moaned in pain. After that, there were moans of pain in the air. He didn't even have a chance to beg. After a while, Ji Yuning told them to stop and directly threw the two men at the side of the road, then left. The two men were injured, but not seriously. They weren't disabled either, but it would cost a lot for them to be healed. Ji Yuning assigned another task to Gao Yi and Chao Ya before going back to school. She told them to teach the boss of the fairy flower shop a lesson. They also only needed to beat the boss and give a warning. After all, Pavilion of Magic didn't suffer a great loss, so she didn't need to be very violent. Anyway, the boss of the fairy flower shop couldn't gain anything from it. Chapter 2187. Zhou Wei has a car accident in the afternoon. When their classes were over, Ji Yuning, Bai Li Zongxie, and the others went to the canteen for dinner. Once Song Miaoge saw Ji Yuning, she asked, Ji Yuning, I saw the Weibo you posted today. The succulent plants are so lovely. I originally wanted you to bring me 2 pots and take them home to raise them. But after thinking about it twice, I decided it's better to wait until the weekend to look at them myself. No problem, when you go there, you can say that you're my classmate, and the boss will give you a 20% discount, Ji Yuning said. She didn't say that she held shares of the Pavilion of Magic. It wasn't because she was embarrassed to take their money, but because it wasn't a big deal. I want to buy 2 pots too. We can go there together, said Bai Li Zongxie. Hearing that, Ji Yuning felt she should tell Jing Yunyao to avoid them. Even if she didn't say it, Jing Yunyao could sense the air of cultivators from Bai Li Zongxie. However, Ji Yuning wanted Jing Yunyao to be mentally prepared. Although Miao Jingjing was only a mortal now without the air of cultivators, Bai Li Zongxie saw Miao Jingjing when they ran into her that day. Therefore, if Bai Li Zongxie was going to the store, Miao Jingjing better avoid meeting her too. In addition, because plants in the Pavilion of Magic all had magical power, cultivators would be attracted over sooner or later. Therefore, in order to avoid cultivators, the Pavilion of Magic needed to hire 1 or 2 staff. If there were really cultivators, Jing Yunyao could sense them beforehand as long as they weren't at a higher level than her, but sometimes she didn't have enough time to close the shop. Most importantly, Miao Jingjing lost her skills as a cultivator now, so she couldn't sense the air of cultivators. If Jing Yunyao was absent and cultivators came, she couldn't recognize them. Although not many people knew her in the cultivation world, she had acquaintances, so she could never be too careful. Miao Jingjing lost her skills as a cultivator now, but she still had the body of a cultivator, so cultivators of high levels could feel it once they saw her. As for the plants with magical power in the Pavilion of Magic, Bai Li Zongxie knew Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary mortal, so Bai Li Zongxie would know the magical power was from her even if Ji Yuning didn't say that she held shares of the shop. Therefore, there wouldn't be a problem. Sure, we can go together. Zikai, how about you? Song Miaoge asked. I have something to do on the weekend, so I can't go. Zhang Zikai complained, because she wanted to go too, but she couldn't go. Do you want succulent plants? I can bring 2 pots for you, said Song Miaoge. Great. You can send me photos at that time, and I'll choose 2 pots, Zhang Zikai said. She didn't have much interest in succulent plants, but she also had the idea to buy some after seeing the beautiful succulent plants in Ji Yuning's photos. When they were enjoying the meal, they heard people talking about Zhou Wei around them. I heard that Zhou Wei had a car accident. She's in a coma now. She also had a miscarriage. I didn't expect Zhou Wei to be pregnant, since she obviously doesn't have a boyfriend. How could you know whether she has a boyfriend? If she doesn't, how could she be pregnant? Well, actually I heard Zhou Wei was kept by a man as a mistress, but I don't know whether it's true. Really? No way. It's possible. After all, it's not uncommon that female college students are kept as mistresses by rich men. If Zhou Wei is a mistress, I think she deserves the punishment for being the other woman in other people's marriage. Right, I hate mistresses. Hey, is it possible that the wife of the man who kept Zhou Wei as a mistress found out about their affair and paid someone to cause the car crash? I think it's possible. If it were me, I would do something like that. Although it's understandable, it's illegal. When you're so mad, you can't care less about the law. Many people were talking about it, so the news obviously spread abroad. Zhou Wei had a car accident. She was in a coma now. She also had a miscarriage. Although Ji Yuning didn't know whether the car accident was really an accident or a murder attempt, she felt it could be a scheme. Hearing their discussion, Song Miaoge and the others also agreed that Zhou Wei deserved the punishment. They also said the man was really bad and should be punished too. Ji Yuning had the same idea, so if it was just an accident, she wouldn't get involved. However, if it had something to do with Huang Junlang, she wouldn't stand on the sidelines. Even if it had nothing to do with her, no matter what the truth was, she ran into their private talk. Ji Yuning knew she was interfering in other people's business, but she couldn't accept it and had to do something to fight for justice. After that, Ji Yuning told Kay to investigate Zhou Wei's car accident. The driver was the focus. She wanted to know whether the driver had contacted Huang Junlang before. In the following hours, more and more people learned of Zhou Wei's car accident and believed that she had been kept as a mistress. At this moment, Ji Yuning really wanted to know how Huang Junlang felt now. If he didn't do it, he would be relieved. If he did, would he be anxious? After all, not everyone could be at ease after trying to kill someone. They mainly pretended to be fine on the surface. In slightly more than half an hour, Kay had the result. The car accident happened yesterday afternoon. When the car accident happened, Zhou Wei was crossing the road, and a car rushed up out of control and hit her. After the accident, the driver didn't escape, but instead called an ambulance and the police, then took the initiative to take responsibility. Because if he took the initiative to take responsibility, he would be punished much more lightly. As long as the victim or the victim's family was willing to deal with it privately, it would just be a matter of paying some money. However, if he ran away, he had to pay the money and would be put in jail. Most importantly, as long as the driver took the initiative to take responsibility, the police wouldn't bother to figure out the truth. It turned out the driver had met Huang Junlang at a parking lot 2 days ago. No one knew what they had said to each other at that meeting, but Huang Junlang transferred 500,000 yuan to the driver's card after the meeting. There were also surveillance videos to prove that Huang Junlang had entered and left Zhou Wei's place these days. Although it couldn't directly prove that Huang Junlang caused the car accident, it could prove his relationship with Zhou Wei and the driver, which made him a suspect. As the investigation went further, the truth would come out. Chapter 2188, Teacher and Student. Because Huang Junlang felt the problem could easily be solved by money as long as the driver took the initiative to take responsibility, he didn't bother to hide and could be easily exposed. Although Ji Yuning interfered, she had no intention of showing up, so she decided to print out those surveillance screenshots, copy Huang Junlang and Zhou Wei's voice recording, and send them anonymously to the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau. Because it happened in Haicheng District, it was under the management of Haicheng District Public Security Bureau. Ji Yuning wasn't afraid that the police wouldn't do anything even if they had the evidence. She had the original files in her hands after all, and she would have as many copies as she wanted. If the police refused to deal with it, she would make it public on the internet. It was late now, so she decided to do that tomorrow. At 8 p.m. that evening, Gao Yi stopped at the flower trading center and caught the owner of Fairy Flower Shop, then beat him violently, but the injuries were all superficial. After teaching him a lesson, Gao Yi directly told the owner of Fairy Flower Shop that he came because of what had happened to the Pavilion of Magic. The two people who damaged Pavilion of Magic had already confessed that it was him who paid them to do the damage. He beat him today to teach him a lesson. If it happened again, or if he tried to retaliate, or if he called the police, he would only be punished more seriously. The owner of the Fairy Flower Shop was shocked to learn that his dirty trick was already exposed, but since it was already exposed, he felt guilty. Although he was very angry that he was beaten, he didn't dare to retaliate or call the police because he was also afraid of more serious consequences. After all, he didn't have connections in the government, so he was afraid of being in danger. At the same time, he regretted hiring people to damage the Pavilion of Magic. Although the door of the Pavilion of Magic was damaged, there was no major loss, and it didn't have any impact on its opening and business. He, however, was beaten and in a lot of pain now. And because he was beaten today, he had to take a break for a while, and his loss would be great. During these days, Yuan Wenye had been sleeping in the study, and refused to talk to Zheng Yuru. The Yuan family thought they just had a quarrel and didn't ask about it. After all, it was very normal for a couple to quarrel. However, during these days, Zheng Yuru had nightmares every night, dreaming that Zhao Xiaoxi came to her again, so she became haggard and couldn't even hide it with makeup. Therefore, after a nice dinner today, Master Yuan asked them what was going on between them. Neither Yuan Wenye nor Zheng Yuru would say anything about the existence of Zhao Xiaoxi. Master Yuan knew nothing about Zhao Xiaoxi. Even if Master Yuan knew, they wouldn't admit it nor admit that Zhao Xiaoxi's death had something to do with them. Although it was Song Yang who killed Zhao Xiaoxi, Zheng Yuru caused her death after all, so she was also a murderer. The Yuan family wasn't kind and they had done many bad deeds for their own benefits, but it was a different situation. Yuan Wenye and Zheng Yuru said nothing was wrong between them. Zheng Yuru only explained that she didn't feel well recently and was unable to sleep well. Since they said that, Master Yuan didn't ask further about it. He only told Zheng Yuru to see a doctor if she didn't feel well. Zheng Yuru agreed. The next day, Ji Yuning told Gao Yi to hand the evidence to the Haicheng District Public Security Bureau, because she needed to have classes and there was no need to ask for leave for this matter. At 2 p.m., a police car came to the capital university, then Huang Junlang was taken away by the police. In an instant, it became a sensation in their school, and there were discussions everywhere about what happened to Huang Junlang and why he was taken away by the police. When Huang Junlang was approached by the police, he was dumbfounded, because the reason for taking him away turned out to be related to Zhou Wei's car accident. However, the person he arranged had already taken the initiative to take responsibility, and it was impossible for the police to continue the investigation. Did the driver betray him? Otherwise, how did the police know he was behind the accident? Huang Junlang was furious, but he refused to admit it because he would be doomed if he admitted it. After Huang Junlang was taken to the Public Security Bureau, he glared at the driver who hit Zhou Wei. The driver knew that he was misunderstood. He wanted to explain it, but there were policemen and he couldn't explain anything, or he would be exposed. When he was under interrogation earlier, he didn't betray Huang Junlang. At the same time, he was also confused about how the police found out it was a scheme planned by him and Huang Junlang. He had taken the initiative to take responsibility, so the police should have stopped investigating it. Did anyone hear their conversation and report it to the police? The police didn't separate Huang Junlang and the driver, but let them sit in the same interrogation room. Huang Junlang, what's your relationship with him? A policeman asked Huang Junlang about his relationship with the driver. We're friends. Huang Junlang replied. Because he knew this was undeniable, he didn't deny it. Anyway, it didn't matter to admit that they were friends, and it was enough to not admit that he asked him to hit Zhou Wei. Then what's the relationship between you and Zhou Wei? The policeman asked again. We're teacher and student, said Huang Junlang. That's it? The policeman asked. Yes. Huang Junlang answered. But someone reported to us that you and Zhou Wei had an affair. Zhou Wei was also carrying your baby. You visited her place several times these days, said the policeman. Hearing that, Huang Junlang was in utter panic. Who told you that? Zhou Wei and I are just ordinary student and teacher. Because of the guilty conscience, his voice of rebuttal was also louder. Some people thought that as long as the retort was louder, it could conceal their guilty conscience and prove their innocence, but actually such reactions were more abnormal. If you only have an ordinary teacher-student relationship, would you visit her place? The policeman asked disdainfully. In fact, when he saw the evidence, he believed that Zhou Wei's car accident had something to do with Huang Junlang, but the evidence must be solid enough to close the case. Now that they had collected enough evidence, the case would be closed sooner or later. However, he was also curious to know who sent them the evidence. The person must have connections since he or she could get so many surveillance videos. Someone reported it to you, so you believe it. Why don't you believe me after I deny it? Huang Junlang angrily argued, as if he was innocent. Of course we aren't convinced by words, but evidence, said the policeman. Then he took out a few photos and showed them to Huang Junlang. Once Huang Junlang saw the photos, he was mad and argued. That's still not enough to prove that Zhou Wei and I had an affair. Chapter 2189, You will be punished according to the law. Okay, then I'll play a voice recording for you, the policeman said. After that, he took out the voice recording that Ji Yuning had recorded and played it publicly. Huang Junlang was angrier when he heard the content of the voice recording. It was what he and Zhou Wei had talked about at the future lake of their school. Who recorded that? It couldn't be Huang Ming, so Huang Junlang wasn't mad at Huang Ming any longer. Huang Ming was the driver who caused the accident. He was a relative of Huang Junlang. Huang Ming relied on Huang Junlang to get everything he owned today, so Huang Junlang always felt he was reliable and wouldn't betray him. That was the reason why Huang Junlang paid Heng Ming to cause the car accident. Although he was suspicious of Huang Ming at the beginning, he wasn't very sure of it, and now he was sure it wasn't Huang Ming. However, who did it? When he was talking with Zhou Wei that night, there was no one nearby. Did Zhou Wei record it herself, wanting to threaten him with it? Thinking of that, Huang Junlang believed it was the truth, because he couldn't think of another person and he had the impulse to kill Zhou Wei right now. Do you admit your affair with Zhou Wei now? The policeman asked. Huang Junlang chose to remain silent, and the policeman stopped asking further about it. You and Zhou Wei had an affair. Zhou Wei was pregnant, and she wanted to give birth to the baby, but you didn't want it. It's impossible for you to divorce your wife for her. You were afraid she would cause you trouble and ruin your career, so you paid Huang Ming 500,000 yuan to hit Zhou Wei with a car. Huang Ming would take the initiative to carry the responsibility so that the police would stop investigating the case and close it as an accident, said the policeman. Then he asked, Am I right? No, I didn't pay Huang Ming to hit Zhou Wei. It's just an accident. Huang Junlang argued. No matter what, he wouldn't admit it. Huang Junlang did his best to curb his panic since he didn't want anyone to see through him, but he failed. No. Then why did you transfer 500,000 yuan to Huang Ming? The policeman asked. Huang Ming was going to open a business, and I wanted to join him, said Huang Junlang. If so, there must be an agreement, right? The policeman asked. Not yet, we were going to do that in a few days, said Huang Junlang. Without a contract, how can you prove that you didn't pay Huang Ming to hit Zhou Wei? The policeman asked. Then do you have evidence to prove I gave Huang Ming the money to hit Zhou Wei? Huang Junlang argued. I don't have direct evidence to prove that, but you just transferred 500,000 yuan to Huang Ming, and Zhou Wei had an accident 2 days later. The money was used to pay compensation to Zhou Wei. Even if it could not be direct evidence, it's enough to make you a suspect. The policeman said. It's just a coincidence, said Huang Junlang. Huang Junlang, it's not as if you will be fine if you don't admit it. As long as the evidence is sufficient, even if you don't admit it, the conviction will still be handed out, the police said. Huang Junlang was silent again. He understood that he would be sentenced according to the law even if he refused to admit it when there was solid evidence. However, if he didn't plead guilty, there was still room for maneuvering. Although he had committed a crime, in this realistic society, as long as he had connections, it would still be easy for him to get away with it. Therefore, he waited for his wife to help him out after his wife learned of the news. He was just worried that his wife would be unwilling to help him out because of his affair with Zhou Wei. Either way, he decided to wait. Both Huang Junlang and Huang Ming insisted that this was an accident, so the case couldn't be finalized for the time being. However, even if they didn't plead guilty, they were already suspects, so they needed to be detained temporarily. Huang Junlang's wife soon learned that Huang Junlang had been taken away by the police, but she didn't know the reason. She didn't know it until she came to the Public Security Bureau, and she immediately beat Huang Junlang with anger. Huang Junlang knew that it was his fault and that he had to rely on his wife, so he didn't resist, and let her beat him, hoping that she would help him out after venting anger on him. Huang Junlang, I always thought you would be grateful since you rely on my family to gain everything, and you will respect me, but I didn't think that you didn't have any gratitude or respect at all. In that case, let's get a divorce. Anyway, the car and house belong to my family. You don't have anything. You'll leave with nothing. Huang Junlang's wife turned around and left without hesitation. Huang Junlang, however, was dumbfounded. Although he thought that his wife might not help him out because she was angry, the result now was obviously more serious than he thought. Ji Yuning didn't expose the relationship between Zhou Wei and Huang Junlang, but in the afternoon, someone exposed it on the school forum. In fact, Zhou Wei's affair with Huang Junlang wasn't so well concealed. At least a few people knew about it, but they had never spoken about it. The person who exposed the relationship between Zhou Wei and Huang Junlang obviously knew a lot about their affair. The original post, Huang Junlang was taken away by the police because he has something to do with Zhou Wei's car accident. Zhou Wei had an affair with Huang Junlang. They have been together for a year and a half, and Zhou Wei became pregnant. Huang Junlang is already married, and he relies on his wife's family to get promoted in his career. Therefore, he's not willing to divorce his wife and marry Zhou Wei. In order to prevent Zhou Wei from causing trouble and affecting his future, Huang Junlang paid someone to hit Zhou Wei deliberately. Although the result is just my guess, it is quite possible. This post caused a sensation on their school forum, because everyone knew about Huang Junlang being taken away by the police. Precisely because Huang Junlang was taken away by the police, most people believed what the post said. Although some said that it might not be true, because they didn't know whether it was true or false, they all expressed neutrality, and there was no one who defended Huang Junlang. Although they were disgusted with Huang Junlang's behavior, they also disliked Zhou Wei. She was a student, but she chose to be a mistress. Therefore, they felt Huang Junlang was too violent, but Zhou Wei deserved it and they had no sympathy for her. As a result, people all cursed that both of them would be punished seriously. Zhou Wei was already dead, so Huang Junlang would be next. Anyway, since he was already taken away by the police, he should be punished soon. The post was quickly blocked by the forum management. Even if it was true, it would have a bad impact on the school if it spread abroad on the forum. Therefore, the administrator wasn't protecting Huang Junlang, but their school. However, it was useless now and it was already big news. Chapter 2190, Mischief. Ji Yuning left the case about Huang Junlang to Gao Yi and waited to see the result. She would continue to have classes. However, she only had classes for 2 days before something serious happened. It was Leng Xiaoting who told her the news. Karaki Akemi and Kato Toya were involved. Leng Xiaoting arranged for someone to spy on Karaki Akemi and Kato Toya, but was discovered, and the person was beaten and injured by them. He was seriously injured and the doctor gave up on him. He was dying now. It happened yesterday, but Leng Xiaoting was carrying out a task and it wasn't easy to get through to him. Therefore, he didn't know until earlier. Once he learned the news, he called Ji Yuning because only Ji Yuning could save the person. Because the person worked for Leng Xiaoting and was seriously injured because of him, Leng Xiaoting definitely would do everything to save him. Where is he now? Ji Yuning asked. She was in a bad mood after hearing the news. She originally thought that Karaki Akemi and Kato Toya hadn't done anything bad and they were only trying to collect information about cultivators. It wasn't easy for them to do that, so she didn't care much about it. However, given what had happened right now, it was time to teach them a lesson. In the military general hospital. When can you get there? I'll send someone to wait for you at the gate of the hospital. I'll give you his number and you can directly call him when you arrive, Leng Xiaoting said. Sure, I'll go there right now, said Ji Yuning. Ningning, thank you so much. Leng Xiaoting felt he owed Ji Yuning, but he didn't have another choice. Only Ji Yuning had the ability, so he could only turn to her for help. It's not a big deal, Ji Yuning said with a smile. She didn't think it was a big deal, but she still felt warm after hearing that from Leng Xiaoting. Ningning, I miss you, said Leng Xiaoting gently. He really missed Ji Yuning. I miss you too. Although it wasn't the first time that Ji Yuning had heard that from his mouth, she still felt shy and really happy every time she heard that. Ningning, I love you, said Leng Xiaoting. Xiaoting, I love you too, said Ji Yuning. They only chatted with each other for a short while, because Ji Yuning still needed to save a person's life at the military general hospital, because the person's life was in great danger now and the doctor had given up on him. He could die at any second. Because the military general hospital was in the eastern district, it took a lot of time to get there from the capital university in a different district. Ji Yuning sped up, but it still took her an hour. As early as when Ji Yuning set out, Leng Xiaoting had already sent Ji Yuning the number of the person who came to pick her up, so after Ji Yuning arrived, she called the person right away. The person was already waiting at the hospital gate. The one who was waiting for Ji Yuning was a soldier in military uniform. When he saw Ji Yuning, he was a little surprised, but he didn't look down on her. He didn't think Ji Yuning could save a person's life, but he trusted Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was the leader of the Red Flame, but he wasn't only managing the Red Flame. There was an army under the management of the Red Flame, and teammates from the Red Flame were responsible for training it. There were about 100 people in the army. Among them, as elites, in addition to performing the tasks distributed by the Red Flame, they could also be substitutes for the Red Flame at any time. After all, the Red Flame was performing dangerous tasks, and their lives were in danger at any time. All of these soldiers respected Leng Xiaoting. They never doubted his words, so they believed that Ji Yuning could help them as long as Leng Xiaoting said so. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Chen Xuan. Our boss told me to wait for you here. Chen Xuan politely greeted Ji Yuning. He knew Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's fiancé. In order to set their mind at rest, Leng Xiaoting told them that Ji Yuning was his fiancé. Nice to meet you too. Ji Yuning politely replied. After that, Chen Xuan brought Ji Yuning inside. On their way, he couldn't help giving Ji Yuning a few more glances. He didn't have unkind thoughts about her, but he was surprised to know that Leng Xiaoting's fiancé was so young. However, although she was young, she was too confident to be ignored. What surprised him more was that she could save Zhou Xing's life. Zhou Xing was the person who was seriously injured and whose life was in danger. Even the doctor had given up. Ji Yuning hadn't started treating Zhou Shang yet and there was no result, so Chen Xuan couldn't be sure that she was able to save Zhou Xing's life, but since Leng Xiaoting said she could, she must be able to. Even if he didn't trust Ji Yuning, he trusted Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning knew that Chen Xuan was looking at her, but she didn't mind. Oh, Zhou Xing is injured. There are 2 medical experts in his ward. They didn't leave when they heard you were coming to treat Zhou Xing, Chen Xuan suddenly said. Don't worry, if you don't want them to be there, I'll chase them out. Sure, said Ji Yuning. She came to save the injured, so she would definitely chase those experts out. Chen Xuan brought Ji Yuning to the intensive care unit where Zhou Xing stayed. It was a single-bed ward. Although the doctor had already given up on Zhou Xing, Zhou Xing's comrades didn't give up. Zhou Xing was only seriously injured, he wasn't dead yet, so they couldn't see him dying. As long as he still had a breath, they would do their best to keep him alive. Although it was no different from being dead, they didn't want Zhou Xing to die because they gave up on him too. Once Chen Xuan brought Ji Yuning into the ward, the people inside turned to focus on her. There were 4 people in the ward. Zhou Xing was lying unconscious on the bed, and a soldier in a military uniform stayed by him. The other 2 people were doctors in their 40s. Seeing Chen Xuan coming in with Ji Yuning, the 2 doctors frowned in an instant. They were surprised and didn't think it was right. They knew someone would come to treat Zhou Xing, but they were surprised to see a girl about 20. Was it a prank? The other soldier was surprised too, but he had the same attitude as Chen Shuan. He trusted Leng Xiaoting. Since Leng Xiaoting said the girl could save Zhou Xing's life, he was willing to believe it, although he still thought Ji Yuning was too young. Nice to meet you. The soldier greeted Ji Yuning politely too. He didn't dare to slight her. Chapter 2191, You're so awesome. Is this young girl the person who can save his life? One doctor asked Chen Shuan with obvious disdain. He didn't believe Ji Yuning could do it. Yes, this, Chen Shuan answered and wanted to introduce Ji Yuning, but another doctor interrupted before he could finish. Nonsense. It's ridiculous. She's so young that she should still be studying in a university now. How could she treat the injured? He's about to die. Even we can't do anything about it. Can she do anything? She might kill him. Ji Yuning understood that they didn't believe her because she was indeed very young. However, she couldn't let them waste time because the patient was in danger and could die at any second. Time was precious. I'll take the responsibility no matter what happens, said Ji Yuning. You'll take the responsibility. Can you? Who do you think you are? The doctor said disdainfully. He had no respect for Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning lost her patience and coldly stared at them. I told you I'll take the responsibility, and I can. You can't save his life because you don't have the ability. Don't judge other people with your ignorance. It's really stupid. He's my patient now. You two should go. Ji Yuning spoke a little arrogantly because the two doctors had a very bad attitude. They refused to believe that other people could do what they couldn't. Ji Yuning hated their attitude. There were always people who were better than others, but some people were always self-centered. As soon as Ji Yuning deliberately put pressure on them, they were all amazed. To their astonishment, such a young girl was so powerful and they felt quite stressed. Even their leaders weren't so influential. Once Ji Yuning finished, she ignored the two doctors and directly walked to the hospital bed. She knew that she should respect other people, but it was on the condition that other people deserved her respect. The two doctors, however, were arrogant just because they were old and experienced. Right after Ji Yuning reached the edge of the patient bed, the two doctors came back to their senses. One of them immediately went forward to stop Ji Yuning. You can't move him. What if he dies in our hospital? The doctor didn't think he was wrong, and was instead annoyed by Ji Yuning's words. He felt greatly humiliated, so he didn't want Ji Yuning to treat the patient. He also refused to believe that Ji Yuning could help. The other doctor, on the contrary, stopped once Ji Yuning said that. It wasn't because he believed that she could save Zhou Xing's life, but because her words made sense. Although it couldn't prove Ji Yuning's abilities, he felt that he shouldn't argue with Ji Yuning for a dying man. If he was dragged into trouble, his life would be affected. I told you I'll take the responsibility if anything bad happens. If you won't leave, the responsibility will fall on your shoulders, said Ji Yuning coldly. Although the doctor was slightly scared by Ji Yuning's confidence, his pride didn't allow him to give in. If you want to treat him, cool, show me your certificate as a doctor, said the doctor. Ji Yuning got mad after being interrupted again and again, so she directly used violence. She grabbed the doctor's collar and lifted him up, then quickly walked outside. This doctor wasn't tall and was just slightly taller than 1.7 meters, so Ji Yuning, who was 1.65 meters, could lift him up. The doctor was a little fat, but it was still easy for Ji Yuning to do that. That scene shocked the other people and they suddenly didn't know what to say. A young girl easily lifted up a slightly fat, grown man. In an instant, Chen Shuan and his comrades had a better impression of Ji Yuning. Their boss's girl was indeed special. Ji Yuning directly threw the doctor out and the doctor screamed in pain. It attracted attention from people around them, but Ji Yuning didn't care. She turned around at once and looked at the other doctor who was still in the ward. The moment the doctor saw Ji Yuning's eyes, he shivered. To prevent being treated the same way as the first doctor, he immediately walked out. Close the door, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, the doctor closed the door right after he walked out. Wow, you're so awesome. Chen Shuan and his comrades complimented her sincerely. Although they could do that too, Ji Yuning was different from them. They had served in the army for years and they were special forces. Ji Yuning had received training, but she was only about 20. They didn't and wouldn't disdain women. After all, there were about a dozen female soldiers in their team, and none of them was weak. However, because normal women were weak and it was rare to see a strong woman, they were greatly surprised. There is something more amazing to come. Be prepared, or you won't believe your eyes, Ji Yuning said, half joking. Although it sounded as if she was showing off her abilities, Chen Shuan didn't think she was bragging. Instead, he believed that Ji Yuning was really outstanding. After all, she was Leng Xiaoting's girl. It wasn't because Leng Xiaoting was shallow, but because Leng Xiaoting wouldn't be attracted if the girl was too ordinary. Great, we're looking forward to seeing it, said Chen Shuan and his comrade. They were both excited to see how amazing Ji Yuning could be. Ji Yuning stopped wasting time speaking with him, and told Chen Shuan to give her Zhou Xing's test reports. Zhou Xing's external injuries were negligible, but his internal injuries were extremely serious. His internal organs were severely damaged. The blood vessels were blocked in many places, restricting the blood flow. If he were an ordinary person, he would have died on the spot. The reason why Zhou Xing was able to stay alive was because he had a strong desire to survive. After reading the test report, Ji Yuning directly put her hand on Zhou Xing's pulse first, and used the pulse as a cover to put her magical power into Zhou Xing's body. Zhou Xing was almost on his last breath, so magical power crystals weren't useful. Even magical power might not be very helpful, and she could only keep him alive for the time being. In fact, magical power wasn't useful for all kinds of diseases and injuries. It could cure minor injuries and diseases in an instant, but Zhou Xing was seriously injured. It was already very good if he could recover a lot. Chapter 2192, The reputation of the hospital matters more than a life anyway. As long as he could recover a lot, it would be enough for him to live to 80 and he would have no problem moving around. His body would only be a little worse than other people, but it wouldn't make his normal life difficult. Chen Shuan and his comrade didn't know what Ji Yuning was doing. They thought Ji Yuning knew Chinese medicine, and she was testing Zhou Xing's heartbeat. Although Western medicine was much more popular than Chinese medicine nowadays, they didn't think Chinese medicine was useless or a trick. Instead, they felt it was impressive that someone knew Chinese medicine. Experienced Chinese medicine doctors deserved great respect, but they had no interest in those who knew little about it. Wait outside now, please, Ji Yuning said. She was going to do the treatment without them, otherwise they would be doubtful if she cured Zhou Xing by doing nothing. Sure, Chen Shuan and his comrade agreed at once, then walked out. Outside, the doctor who was thrown to the ground by Ji Yuning was already gone, because he was in a lot of pain and had gone for a checkup. The other doctor was also scared by Ji Yuning, so he walked away as well. However, the doctor who was thrown to the ground by Ji Yuning wouldn't accept the result, so he called the deputy dean of the hospital at once. When the deputy dean learned of the situation, he was mad too and said that he would come later. In the ward, Ji Yuning put a lot of magical power into Zhou Xing's body and Zhou Xing finally survived. Now, Zhou Xing's blood vessels were unblocked, and his internal organs were recovered by 50%, which was the best result because the amount of magical power that a person could bear was limited. If he wanted to continue to recover, he had to rely on himself and have a good rest. Zhou Xing's blood vessels returned to normal function and his breathing gradually became noticeably steadier. After a while, his face gradually became ruddy. Although Ji Yuning's face became a little pale after putting a lot of magical power into Zhou Xing's body, she was still fine. Right after Ji Yuning finished putting magical power into his body, she heard noises from outside, but she didn't go out. She only used her jade eyes to see what was happening. Several doctors were having a conflict with Chen Shuan and his comrade. Among the doctors, there was the deputy dean. It seemed that the doctor she had thrown out had told on her. Anyway, Ji Yuning wasn't afraid. How can a person without a doctor's certificate treat the patient? It's also a young girl. What if anything bad happens? Can you take the responsibility? Other people might think our hospital has a problem. The deputy dean snapped at Chen Shuan and his comrade. It seemed he didn't care about the patient's health, only the reputation of their hospital. Deputy Dean, don't worry, we'll take the responsibility by ourselves, said Chen Shuan. He understood it wasn't acceptable, but his comrade's life mattered much more than the rules. You can take the responsibility. Can you? Who do you think you are? This is a hospital. If anything bad happens, other people will only blame us for bad management. For the deputy dean, he didn't care who took the responsibility, he was only afraid the hospital might be affected. The deputy dean didn't know that Chen Shuan worked for Leng Xiaoting. If he knew, he wouldn't dare to be so impolite to him. Deputy Dean, is the reputation of the hospital more important than a life in your eyes? Chen Shuan angrily questioned. Hearing that, the deputy dean was slightly surprised, but he wouldn't admit it in public. He wasn't dumb. Did I say the reputation of our hospital matters more than life? Don't be so ridiculous. Don't damage the reputation of me and our hospital. The deputy dean argued. He kept on talking about the reputation of their hospital. Chen Shuan felt disgusted. This deputy dean was really hypocritical, but he wouldn't stop hiding it. At this moment, the door of the ward opened and Ji Yuning walked out. Seeing Ji Yuning coming out, Chen Shuan and his comrade asked nervously, "How is Zhou Xing now?" "Go inside and have a look by yourself," Ji Yuning said to them. After that, Chen Shuan and his comrade went in, leaving Ji Yuning behind. When the deputy dean and other doctors saw Ji Yuning, they were subconsciously surprised and stunned. Although they knew it was a young girl, they didn't know she was so beautiful. However, they were mad afterwards. They were mad at Ji Yuning, who was so young and had no doctor certificate. She also dared to treat the patient without caring about the rules set by the hospital. As a result, the deputy dean wanted to criticize Ji Yuning. However, when the deputy dean just opened his mouth, Ji Yuning interrupted him. "Deputy Dean, you better check the patient's condition before you say anything. I don't want you to apologize after finding out the patient is fine. I won't accept it anyway if you want to snap at me." "What do you mean?" The deputy dean was struck dumb. He understood what Ji Yuning meant. Ji Yuning implied that the patient was fine and was saved by her. Precisely because of that, he was struck dumb. He couldn't believe that Ji Yuning was able to save the patient's life and didn't think the patient could survive. Now, this girl, who was about 20, told him that she had saved the patient's life. "I mean the patient who was given up on by your hospital was saved by me," said Ji Yuning. She didn't disdain the hospital, because she was able to save the patient's life because of her magical power. She didn't have real skills. She was just a bit displeased, so she wanted to argue with him. Although the deputy dean felt it from Ji Yuning's words earlier, he didn't come back to his senses until Ji Yuning put it very straightforwardly. The deputy dean felt embarrassed and wanted to defend himself, but he would be more embarrassed if he found out that the patient was really saved. Thinking of that, the deputy dean had to swallow his anger and hurriedly walked inside with the other doctors for a check. The other doctors couldn't wait to do a check after hearing Ji Yuning's words. They wanted to see whether this girl was really so unbelievable. After the check, they found that the patient was indeed much better and was also recovering, which amazed all of them. This girl really had abilities. Even though they felt it was unbelievable, it was the truth and they couldn't deny it. Chen Shuan and his comrade were full of excitement. They trusted Ji Yuning from the beginning, but they were anxious before the result was out. Now that the result was out, they were still shocked and thought it was amazing. At the same time, they were relieved too. Chapter 2193, Don't be fooled by them. The deputy dean was mad, but didn't dare to meet Ji Yuning's eyes. Right when he was about to criticize Ji Yuning earlier, he was interrupted by her, otherwise he would be greatly embarrassed. Although the doctors who came with the deputy dean didn't think highly of Ji Yuning, and felt it was ridiculous, they said nothing to Ji Yuning's face. Therefore, they didn't feel guilty and turned to ask Ji Yuning how she did it. Ji Yuning only told them that it was her unique skill and was a secret. Without getting the answer, those doctors were disappointed. Some of them tried to persuade Ji Yuning by saying that it was a virtue to save people. If she could teach them, they would be able to help more people. Ji Yuning, however, wasn't convinced and even disdained them. "I am neither a doctor nor a savior. It's a virtue to save people, but are you willing to save patients who don't have money? If you're unwilling to do that, stop talking about these meaningless principles. I'm not a naive girl who's easy to fool. Ji Yuning retorted unceremoniously. Well, hearing Ji Yuning's words, those doctors didn't know what to say next. Ji Yuning ignored them, and directly took out a bottle with 3 power crystals. She handed it to Chen Xuan, and said, "There are 3 pills in it. Give him a pill every 3 days. His life isn't in danger now, but he still needs to rely on himself to recover. Except for a physical examination, he doesn't need injections, medicines, or infusions." Sure. Chen Xuan took the medicine bottle, then thanked Ji Yuning seriously. "Thank you so much." "Thank you." The other soldier thanked her sincerely as well. "My pleasure. If there is anything wrong with him, call me," said Ji Yuning. "Thanks," said Chen Xuan and his comrade. After that, Ji Yuning left. Chen Xuan wanted to walk her out, but she declined. The several doctors were still unwilling to accept the result, so they followed Ji Yuning out, as did the deputy dean. Although he was biased against Ji Yuning earlier, Ji Yuning was very excellent at medicines, so he also hoped that she could help their hospital. Ji Yuning didn't want to waste more time on them, so she sped up and they were unable to catch up with her. After Ji Yuning left, Chen Xuan shared the news with Leng Xiaoting. Because Leng Xiaoting knew Ji Yuning's abilities very well, he wasn't surprised at all. Finishing the call with Chen Xuan, Leng Xiaoting called Ji Yuning and thanked her for saving his comrade. Although he didn't need to thank her because of their close relationship, he shouldn't take it for granted. In order to let Leng Xiaoting feel better, Ji Yuning accepted his gratitude. Before long, the 2 doctors who had treated Zhou Xing also heard the news, and were amazed too. However, the doctor who was thrown out by Ji Yuning felt very surprised and angry, because it was too humiliating. Therefore, he had an evil idea and hoped that Zhou Xing could die after the treatment. In that case, he wouldn't be humiliated and people would believe that he was right. He could criticize Ji Yuning afterwards and make her apologize to him. Unfortunately, the reality was quite the opposite of what he wanted and he had to swallow the humiliation. What had happened to Zhou Xing soon spread abroad and all of the doctors were surprised. However, they didn't know this girl's status. The hospital had asked Chen Xuan and his comrade about it, but they refused to tell. After Ji Yuning left the hospital, she went to deal with Karakia Kemi and Kato Toya. On her way, Ji Yuning told Kei to find out where they were, so she could go to see them. Ji Yuning called Kei and asked for the location of Karakia Kemi and Kato Toya. It was time for lunch, so Karakia Kemi and Kato Toya were dining in a restaurant now. Once Ji Yuning heard that, she rushed over. When she arrived, they had almost finished eating, but didn't leave yet. Ji Yuning didn't bother to avoid them and directly sat across them. When Ji Yuning walked near, Karakia Kemi and Kato Toya saw her. Although they didn't have bitter grudges against Ji Yuning had ruined their plan once, so they had a bad impression of her. They were unwilling to see her. However, they didn't go to cause her trouble either. Besides, they weren't very familiar, so neither of them greeted each other. After Ji Yuning sat down, she began to order. After ordering, Ji Yuning stared straight at them, releasing cold magical power. Although the magical power followed her consciousness to the place she wanted it to be, the surroundings would also be affected. Fortunately, there usually weren't many people in the restaurant in the morning, so it wouldn't have much impact. Karakia Kemi and Kato Toya felt Ji Yuning's look. They were both confused and turned to look at her. They didn't understand why she was staring at them. However, they soon felt the familiar coldness and panicked. They still couldn't figure out what had happened. Once they felt something was wrong, they wanted to run away, but they didn't dare to stand up at all because they were afraid of falling all of a sudden. Seeing Ji Yuning staring at them, they wondered whether it had something to do with Ji Yuning. The moment they had that idea, they felt it was ridiculous. She was only staring at them and had done nothing. They didn't know that Ji Yuning only needed to stare at them in order to achieve her goal. She didn't need to use violence. When they seemed unwell, Ji Yuning deliberately asked them with concern, "What happened? Why do you look so uncomfortable?" They weren't familiar, but had met twice, so it wasn't inappropriate for her to ask them that question. Ji Yuning asked them in order to keep on staring at them and so that they wouldn't be suspicious of her. Call an ambulance, Kato Toya uttered with difficulty, hoping Ji Yuning could help them. No problem. Ji Yuning agreed with alacrity and took out her phone to call an ambulance. At the same time, she didn't stop putting icy magical power into their bodies. Even if they were sent to the hospital, no doctor could treat them. When the hospital couldn't help them, the hospital would call the police and send them back to their country. Ji Yuning didn't plan to let them die here, or it might cause trouble, but she was determined to make them suffer. Therefore, she decided to disable them. They could still live for a while anyway. Chapter 2194, Something Isn't Right. She didn't care whether they could stay alive or not after leaving her country. Before long, Kuraki Akemi and Kato Toya completely lost their voices and senses. They sat still as if they were frozen. Some customers who sat near them were also slightly affected by the cold magical power, but it wasn't a big problem. They only stiffened a little and soon recovered. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to it. They only discussed whether the air conditioning began to blow cold wind. After freezing Kuraki Akemi and Kato Toya, Ji Yuning reported what had happened to a waiter who reported it to their manager at once. The manager didn't know what else he could do and could only wait for the ambulance to come. An ambulance soon came and took Kuraki Akemi as well as Kato Toya to the hospital. The dishes Ji Yuning ordered were being delivered now, so she decided to enjoy her meal. After dealing with Kuraki Akemi and Kato Toya, Ji Yuning was in a good mood, so she sent a message to Leng Xiaoting and told him what she had done. She didn't directly call him in case she interrupted him. She was right. Leng Xiaoting was busy with his work now, so he didn't immediately reply to Ji Yuning. It only took about a dozen minutes, and it would take about 20 minutes for Ji Yuning's order to be finished. Therefore, after Kuraki Akemi and Kato Toya were taken away, the dishes Ji Yuning ordered were placed on the table. However, right when Ji Yuning began to eat, she felt a cultivator quickly come over. Ji Yuning was surprised, but soon composed herself and continued to eat. Ji Yuning understood that the cultivator must have come for the magical power she just released. However, even if the cultivator came, she wouldn't be exposed because she was just a mortal in cultivator's eyes. Before long, the cultivator appeared in the restaurant. Ji Yuning calmly gave the cultivator a glance and found it was a familiar face, Dongfang Jinghong. Although Dongfang Jinghong felt the magical power was already gone when he approached the restaurant, he was reluctant to leave right now. He wanted to see what had happened here and tried to find some clues. Dongfang Jinghong wanted to figure it out, because the magical power was an evil magical power. He thought it might be an evil cultivator, or ghosts or monsters. When Dongfang Jinghong walked into the restaurant, he saw nothing was wrong and found no clue, but he noticed Ji Yuning instead. Subconsciously, Dongfang Jinghong felt the evil magical power might have something to do with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was a mortal, but she indeed had something to do with magical power in her hands. However, it was just a guess and he didn't think it was the truth. Dongfang Jinghong hadn't met Ji Yuning before, but now he felt he could have a talk with her. "Hi, Miss Ji Yu." Dongfang Jinghong politely greeted her. "May I know you?" Ji Yuning raised her eyes to look at him and pretended that she didn't know him. "My surname is Dongfang. I've got a jewelry business as well, so I know you're the owner of Jade Beauty Jewelry. I also know you have many other companies. I've always admired you and I didn't expect to see you here." Dongfang Jinghong said, "Miss Ji Yu, can I have a seat?" Dongfang Jinghong was very kind, he was much nicer to her than Jing Yunfei. "Please." Ji Yuning didn't refuse. Although she knew his purpose, she also wanted to seize this chance to stop Dongfang Jinghong from spying on her. It wasn't difficult for her to avoid them, but she felt uncomfortable when someone was secretly watching her. Hearing that, Dongfang Jinghong sat down. "Have you eaten, Mr. Dongfang?" Ji Yuning asked politely. "Yes," said Dongfang Jinghong. "If so, then I'll eat alone," said Ji Yuning, then she began to enjoy her meal. "Oh, Miss Ji Yu, did anything happen here just now?" Dongfang Jinghong asked casually. Yeah, a man and a woman sat at the opposite table from me, but they suddenly couldn't move. They asked me to call an ambulance for them. They were just taken away by doctors, Ji Yuning said. It was very easy for other people to find out what had happened here just now, so she didn't need to lie. When she said that, she didn't have any guilty conscience. Instead, she looked confused and it seemed she also wanted to know what exactly had happened. They suddenly couldn't move. What happened to them? Dongfang Jinghong frowned. Were they affected by the evil magical power? I have no idea. I was curious too, so I asked them about it. They could barely say a word, so I didn't get an answer, said Ji Yuning resignedly. What else did you feel isn't right? Dongfang Jinghong asked. Something isn't right. I don't think so. If there is anything, it might be that I felt very cold all of a sudden for a few minutes at that time. My body stiffened a little. I thought it was a problem with the air conditioning, but other people asked a waiter about it. The air conditioning was working properly, so I don't know what's the reason. Perhaps it's something that isn't right, said Ji Yuning. It was easy to find it out and she was very close to Karaki Akemi and Kato Toya. If she felt nothing when they had trouble, it wouldn't be right. Hearing that, Dongfang Jinghong understood that they must have been affected by magical power, but whether it had something to do with Ji Yuning, he wasn't very suspicious of Ji Yuning, but couldn't trust her. In addition, who were the two people? He couldn't ask Ji Yuning about it because he didn't think Ji Yuning knew it. After that, Dongfang Jinghong tried to talk about Kalain with Ji Yuning and Ji Yuning made it very clear that Kalain wouldn't have cooperation with other people. After that, she said the same words that she had used to threaten Jing Yunfei to Dongfang Jinghong and he was indeed scared. Although Dongfang Jinghong had a good attitude, it didn't change his purpose, so Ji Yuning didn't bother to care about his pride. Compared with Hong Yifeng and Jing Yunfei, he had a much better attitude and didn't use coercion and bribery. After being threatened by Ji Yuning, Dongfang Jinghong left. Ji Yuning also left once she finished her meal. She didn't go back to school, and instead went to the flower center to see Jing Yunyao and the others. She also told them that Baili Zhongshe would come this weekend. Pavilion of Magic had hired a staff member yesterday. It was a woman about 40, whose surname was Lin. Chapter 2195, What a Rare Visitor. Because she had worked in a flower shop before, she knew everything about flowers, even better than Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing. That being the case, they didn't need to do much work. It was clear that they needed staff with experience. After Ji Yuning came, Jing Yunyao introduced the new staff, Lin, to Ji Yuning and told her that Ji Yuning was also a boss of the Pavilion of Magic. I know you. You're the popular goddess Ji Yu on the internet recently, right? Lin was very surprised and excited to see Ji Yuning. Although Jing Yunyao already told her that it was Ji Yuning, she had to make sure because she couldn't believe it was true. Hi, Lin, nice to meet you, I'm Ji Yuning, said Ji Yuning kindly. She didn't put on any airs. I can't believe I'm able to see you in real life. I'm so lucky. My daughter is a loyal fan of yours. She won't stop talking about you every day, said Lin. She learned about Ji Yuning precisely because her daughter was Ji Yuning's loyal fan, but she also admired Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was a perfect kid in parents' eyes. She was good at everything, and might be the best kid Lin had ever seen. Miss Ji Yu, can I take a photo with you? It can be a good souvenir for my daughter, said Lin with hesitation. Afterwards, Ji Yuning took a few photos with Lin. When I'm free and come over on weekends, you can tell your daughter to come and have some fun. Ji Yuning said. Since Lin's daughter liked her, she could gain Lin's loyalty by having a close relationship with them. In that case, Lin wouldn't play cheap tricks when she worked for them in the future. Ji Yuning wasn't projecting her shortcomings on Lin, she simply took precautions. After all, they just met Lin. Although she wasn't sure whether it would work, she hoped that Lin would be nice to them when they treated her kindly. Sure. Lin was excited and agreed, because she had the same idea, but felt embarrassed to say it aloud. After chatting with Lin for a while, Ji Yuning called Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing aside to talk about something. Ji Yuning told Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing that Bai Li Zongxie would come tomorrow because it was a weekend. She told them to avoid meeting Bai Li Zongxie. Tell Lin to pay more attention to that. If several girls about 18 come tomorrow or the day after tomorrow and mention my name, give them a 30% discount, said Ji Yuning. No problem, I'll tell her later, said Miao Jingjing. Their flower shop was very popular and one staff member wasn't enough to serve all the customers, so Ji Yuning and the others went to help Lin. Because of elder Mrs. Shu and her friends, many other rich people came to the Pavilion of Magic to buy a large amount of plants as well. Almost every family raised plants now, and some had a lot of them at home. Therefore, after they had opened the shop for a few days, more than half of the first batch was sold. They needed to prepare another batch tomorrow morning. Mother, I'll tell Gao Yi and Chao Ya to bring the plants over tomorrow, said Ji Yuning. Gao Yi and Chao Ya were free now anyway. Thanks. Jing Yuniao accepted Ji Yuning's arrangement. It didn't become big news that some people had damaged the Pavilion of Magic, but what had happened to the fairy flower shop was known to a lot of people within a short time. Therefore, many people believed that it must have something to do with the damage to the Pavilion of Magic. It couldn't be a coincidence that the two flower shops were damaged one after another. However, it was just a guess without proof, so no one could be sure. Some people even came to the Pavilion of Magic to comfort Jing Yuniao, but actually tried to get some information about the drama. They asked Jing Yuniao whether she had found the criminal. Jing Yuniao gave them an affirmative answer and said that it was already settled, but she didn't tell them who the criminal was. When they asked whether it was the owner of the fairy flower shop, Jing Yuniao only told them not to think about it too much. Some people also went to the fairy flower shop to ask about the drama, and the female owner of the fairy flower shop denied it too. Without an answer, they remained doubtful. If it was really the owner of the fairy flower shop, it would be a warning to them. They wouldn't mess with the Pavilion of Magic. Most of them had a business here, but did not have many connections, so they were reluctant to get in trouble. It was 3 hours after Ji Yuning texted Leng Xiaoting that Leng Xiaoting called her back. They didn't have a long talk and soon hung up because Leng Xiaoting was still busy and didn't have much time to talk with her. Ji Yuning didn't leave until she had a meal with Jing Yuniao and the others in the shop. When she got back to school, it would be time for the evening class. As soon as Ji Yuning walked into the parking lot, she sensed the air of cultivators and turned to look for them. Then she saw Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua, who had been absent for a long time. Did they come here for the Pavilion of Magic? No matter what, since they showed up here, Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing had to avoid them. Without delay, Ji Yuning called Jing Yuniao and told her Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua appeared. They might come for the Pavilion of Magic. Once Jing Yuniao learned the news, she got off work earlier with Miao Jingjing and Ji Yuning went back to the shop. If they really came for the Pavilion of Magic, they had to be determined to get an answer. If she didn't solve the problem right now, they would come again. As a result, Ji Yuning went back in order to tell them that the flower shop was hers. Because they already knew Kulain medicines contained power crystals, they would stop paying special attention to the Pavilion of Magic after they knew it was also owned by Ji Yuning. They knew they wouldn't get any useful information. This time, in order to completely stop them from looking for magical power, Ji Yuning planned to use the effect of Shengguan Yang. She would tell them that it was Shengguan Yang who gave her the magical medicine. Because Shengguan Yang wasn't exposed before, she didn't talk about him with other people. Seeing Ji Yuning coming back, Lin wasn't surprised, because Jing Yuniao had already told her that Ji Yuning would come back in a while to deal with something before they left. 2 minutes later, Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua came. Without surprise, they came for the Pavilion of Magic. Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua were slightly surprised to see Ji Yuning, but it wasn't a big surprise. They knew it could have something to do with Ji Yuning, but weren't sure of it before they saw her. Oh, hi, Miss Dongfang, Mr. Wu, what rare visitors you are. Are there any plants you like? If you want, I can give you a 20% discount, said Ji Yuning to welcome them. Are you the boss of this shop? Dongfang Ziyu asked, although she already had the answer. Your plants are so different from those in other shops, said Dongfang Ziyu. Chapter 2196, I can tell you then. Yeah, I know what you want to know, Miss Dongfang. The plants here have something different. I don't know what it is, but I do know it attracts you here. This isn't the first time that you've come to see me. You've already visited Kulain, said Ji Yuning. She knew their intention, but wasn't mad. Hearing that, Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua stayed calm, because they knew they came here to see Ji Yuning for the magical power. They were also aware that Ji Yuning wasn't dumb, so she must know their purpose. Miss Ji Yu, can you tell us what you add to Kulain medicines and these plants? Dongfang Ziyu asked, but didn't have hopes. However, Ji Yuning chose to be honest with them this time. Well, I'm so bothered these days when people won't stop spying on and investigating me. Let me tell you then. I told you before that I added a substance that isn't recorded in the formula to the medicines. The plants in my shop are also watered with that substance. If you ask me what the substance is called, I don't know either, but I can tell you who gave it to me, said Ji Yuning. Really? Hearing that, Dongfang Ziyu's and Wu Shunhua's eyes lit up. They were greatly surprised that Ji Yuning was willing to tell them now. However, since Ji Yuning was willing to tell them right now, she must have told other people about it too. Thinking of that, they were less excited, but it was better to know the answer. It's a senior called Shangguan. He only told me the substance can greatly improve the effects of medicines. If plants are watered with it, they could grow to be more vital and attractive, said Ji Yuning. Senior Shangguan, knowing that, both Wu Shunhua and Dongfang Ziyu were shocked. To their surprise, it turned out to be Senior Shangguan. In an instant, Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua were disappointed, because they didn't dare to mess with Shangguan Yang at all. Do you know Senior Shangguan as well? Ji Yuning acted surprised. We were honored to meet him once, said Dongfang Ziyu. Thank you so much for your answer, Miss Ji Yu. See you. Since they had the answer, Dongfang Ziyu felt they should leave. They didn't doubt Ji Yuning's words, because it couldn't be a lie since Ji Yuning knew Shangguan Yang. In addition, given Shangguan Yang's level and status, it wasn't strange that he had magical things. All right, see you, Miss Dongfang, Mr. Wu, said Ji Yuning. After that, Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua left. Since it's from Senior Shangguan, I'm afraid there is nothing we can do. Let's go report it to the Patriarch, said Wu Shunhua. Yeah, let's go back now. Since Senior Shangguan is involved, other cultivators can't get the magical power either, said Dongfang Ziyu. If none of them could have it, she could keep the balance. A few minutes after Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua left, Ji Yuning told Lin to go home. It was already 7 p.m., and she could get off work. Before Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua went back to their world, they contacted Dongfang Jinghong and told him the news. They wanted him to go back with them because the investigation was meaningless now. Hearing that, Dongfang Jinghong was amazed and had doubts. He thought Ji Yuning might be deceiving them. Don't you know Shangguan Yang's status? If Ji Yuning doesn't really know him, she wouldn't have mentioned him. And she also has power crystals. She can't be an ordinary mortal. If there is something like that in the cultivation world, we would have known about it, said Dongfang Ziyu. Hearing that, Dongfang Jinghong agreed and accepted that explanation. Therefore, Dongfang Jinghong met them and they went back to the cultivation world together. When they were back in the Dongfang family's house in the cultivation world, it was already 10 p.m. Once they were home, they talked to Dongfang He about it. Dongfang He didn't doubt it either. As Dongfang Ziyu had said to Dongfang Jinghong, if Ji Yuning didn't really know Shangguan Yang, she wouldn't have mentioned him. In other words, even if it wasn't given to her by Shangguan Yang, she must have a relationship with Shangguan Yang to be able to mention him. Shangguan Yang must be aware that they had been secretly spying on Ji Yuning for a long time, so he told Ji Yuning to tell them the truth to stop them. If so, they should stop spying on Ji Yuning for the sake of Shangguan Yang. They couldn't mess with Shangguan Yang nor could they get anything they wanted from him. Other people didn't know it was Shangguan Yang who supported Ji Yuning, so they continued to try to find out the truth. On the weekend, Ji Yuning went to work at her company. They reached many deals with other companies, so Ji Yuning went to help them when she was free. Although she didn't need to manage the company in person and Chen Kanji would do that for her, she would take it over sooner or later, so she had to learn as much as possible. Today, Baili Zhongshe and Song Miaoge agreed to visit the Pavilion of Magic together. At 11 a.m., the two met at a nearby shopping mall. After having lunch, they went there. Once Baili Zhongshe approached, Jing Yunyo felt the air of a cultivator, so she said to Lin that she needed to deal with something and quickly went out with Miao Jingjing. Therefore, when Baili Zhongshe and Song Miaoge arrived, there was only Lin in the shop. Although there were many customers in the shop and Lin was busy, she could do her work well. Normally, people came in and looked around by themselves. If they found what they liked, they would ask for the price and pay for it if they wanted it. And for convenience, all the plants in the shop had a price tag, so normally they didn't bargain. They only offered a discount if a customer bought a lot. Walking into the Pavilion of Magic, Baili Zhongshe realized why the plants here were so attractive. She felt the magical power in them. The two of them didn't stay inside for too long. After about a dozen minutes, Baili Zhongshe bought 2 pots, while Song Miaoge bought 5. Because they said they were Ji Yuning's friends, Lin, who was informed earlier, gave them a 30% discount. They didn't lack money, but they were happy to have a discount. At this moment, Baili Zhongshe didn't think about Baili Zongyang's attitude if he saw her come home with 2 succulent plants. She didn't realize it would cause trouble until she was home and Baili Zongyang really saw them. She regretted bringing them home afterwards. However, she already brought them home, so she had to face the trouble. Anyway, it was easy to explain the situation. Chapter 2197. Forget it if you don't believe it. Where did you get these 2 pots of succulent plants? Baili Zongyang asked. He was free today, so he didn't go to work. A flower shop at the Flowers and Plants Trading Center, said Baili Zhongshe. Was it opened by Ji Yuning? Baili Zongyang asked. Ji Yuning was the first name that appeared in his mind, because the medicines produced by her pharmaceutical company also contained the same magical power. Yeah, Baili Zhongshe said. So you still found nothing till now? Baili Zongyang asked. Hearing that, Baili Zhongshe panicked a little from a guilty conscience, but she wasn't sure why Baili Zongyang suddenly asked that. Was he simply asking her whether she had found anything unusual, or did he know that she had found out something unusual but kept it a secret from him and now gave her a chance to be honest? Even if Baili Zhongshe wasn't sure of it, she decided not to tell him since she promised Ji Yuning that she would keep it a secret. No, not at all. Baili Zongyang, however, saw through Baili Zhongshe and squinted at her. He actually just asked Baili Zhongshe whether she had found out anything unusual, but he knew that she must have found something special after witnessing her guilty and uneasy reaction. However, she chose not to tell him. Baili Zongyang became serious at once. Zhongshe, your reaction already betrayed you. Do you think I'll believe you? Hearing that, Baili Zhongshe got nervous and was mad at her poor acting. Her older brother was sharp-eyed, and it was impossible for her to deceive him once the secret was exposed. However, even if she knew it was useless, Baili Zhongshe still refused to be honest. Forget it if you don't believe it. Once she finished, she hurriedly turned around and went upstairs to her room. She ran away, which proved she was guilty. Since Baili Zongyang already noticed her strange reaction, Baili Zhongshe didn't bother to argue with him. Anyway, she would continue to play dumb. Baili Zongyang didn't stop her, nor did he force her to tell him the truth. He understood that Baili Zhongshe was unwilling to tell him for a reason, and precisely because of that, he realized that Ji Yuning was much more complicated than he thought. After Baili Zhongshe was back in her room, she felt relieved, but it was only temporary. What if her older brother forced her to tell him everything? How should she handle it? After that, Baili Zhongshe sent Ji Yuning a message on WeChat and told her what had happened. Ji Yuning didn't expect it to be a secret for too long, so she actually didn't care if Baili Zongyang found out. Moreover, she had already told other people that she had a relationship with Shengguan Yang. They simply didn't know she was Shengguan Yang's disciple, Qinghe. Ji Yuning trusted Baili Zongyang, so it didn't matter if he learned that she was Qinghe. After he knew her identity, he wouldn't pay special attention to her any longer. Therefore, Ji Yuning replied to Bai Li Zongxie and told her to be honest with her older brother if she failed to keep it a secret, but she couldn't tell other people, since it would do more harm than good. In fact, it wasn't easy for Bai Li Zongxie to keep the secret during these days, especially when she faced Bai Li Zongyang. She always felt guilty and uneasy. She knew the truth about Ji Yuning, but couldn't tell Bai Li Zongyang because she had promised Ji Yuning not to do that. Therefore, Bai Li Zongxie felt relieved when she read Ji Yuning's reply and she agreed with Ji Yuning. After having the call with Ji Yuning, Bai Li Zongxie rushed out of her room and went to talk to Bai Li Zongyang about Ji Yuning. Bai Li Zongyang was still in the living room. He was enjoying tea and playing on the phone. Seeing Bai Li Zongxie walk out, Bai Li Zongyang only gave her a glance, then continued to play on his phone, as if nothing had happened earlier. Bai Li Zongyang didn't bring it up simply because he didn't want to embarrass Bai Li Zongxie. "Zongyang, there is something I need to tell you," said Bai Li Zongxie. "What is it?" "You have my ears," said Bai Li Zongyang. Because Bai Li Zongxie seemed very determined not to tell him the secret about Ji Yuning earlier, Bai Li Zongyang didn't connect her words with Ji Yuning right now. "It's about Ji Yuning, but you must promise me not to tell anyone else," said Bai Li Zongxie. She trusted her older brother, so she wasn't worried that he might tell other people as long as he agreed to keep it between them. Upon hearing that, Bai Li Zongyang became serious. "Sure, I promise. In fact, Ji Yuning is Shangguan Yang's female disciple, Qinghe," said Bai Li Zongxie. Hearing that, Bai Li Zongyang stood up in surprise, because it was too shocking and he couldn't stay calm. Ji Yuning was Shangguan Yang's female disciple, Qinghe. They had different appearances, but he could understand it, because it was easy to change one's appearance with makeup. However, there was no air of a cultivator on Ji Yuning. "Do you mean Ji Yuning is Shangguan Yang's female disciple, Qinghe? But there is no air of a cultivator on her?" Bai Li Zongyang asked. After that, Bai Li Zongxie told him what had happened that day. Ji Yuning said she has a different physical condition. She can hide the air of a cultivator. "We ran into an evil cultivator that day, and she was forced to show her level as a cultivator to save me. She told me her real identity afterwards, but she didn't want me to tell other people, so I kept it a secret from you," said Bai Li Zongxie. Hearing that, Bai Li Zongyang was stunned for a long while. He couldn't believe his ears. He knew that Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl, but he had never thought that she could be a cultivator too. She was even the female disciple of Shangguan Yang, Qinghe. No wonder she saved Bai Li Zongxie twice. They had a close relationship. If it was another person, Ji Yuning might not have been so helpful. "Zongyang, you've promised me not to tell other people, and you must keep your word. Don't tell anyone, including our grandfather." Bai Li Zongxie trusted Bai Li Zongyang, but she thought it was necessary for her to remind him to be careful. If Bai Li Zongyang told other people, she would feel guilty when she met Ji Yuning again. "Sure, I promise I won't tell anyone," said Bai Li Zongyang. He honestly wouldn't tell other people about it since Ji Yuning's identity was exposed for saving Bai Li Zongxie. Hearing Bai Li Zongyang's answer, Bai Li Zongxie was relieved. On Monday again, at noon, Ji Yuning met Ku Hanzhao in the canteen. Because of the disappearance of the female water ghost, the yin on Ku Hanzhao's body had faded a little, but it would take some time for her to completely get rid of it. Ku Hanzhao still had a gloomy expression, and liked to be in a corner without anyone around her. When Ji Yuning and the others were halfway through their meal, Ku Hanzhao suddenly walked towards Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning didn't look at her and continued to eat. Chapter 2198, Why Should I Help You? Song Miaoge and the others looked at Ku Hanzhao, then at Ji Yuning. Seeing that Ji Yuning didn't mean to say anything, they said nothing as well. Most people around them were aware of Ji Yuning's grudge against Ku Hanzhao, so they all turned to look at them when Ku Hanzhao walked to Ji Yuning. They guessed whether Ku Hanzhao was going to cause Ji Yuning trouble. Does Ku Hanzhao plan to make things difficult for Ji Yuning? No idea, but if she wants to do that, she better think twice. She's no match for Ji Yuning after all. Because Ku Hanzhao had grudges against Ji Yuning, people all believed that she was going to cause Ji Yuning trouble. As a result, they all laughed at Ku Hanzhao for her lack of self-awareness. Ku Hanzhao heard their discussions. She would have been furious in the past, but now she stayed calm. Ji Yuning, can we talk? Ku Hanzhao said. She seemed to be in a bad mood, so she didn't have a good attitude, but she wasn't forcing or ordering Ji Yuning either. Given her condition now, she had no ability to be arrogant. In addition, after going through a lot recently, she became a lot more mature. She knew people disliked bad attitudes. About what? Ji Yuning asked in a flat voice. Actually, given their relationship, it was very nice of Ji Yuning to even reply to her. Can we have a private talk? Ku Hanzhao said. Fine, but I need to finish my meal first, said Ji Yuning. She could ignore Ku Hanzhao because of their bad relationship, but Ji Yuning wanted to know what Ku Hanzhao planned to talk about with her. Although Ji Yuning didn't know what Ku Hanzhao wanted to talk about with her, she guessed it probably didn't have something to do with Ku Hanzhao's idea of taking revenge. It was just her guess. After all, they weren't friends, and it wasn't likely to be true. It was just a strange feeling Ji Yuning had. If Ku Hanzhao really told her that she wanted to take revenge, Ji Yuning would be curious about her thoughts. No matter what, Ji Yuning didn't think Ku Hanzhao would know that she was the woman who appeared by the future lake that night. Ji Yuning had confidence in they. Ku Hanzhao felt relaxed when Ji Yuning agreed to have a private talk with her. She nodded and didn't show any dissatisfaction because Ji Yuning made her wait. It was very nice of Ji Yuning to have a private talk with her, so Ku Hanzhao didn't dare to force Ji Yuning to be quick. If Ji Yuning was annoyed, she wouldn't talk to her and she wouldn't have any chances. Moreover, when Ji Yuning agreed to have a private talk with her, she suddenly felt she had hope and became more nervous. Actually, it was a misunderstanding and Ku Hanzhao didn't have much hope, but she was willing to try, or she would regret giving up so quickly. Ji Yuning didn't deliberately keep her waiting by eating slowly. She ate at a usual speed, then left once she finished. Yuan Shuyan soon heard that Ku Hanzhao went to see Ji Yuning. Yuan Shuyan was curious about the reason too, but she wouldn't ask Ku Hanzhao about it because of their bad relationship now. It had nothing to do with her now. Ji Yuning and the others went to the football field, then Ji Yuning asked her friends to walk by themselves, while she walked with Ku Hanzhao alone. When they were far away from the crowd, Ji Yuning asked, "What do you want to talk about with me? I would like to ask you to help me teach a few people a lesson by disabling them." "I can pay you," Ku Hanzhao said without much confidence. Given their bad relationship, if she were Ji Yuning, she would gloat over her enemy's bad luck and wouldn't help her enemy at all. However, she was left no choice now, so she had this stupid idea of turning to Ji Yuning for help. "Do you think I'll help you? And do you think I lack money?" Ji Yuning asked. She wasn't mocking Ku Hanzhao, and she could see that Ku Hanzhao was left with no choice since she decided to turn to her for help. In fact, except for what had happened to Ku Linan, the conflicts between Ku Hanzhao and her weren't serious. There was no bitter grudge between them. If Ku Hanzhao knew that her father actually dug his own grave, she wouldn't be like this right now. Hearing that, Ku Hanzhao bit her lips. It seemed she was doing her best to fight back her sadness. She didn't think Ji Yuning would help her or lacked money. After all, Ji Yuning had dozens of billions of yuan in wealth. She, however, could only pay 200,000 yuan, which was all she had. "I don't think you'll help me. I was so bad to you after all. I don't think you lack money either. You have dozens of billions of yuan after all. I'm just begging you to help me, because I'm left with no choice. Only you can help me now. For what I've done to you, I'm so sorry. Please accept my apologies," said Ku Hanzhao. She then gave Ji Yuning a deep bow and apologized sincerely. In the past, it would be a great humiliation for her if she had to apologize to Ji Yuning. She wouldn't do that. However, she thought it was nothing compared with the revenge she wanted to take. She gradually learned that people needed to pay for what they had done. Therefore, she slowly built her values and no longer thought that she could do whatever she wanted to do relying on power and money. She used to be high up in the air and bully other people as she wanted. Now she was bullied by someone else who was at a higher status than her and she was too weak to take revenge. Are you sure you can really get over the grudge between us? I can't believe it. I'm afraid you might trap me by begging me to help you teach other people a lesson. Then you would have the evidence of me beating other people and use that to destroy my reputation. Or you can kill two birds with one stone. You can make both me and those people you hate get in trouble at the same time, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning actually could feel Ku Hanzhao's sincerity, and she didn't see any hints of a scheme from her words and behavior, so Ku Hanzhao might not have the thoughts she just pointed out. However, Ji Yuning wasn't sure of it, so she said it aloud in order to feel her out. Hearing that, Ku Hanzhao was struck dumb for a second. She hadn't thought about it yet. I understand your worries, but I never thought about that, said Ku Hanzhao. She thought it was very normal that Ji Yuning had that worry, so she wasn't mad when Ji Yuning questioned her. Ku Hanzhao wasn't skilled at hiding her thoughts, and she basically showed everything on her face, so Ji Yuning could see that she meant every word she said. Chapter 2199, What Favor? Why are you turning to me for help? Ji Yuning asked. She didn't say whether she believed Ku Hanzhao's explanation or not, but Ku Hanzhao understood that it wasn't easy for Ji Yuning to trust her. After all, given their bad relationship, it was convincing that she tried to kill two birds with one stone. Because the person I want to pay back is very influential. After my father was caught, the Ku family is now under the control of my uncle. My family is helpless now without money and influence. I can't do anything to those who hurt me. I know you're strong, so I can only turn to you for help. I understand I was very bad to you, so you might refuse to help me, but I honestly don't know what to do now, said Ku Hanzhao, then cried squatting on the ground. Once Ku Hanzhao started crying, she attracted a lot of attention. People around them glanced at her, then at Ji Yuning. It appeared as if they felt Ji Yuning had bullied Ku Hanzhao. Ji Yuning had the same feeling, so she was displeased and snapped. Be quiet. Hearing that, Ku Hanzhao stopped crying at once. She was scared of Ji Yuning. If you cry without caring where you are, other people might think I bullied you, said Ji Yuning in annoyance. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Ku Hanzhao realized she just lost her composure, so she apologized at once. She was most afraid of Ji Yuning now. Who do you want to pay back? Ji Yuning asked. She asked that because she agreed to help, but not out of kindness. She simply wanted to solve the problem caused by her. Because of her interference, Ku Hanzhao failed to take revenge. If it hadn't been for her, Ku Hanzhao might have successfully cooperated with Zhao Shaoxi and taken revenge, even if she had to die in the end. Ji Yuning's interference ruined her last chance to take revenge, but she saved her life, which was equal. However, the bad people got away with it. She didn't owe Ku Hanzhao, but those bad people weren't punished. Therefore, Ji Yuning felt it was better to solve the problem if it was possible. Hearing Ji Yuning's question, Ku Hanzhao thought Ji Yuning must be willing to help her, so her face lit up and she said, the people I want to pay back are called Yuan Yiyang, Zhao Jia, and Wang Fei. Yuan Yiyang is Yuan Shuyan's older cousin and Zhao Jia and Wang Fei are members of the Yuan family's faction. They raped me and caused my womb to tear and bleed. I can no longer become a mother. I hate them. I hate them to death, but I'm not able to kill them. I don't dare to hire other people to punish them, because I'm afraid they are not influential enough to punish them. They might hurt me again. Ku Hanzhao was born in a rich family after all, so she didn't have a large friend circle. She could only pay some gangsters to do things for her, but those gangsters were nobodies compared with people like Yuan Yiyang. The Yuan family. It was the Yuan family again. It seemed the Yuan family had done many bad deeds. Yuan Shuyan's older cousin, Yuan Yiyang, was Ji Wen's fiancé. Ji Yuning wondered whether Ji Wen was aware that her fiancé was a rapist. Either way, it was none of her business. However, Ku Hanzhao was raped by them and her womb tore and bled and she couldn't be pregnant again, which was too cruel. How much can you pay? Ji Yuning asked. She asked because she was willing to teach Yuan Yiyang and the others a lesson, but it wouldn't be free. I only have 150,000 yuan, said Ku Hanzhao. Because the Ku family's company was under the control of her uncle now, her family didn't have much money. She didn't dare to ask her mother and older brother for the money, because she didn't tell them yet. Her older brother spoiled her. So if he learned about it, he would surely go to kill Yuan Yiyang, but her older brother certainly wouldn't succeed. What was worse, her older brother would be seriously punished, and she would be the cause if he was injured. She was a lot more mature now, so she was unwilling to worry her family. Great, then you can donate 100,000 yuan to charity anonymously. When it's done, I'll arrange for people to teach those bad men a lesson for you. Well, it's impossible to kill them, because I don't want to be a murderer, but I'll do an investigation. If they've committed other crimes and the crimes are serious, I will disable them and put them in jail. If not, I will only break their leg or arm. After all, they have no grudge against me, and I can't do too much, Ji Yuning said. Sure. Ku Hanzhao was already satisfied that Ji Yuning was willing to disable them, and she didn't dare to expect too much. If she could collect more evidence of their crimes, she would be able to punish them more seriously according to the law, which would be a better result. With Ji Yuning's answer, Ku Hanzhao left school at once to donate money to a charity. She wanted to finish that sooner, so that Ji Yuning could help her take revenge earlier. Thinking that Ji Yuning didn't take her money and instead made her do charity, Ku Hanzhao couldn't help but feel ashamed. Ji Yuning was outstanding and had a strong sense of justice. Ku Hanzhao even antagonized her before, misunderstanding and slandering her. Upon thinking about it, Ku Hanzhao regretted acting against Ji Yuning. Once Ku Hanzhao was gone, Song Miaoge and the others came in a hurry and asked Ji Yuning why Ku Hanzhao came to see her. She apologized to me for her bad behavior to me before, and she wants me to do her a favor, said Ji Yuning. What favor? Song Miaoge asked curiously. It's a secret. Ji Yuning didn't tell them, because she thought that she shouldn't tell other people about what Ku Hanzhao had been through. Since Ji Yuning didn't want to tell them, they didn't ask again, because Ji Yuning would let them know if it was possible. If Ji Yuning didn't tell them, it meant they shouldn't know. When it was time for class, they went back to their own classrooms. At this time, Ji Yuning called Kei and asked him to investigate Yuan Yiyang, Zhao Jia, and Wang Fei. After the investigation, it turned out that they had done a lot of bad things and they didn't even bother to hide it. They might be too arrogant and believed that no one could punish them, or they were too confident and thought that nobody would find out what they had done. Either way, they weren't smart. What exactly had they done? They hadn't only raped Ku Hanzhao, they also raped several other girls, but those girls were all born in ordinary families, so they could do nothing about it. Chapter 2200. They are useless for the rest of their life. As for those girls who had been raped by them, one of them left the capital, one committed suicide because she couldn't get over it, one stayed in the capital, but she failed in the national college entrance examination because of the traumatic rape and she could only go to an average college. The last girl was one of them. They often hung out together and she became a bad girl. In addition to that, they also did and sold drugs. Although the amount wasn't large, it was enough to put them in jail. Given what they had done, Ji Yuning had enough reasons to teach them an unforgettable lesson. When classes were over in the afternoon, Ji Yuning went to the canteen and saw Ku Hanzhao standing outside and looking around. Ji Yuning knew that Ku Hanzhao was waiting for her. Seeing Ji Yuning coming over, Ku Hanzhao ran towards her immediately, paying no attention to Song Miaoge and the others next to her. She said, "It's done." "Great, wait for my news then." "It won't be long," said Ji Yuning. "Thanks." Ku Hanzhao thanked Ji Yuning, then turned around and walked away. Song Miaoge and the others were very curious about it, but Ji Yuning told them it was a secret at noon, so they didn't ask about it. When Ku Hanzhao went to talk with Ji Yuning, Yuan Shuyan and Zhe Qingqing came and saw them. Why is Ku Hanzhao talking with Ji Yuning? Zhe Qingqing was very curious. Who knows? It has nothing to do with us anyway, said Yuan Shuyan with zero interest. However, she was quite curious about it too. Let me ask, said Zhe Qingqing. Although Yuan Shuyan said she had no interest, Zhe Qingqing understood that Yuan Shuyan must be curious as well. After all, Ku Hanzhao had grudges against Ji Yuning before, so it aroused their curiosity that Ku Hanzhao ran and talked to Ji Yuning now. She wanted to ask about it not because she knew Yuan Shuyan was also curious, but because she wanted to know it herself. Whatever, said Yuan Shuyan airily, but she actually supported Zhe Qingqing. After that, they went to the second floor of the canteen. Right after occupying a seat, Zhe Qingqing walked to Ku Hanzhao. "Zhao Zhao, how are you doing recently?" Zhe Qingqing asked with concern. It was sincere. Although they hadn't hung out together for a long time, there was no conflict between them, so they were normal friends. "Do you think I can be good after what has happened to my family?" Ku Hanzhao asked in a flat voice. Facing Ku Hanzhao's question, Zhe Qingqing suddenly didn't know what to say, because it made her seem impolite. However, she asked simply to show her concern. Therefore, she was a little mad at Ku Hanzhao's question. "Zhao Zhao, I just care about you," said Zhe Qingqing. "Thank you for asking," said Ku Hanzhao. Because she knew Zhe Qingqing was sincere, she thanked her. "Oh, why did you go to talk with Ji Yuning today? Don't you have a grudge against her?" "I don't mean to interfere. I'm just worried about you," said Zhe Qingqing. "It's private," said Ku Hanzhao, but didn't tell her any details. "What is it? Can you tell me?" Zhe Qingqing asked. The second she finished, she felt it was too straightforward. In case Ku Hanzhao felt she had a purpose, she immediately changed her tone. "Well, I mean if you need any help, you can tell me. I'll help you as long as I can." Even though Zhe Qingqing changed her tone at once, Ku Hanzhao already figured out her intention. Zhe Qingqing was simply trying to find out what she had talked about with Ji Yuning. She actually didn't care much about her. She was upset, but didn't bother to argue with her. She replied in a flat voice again. "Thanks, but not now." Ku Hanzhao gave that answer and deliberately ignored Zhe Qingqing's question about what she had talked about with Ji Yuning. "And you talked with Ji Yuning?" Zhe Qingqing was unwilling to give up. "Qingqing, I know you came to me simply wanting to know why I went to talk with Ji Yuning. You don't care about me at all, right?" Before Zhe Qingqing could finish, Ku Hanzhao interrupted, staring straight in Zhe Qingqing's eyes. Zhe Qingqing felt guilty at once and denied it right away. "No, I came because I'm worried about you. After all, don't worry, she won't hurt me," said Ku Hanzhao, then she lowered her head to enjoy her meal. She was unwilling to talk with Zhe Qingqing any longer. Seeing that Ku Hanzhao refused to tell her what she had talked about with Ji Yuning, Zhe Qingqing felt embarrassed to continue to ask her. Afterwards, she turned around and went back to Yuan Shuyan. After Zhe Qingqing went back, she told Yuan Shuyan the result. Ku Hanzhao talked about something private with Ji Yuning and refused to tell her any details. Because Zhe Qingqing failed to get the answer, Yuan Shuyan was a little displeased, but there was nothing she could do about it. Ji Yuning quickly took action at night. She didn't do it in person, and instead had Gao Yi and Xiaoya do it. They were going to disable their penises. Yuan Yiyang and his friends were typical playboys who always had fun in pubs till dawn. So after Kay spied on them for a while, he easily figured out which bar they went to today. Gao Yi and Xiaoya were professional killers, so it couldn't be easier for them to disguise themselves. Although they couldn't become completely different people, they could get away with what they were going to do, unless they met top hackers like Kay or top core like Leng Xiaoting's team. Gao Yi and Xiaoya went to the bar as normal customers, and they specially ordered a table next to Yuan Yiyang and his friends. After drinking for a while, they deliberately caused trouble and had a fight. During the fight, Gao Yi and Xiaoya punched Yuan Yiyang and his friends many times and also heavily hit their penises. They would be useless for the rest of their lives. Even if it wasn't that serious, they had to wait for years to be able to have an erection again, and they would soon finish without sexual pleasure. The fight soon attracted the attention of security guards, but Gao Yi and Xiaoya ran away before they came, and it was impossible for those security guards to catch them. They couldn't catch the criminals, so they could only call the police and send Yuan Yiyang and the others to the hospital. Because of Yuan Yiyang's status, the police soon arrived and carried out an investigation right away. However, the police failed to find anything useless. After Yuan Yiyang and the others had a medical check in the hospital, they found many problems inside their bodies. They weren't seriously superficially injured, but their penises was disabled. Besides, they carried drugs with them and there were drugs in their bodies too. Chapter 2201. Huang Haihao is in trouble however, because Yuan Yiyang was a member of the Yuan family and the other two men with him had a high status as well, the police didn't arrest them. What they didn't know was that after Gao Yi and Chao Yao left, they had changed back into their original attire, followed them to the hospital, and got the result. Therefore, even if the police handling the case wanted to remove it from the public attention, they couldn't do that now. The next day, the news that Yuan Yiyang, Zhao Jia and Wang Fei had a fight in a bar and had their penises injured went abroad. Undoubtedly, Gao Yi and Chao Yao were the cause. The inspection reports were directly exposed, so it showed that Yuan Yiyang and the others were not only injured on their penises. They also took and carried drugs. Although it wasn't uncommon in high society that rich heirs took drugs, they would be fine if it wasn't exposed. However, once it was exposed, they would be in trouble. Once the news spread, Yuan Yiyang's parents went to the hospital. The hospital didn't leak the information and refused to admit it, but someone must have stolen the reports. Yuan Yiyang's parents didn't think the hospital dared to do that, but they wondered who could steal the reports. After analyzing for a while, they thought of Yuan Yiyang being beaten. It was possible that Yuan Yiyang was not just drunk and causing trouble, but that someone deliberately designed it. As for the purpose, Yuan Yiyang's parents also knew that their son was disobedient and had offended many people. Therefore, he might have been retaliated against this time. Even so, they were determined to find out who did it. However, at present, they had to deny that Yuan Yiyang was taking drugs, saying that the report was false and that Yuan Yiyang was maliciously framed by someone. Then they posted the hospital report. This report was made anew. Although it was also made by the hospital, the information on the report was false. Therefore, some people believed it, but some people didn't. Nevertheless, whether the public believed it or not, the police didn't continue the investigation, and Yuan Yiyang was fine. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised, so she didn't think it was a big deal. Anyway, she didn't rely on that to put Yuan Yiyang in prison. Ku Hanzhao didn't know if Ji Yuning had gotten enough evidence that could throw Yuan Yiyang to jail, but she was very happy to learn that Yuan Yiyang and the others had lost the use of their penises. Now that the news went abroad, Ku Hanzhao had no doubt that it was true, because she believed in Ji Yuning. Had she not been in the canteen at this time, she would have laughed out of control. However, today Ji Yuning didn't come to the canteen, so Ku Hanzhao didn't see her. She actually wanted to ask about the situation after seeing Ji Yuning. In the last class, Ji Yuning received a text message from Gao Yi, telling her that the Tianying gang was in trouble in City C, so she left school. Because of the internal conflict of the Tianying gang last time, the deputy gang leader was killed, but now he appeared again. Just tonight, Huang Haihao's car was blown up and he was seriously injured. At the moment, he was in an emergency room in the hospital now. His life was in danger. The Tianying gang was in a mess. If Gao Yi and Chao Ya got involved in the Tianying gang's chaos, they would be able to solve it, but only Ji Yuning could solve the problem of Huang Haihao's injury. Therefore, Ji Yuning asked Gao Yi to book plane tickets for the three of them. Ji Yuning also left early because of it. It seemed as if she had to deal with problems one after another recently. As for the rape cases committed by Yuan Yiyang and the others, Ji Yuning wasn't in a hurry to expose their dirty secrets. After all, Yuan Yiyang and the others were still injured in the hospital. Even if their dirty secrets were exposed, they couldn't be sent to the court, so she decided to wait till their condition became stable. Anyway, right now, she needed to go to City C. Gao Yi had booked tickets for 2:10 p.m. At this time, it was nearly 12 p.m., so it was time for them to go to the airport. Ji Yuning met Chao Ya and Gao Yi at the airport. When they arrived at City C, Ji Yuning didn't go to see Huang Haihao immediately, but instead found a place and changed clothes first. After changing clothes, she went to see Huang Haihao. However, Ji Yuning went there without Gao Yi and Chao Ya. After all, Huang Haihao was the only one who had seen Gao Yi and Chao Ya. Even Huang Haihao's henchmen only knew Gao Yi and Chao Ya's phone numbers, and the names he knew were fake. If Gao Yi and Chao Ya went there with Ji Yuning, their real identities would be exposed. However, Huang Haihao was the only one who had seen Ji Yuning, and now Huang Haihao was unconscious, so Ji Yuning obviously couldn't get through to him. If she went there right now, other people might not believe her. So in order to prove her identity, Ji Yuning went there with Chao Ya's phone. When Ji Yuning arrived at the hospital where Huang Haihao was, it was nearly 7 p.m. Although Ji Yuning didn't have dinner, she wasn't hungry. At this time, Huang Haihao was just pushed out after an operation, and he was in the ward. Huang Haihao was in a VIP ward. There were 4 security guards outside the ward and 2 henchmen were inside. After Ji Yuning came, she didn't go in right away, but instead called Huang Haihao's henchman, Once who received Ji Yuning's call, he walked out. He didn't know the appearance of the owner of this phone, but he had no doubt since Ji Yuning came with the phone. Hu walked out and saw Ji Yuning outside, so he knew it was her. In case any accidents happened, Hu still asked, "Are you Miss Yi?" The surname Chao Ya told them was Yi, and she didn't tell them her full name, so they always called her Miss Yi. "I'm Tang Aining, because I failed to get through to Huang Haihao. I brought Miss Yi's phone with me to prove my identity," said Ji Yuning. As Huang Haihao's henchman, Hu definitely knew who Tang Aining was. Therefore, Hu knew that Tang Aining was the real boss of the Tianying gang. Although he had never seen her before, he had no doubt. He was shocked and surprised when he heard Ji Yuning's self-introduction, then immediately greeted her with great respect. "Miss Tang, very nice to see you, I'm Hu. Let's go in now," said Ji Yuning. "Please, Miss Tang." Hu made a hand gesture and invited Ji Yuning to go in. "Hi, Miss Yi." After Ji Yuning walked into the ward, Yang, who didn't know that Ji Yuning was Tang Aining, called her Miss Yi. "This is Miss Tang," said Hu to correct him. Hearing that, Yang was shocked. To his surprise, the visitor was the real boss of the Tianying gang, so he apologized in horror at once. "Sorry, Miss Tang, I thought it was Miss Yi." Chapter 2202, The Real Boss of the Tianying Gang. "It's fine. You haven't seen me before after all," said Ji Yuning airily. Then she walked to the patient's bed and took out a power crystal and gave it to Huang Haihao. She used it as a cover, because Hu and Yang were here. After Huang Haihao took the power crystal, Ji Yuning laid her hand on his wrist to feel his pulse and secretly put her magical power into his body. Huang Haihao was seriously injured. Although it wasn't as serious as Zhou Xing's, he was also in a very dangerous situation. He has just had the operation, but his life wasn't out of danger, and he could die at any time. Speaking of Zhou Xing, after Ji Yuning treated Zhou Xing woke up the next night, shocking all the doctors again. After absorbing Ji Yuning's magical power, Huang Haihao's face gradually became ruddy. His breathing became more obvious too, and he was clearly getting better. Hu and Yang rounded their eyes in shock, unable to believe what they saw. "Miss Tang, leader, it's," Hu was excited. Although Huang Haihao obviously got better, he still wanted to hear an affirmative answer to make sure of it. "Don't worry, his life is no longer in danger. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll wake up in a few hours." "It'll be very soon," Ji Yuning said. Hearing that Huang Haihao's life was out of danger, Hu and Yang were relieved, but they were surprised to know that Huang Haihao would wake up in a few hours. They were very curious about what kind of medicine Ji Yuning gave Huang Haihao, as it had an amazing effect, but they didn't dare to ask. As long as Huang Haihao was fine, they were satisfied. "Tell me the situation of the Tianying gang now," said Ji Yuning. The deputy gang leader, Long Yichao, tried to kill the gang leader, but failed. When he escaped, he crashed into the river with his car. The car was salvaged, but the people who fell in the river were presumed dead, because the river in City C is so wide and deep, the water runs quickly too. However, unexpectedly, Long Yichao didn't die. Just this morning, explosives were suddenly thrown at the gang leader's car from a passing car. The person who did it was precisely Long Yichao. However, he ran away, and we have not caught him yet. Although we've sent people to guard the exits of City C, it's unavoidable that Long Yichao has other ways to leave it. Now the Tianying gang is in a mess, and they are clamoring to choose a new leader, Hu said, getting more and more angry. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, he wouldn't have curbed his anger. Take me to the Tianying gang and notify all the senior members to have a meeting, Ji Yuning said. The most important thing now was to stabilize the situation in the gang. As for the whereabouts of Long Yichao, she would leave it to K. Sure, Hu said. Because Ji Yuning was the real boss of the Tianying gang, Hu naturally needed to obey her orders without hesitation. Afterwards, Hu began to inform all the senior members to go to the Tianying gang's headquarters for a meeting right away. Ji Yuning asked about the location of the accident, then called K. After listening to Ji Yuning's order, K couldn't help but joke. Boss, after I know so many secrets about you, will you kill me? It was true that K knew more of Ji Yuning's secrets than anyone else who worked for her too, including the existence of zombies. It depends on your performance, said Ji Yuning meaningfully. It sounded as if she was going to kill him if he behaved badly. Although K knew it wouldn't happen, he still trembled in fear and said at once, boss, I promise I'll do my best. I won't disappoint you. Great, Ji Yuning said and hung up. Hu, however, didn't finish his task. Only the members who supported Huang Haihao agreed to attend the meeting, while those who had different ideas said they didn't have time. Hearing that, Ji Yuning said to Hu, tell them we're going to talk about the new gang leader. Hu did what she said, and those who gave the excuse of having no time immediately agreed to come. After they were notified, Yang and the others were left to guard Huang Haihao, while Hu took Ji Yuning to Tanglong Winery. Although the villa of Tanglong Winery was bombed before and hadn't been rebuilt yet, the office area remained safe, so they could have a meeting there. When Ji Yuning and the others arrived, a dozen or so senior members of the Tianying gang arrived too. When they saw Hu bring a woman in, they all expressed their doubts. Who was this woman? What was she doing in the Tianying gang? Who is this? Why did you bring an outsider to our gang? The head of the intelligence department immediately questioned unhappily. Yeah, what's going on here? Other heads asked. Well, let me solve your doubts next, Ji Yuning said, and walked towards Huang Haihao's position. Seeing that, they were all shocked, and the head of the intelligence department was the first to say angrily, that's not a position you can sit in. The head of the intelligence department wasn't protecting Huang Haihao's position. He felt it should be his seat, so other people couldn't touch it. Other members didn't think Ji Yuning should go there either, but they weren't as emotional as the head of the intelligence department. After he criticized Ji Yuning, they remained silent. It's not up to you whether I can sit here or not. Tell them whether I can stay in this position, Ji Yuning said, then directly sat down, looking like a boss. Hearing that, the other people turned to look at Hu. Before Hu could say anything, they all asked, what's going on now? What does she mean? Why can she sit on that seat? Facing their questions, Hu calmly said, no one is more qualified than Miss Tang to sit in that position, because Miss Tang is the real boss of the Tianying gang. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. This woman was the real boss of the Tianying gang. How was it possible? How come they knew nothing about it? Even if there was another boss controlling the Tianying gang, it couldn't be a woman. They never thought women could achieve anything, since women were always the weak in their eyes. You must be joking. Did you just say she's the real boss of the Tianying gang? We didn't know that at all. Did you pay a random person to come here and tell us she's the real boss of the Tianying gang, so that you can seize the power yourself? I'm surprised by your ambition. They began to criticize Hu one after another, except for those who were still loyal to Huang Haihao. Chapter 2203, Punish the head of the intelligence department. Although they didn't know that the Tianying gang had another boss, they still believed in Hu. They knew how loyal Hu was to Huang Haihao. Therefore, since Hu said that now, it should be true. They felt it was unbelievable, but they chose not to say anything right now. Hu wasn't angry when he was questioned, but he didn't respond to them either, because at this time, Ji Yuning opened her mouth. Why can't I be the real boss of the Tianying gang? Do you still remember that Huang Haihao was abducted once before? Is it you? You abducted our gang leader. Hearing that, they guessed she might have kidnapped Huang Haihao and threatened him to give his position to her. If she had really abducted their gang leader, she couldn't be an ordinary woman at all. Back then, no matter how they tried to find Huang Haihao, they weren't able to find any clues. After taking Huang Haihao away, this woman also came back quietly and bombed the basement. Looking at Ji Yuning, they were shocked and scared of her, but some of them also remained doubtful. Right, I abducted Huang Haihao and blew up the basement, and you couldn't even find me. Do you still think I'm incapable of sitting in this position? Ji Yuning asked them. If that was the case, she definitely was able to sit in that position, but it didn't mean they were willing to listen to her just because she was capable and qualified. The head of the intelligence department argued first. Even if you have abilities, it doesn't mean you can be our leader. You stole the position by threatening leader Huang, so we refuse to listen to you. Seizing that chance, several of them showed their disagreement. They disagreed because some of them wanted to be the leader, and they were unwilling to be led by a woman. They were all strong men, and they couldn't stand it if a woman became their boss. Really? Did you think your real boss was always Huang Haihao before I showed up? Ji Yuning asked. She knew that they always believed Huang Haihao was their real boss. What do you mean? Hearing that, other people were all confused. Was the real boss of the Tianying gang another person before she appeared? I mean there was another real boss above Huang Haihao before I showed up, said Ji Yuning. Who, do you know that? Nobody believed it and they turned to ask who. As Huang Haihao's henchmen, who should know what they didn't know? Right, our leader actually isn't the real boss of the Tianying gang. The real boss was someone else, said Hu, but he didn't give more details, because he wasn't sure whether he should continue or not. No, it's impossible. Who's the real boss of the Tianying gang then? Hearing Hu's answer, they were convinced, but were unwilling to believe it. Let me tell you about that. The reason why I started with the Tianying gang before wasn't against any of you, but because of the real boss of the Tianying gang. I used Huang Haihao in an attempt to force your real boss to give in, but your real boss refused. Instead, he chose to give up Huang Haihao, so Huang Haihao turned to me and I let him go, Ji Yuning said. Your previous real boss is the former chairman of the Tang organization, Tang Bingsun, but it's different now, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, everyone was amazed once more. They had heard of the chairman of the Tang organization, Tang Bingsun, but they were surprised to know that he was the real boss of the Tianying gang. Whether you're willing to listen to me or not, I, Tang Aining, am the real boss of the Tianying gang now. If you refuse to take me as your leader, you can go against me as you want. As long as you have the ability to kill me, you can replace me and become the leader, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning said that in order to get rid of those ambitious members right now, if any of them really wanted to kill her, she would kill them now to build her fame. Very well, as you wish. The head of the intelligence department abruptly stood up with a gun in hand. The next second, he raised his hand to shoot at Ji Yuning. In fact, he had longed for this position for a long time, and couldn't wait a moment longer. Finally, Long Yichao was in trouble, then Huang Haihao, so he believed that it was his chance to become the leader. However, unexpectedly, a woman appeared in his way all of a sudden and said that she was the real boss of the Tianying gang. It was completely unacceptable in his eyes. Since she dared to say that whoever killed her could be the leader of the Tianying gang, he wouldn't hesitate to kill her right now. Witnessing that, other people were scared and felt that the head of the intelligence department was too bold. Actually, the head of the intelligence department wasn't just bold. He simply couldn't accept the result. Although several of them had the same idea, they didn't dare to take action, at least not right now. However, they wanted to see the head of the intelligence department kill this woman and then they would see who could be the next leader of the Tianying gang. Some people, on the other hand, didn't want the head of the intelligence department to kill this woman. After all, given what had happened before, this woman had abilities, so it wasn't a bad thing if she was the leader of the Tianying gang. Anyway, even if they didn't want the head of the intelligence department to kill this woman, they had no intention of stopping him. They also wanted to see if this woman really had the ability to be the leader of the Tianying gang. If she couldn't even defeat the head of the intelligence department, how could she be the leader of the Tianying gang? Before coming in, Ji Yuning told Hu that no matter what happened later, he could just stand aside and not intervene. Therefore, Hu didn't move when he saw the head of the intelligence department fire at Ji Yuning, but he was slightly worried. Facing the gun that the head of the intelligence department pointed at her, Ji Yuning didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, she curled her lips and sneered. The next second, she turned sideways and avoided the approaching bullets. At the same time, there was a gun in her hand too. Without hesitation, she shot at the wrist of the head of the intelligence department. The head of the intelligence department wasn't as agile as Ji Yuning, so the bullet accurately hit his wrist. As his hand became numb and loosened, the gun fell to the ground. It happened so fast that the other people couldn't clearly see what exactly had happened. In the meanwhile, they were stunned too. This woman was unbelievably fast. After Ji Yuning shot and successfully hit the wrist of the head of the intelligence department, she didn't stop. Instead, she fired 2 more shots, one in his shoulder and one in his thigh. Although it wasn't fatal, the head of the intelligence department immediately collapsed and couldn't fight back. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.